Happiness resides not in artifacts and not in gold. Happiness dwells in the soul.
It's in the bag.
the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again! That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Ladies, gentlemen, and gamers, welcome to the Omega League. I'm Sir Action Slacks. It is so good to have you here with me. Of course, my beautiful panelists, Fogged and Mr. Kyle. How you doing, gentlemen?
Good. Feeling ready? Ready for another rematch of
the game 4 of game 1.
Not
and
the
stuff
first
like
time.
this, but
No.
Not the second time.
No.
Not the third time.
Uh-huh.
But the fourth time these teams will play the first game between these teams.
Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Gentlemen, I am interested in how low your voices can go, however. I've heard the Omega League. That is as deep as I get. Omega League. That's as low as I can. Please.
Omega League.
That's pretty good.
Bear in mind, I am tone deaf, but Omega League.
That is nearly satanic. Very frightening, Kyle. Thank you very much. But yes, it has been quite a journey to get to the bottom of the Omega League. I can't go any lower. So sad. But we have come on quite this journey. So, since it is the 4th time they are facing each other for the first time yet again, how about we remind you guys of where we've come from? Let's take a little look at some of our old brackets. 38 root leagues. My God, that is a lot of brackets. 6 world regions.
I love brackets.
Oh, I'm talking over the real voice actor, excuse me.
Are you supposed to talk? No, you're supposed to.
Okay, whoa.
You're supposed to talk.
He just has a much better voice than mine. Great prize pool. But anyway, as you guys have seen, all these teams, European region playoffs, coming in here together. Absolutely beautiful. And don't forget, in Omega League, we have many different regions.
My favorite part about this
Yeah.
is just the differences between the regions, because I'm in like the group where a lot of the like back end admin stuff gets handled, and the European teams, like, you know, it's been a month, we've had their logos, their team stuff, whatever. American teams are like, as recently as yesterday, 4Zoomers is like got a new logo.
Oh.
It's like, we're in the playoff. You're in the
Sounds
playoffs,
about
guys. We're like trying to get them. You know, like we have team. I think America has Team Omega and Team Brazil. And then you've got 4Zoomers just like doing branding updates like mid-event. Like,
You see,
and then
it's not
Quincy
difficult.
Crew with just like Comic Sans QC. It's like, God.
At least it's something. Yeah, I mean,
I guess. All you have to do, Team Secret literally did it. They just went to Reddit and they just went, you know, hey,
Help.
please make us a logo. And then someone did it. Here's the America
Here you go.
playoff bracket, by the way.
Yeah.
As you guys can see.
I was
Speaking of
watching-
Zoomers and Quincy Crew.
Yeah, Quincy Crew Beast Coast was on last night. God, Dota, like we do Dota all day. We go home, there's still
I was still watching. I watched
Yeah.
those series actually. Quincy Crew kind of owned them. Beast Coast games were really weird actually. The way they were playing, they picked
Yeah.
Marana over and over again, and it was like not great.
That's
they did
just
a mid
an NA
Marana.
thing, dude.
I don't know
It's
what it
been
is.
Years. It's just Marana. I don't
Actually,
know.
the draft from Americas and Europe is completely different. They're opening with Silencer,
Yeah.
and the
Silencer?
sounds just untouched in our region.
It's
so
also
just interesting.
undefeated in America.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was one of the heroes buffed in that last patch, and it's a support. SVG was playing
SVG,
it.
yeah,
I can't
exactly.
believe. I am actually surprised we haven't seen it, especially with all the Void specifically that's come up. They
Sure.
pick it into the Void, and like, what do? You kind of have to go Manta.
And now into our Divine Division here from where we are here today. Beautiful. Looking good. Today's first match, of course, is your Liquid versus 5-man.
And the loser will go down to play Navi in the
Oh, boy.
final.
And Navi looked good.
Yeah.
Yep, today's
did.
schedule. Team Liquid versus 5-men. Omega versus Cyber coming up after this. Khan, my favorite team in the world, versus Hellraiser.
Who also looked good yesterday.
They were great. And then FlyToMoon versus NIP finishing
Yes.
it off
For a third time.
for again.
Hey, I can't believe they're having another rematch. So we're having Game 4 of Game 1 for Team Liquid 5-men, and then, well, the other one they're actually playing their third
The
series.
third
but
series. And so far, I believe FlyToMoon is 4-0.
4-0 versus
So
NIP.
maybe this could be the time. I already said Charlie had a very interesting tweet yesterday, just
Yeah?
a lol emoji with the caption "Divine Division." So we'll see if I don't know if he realized he was gonna go play up against FlyToMoon again, but maybe they've got something special. We'll see.
Hopefully.
We shall see indeed, but I don't care about that. It's not my series. I care about this series, the greatest series of all time, Liquid versus 5-men.
Yes.
Gentlemen, they have faced each other before. I want your just general opinions on this matchup here. Now, I will give you a little bit of background information. Both of them do have the same records in Series 1. However,
Okay.
Games 1, not so much.
Wow.
A little difference there.
Look at their average time duration.
Beautiful.
Actually the same, pretty much.
Almost.
Well, 7 seconds separate.
Actually
well,
the
sorry.
same, not really.
Well,
But,
pretty
yeah.
Get the hell out of here. It's close enough.
Now the smokes used is what I really
Holy.
want to focus on. Liquid does not believe in smoke.
What the? And 5-man stacks more than Liquid? Whoa.
God.
Liquid's been lacking, and they're slacking. That's on Insania.
Lacking.
Yeah.
Shame. 5-man had some rough starts, but honestly, most people have a pretty high opinion of these guys, despite the win-loss record.
What we really need, if we can find a production, are the 3 drafts from the 3 games that were not to be, because that probably gives us the best insight into these teams.
Well,
they actually drafted against each other 3 different times.
The thing is, though, like, I don't know. That's why I feel like this one's going to be really weird, especially a weird first game, because both teams probably went back and like looked at the VODs, right?
Yeah.
Or they had their coach or manager or somebody go back and look at the VODs for it. So I don't know. I feel like things might just get really weird in the first game, especially in this one, just because like it's like we kind of know what they want to do. It's like, do they ban the IO this time? I think that was like the biggest question last time, and it was like, well, stubbornly 3 times in a row they didn't. So
It's like, and now they know. Well, they are going to pick it.
they're gonna pick it,
right?
It's a really surreal. I don't think we've ever had a situation like this ever. Like where teams come up. You effectively had a full BO3 draft that meant nothing. Then you have 2 days to review it and then come play for real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is insane. But at the same time, it is an extremely interesting scenario, gentlemen. Do you think that it will have really any impact, though? I mean, we have seen a lot of guys picking that IO. It's not just them.
Sure.
So do you think that matchup has any mental things here?
I mean, for me, I know both teams are a lot about preparation. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like Insania, he's a big guy that likes to prepare for their thing. Usually when they have time, that's when I see them do their best. But the same thing goes for Misery. When he has time, I feel like that's when he makes his team look the best because he's just able to actually prepare every little thing. And Misery is really, that's the way he is, right? Like he's very micromanaging for that.
Both teams are I don't want to say young in that way, but they do better with drafts that have that aren't scripted necessarily, but have like easily identifiable win conditions. I think that 5-men specifically, you're going to get into a lot of trouble if they don't have a clear path to a win.
Absolutely.
I can agree with that.
Couldn't agree more, in fact. But, Fogged, this is my favorite thing to ask you. What's wrong with these teams? What could they improve on? You're a very cynical boy. You only look at the negatives. Just kidding. But,
That's actually not false.
it is not false, Fogged.
I mean, consistency, especially for Liquid. Like, recently, like, Liquid's just been kind of all over the place, and they know it too, right? They've had some games where it's like, oh my god, they're 10,000 gold ahead, and then they just abruptly lose the game right afterwards. Oh my god.
Silence, Fogged. Guess the winners. 91% on Team Liquid. These guys in chat have been killing it.
Holy
9%.
crap. Oh, that's
for
cool.
5 men.
Yeah, look, you see how much.
That is insane. So our chat is our big ballers say Liquid has this at
That is
91
91%.
to 9.
That's very confident.
Thank God they don't work for the betting company,
Yes.
or we would be all in big trouble. That would be the old 9 to 1 here. But
I don't think I can say 9 to 1.
Yeah, it's not
like,
9
no
to 1.
way. That's just no.
It really depends on which Liquid shows up. I think their ceiling is much higher, but Liquid's in a high rise, okay? When they're on top, they're in the penthouse suite.
Yeah.
When they're on the bottom, they're in the basement somewhere. Like they do not play good Dota sometimes, and I almost feel like it's a team strength though, because the reason they do this is 'cause sometimes they just clown around. Not to say they don't take games seriously, but they just aren't as disciplined as Secret, who at times just look like straight up machines playing the game.
And I'm pretty gosh darn surprised by that statistic from our beautiful Twitch chat, because these guys seem to be pretty evenish to me. I mean, they have a lot of experience on 5-men from all their different guys who have been around since Dota 2 or whatever. And then you got some young guns on Liquid, but then also you got Qdoba.
Qdoba.
It's been a year since I called him Qdoba.
I love Qdoba.
I called
Oh my god,
Qdoba
I miss it
for years.
dude. That's the one downside. The only thing missing from Ukraine is burritos. There is nowhere to get I just want a taco truck, man.
That's true.
That's all I want in my life. Give me a Chipotle. It doesn't exist.
So
Also, considering starting a business, there's a guy I know here, friend of a friend. He grows his own chili peppers and he makes this amazing peanut hot sauce. You can't eat it, you're allergic.
Obviously not.
In his bathtub. It's delicious. All we need is to start the burrito taco restaurant.
All right, well,
he makes this
Brennan,
great sauce in his bathtub,
In his
and it's just
he grows the chilies in his basement. Anyway, suffice it to say, if you'd like to go in with Kyle and lose whatever college funds that you have, please send him a DM. But if you'd like to make a good decision, let's go ahead and see some smart people talking about Dota. Take us to the Pantheon. Pantheon, take us there now.
Just turns into Bane immediately.
I do not think anybody is going to be investing in the strange sauce that Kyle just tried to peddle that was created in his bathtub, but one thing that I do know is Liquid has already collided with 5 men 4 times. This one is going to be the series that matters. Do you think that the drafts that we saw beforehand, BSJ, are going to matter at all for the preparation that these teams had for each other?
Yeah, already a bit of a bleed over from last time. Io was 5th picked by Team Liquid in Game 1A. It was then first picked by Liquid in Game 1B. It was then first round banned by 5 men in Game 1C. And now that we're on Game 1D, it is once again first round banned. So they deemed it a problem in the 2 minutes each game they were playing against it.
Yeah, I mean, do you think, though, that like for either of these teams that they might have had a bigger advantage from that? I mean, do you think 5 men is going to be prepared for Liquid?
Yeah, I think after experiencing it, 3 times, being able to really get through, I think 5 men are probably the winners out of this, because being able to just get through drafts, right? Like Kyle said it in that panel, you don't often see a whole best of 3 where the game actually means nothing. They played for a total of 40 minutes and 11 seconds, which had no meaning, but they had 3 full drafts to play. Liquid, though, they actually come with 2 different bans or adjustment to their bans. Normally it was Venge and Veno, but coming into the series, they decided we don't actually need to ban out this Veno, let it through, and they actually decided to ban Phoenix themselves.
Yeah, the stonks on Warlock, man, just rapidly rising. I feel like this is a hero that we've just seen more and more, especially in the first phase, BSJ.
Yeah, the hero just seems really safe. It's like a team fight, counter-initiating support that has a strong laning stage. I'd say it's like similar to Oracle, but instead of being a single target save, it represents the same threat of counter-initiation and sustain, but it's more so about that team fighting, like longer cooldown passive aspect. He's also got decent wave clear with the Fatal Bonds, and also his synergies are a bit different. Oracle being one of the best heroes against Warlock, because you can purge off all of his stuff, the Fatal Bonds, the heal, and lane, especially if you want to match that up. And that's why we see it banned out by 5 men. The Luna is something I think this is the only team I've seen pick it.
What's up with that? This is a 5 men, I think, I'm not even going to try and use the term specialty, because we haven't really seen it with much success yet. The first game they pulled it out, it lasted 7 minutes and the game crashed. And then the next game they played it, it lasted 22 minutes. And it actually looked pretty convincing in that game. They actually made a pretty good play, smoking back into Roshan, securing Roshan, and then wiping Liquid. And at that point, then the game crashed. So unfortunate for the guys, but either way, I think there's moments where this Luna can look good. You have that ability to pressure. Ace is a very strong farmer. He's always able to make sure he's at the top of the net worth. So I think I can see it working out for this team, especially laning, like you said, with the pushing out the way with the Fatal Bonds. Luna doesn't like being played when he's aggressed. If you can push out the wave, Luna naturally will find her farm.
I'm listening, I promise.
No, I know, I understand that. Rich is just doing his thing. It's fine.
We're
it's
all listening.
Yeah.
BSJ.
All I can think about about asking you is, do you think 5 men are going to last long enough?
Yeah, I think from the track record of the 3 games that we played, 5 men did last longer across the previous series. And I think, again, showing that the experience that they have, they will be able to do it.
Thank you for that, T-Gov. Thank you for that. Now, I feel like on the side of Liquid, we've seen them with a pretty standard opening here. One of my biggest questions, though, is with this team, I feel like every time at the beginning of the tournament was rough for them, right? They had a little bit of extra time now before they actually have to get into this series, which does decide it. I mean, if you are just tuning in right now, this is a very special series compared to the other ones, because this was supposed to be, I believe, 2 days ago? Yeah. We're in bracket play, but the second that we take a look at this, we're back in the situation where one of these teams is going to be able to remain immortal and the other one's going to drop down to Divinity. With the extra time, do you think that does help Liquid?
I'd almost say it helps 5 men coming in.
Really?
I think as a newer squad, like, there's sometimes going to be random holes in your drafts. Like, you have ideas of what you like in the meta, and sometimes you'll go into a game and you can realize pretty quickly, like, oh, I don't like the way this is playing out in the first 5 minutes. And I think it showed. Their third game 1C, that is, they looked really good. They were convincingly ahead, right?
No, exactly that. But I think that the track record, if you look at the drafts, and why this Luna pick might enable 5 men is because Chessie, there you go, that's name completely skipped there. He was actually pretty much dumpstered in game 1 and game 2, mainly because his pick, like he picked Batrider, they picked Storm. Storm was like 1.7k net worth up on him. Next game, they picked Void Spirit. He gets visaged against him. Like they often picked his hero earlier in the hope to open up the map for Ace, but it just doesn't work out. He got so dumpstered that the game felt already pretty hard. Going into game 3, they adjusted that a little bit, and suddenly they're able to actually play a competitive game. So
they gave him Slardar versus Doom.
Yeah.
I know they ended up rotating the puck to mid instead of the Doom for Team Liquid, but it was Boxy playing the puck, which, to be fair, like I'm not trying to take anything away from Boxy, but putting an offlaner in the mid lane against a mid laner, it's just not fair, right? Like the mid laners are gonna be better mechanically at the mid lane. So I want to point that out because Slardar absolutely owns Doom all throughout the game, and it also owns him in lane. So we already see here Team Liquid, who first rounded Doom and last time put it mid, or was planning to put it mid, already bans the second round Slardar. But so we're definitely seeing remnants of
learning
what
from the
learned,
series, But this is where like those bans, Slardar and Batrider, it's like these are heroes that are much better when you slot it later into the draft. And that's why I can see maybe why 5 men are valuing this opening. Again, the Earth Spirit as well, it was a natural pairing that 5 men ran with the Warlock before. Just double down on the team fight. Earth Spirit, he can buy the Veil as well. Then suddenly all of your heroes have increased damage. It's going to be insane. But Liquid's response to Luna is picking up that Shadow Demon position 5. It'll be very strong, of course, throughout the entire game. You have the Disruption to always take over the Luna. But
a backline jumper.
Yeah.
It is against the Rubik, though. They already have a 4 position that has an instant disable. So I'm not saying Puck instantly becomes bad because of that disable, but the fact is that's something that they would normally have to address if they don't already have it. But and I've been trying to preach this message of like every time you draft a pick, you need the opponent to respond to it. I think the Puck kind of responds to Shadow Demon, right? Anybody who gets disrupted is going to get silenced right out the gate. I was thinking Shadow Demon naturally sets up any illusion hero. Naturally, I think Terrorblade and Spectre are 2 of the best against Luna. Terrorblade just matches up well against Luna, and then Luna does not like carries who get up in her face. And Spectre, out of all the illusion heroes, does that very well. PL is not very good against Puck, so that one's kind of off the table. Naga's not exactly a hero right now. Just kind of listing through, like, yeah, you picked a Shadow Demon. Not only are you good against the Luna, but you usually want to pick some synergy there.
My fear is that 5 men are going to try and copy from what Liquid did against them and put this Puck into maybe that position 4 role. But I think that... No, sorry, position 3 role, but flexing
it.
Exactly.
It's a 3.5. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. But my fear is that is something that's clearly practiced, you know? And 5 men, they've had 1 day to practice in between. I don't think they might be able to pull it to the same effect that Liquid has, which then means it's going to be a Puck mid. Which, sure, in most scenarios it can be fine, but we haven't really seen great success. Maybe only 1 or 2 games out of the amount we've seen.
I think why they value Doom so highly for Team Liquid, obviously it's a good hero, but they specifically have shown they're willing to flex it mid.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the time they get to their absolute last pick, they'll have pick of the lot with mids or off lanes. I think Doom will do absolutely fine in both lanes as of now, and at the very least you can put him mid. Like I think with Luna in the picture, Spectre's nice, but I wouldn't mind having any hero that starts the fight that isn't a Doom. I don't really like the idea of a team fight breaking out with Doom into Haunt. Like, until Spectre gets, like, Diffusal or Scotty, that just sounds kind of mediocre. Because the hero's Doom, but then what?
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe 5 men would go for this Beastmaster, because when I look at Liquid's lineup, it's...
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Why are you so mean? But anyway, Liquid, they don't have this overwhelming team fight that we've kind of coined this team to always kind of push for, right? Sure, they have, you know, a little bit of Doom, but they don't have that control, that way to, you know, contain the fight. And also, they don't really have much early damage, right? Like, if they're under pressure, if they're contesting that first Roshan, that Haunt value, not really there. Like, I think 5 men's lineup is actually, right now, for these 4 heroes, far superior. I think it's all on Koikova. If Koikova can have that early active hero that he's dominating with, then sure, it's back to Liquid's favor. But I'm actually favoring 5 men for the ability just to play that early window of the game. And we saw in that game 3, they can contest Roshan really well and force the pressure, but they do make a lot of mistakes, and that's where Liquid overall is the better team, because they're a little bit more consistent than 5 men.
Very important to keep in mind when you're already starting to talk about who's going to be setting the tempo in this matchup. How do you move that into your favor, though, if you are Team Liquid, BSJ?
I think it really is going to come down to countering whatever lane they see last. Like, if they're going to see a Puck mid, for sure. like which they do, like it could still be a 4 puck. If they see the puck committed to mid, then you're just like, okay, let's pick like a DK, you know, just counter it there. And I think not only is that like a lane counter, but it's also a pace of the game thing. Which if they can do that, that's what I would like for them. I'm almost surprised 5-man didn't ban out the DK. Seems pretty strong here, and I know Team Liquid's willing to play it. But I understand what they're going for, like backline damage-dealing spellcasters. That's why they banned out the Zeus and the Invoker, but like there's definitely a theme to those 2 bans. Maybe they just think clear or like disruption for the Beastmaster summons is what Team Liquid are lacking, so if they don't get that, they could be struggling in fights.
Exactly. It's the rebuttal to early push, right? And it's why, like, when you look at Quirk of the Heroes right now, what heroes actually can do that? You know, he plays the TA, the lone, and now they pick DP
So
as
they
well.
do go
I think 5-man have such a scary lineup. And for Liquid, maybe you could go for... I'm trying to think, Quap, maybe just a fight.
I was thinking Quap,
right,
but it's bad against puck, right?
Yeah,
like, that's why Quap is a counter to DP in lane, but it's not that great
in the game, exactly.
Yeah.
But what else does he play? He plays like obviously.
I think you're doing Doom mid. I think you look for an offlaner that ties
Underlord?
it up.
Is that available?
Yeah, I was considering Underlord earlier, but I just don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, they just don't do anything. That's my fear right now. Is you need a hero that can make the moves for Liquid. I guess Kunkka could be the play.
Timbersaw?
Kunkka or Timbersaw? Yeah, I think that those two suggestions.
I had already been thinking Kunkka as well, so I'm down for Kunkka.
It's basically like a hero that can make some plays,
DP,
park in front of a tower, and provide something to the fight, be it damage, soak, or at least setup. Because Liquid right now, they don't have anyone that naturally goes, I've locked this guy down here, and we are fighting. You know, they have lift, they have disruption, and other than that, that's it. So I think Liquid are...
I'm still down for Mars. Rubik Mars, pretty strong off lane. Pretty much all the cores of 5-man die to the arena. It gives them a reliable way to commit with Haunt. Is Mars banned? They go Pango.
Pangolin is a more classic counter to push because you can itemize to, you know, rebuttal, but it's not a hero that has strong laning presence. So I'm still favoring 5-men right now.
Wow, look at these odds, too.
They're naughty. Yeah, they got a lot worse. I think for the last series, when they did the fake drafts and no gameplay, it was like barely 3 for 5-men. So they've gone a lot better.
This seems like a pretty good time to bet if you're on EGB.com. But altogether, it seems like 5-men just has the stronger team fight, is what you guys are pretty much saying. Yeah. How can Team Liquid try to come out on top of 5-men? How can they actually try to pull off a victory?
I think it's about playing.
You go first.
Oh, okay, thank you. It's about playing for the reaction, you know. Let 5-men overextend. Let them be the greedy team that they try to do. Like once they have an early lead, 5-men they play a little bit disconnected. They have 2 heroes pushing, for example, and that's where the Spectre, the setup from the disruption or if Pangolier roll will allow them to always get these early kills. And then 5-men they push as 5. If they're not 5, they just can't play. You know, they have to be a unit. So I think Liquid can just punish 5-men going into that mid game, and if they do that, then they might be able to outscale. But I'm still a big fan of 5-men's draft.
I'm like 95% sure 5-men are like, it's their game to throw. Like, I think if they play their lineup properly, they win this game. Yeah, like 100%. Yeah. So I am shocked by those odds, and you know, disclaimer, I'm not allowed to bet, but if I could, I would 100% take those damn freaking odds, because 5-men is getting disrespected with those odds for sure.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I think they're better than that.
Yeah, and on top of that, it seems like this is really going to be a game about picks. Let's see if Liquid's going to be able to sneak into the cracks of 5-men.
That's right. You certainly shouldn't be disrespecting 5-men like this. I think the odds definitely showcase something that was a little bit odd. Been a one-sided matchup that
couldn't keep
really
a straight
shouldn't show
face for
that, right?
What did you say? I had something else
it's okay.
I cannot hear it, but yeah, I completely agree with you. And my answer is that 5-men, they have a much better lineup. You know, they have that profit. It's also last pick Pangolier into Puck and Beastmaster, so I'm not really feeling it.
I'm not feeling it all either.
I'm a Pango spammer, and I don't like to play into these 2 heroes. Whenever I see
You're a Pango spammer too?
I am.
My man. Hell yeah. Only the fun heroes are allowed. I was a bit surprised. I thought we were going to go for what felt like more of a Luna counter in like the Underlord, like you were suggesting. But maybe they just didn't feel good about it against this Death Prophet pick as well. Well, we're going to be heading into... I thought it was interesting. We actually get to see a Shadow Demon for once at a 4-position Shadow Demon at that. One of those classic counter picks to Luna, right?
Yeah, it's great against Luna. It's great against the Beastmaster. You have a save. You can use it offensively on Luna. Mostly we've seen position 5 Shadow Demons coming out from Virtus Pro.
All right, Bounty Rune time. See, Liquid, they tried to hide where their lanes were going to be because they're doing a full swap up here. They only just now show, but they still managed to get 2 different bounty runes. Doom is going to be playing the top lane against the Beastmaster. I guess the idea being that he has the Devour against the Boars, just a quick removal, and they're going to give the Pango the mid lane up against the Death Prophet. So they really want this Pango to come online a lot faster and get that early Rolling Thunder.
It's still a favorite matchup for Death Prophet. It's arranged against the melee. She uses Spirit Siphon. You need to use Swashbuckle to get away. And the new cast animation on the Crypt form is insanely good. It's much better than attack. You actually use it faster than attacking.
Okay, but does Doom have a really annoying taunt that you can spam over and over again to annoy your opponent? That seems to be Boxy's current strategy.
That's all you can do, pretty much.
In the meantime, he's just going to be watching the Death Prophet get some CS. Misery's going to be playing behind Zibe here in the Puck Beastmaster lane. It's another 4-position Puck, which feels like is coming back a bit. Whether it's through Liquid themselves, playing it as sort of a 3 mixed with a greedier 4, like they did with Taiga and the Sand King lane, is what they tried to do. You can see Boxy's really getting beaten up in this mid lane matchup, though, right now.
So he might get the levels, but I don't think Boxy will get that much farm in this lane, and it's gonna get harder as soon as that Prophet gets a second null tally. Oh my god, we just got word from production. The servers crashed for the 4th time. No, they're not. I'm kidding. I don't know what this cost is for.
That's messed up, Lacoste. You're a bad man.
Imagine if it happens. Like, it has something to do... Yo, these 2 teams cannot play against each other.
Which is not allowed. You can't mix Liquid with 5 men.
Yeah.
It just gets too hot. All right. Okay, just a momentary pause. So interesting note, Boxy, who is playing the mid lane, Boxy's actually a pretty proficient mid laner himself. He has a pretty interesting off lane style, and maybe that's some of that comes down to how he is in the mid lane. Ultra aggressive. I actually, during the DreamHack Major, Na'Vi and Liquid are matching up against each other, and they decided to have a little 1v1. Zibe, hold up.
Zibe's dead.
Yeah, he's just going to get run down. That's going to be your first blood, and he eats the board. Just the +1 there for Koifa.
I don't think this top lane's putting much pressure, especially the way they set up the lanes. Doom's just going to eat the board. Puck has position 4. Like, he doesn't do as much as Rubik. Rubik just feels like one of the best position 4s at the moment. So 10-5 against A3. Boxy still holding up, but it's going to become much harder. I also want to see what kind of item he's going to go for. Like, can he actually get the bottle? If he gets the bottle, oh, he's still 300 gold away from it. Might need to bring some extra regen. Chessy just continues to pressure him.
Don't be angry.
Nice deny there. Chessy may have to burn through that healing cell. But yeah, Boxy played up a 1v1 against Magical back when he was on Na'Vi. TA versus TA matchup, and Boxy actually walked away with the winner. He managed to get the kill on Magical. It was apparently a really close one-on-one, but he managed to do it.
Yeah, love me those same heroes mid, 1 versus 1 best of 3s. You said TA against TA?
Yeah, that's a Magical hero too. Zibe in some trouble here, is gonna die again, and you're absolutely right, Lacoste. This is just not the matchup that I think they were hoping it to be. What about the other side of things, though? Because I feel like Spectre's not gonna be too happy with her lane.
Yeah, she's sitting at the 10 CS. Luna pretty much free farming. They already have the sticks in this lane against the Shadow Demon, of course, so every single time you get a charge, it's more mana to use the Lucent Beam. I mean, Spectre, usually you see her on the safe lane, so she gets the extra regen from the tower and the armor as well. Even though her base regen is high, still the pressure from Warlock and Luna is... Like, they might need to switch the lanes at one point, because top
Yeah.
lane is just a disaster for 5 men.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, who's going to break first? Is it going to be Mickey being like, okay, Koifa, you got your farm. I hope you're happy, but, like, we need to switch things up because I'm suffering a bit. Or if it's going to be Zibe and just be like, this lane is hell. I can't get anything done. Please, can we switcheroo?
They even have Ring of Bassi in this lane for extra spamming. You use Fatal Bonds on a creep wave. Look at Mickey. Just
got
using
courage.
Dagger defensively.
Boxy. Does he have a swashbuckle? Looks like he doesn't want to blow it just yet. He's just going to die. Jesse. Big kill there. At the same time, Taiga did manage to kill Pylai Die, as I believe Mickey was spamming him with daggers the entire time. So it looks like Taiga just found an opening, got the kill. I got a chance to play with Mickey a little bit, and let me say that he is one of the most malleable cores that I've ever played with in my life. He just seems to effortlessly just be like, whatever mistakes I make, he just kind of like works around it, you know? Like, I rotate to the wrong side of the map, no worries. He heads to the other side, he'll pick it up. He seems like a player who is able to, unlike most carries, is able to deal with kind of a crap lane.
And that's very rare in Dota, having a player like that. Zibe will TP out back to tier 1 tower. He also has a point in the Axis. Interesting. I'm not sure why. Usually we don't see that. Like, you want to max out your aura, especially when you have a lineup like this. Luna in the team. That Prophet, you want to be pushing for objectives.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. And just the one level at that, like, I wonder if it was like some sort of range creep CS or something.
You just got it to get last hit on 1 CS, that's it. You're not going to use it ever again. Now, maybe he's preparing for once Ruby gets level 6, so then he can't steal the Boar, Hawk, or the ulti. Okay, maybe that's it, because I don't see the reason why he would actually get it.
Yeah.
But then if you wanted to go for it, you just get it on level 5. Nah, this is the build, actually, because you want to have 3 points in Board, 3 points in Hawk,
Yeah.
and then have 1-3-1.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Or maybe he just misclicked.
Well, if 5 men do manage to come out on top of Liquid, maybe we'll get that chance to hear from them in the interview. We're going to see Ace get gone on with the disruption. A lot of Shadow Poison stacks here. They get the 5th one. It's going to be a decent amount of damage with the dagger too, but looks like it's probably not enough here. Oh, okay. Taiga misread that situation. Tried to go for the TP out. Instantly denied by Ace.
It's such a low cooldown on that ability. Like, you feel, I might be able to TP out, it doesn't happen. That Prophet getting drums as a first item, interesting. I think we talked about it on the panel a couple of times. Like, what do you buy with the first 1,500 gold? Boxy, no point in silence.
And just gonna roll on out of there.
They see me rolling, they don't care, because I'm not doing anything with it. That's a big stack.
Yeah, you'll get Ocean Heart out of it. Not too bad for the mid laner, and melee mid laner at that, who's probably going to be spending a lot of time in that river.
This item is only good if you get it at 7-minute mark. If you get it anything after that, it just, you don't get much value out of it.
I remember we had this discussion last time we casted, and I'm like, I like it. Granted, I play a bunch of 4 positions that roam around the map, clockworks and such, but
if you see someone standing in the river, you know, you don't have to pause the game to think that your teammate is AFK. Maybe he's just regioning with the Ocean Heart.
Yeah.
Doom is level 6, and he has a Ghost. Some extra slow to slow them down, and he's chasing. Also, he got the drums, even though drums got nerfed. 2 less stats on the item, still very good. And they find Faded Brooch. Like, this is the item you want to get on your Doom.
All that extra movement speed helps out his mana issues. They're going to put that first Doom to use here. See if the deny goes off. I see Zibe nearby. Looks like he tried to go for it with the boars, but too much damage too quickly. And, well, he just plays a little bit back and lets the creep wave push in because of the Scorched Earth.
I'm pretty sure Misery is saying right now, guys, they don't have a Doom. This is good. I died, but deep down inside, he's like, man, I hate this guy. He should have not used Doom on me.
Never again. Never play with Quaitha again. What are we going to be seeing from Boxy's mid-Pango build, by the way?
I think he's just playing the mid lane, so the Doom has a much better game. That's the only reason. So we might see like the classic offlaner style.
Yeah, just pick up a Vlad's at some point. I was just curious because he got 1,300 gold right now, and it seems like even he doesn't quite know what to do. If he wanted an early Javelin, try and take advantage of the extra bit of farm he got, he would have bought it already.
There's a lot of magical damage from 5 men. Maybe just tank up, like getting Lotus Orb at one point. Vlad's Hood is the item build in my opinion.
Really fast move coming in here. The Spectre ult's going to go off, but they're going to head right into a Golem. But with a roll in from Boxy, he's going to be able to disrupt things a little bit. They should be able to finish off Zibe here. Chessie, though, can still play into this, especially with the Spirit Siphon charges he still has up. Boxy staying on top of him here, but he has to back away from this Golem. It does too much damage.
So 5 men will not get too much out of this first DP ulti. I mean, they got the Doom, but that's pretty much it. No tower damage whatsoever, and they're using the Glyph, so no damage will be done.
Boxy trying to get away here, silenced up. Chessie on the run here. Swashbuckle back, and it's just the haste of Misery that could keep up.
Big stack. Whenever I see someone having like 2,000 gold and he's not spending it, I'm afraid that he's gonna get something like Boots of Travel or Hand of Might.
If you're sitting on that much gold, you must be thinking about some sort of greedy item. Mech, okay, not greedy at all. Full out team fight. He's gonna go just the normal offlane build as you suggested. Just try and get some team fight and sustain items for the boys. Guardian Greaves, pretty value here. I mean, they're gonna have to, there's going to be this constant problem of the silences coming out from 5 men, both from the Death Prophet and the Puck.
Still playing with the Catapult, putting some pressure. How's Taiga doing? He's level 5 Shadow Demon, 11 minutes in, so no ulti yet. Also not putting any skill points in Soul Catcher, interesting. Like, it depends. You're playing a position 4 Shadow Demon, so you want to have that Shadow Poison. I've seen position 5 Shadow Demons when solo plays it, does not even get it. He just goes 4-4-0. But in this situation, you're also playing against Luna, so you want to have Disruption maxed out.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe if you had like, if you had a Tiny Core or something that works a little bit more off of burst damage, the Disruption may have considered that, but I think you're right on the point. Taiga, he'll start making himself some more stacks here.
Oh, that's a triple stack.
Ooh, delicious. 13 stacks already from Team Liquid. I feel like they're the team that may stack the most in the European League. It's kind of crazy how much they just constantly pay attention to that.
Posted it, and I think they're not even in top 3. But
really?
Yeah, I think so. But they for sure stack quite a lot compared to some other teams. You know, they really love to fall back onto those stacks, even if things are not going well in the laning stage. You just have something to do at any time in the game.
So, you remember who #1 is?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Maybe production can check the stats and give it to us if they have the info and technology.
Oh,
First
no!
Roar.
A roar out onto an illusion. Mickey, he's going to have to give up this tower. Oh. A TP in from Insania. That's a bit curious. I thought they were definitely just giving up this tower. It looks like they still want to fight over this area, even with the tower gone, because you've got this 3-man smoke cutting through the river, looking to be able to sandwich 5 men in. See if they can catch him out. Already slowing down Ace, but look at a Golem coming in with the Fatal Bond. The Eclipse going down, and they have to retreat immediately. Try and get rid of some of this damage. The Rolling Thunder does manage to go off, but he's got to just roll the hell on out of here, because that was a disaster of a team fight for Team Liquid. It did cost 5 men a lot. They've blown Exorcism, Golem, and now Eclipse.
Yeah. What happened in the previous fight? They used 2 or 3 ultis just to get 1 kill, but pretty even game. They just show that their team fight is much, much stronger than Team Liquid's right now. Like, you have Puck, there's not gonna be any BKBs anytime soon. You have Luna, a lot of magical damage plus DP. They have actually 5 long cooldowns inside of 5 men, but if they can cycle them, they can still keep fighting even, you know, without having all 5.
Yeah, and we've seen Liquid abuse long cooldowns before, but we'll see if they're able to pull it off here against 5 men who, I mean, if they have all their abilities up, like, it just feels like 100% they have the superior team fight. If they have abilities up, then it seems like it's going to come entirely down to Liquid's initiation, right? If they get a good Pango roll in, get a good Doom off on somebody before any ults go out.
I'm afraid for Pangolier. Like, he's playing into Puck Coil, 2 silences, Beastmaster Roar, and the Rock. So they have 2 abilities that go through magic immunity. He's going straight for Guardian Greaves just to tank things up and have a dispel for himself against those silences and Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, that's super awkward, right? Against the silences, you feel like you have to Rolling Thunder a lot more conservatively. But if you do so, it just means the team sees you coming, and then you're just an easy target for that Roar. So you're not going to get on top of anybody, very likely. It's quite the conundrum he's going to be in. Ooh, look at this run in onto Ace. This is a really big kill if they can get it. Slow him down with the Purge, with the Rolling Thunder, bouncing back and forth. Should be an easy pickup with the last
stick.
Poison. Oh no, Liquid. A bungle and a half. What was that?
Insania just went away. He did not want to use another beam. I guess he did not want to secure the kill.
Liquid coming in hot and heavy. Coming for 5 men. Zibe, he's going to be the target here of a quick sandwich there from Liquid. Just an easy kill. Nothing really big expended, though. Gotta respect the little things still. Lacoste is now we're gonna use something a little bit bigger. Both the coil and the exorcism gonna go off here onto, and he snaps the coil. Mickey, he was dead one way or another, so he pretty much hangs himself on the own rope that he let out.
Now with the exorcism going, it's a level 2 exorcism, so the spirits or the ghosts double, so that's kind of a pretty big deal, and they also have a catapult to push things in.
And it looks like we might just be able to get this off-lane tier 1, 100-0, without any response.
5 man needs to plant some aggressive vision on the enemy side of the map. Right now they only have 1 ward in the river and 1 on their side, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, I want to see a smoke when their ultis are up and just try to plant the wards, get the fight going on.
Yeah, I like the fact you pointed out they have no offensive vision right now. Because Liquid, most likely, whenever they see these ultimates used, it's like, okay, it's a nice smoke timing, you know? And if you have that aggressive vision, you're more likely to be able to sniff that out. But it seems like Liquid are more so are just playing for late game at this point in time, just continually stacking up neutrals, trying to prevent the loss of towers, and trying to get everybody big, because they can't really fight until they have their BKBs.
Yeah, they really can't.
They've already got 1. That's going to be on the Doom. I say 1. That's probably the only BKB we're going to be seeing as the other 2 cars are Pango and Spectre.
Yeah, these heroes don't really buy BKB. Spectre buys 1 when she's playing against Viper. There's no Viper in this game, no point to buy it. And I love this build on like your position 4s or 5s when one of those get Veil. Increasing magical damage with the Puck, Luna, Fatal Bonds, it's insanely good.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Super value as well with the support that can initiate the fight as well, so you get it off at the very start. He's going to jump in, coil, pop the Veil, and then everyone's just going to rain hell inside of that little circle. Liquid, Koifa boosting on in, see if he can find somebody, but they're all gone. So Liquid might just be able to get this freebie here. But similarly to Liquid, 5 men are thinking about trying to re-engage even after their tower is dead. See if they can catch Liquid off guard.
The cavalry has arrived.
No such luck though. Liquid playing that far right side. Also, Doom usually being the one between... Uh-oh. Now they did just kind of loosen up a little bit. Now 5 men, they're going to plow right in. They're going to be able to catch the Spectre here. Once again, Foil Exorcism, and they're going to use the Golem here. That is heavy commitment to make sure Mickey does go down.
Insania steals Exorcism, TP's back to the base straight away, but, you know, that's your position 5.
Yeah.
Rubik, if they see that Exorcism, like, they're just gonna burst him down, no doubt about it. He is sitting on less than 1000 HP. Not a single item going for Ether Lance, I believe. So nothing that he can take care of himself.
3 big ultimates used. Liquid not afraid to fight back against 5 men as they entreat into the jungle.
And I love this build on Warlock. 2-2-4, Upheaval is his strongest spell. No doubt about it. If you think differently, you're wrong. Because this spell, you know, especially in some clutch areas around the Roche pit, like you can just change the whole fight, and you don't get the talent, especially if you're not maxing out your Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, Upheaval is just, it's kind of one of those crazy abilities that people are like, yeah, it's good, but, you know, of course, I'm using my Shadow Word early on, so I want that maxed out. Or, oh, look at all the damage that Fatal Bonds could do. But Upheaval straight up wins fights for you. May not be the flashiest, but...
Especially if the team does not have mobile heroes or BKB builders, and they only have one BKB, as we already mentioned.
And it's certainly going to be real tough for the supports, especially, to be able to play around that. Smoke up here. Not waiting for the Blink Dagger on Koifa, even though he is close. They could use that extra initiation. Nope. Disruption into the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be a pretty nice chain stun that should result in a kill. And with that Exorcism usage, they might be able to just blitz down this mid tower nice and quick before 5 men has a response.
I love that Insania just uses ulti. He understands that he's very fragile, so, you know, let's just push the tower. They got a kill on position 4 Puck. And that Puck is getting close to Aghanim Scepter. He's just 2 components away. What triggers me is having that Ring of Regen and just a casual circlet, not upgrading those.
Yeah, just that is the ultimate support efficiency there. When you're going for the big item, and you're like, once I finish all the components of this big item, I'll have a slot left, and I can put that circlet back in and then build it into something. Or who knows, maybe it's his rainy day fund, you know? He gets a little bit short of the Aghanim Scepter, or Liquid's about to run down your mid lane. Time to sell it all.
And we discussed about Shadow Demon's build, and yeah, he went for that 4-0-4 build with the ulti and the talent. Also, Etherland's cast range, Shadow Demon's insanely good. So lower cooldown, more damage on Disruption if you use it on Luna. Seems like they just want to get the Roche.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's went Etherland's Blink Dagger too. It's so important to get on top of this Luna at the start of a fight. At 5 men, currently only 4 inside of the Roshan pit, but well disguised. Just being able to gang up on this Roshan, and Liquid will not have a response fast enough. Baiting out the haste rune, perhaps. Taiga gets the disruption, managed to haste himself away. Doom, meanwhile, jumping inside the pit, but did not manage to get either the Roshan or the Aegis.
Even without DP ulti, they can still try to go for tier 2 tower. 40 seconds without Doom. I mean, BKB, yeah, it's good, but still, there's 2 BKB piercing abilities in this game.
Yeah, this is the scary part of any Beastmaster lineup is going to give you good pushing power constantly. Boxy's going to roll in, though, starting off on Ace with the Disruption Illusions on him. This is looking real bad for the carry of 5 men. They're going to lose their Aegis right away underneath the tier 2. Here come the rest of 5 men, though. They need to be able to bail out their carry. Ace knows there is no BKB piercing disables with the Doom still dead.
Very bad positioning coming out from 5 men where they were pretty split. There was no DP ulti, no roar, so they need to be playing more carefully and play around the Warlock's Golem, try to protect him.
Yeah,
Liquid did an extremely good job, you know, just jumping on top of him with the Boxy. He understands that he either forces him to use a rock on himself, which is not super efficient, or he just dies before.
Running into him. Oh, he managed to get the Centaur stomp before Misery could respond. He doesn't want to blow the Doom, but he finally realizes they're just not going to have the damage without it. And Misery says, Koifa, you son of a bitch.
Well enough.
Second time here. 9 kills for Team Liquid, but down 2,000 net worth against 5 men. As you could see, a lot of that is on the Luna. She's getting really big.
She's big, but, you know, she's playing into Shadow Demon, which means as you're getting stronger, so is Shadow Demon. And I want to see the big brain plays coming out from Taiga. I've seen him do it before, where he just uses illusion to get the bait. Same goes when you have illusion escape. Try to make illusion on one of your teammates, even on yourself, because he is the highest primarily target, actually, to take out before the fight starts.
Yeah, just kind of like position it somewhere down the lane, see if they make some sort of coil initiation or something. Anything to burn through those long cooldowns would be very valuable. There's the Blink Dagger for Taiga. And Sania also getting a good amount of farm. You see the supports, they're getting so much farm because they're taking a lot of the lane. They're actually pushing out the lanes while because their supports are playing so heavily around all of these neutral stacks. And they just sort of wait for 5 men to come to them.
Mickey with the crown did not upgrade it, you know, just showing who the king is.
Now the question is he wearing the crown or keeping it in his backpack?
It's in the inventory, so he's wearing it.
Good, good. Got to keep it visible.
If it's in the backpack, you're king's heir, right?
Yeah. That makes sense to me. Scotty almost done. Well, about halfway through, let's say, for the Spectre. Need a bit more. And it looks like 5 men, they're mounting up here. See if they can bring Liquid to their knees before the Spectre gets a little bit too big.
I see a lot of green dots on the top of the map, a lot of sentries, but still no observer boards. I mean, they should be the one controlling the vision with the Hawk, with the Necro units. They just don't see that area of the map at all.
Okay. Haste Rune to make some use out of. Oh, these are going to be really big timings if they. Okay, there it is. Already the MKB for the Pango. The Butterfly is there for the Luna at the same time. So already kind of being countered by Boxy. But it's not like Boxy, I think, in a whole lot of fights is going to be manning up, right-clicking the Luna a lot of times. But he will put out some hefty damage with the Swashbuckle. Rotating down to the bottom lane behind Misery here. They see Mickey. He's been caught by the Hawk. He was hiding inside the trees, and Misery played dumb until the rest of his team could be there. What a beautiful pickoff.
I said they need to control the vision, but they are controlling the bottom area, and this is a pretty big kill. They can't get anything out of this. They can try to go for a tier 2 tower, but that's pretty much it. There's no Roche at the moment. Beastmaster wants to get a Crimson Guard as his next item. This is the item that we usually don't see. Maybe if there's like a Broodmother on the enemy team, if you have a mid laner that you have someone like a, let's say, a Centaur or Beastmaster, so you need to rush it. Oh, big initiation.
To go into the Fatal Bonds. They try and get off the Primal Roar. They're denied, but so too is the Rolling Thunder. Pioxy, he gets it off barely. And they do manage to run down Zibe here. They're fighting underneath this upheaval, but Koifa doesn't give a damn. He's got his BKB. He's big, bad, and he's coming for Ace. But Ace, he's going to fight back. The 5 men, they try and take on Liquid, but they are denied as Ace goes down. Can Jesse now come through and save this fight? Look at the counter upheaval from Insania. He's slowing down Jesse a bit by bit, letting the rest of his team run away, while he will be consumed, gobbled up by the ghosts.
So 2 for 2 trade. Liquid still chasing. Mick at full HP.
Another stomp. It catches Misery again before he can phase shift. He gets off the coil though, and Chessie, he still has the remnants of his ultimate. Misery is even surviving now. They get off the disruption, they finish off Misery, but the exorcism is doing so much damage to Mickey, and he can't get out. Lacoste, he can't get out. He's stuck. That upheaval, it wins you fights.
5 man just squeezing the life out of Team Liquid there. You know, I think they got overzealous with the Spectre. Like, they had 2 heroes, almost full HP. We can do this, but that Prophet ulti was used a bit late because she was not there at the start of the fight.
He's manning up right now, though. I don't think those 5 stacks will do enough, but it does force out the BKB from Chessie. So as you said, 5 men able to squeeze the life out of Liquid, almost getting that last drop, but Taiga did manage to slip away.
Yeah, barely got away. Taiga's doing so much work in these team fights. And I feel like they did not check the timer when Spectre's respawning. It looked pretty chaotic the way 5 men approach this team fight. Luna, they need to take care of Luna. They only have a Glimmer Cape, that's it. They need to be using on her if they get a good initiation from Liquid.
Yeah, the Satanic would do a lot of wonders for Ace, as so many times it feels like he's just kind of being run down. Fortunately, Chessie, they have this nice setup where they've got so much extra farm on both the Death Prophet and the Luna. They've kind of got 2 carries right now.
We can see the odds, 130, Team Liquid, 326 for 5 men. That's very surprising considering how this game is going. Full Aghanim Scepter on Puck, which means more coil duration. And I think Zibe is going for the correct item. We talked about that Crimson Guard. I think he's just preparing for right-click coming out from his own Luna.
Oh, okay. I was like thinking, you know, usually you see Crimson Guard on the other team against a Luna or a Gyrocopter or something like that. But yeah, that makes more sense. I could dig it. Can you dig it, Lacoste?
I can dig it, yeah. You know, sometimes you see an item, maybe you're too dumb to understand why he's doing it. I'm the one who, I think, talks the most about the items, and sometimes, you know, I flame people, but Zibe, I think, in this particular situation, he's doing an extremely good job, just staying one step ahead.
Yeah. Hey, there's the Scotty from the Spectre, so big upgrade in stats for her, as well as the fact that we've got now that healing reduction that's going to be placed on the Death Prophet, and even affect perhaps this Luna, and since she's building into the Satanic.
Misery has same amount of farm as the offlane Beastmaster, which is pretty insane. I think 5 men, they just wait for Satanic and then take a fight. Like, it's like having a secondary life once you have that item, and they're very limited on the lockdown on side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, or maybe even a tertiary fight, as they could pick up the Aegis as well and be stacked to gills on lives on Luna. Ooh, an Aghanim Scepter for the Rubik. All right, so what are all the sick plays we can make here? Grab, Coil would be obviously really, really good, as would be Eclipse.
Wait, how did he farm Aghanim Scepter?
Yeah.
He had Ether Lens like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and he was like, I guess I'll get a Blink Dagger in 5 minutes. All of a sudden, Aghanim Scepter.
Plus a Telescope. This is the dream position 5 Rubik game.
It really is. Liquid. Koifa. It's a little bit of deja vu. He's going to go into the pits as they're doing it.
He has buyback.
You saw Taiga? He thought about the disruption, decided against it with a buyback coming in, though. They're going to try and get on top. The Warlock does manage to get off his ultimate right before he goes down to the Spectre. But now this Rolling Thunder, it is stunning up Misery, and they're doing a lot of damage to Ace as well. They can finish off Ace and be really big. They throw their Doom at him. Looks like they're going to be able to chase him down pretty easily. Now comes down to Chessie to be able to win this fight out with the Exorcism, as Taiga cuts off Ace to make sure there's no chance in hell that he is getting out. To hell he will go. 2 people dead. Chessie with the TP out, the BKB. Ooh, he timed that just perfectly. There was a quarter second left of that BKB.
So they blow 2 big ultis, and the DP's ultis was already running inside the Roche pit. Great bait from Koiko. He understands,
Yeah.
like, I might be, you know, this carry Doom. I'm going in. I have a buyback. There's still a tier 2 tower to TP to. I'm going to do it. So they used 2 big ultis just to get rid of Doom, and Team Liquid, once again, they approach a team fight properly from the proper angle.
Yeah, Taiga even thought about disrupting up the Doom in that fight, and he was like, no.
Screw it.
Yeah, just let him buy back and let me focus on the Luna instead. Yeah, just a really well put together team fight from Liquid, and it only takes 1. I think that's the scary part, is like once Liquid do win 1 team fight, you get this sick feeling in your stomach if you're 5 men. where you're like, oh god, we lost one team fight against the Spectre. What is the next one gonna look like, you know?
Pay attention, boys and girls. Mickey just bought a dust for himself, so he wants to be able to jump on Warlock. He's putting that crown in the backpack. What a king.
What a king indeed. Make sure he doesn't drop it. Ooh, an Aghanim Scepter for the Shadow Demon. Jesus. These supports are actually getting so much farm on the side of Liquid, and they're going to be really impactful with it, too.
Multiple charges, break against Luna.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good.
Yeah, this is going to be really nice. And it's up to 5 men. They can no longer let Liquid get that initiation. They can no longer allow them to start the fights. They need to be able to get on top of Liquid right away. Telekinesis, push back, Guardian Greaves off the Silence here, trying to get on top though. A Silence comes in from the Death Prophet, but Boxy's just fighting it out here underneath the Exorcism. Meanwhile, he's trying to chase down the supports. It's Chessie. He might be able to get Insania. The Disruption's going to be able to buy him a little bit of time. The Primal Roar out onto Taiga as well. Turn around, Primal Roar out from Insania is going to be able to stall up Chessie while the cores of Liquid are pushing forward, trying to also go for the back line, but the Warlock, it's slowing him down so much. That damn upheaval, Mickey says enough with it. They managed to bring him down. Chessie still had free reign. Both sides are like, screw the supports. That's what they focused on. Fortunately, Ace was able to get away because of the sacrifice from Pylai die.
5 men, they want to kill Taiga first. Shadow Demon, he's doing so much, but if they can also bring Doom down before he can get the ult off, then their Luna is going to have a good time. Every single time he just goes on her. Like, that's the target for Koikwa in this game. He's not too afraid of Puck. Dead Prophet just wants to take out Luna so she can't use the items.
Now the net worth dead even. Ashiva's up for Koifa. That's going to be a very big armor item. More healing reduction there as well. Are you, at this point, Lacoste, how would you evaluate this game, percentage-wise, between these two teams? Do you think it's even like the net worth is, or do you still feel like an advantage because the 5 men's, like, I mean, they still have crazy good team fight potential, right?
For sure, but now looking how this game developed, score pretty even, net worth pretty even as well. I'd still favor Team Liquid at the moment, 70-30 my guess.
Just because the Spectre is getting big enough now, right?
Spectre's, you know, she's got level 20 talent, extra HP, has a full Scotty. They also have Shiva's Guard, so that healing coming out from Warlock, Dead Prophet, Luna Satanic. It's really not going to be that great.
And once he gets out of... Oh, God. I had to play against this the other day. Abyssal Blade, Spectre with the dust always on him. You're just dead as a fight position. Every single hunt, he's going to pop it. He's going to jump you. You think, oh, Glimmer Cape, he dust.
Yeah, but the Magic Wand, like... This is something that top tier carry does. Like Miracle's also the one that has the dust in his backpack, understands that, you know, your support as position, let's say Rubik and Shadow Demon, they're not in the front lines. They can't use the dust. It does not reach Warlock, who's also sitting in the back lines.
Yep. Meanwhile, that Spectre, she can just get right in there on 5 men, and we're gonna have some tier 4 items. Okay, some important pickups. What would be really big for either side?
What would be big?
I think Timeless Relic on like Puck is pretty insane.
It is. For now, he's just holding.
Oh, they're going to try and catch Boxy here. Speaking of that, there goes the initiation from the Spectre. At the same time, Disruption to be able to bail Boxy out. Koifa gets in there with a BKB. Can't get off the Doom, though. A really good roar out. He's surrounded by the Exorcism. Koifa will finally get off the Doom, but he has to run away. The Exorcism Ghosts are chasing him, but Mickey, he's focusing on this Death Prophet. No, he's not. He's supposed to get on Ace instead. While Boxy deals with the Death Prophet, they are just getting wiped out. Liquid are heating up, and now they're going to be able to, very hot Liquid is just going to inject into the side of 5 men with 4 dead, no buybacks. They're just going to go straight through, penetrate the tier 3. They could even go potentially for the full thing here, Lacrosse.
Yeah, they can actually try to go and end the game. Spectre's level 24. This is not the greatest initiation. They try to go for Doom, did not bring him from 100 to 0 in a second. Also, sorry, Penguin. They also used the Warlock ulti on top of that. Doom still got the ulti off. Luna, I did not see Luna using ulti in quite some time. Most of the time she was just doomed. She has buyback, but I don't think you want to buyback here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Like, if you buyback, you die. The game is just straight up over. You don't have damage.
Yep. And Liquid, if they're not going to go for the throne, if they're just going to go for the 2 lanes of barracks, that's fine. You still have the tier 2 up at top, but it is looking like a dismal affair either way for 5 men. Oh, Boxy going to make sure they catch Misery as he tries to jump out a little bit outside the base to clean up some creeps.
Misery is extremely farmed, and I think it gives him false sense of security that, you know, he can do all this stuff, but he does not have a defensive item. It's just the Blink Dagger phase shift. So 2 set of barracks. Next Roche may respawn in a minute and a half.
Okay, that's pretty much the last stand there for 5 men. They have to be able to fight Liquid around that Roshan pit and get themselves Aegis Cheese. And then this will be the 3rd Roshan, right? So Refresher or Aghanim Scepter?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, that's the 3rd one. I just saw Kyle entering and my IQ lowered by 50, so I couldn't.
All right, I'll try and
question.
speak a little bit slower for you. So 5 men, game good or bad?
5 men, bad game at the moment.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
Radiant are scanning.
Here's the Abyssal Blade. I also saw Aeon Disc. I'm presuming that was Liquid.
Taiga, I believe.
Okay.
He had one queued up.
Okay.
Divine Rapier queued up on Lina. Still needs 2.5k gold. I mean, this is the play that you need to go for. Otherwise, like, you need to risk it.
You got to go in for the all-in play with Roshan. If you can get Divine Rapier and the Aegis, then anything's possible from there. Liquid. Disappear from the map. Smoked up. You're going to head into the Roshan territory here. Oh, there's a tier 4 item. Can't leave that behind. That's going to be a Timeless Relic for Insania. No, they gave it to Taiga. They have... so they actually don't have any vision on this side. Liquid, what they do is they have the Spectre show in lane while the rest of the team is playing around this Roche pit.
This Spangler is massive. Level 25 Radiance, Octarine Core, Witless Shackle, 4,000 HP. Like, I don't think they can kill him.
He's proved to be a lot tankier than I expected in these team fights. You know, he just like is standing there so often against the Death Prophet underneath this Exorcism, and he just is able to tank so much. Granted, Witless Shackle does amazing things for you, but even before he had that item, he was able to go and be the focus of a lot of attention from 5 men without going down.
Puck going for Aghanim Scepter. They're very close to that Divine Rapier, but they don't have it. And the Refresher. This is the last set of barracks. Zibbe with the wraparound. Wants to get a good jump on Shadow Demon.
And they just kind of poke. Take the tier 2. They're going to back up now. Zibbe's positioning. Sadly, he will not be able to make use of it here. Do they have another smoke is the question for me for 5 men. Because I don't think they can give up this Roche, right?
I mean, they get the Roche. You just lose the game. And it's also Aghanim Scepter.
They're rushing in fast. Mickey, they're actually going to stop doing Roshan here. They're not going to overcommit for it. Make sure they don't get caught inside the pit where Golem and Upheaval would be massive chets. He's going to pop it. He's level 25 as well, so with that haste, he's going to be able to run down a lot of heroes. They turn around, Flammerroar out onto him. The Aeon Disc popping out of Taiga is going to allow him to disengage, and all of a sudden this Death Prophet, she's taking so much damage, and Mickey has already cleaned up the Warlock as well. Now he's going to come in, finish off the 5 men. They do have the buyback on Ace, but it looks like very few others as just not getting the chance to fight around the Roshan pit like they really wanted to. Liquid very smartly popping out, taking a much more even fight for themselves and making use of that gigantic net worth lead that they have now.
I think you just call this game, even though you have Luna, you know, very close to Divine Rapier, Misery buying back, last set of racks standing. Another buyback from Luna. One more fight, but without two heroes, it's gonna be tough.
Oh, there goes the Eclipse, but you can see Boxy quickly shakes it off, is able to swashbuckle out. They'll finish off this Megas here. The repair kits only slowing things down. The 5-man base about to take a pounding, and 5 men, not much they can do to stand up to it.
I mean, when it's time to call it, it's time to call it.
That's my favorite Lacoste quote.
It is.
It is indeed time to call it. That's what 5 men do. Game 1, they give in.
It's just a much better execution coming out from Team Liquid in this one. You know, Spectre using ulti, having that Dusk, finding Warlock, and I did not see Luna using ulti in the last like 3 or 4 fights at all.
Yeah. And it didn't really, even when like some of the times we did see it, it didn't feel super effective. I don't know if it was just because there's too much stuff out in the field because the Spectre ult, or if the heroes just got too tanky. But if anything, it felt like 5 men, it just went a little long for them, right?
Yeah.
It felt like they kind of missed their timing.
Oh, for sure. 5 men filled the holes in the draft with the last pick nicely, but, you know, it didn't work out. I think the execution of their draft, they misused the ultis a couple of times, which kind of cost them the game. And I mean, Team Liquid played amazing, like their positioning and Taiga and Shadow Demon. I still feel like this hero is insanely good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a Goldilocks situation, right? Like you don't want to try and finish up too early, but you don't want to go too long either. And 5 men ultimately was not able to find that sweet spot, but maybe they will be able to going into game 2. So we have a full best of 3 ahead of ourselves. Off to the panel.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sir Capitalist and Sir Lacoste. I was thinking of a different title and I couldn't think of one fast enough. But what can you do?
Duke.
Monsieur Duke Lacoste and Monsieur Capitalist.
There you go.
Thank you so much. From my panel, always there to support and help. But can you help me understand what happened in that game? That was one of the biggest Pangoliers I've ever seen. This is a hero that we've seen sometimes not do well, especially against dudes like Doom, stuff like that.
Pangoliers can get
I know.
big.
I'm saying in the meta, guys like Doom, very popular heroes.
Gotcha.
Jesus.
Gotcha.
I was just you were there to help,
you.
and he just instantly go for the throat.
I was testing you.
I'm kidding. But Boggs, can we talk about that? A Pango with a Radiance. Why did he do so well in this game when he's been having a rough time in this entire tournament?
I think he just played it really well, and I think they had a really good supporting cast with it. I mean, he was versus a lot of counters, right? He's versus like this Beastmaster, this Death Prophet that can just like burst him down on that. Even the Puck at some point too with the coil can be very annoying and very disruptive, but I mean, Boxy played like a beast.
Yep,
I liked his build. He went for this very tanky thing, and he went for this talent that. Sorry, Kyle. He went for a talent that not everybody goes for anymore, but it's still kind of common, of course. It's like either you do the extra rolling thunder timing or you get the shield crash talent. Shield crash talent did work. Yeah. He was actually getting like 4-man shield crash in fights, and he was standing there just hitting Death Prophet with 72% reduction. So it was. I mean, he just played it. He played it super well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
shame.
Itemization was, I thought, excellent from both sides too. I think that Boxy going for the Greaves was pretty instrumental to his team's victory because it let Koifa go for the double armor item, the Shiva's AC, and he needed a BKB on the Doom as well. And ultimately, I think Liquid's draft, if you just look at it, it's Doom, Spectre, Pango is huge. They're going to win this game eventually. I think 5 men, if you're going to take this game, you had to try to finish it earlier. You had to get some sort of Roche play into GG high ground push. But as Fogg was saying backstage, these 2 supports on Liquid were enormous. Taiga had some insane, or Insania had some insane steals. And the Shadow Demon is just so fat. Like, if the Luna runs up a little too far trying to siege, you get disrupted and ulted. Like, you just actually die to yourself.
Yeah, and it's like the way now, I actually think Shadow Demon, once games get later and later, this hero gets just absolutely terrifying because you're one of the few heroes that gives a break mechanic. Not only one, but you have 3. Yeah. Because you get your Aghanims, you have 3 Demonic Purges, and the damage pierces BKB now. Yeah. So I actually saw in the last fight, Chessie runs in, he BKBs, he's siphoning everybody, he gets put under, he gets triple purged, and just dies from full HP to the Shadow Demon. I think just the SD killed him there, actually.
Yeah.
Gracious.
And in addition,
it prevents Aeon distance too.
Disruption is also, like, think of the Grimstroke ult and how strong that is, right? Yeah. Disruption is that on a really small cooldown, and you get 2 of them.
Wow.
Yes.
That is good. What if you disrupt during a Grimstroke ult? Do they just instantly die?
No, then you get 4.
My God.
No, I think though that there's a big timing, like Kyle was mentioning. this is the fight actually where you see watch Chelsea's health. Look, the Shadow Demon not getting, or that Prophet's not getting hit by anybody, but look what kills him. He gets hit by like a Lucent Beam, but then just pops. That's just Shadow Demon purges plus the Soul Catcher on him.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything to prevent it. It dispels Aeon Disc instantly. It dispels like anything because it's constant dispels.
Yeah, we were commenting. The item build from Chelsea was great.
Yeah.
You know, I was ready to criticize him if he bought this Yules because it's just worthless against SD. But he goes for the drums, BKB Octarine. Like, he goes the right items.
Yeah.
But to Fog's point, like, there is no counterplay. And that's a mechanic in Dota that I think is still pretty underrated. Like, there's very limited methods of break. I thought the big mistake from 5men in the drafting phase was 4th picking Beastmaster. Viper then gets banned out. If you take the Viper, you have your own break. You have your own real answer to the Spectre. Instead, you're forced into this last pick that ultimately doesn't matter because if the game goes late enough, Liquid will win.
Yeah, I think there's so many different things that actually attribute to these wins too. Because I heard Lacoste actually mention at the end there. He's like, I thought we didn't see a lot of eclipses in the game, but there's like it's a really tough game to actually do so with it, right? Spectre pops Haunt. There's a billion illusions all over the place. Eclipse doesn't do anything. There's a Rubik that can steal it from you. There's just a lot. It's a really tough game for Ace as it continues going on because he just has, in the back of your mind, just like, oh God, I got Shadow Demon disrupted. My own illusions are killing me. Oh God, I'm ulted by this SD. There's just so many different things. So it just gets to a point where their draft is just too strong.
It's funny to me though that Misery, you know, obviously captain for 5men, goes back to his TI6 strategy. When in doubt, first 2 Luna.
Yeah, but I mean, Luna's been having such a rough time in the tournament as well, and not the most popular hero. We haven't seen a lot of wins from there, and I have to agree with Kyle, which is I know is very bad for my career, but
can't be worse than
Kyle. But at any rate, I don't know. The Luna seems to be this comfort pick that so many carry players go back to as like, oh, okay, I need something I'm good at.
Yeah,
I'm good at Luna, but it just doesn't seem good in this meta.
Remember talking to our TZ about that? I think it was TI8 or TI9. It's just like I want to say it wasn't Yang. It was either Ori, Paparazzi. It was because Paparazzi they just picked Luna twice in a matchup between I think it was like eHome and Vici, and you would have expected I think eHome to be the stronger team, and Papa they just first do Luna 2 games in a row.
Yep.
And she's like, hey, I guess it's the strat, and then EG did it the next day.
Yeah.
It's just that here, yeah, you probably said it best. Luna's just chill. It's a very chill hero. You just farm. Like you can't really. It's all about BKB timing and your farming patterns. It's like the carries carry. You remember Raicho from DWI?
For sure.
2009 Heroes of Newerth. He could play Dark Lady and Moon Queen. Moon Queen was Luna.
Yes.
Yes.
All of our Moon Queen fans in the chat, raise them up.
But
Moon Queen and Bubbles the Turtle, thank you so much.
Bubbles was dang.
For bringing that up for us. But yeah, so with this draft, what happened in this game? Was it mostly draft? I mean, the outplay was pretty significant from Liquid.
Outplay in the later stages. Yeah, I think they just hit a critical timing. I think, like Kyle mentioned, like 5men needed to force the issue a bit harder. As soon as Spectre got Scotty, that's when you felt, holy shit, the whole game is shifting because he's playing versus 2 ranged heroes. This item is incredibly broken versus those range heroes, and he's versus Death Prophet. So you reduce that healing. Same thing versus the Luna, who's probably relies on some type of healing versus all this damage that's coming out. So this item just breaks the game kind of in a way.
I think it's also something that we don't discuss too much, that it's been playing more and more of a role in these late game scenarios, is which team can utilize buybacks more effectively. If you look at that last fight, they kill Koifa, but think about how many spells they had to use. Buyback, he still has BKB, still has Doom, finds the Luna, kills her. So you have this scenario where 5men to win the fights, like if Luna buys back without you, like what does that do for your draft, right? Because when Luna's not there, you're just screwed, you're losing. Whereas to kill Spectre, to kill Doom, to kill Pangolier requires so many resources that you're not able to threaten the other heroes. So you kill one, they buy back immediately. You've lost the fight because you've had to use so much of your ammunition for ultimately nothing.
Right. And I think a big part of that we haven't touched on, and the last big thing I want to talk about is Warlock. Warlock was a pretty big part of that game that didn't come online for them, and we see that, though, as Kyle said. Like, once that rock is dropped, if you can survive that, it's kind of a worthless hero. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think it all just comes back to the same thing. It's like they just got too tanky. They got too big. It's like the long duration team fights actually just got better and better and better for them because your Exorcism starts wearing out. Luna's big damage starts to kind of wear down. Same thing for the Warlock. Even if you're Fatal Bond up, they just have so many different tools to deal with it. So
all right.
There's too tank.
Well, fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, I have questions about Han. We have both Han trash here. Now, this is a real question here. I find that humanity repeats their mistakes.
Oh,
you know?
God.
That sometimes we go down a road that we hope to not go down again. Han is a dead game.
Yes.
It very dead. And I want to know why. What happened?
I can
How
tell
did
you
it
why.
get buried?
Well, first off, we had a person that believed the Earth was 5,000 years old in charge of our balance and design.
That doesn't
team.
mean anything.
That means nothing to me.
It was very tough to get him to change his mind.
It
Okay,
means
okay.
okay.
I can see that
I guess,
a little bit.
sure.
If
Stubborn.
if carbon dating, never mind.
All right.
Never
Stubborn as a mule.
I don't want to go down.
Continue.
I don't want to go down that road. Basically, the Heroes of New Earth, we made the entire competitive community reliant on developer support, and then removed it.
Oh no.
We didn't know what would happen in the future, and ultimately it became impossible for organizations, players, or talent to really understand the direction of their lives, of their careers, right? Because while obviously S2 Games is their own motivation to, make a successful game, make money, etc., we have human concerns. And when you don't know if your game will be alive after, we had a World Finals in April every year, you didn't know if there would be another one. You didn't know if there would be a Han Tour Season 2, Season 3. Also, we didn't throw our finals in a basketball court. That should have been a highlight of my career, and instead it's voted the number 2 cringiest moment in all of esports.
I don't know about this.
When they panned, you don't remember when they panned around to the stadium? Is that one?
I need to know.
The original idea was we were going to have this grand final in Universal Studios. And the idea was it would have been really cool. We would have put all the players up in like a hotel, and the Disney parks have like a shuttle that takes you anywhere. We would have had the tournament there, would have been able to bring fans in. So it would have been like this cool, there weren't many Han fans, but if you wanted to come, do a vacation thing and there's a Han tournament, maybe that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Instead, we went to Vegas. Now, Vegas is cool and everything. However, there really isn't much to do other than gamble.
Sure.
And all of your players are underage.
Yeah.
So we didn't really have anything to do. We were just in, Las Vegas really isn't a very fun place. It's kind of depressing, really. It's just a kind of a testament. It's a monument to American consumerism, greed, and sin.
Speed it up.
Okay, Han, yes.
We did nothing. So instead we rented out the Hardwood Suite, which is this massive hotel room with a basketball court in it, and that's where we threw our finals with no crowd. S2 Games spent over $20,000 on water and soda because instead of just going to Costco down the street and bringing it in, they bought it all from the hotel. And what do you know? Hotels in Vegas, when you're staying in the most expensive suite, charge a pretty hefty price for tiny little bottles of water.
Oh my God.
The person in charge, I'll never forget, because this is the moment I realized I would hate. Okay, long story short.
Yeah, it's a long story already, but continue.
Preemptive karma, DreamHack winner 2 years previously. This person that was then in charge of Han Tour had had the shuttle that took us back from the after party. I had made some mistakes. There was a beverage called Kamikaze that I consumed too many of, and I ended up, for the only time in my entire life, I threw up in the shuttle. Specifically, this person.
Wow.
But 2 years later, this person was in charge of the entire event.
Okay.
Was on the phone the entire time, had absolutely nothing to do with it. The next day, after we were lambasted, not just in Han, but literally across the entire internet for having an awful event that, of course, my team won. It didn't even matter because it was just so embarrassing. But yeah, it's just on a date, the very expensive steakhouse, just not a care in the world. Just didn't care about the tournament.
Incredible.
So pretty much just not caring. That's what killed.
Not caring killed Han. I thought it was the cosmetics. Didn't things get crazy and wild? And
I thought so.
Oh, there was also that we didn't go free to play when Dota and League of Legends did, and they had this great idea to make more money by releasing heroes early access.
Early access.
So they made a new hero every
them.
2 weeks.
What?
Every 2 weeks, a new hero, but you could purchase early access to the one coming up in another 2 weeks. So you could spend $10 to get this hero.
Broken heroes
and
in MMR.
they would release them overpowered.
What?
So that you could pay to play them broken, and then when they were released for the world, they would nerf them back to normal.
And then they'd add abysmal cosmetics.
Hold on.
Like
but
baseball
could
Earthshaker.
you played these broken heroes like normal matchmaking?
Yes.
Was it like a normal school?
You could
It literally was
So
pay to win.
legitimately pay to win.
I thankfully had quit at that point, right when early access came out. I switched to Dota. I got my Dota queen. I was like, see you later, Han.
It was insane. And again, we tried to get it changed. They also removed, they removed sentry wards purchasable in the shop until 1 minute 30 seconds. Okay, and it literally took a cabal of all of the captains. Like it was like me, my nuts who used to play for Alliance, Insania.
Whoa, what?
Peter, PPD, I think.
Yeah, Insania.
Yeah,
PPD?
Yeah, we literally all had to come together and say, look, because they thought that the idea that you could unblock camps immediately in the game start was like broken.
Because jungle was kind of broken.
Yeah, but they just could have nerfed the jungle.
Yeah.
Very interesting. As we see, our panel loves it so much. This is we will actually be selling this entire Han segment as a sleep aid after the event. So go ahead and purchase it over on the WePlay store. Good night, my sweet peas.
Anyway,
I'm still going.
Long story short,
yes,
it took all 7 of us like explaining why it was dumb to watch the enemy support block our easy camp and have no counter. Like we couldn't do anything. And we're like, and it took all 7 of us talking to this guy that believed the Earth was 5,000 years old, saying, we need this changed, please. He's like, you all want this? Yes. Yes, we do.
All right.
Oh, okay, then guess we will. We had to live with that for a year and a half.
No more!
Right,
It's game time! Silence! I've made a terrible mistake that
really
I'll never
did.
make again. Thank
do
you
that
so
ever
much, everyone. I am not a fine host. Sheever would have never let that continue for more than 10 seconds. The draft is gone. Get us the hell out of here. Run! Go!
Early access, Jesus Christ.
Run for your life.
I cannot believe they did that.
No more.
Thank God I got my Dota key before all that.
Guys, Kyle's done. Kyle, guys.
Oh, Kyle's done talking. You can turn off your self-defense sleep mechanism.
Yeah.
Finally, he has stopped. And now it is time to start what we are truly all here for, the game. And as we saw last time, Liquid was able to overcome 5 men. The question is, will they be able to do it again as we jump into game number 2? And I think this was a little bit of a surprise to you guys on the draft panel. It seemed like you guys really liked the team fight draft that 5 men put together. What changed?
I wouldn't say it was necessarily like a surprise. It's like, for me, the critical threshold was Spectre hitting the Scotty. It just kind of screwed over everything about 5 men's lineup. So I just thought, for the odds to be 4-1, like, I'm like, 5 men's going to control the pace of this game. I think they're going to get off to an early lead, and if they can manage to snowball that into enough map momentum, should be a good game for them. But Team Liquid, they just weren't far enough behind by the time Spectre got that Scotty, and it was just too good of an item that game.
Those odds were crazy.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of crazy, 5 men, not necessarily a crazy first pick here with IO, but I do feel like AA hasn't been something that we've seen nearly as much to answer the IO. How do you feel about this, T-Guff?
Well, I think... hold up. Yeah, it's Liquid are one of the few teams actually running it in that position 5, of course, trying to be a little bit more aggressive in laning phase because it is a very obnoxious hero. And of course, it does cover you from the IO with the ultimate. So over, I think, yeah, it's a nice pick, it's a nice adjustment, and the current meta of just fight allows for it to play well.
Yeah, I think the problem with AA generally is that he's a 5 that on his own does nothing. Right?
Yeah,
He needs
true as
other
well.
heroes to set him up, to be picked in tandem with him. It's like with Oracle, yeah, you just pick a hero that gets saved. You know, with Warlock, you pick some team fight. It's like pretty straightforward. With AA, you specifically need like low cooldown stuns that aid him in doing his job because he just won't do it without any help.
Yeah, which is why we see 5 men with the second pick. They pick Arc Warden, you know, a hero that allowed them to best some of these other teams.
They've done way better with it than Luna.
Exactly. And it's like when you have an A on your team, it basically goes, okay, well, if we don't just all out win early on, it's just going to feel like a hard game to really play. And it's why when you look at the best teams in the world, they've always got like ways to push out waves to, you know, have vision control, etc. And AA as a hero doesn't really provide that. It's more just about that fight. Liquid as well, they cover themselves with upping that Slardar ban all the way to first phase, just so that they can flex this Doom going into that second phase of the draft into mid or to the offlane.
Yeah, I really like the Arc Warden pick, but it's going to be decided mainly by what these 3 bans are. I think Storm needs to be considered. He's like a Arc Warden counter that also pairs very well with Ancient Apparition. I think Arc Warden's really nice against Doom. The reason why I mentioned Slardar earlier being nice against Doom is because Doom likes to just walk into the fight, and any hero that either kills you along the way or makes you die faster, just like a Slardar, is very annoying for you to deal with. And Arc Warden's really good against these heroes that just walk in. They get double fluxed when he has his clone up, and you don't really... You're a hero that can operate at least 50% capacity while Doom is holding his Doom, right? You send your clone in and then wait for the opportune moment to still have impact. So I really like that matchup.
I think the playstyle you said about this Doom is how Koikova played it in that first game. He was always the one going in first, and I think it's why Liquid favor Dire, because every fight, every critical fight that Liquid was able to win was around like the buyback, using that outpost, contesting Roshan, and normally it was Koikova's Doom, the one that was, you know, actually using this feature. So I think, yeah, Liquid just playing around kind of map preference or side preference a little bit more than 5 men. And yeah, it showed. It was quite nice.
Yeah, 5 men's Arc Warden looks really good. I'm convinced earlier on in the tournament, so much better hopes for them here.
This
will say, Rich?
Yeah, just keep in mind, one of the things that we are looking at right now is which of these teams is going to be able to stay in the Immortal bracket. If Team Liquid does win here, they will be able to do that, which will drop 5 men down to Divine. And one of the interesting things to look at throughout the entirety of this tournament kind of has been Arc Warden. When we looked at some of the Divine series, when we were getting stuff started off, and in groups in general, I feel like we didn't love seeing this hero picked very early. Then you started to see, you know, teams that are incredible with Arc Warden picking it earlier and earlier, teams like EG. But I feel like now it's gotten to the point that all of the teams in Immortal, it makes a lot of sense to see them pick it early. Do we feel like, what is it about the teams in Immortal that allows them to pick Arc Warden so early?
I think it's just the fact that the laning phase, it's a very hard hero to kill because you can play so far back, and it's always enabled by the 5. And in general, the pacing of the game, it's that pocket of aggression or like the safety behind the aggression that the Immortal teams are able to set up. We saw in the Divine games, there's not really anything happening, and then suddenly it's all out bloodfest. There's no real logic, it's just fighting. But in Immortal or these higher paced games, there's like 3-4 heroes are always trying to make plays in front, and then you have this hard carry behind. So this is why we're seeing the Arc Warden able to be slotted in. 5 minutes forward in both of these games, showing how they are learning from that series before, and they're entering the second phase by always taking away one of Liquid here as well. We saw Puck in that first game, and now the Sand King. They don't have enough bans to cover like saving the Arc Warden, but also taking away Tiger's heroes.
I'm pretty sure Liquid's gearing up to aggro tri-lane here. Like, Nyx as a laner is complete garbage, but if you put 2 stuns into tandem with the AA early, I'm really thinking, even though it's not the best idea against Arc Warden, I was going to say Sven. Out of all the, like, Wraith King, Chaos Knight, and Sven are like the prime AA pairings, and out of all of those, this meta and in this game, I think Sven has the best option. I think you just go Sven Storm here.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they're going to potentially leave the Sven pick for last, because I really think they're going to pick Storm. I know Koikfa, I know Arc Warden decently based on what I've seen in these games. I have to imagine Storm is...
It's also the setup, right?
There.
You have multiple avenues for if Nyx finds the Arc, bam, AAO, you might be able to kill with Storm zipping in. Like,
Nyx's really good against Sand King too. You carapace the Sandstorm, and then you follow up with the Impale. Nyx +1 is always enough to kill Sand King, which is not a way Sand King likes to play. Which they demoted to a 4. I was gonna say I hope they demote it to a support Sand King for that exact reason.
The Legion pickup it's all about Arc Warden is their big hero, right? It's the guy who's gonna win them the game. So they've got these enabling offlane can keep the Arc. If they do get the jump, keep them alive, and also you have that instant lockdown. So if they do pick up this Storm, the Legion can go for Pipe, go for Blink. You can always try and catch this guy off guard. The difference from the first game for Liquid is they don't have save. The Shadow Demon had such an instrumental game, and the reason why they actually had such a comeback in that game was because A, 5 men had sloppy team fights, but B, Liquid had great kind of reinitiation and turning the fight through just outplaying. So I think Liquid, it's a pretty good Legion pick for 5 men, sorry.
Interestingly enough, I think the complete opposite. I think your Legion against Ancient Apparition Blast and Doom. I think your kit relies on your W more than your duel. Like, obviously, both parts of it are important, but I think her W is trashier. So, I actually hate the Legion pick. I was going to say Void. If they don't go Sven, it's 100% Void. And the minute they pick Legion, your W is now even more useless.
Yeah, I'm seeing it more for like the lockdown side of it, right? Like the laning phase,
But
to
that's not
be
why
able
you
to play.
pick Legion, right?
You can.
Like,
you can buy an aura, you can push a lane.
But then why Legion? Like, if you want lockdown from the offlane, why would you pick Legion?
What else would you pick there?
I'm saying, like, Legion is... Okay, so every hero in Dota, you know, you can say there's offlaners that offer lockdown, right?
Yeah.
And then every one of them does their job a bit differently. So with Legion, I think she's a bit of lockdown, but she's mainly about the W. Like, that's what makes her get the W.
Yeah, I think she has a varying skill set, and in this game, for sure, like you said, the heal, the purge is not really there. The purge will still be good against the stuns, but the heal mechanic's not there. But the fundamentals are still present.
Okay. I
What would
love
you pick
Legion, one of the
instead,
few
though?
players that...
The way that I see it is just describing kill the supports. We saw in that last game the big team fights where all the cores on both teams were just chasing the 4 and 5, right? There was like literally the cores looked at each other and went, nah. We'll come back to you later, right? And this is why I think 5 men are adjusting, because they're seeing that Liquid is built around their supports are playing so well, right? So if you have the big win condition Arc Warden and you have the ability to jump the back line with a clean and kill, then I can see it. That's why. You know, you have Arc Clone plus Duel. It's just a way to start the fight.
Okay. I just thought, like, Sand King could offer that a bit too, so if you just picked a core that's willing to leave the lane early, maybe like a Nature's Prophet that does really well against both these supports in lane.
That's true.
It's not as much like a game plan thing. It's like a... It is for the game plan, but it's more so like, okay, since I'm going to get a good start, my Sand King will have more room to farm. He'll get the blink, and then I'll be the, you know, off-lane build whatever my team needs kind of hero. But
also,
it is a bit greedy.
Think about the laning phase as well. If it is going to be this aggro lane, they can put the Legion up into that lane. The combo on Liquid, it's about, you know, the AA cold feet into stun, right? So if the Legion's in that lane, the purge that you're talking about, it will negate the effectiveness of tri-lane. In the game, sure, the AO will mitigate that, but for that tri-lane potential, the Legion will be able to, you know, at least get something from it, because you can take away one of the heroes' mechanics. And then Liquid finish it off with an Invoker. It's a very scary lineup. Again, I think Liquid, the way that they play, they are much better in the team fights and scarier into the late game. I think their overall kind of game plan is much better. So seeing them have this lineup that is just scaling a lot better, it's very scary.
I think the reason why I do like the Legion pick a bit is because they were vulnerable to that aggro tri-lane, and by picking a really strong laner, Legion's like a super strong laner, you kind of force Liquid to drop that plan of like, okay, we're going to go for this laning snowball play. So they actually go for the Nature's Prophet, which is interesting to me.
I
like the Nature's Prophet. I liked how it fit their game plan. Is it potentially a Legion mid? Do you guys ever do that? Or is it just 100% Nature's Prophet?
It'll be Fury in mid, most likely. Like, the way that I see, like, my concern with 5 men's lineup is, in that first game, they had a good start. They had, like, the lead, but they threw away multiple Aegises. They threw away big team fights, and then Liquid just outplayed and won the game. And it's the same type of thing here, where I see 5 men having the pacing, having the ability to have a strong game, but I still think they're going to make the fundamental mistakes. And then Liquid's draft is just infinitely better mid-late game, right? It's there. So I think 5 men have the mechanisms, the global, the pacing to beat the cooldowns on Liquid. We die to a Chrono, we go again. We die to Doom, we just go again. It's fine. But I'm just concerned they don't have, you know, the consistency that Liquid has.
I like the laning stage for 5 men. You have already talked about they have the tempo here. I think this game has to look real ugly for Team Liquid at like 10 minutes in for 5 men to win. It's kind of similar to the game we saw with the Broodmother last pick yesterday or the day before. Where I was just like, if they're not convincingly ahead by 8 minutes, the game's just over, right? I think it's very similar here. Even though Arc Warden likes to take it late usually, I think in this game he has to like have more farm than the Faceless Void by a pretty large margin, and that's based on the fact that Void's going to be scared of farming the map. Like, he's not going to be able to farm the map because of the Sand King threat, the Legion threat, the IO relocate. Like, there's so much threat for 5 men if they are ahead, but their lineup operates terribly from behind at all. So,
no, I was just about to try and big brain something, but nah, it's not going to work. Don't worry.
I like Liquid's game plan here better, but
it's simpler, right? So
yeah, it's simpler.
Yeah, you heard from BSJ. 5 men going to operate terribly from behind. Let's see, is Liquid going to be able to overcome 5 men?
Well, if you're going to falter from behind, the trick is to just stay ahead. Right, Lacoste?
Sure, I'm always down to easy solutions.
Yeah. So just don't lose the laning phase. Just kill the enemy
Don't
heroes.
get stunned,
don't
just
get
TP
stunned.
out. These are some of the best advices that I can give you.
And when it's time to call it?
Time to call it.
Welcome, everybody, to Game 2 of 5 Men versus Liquid. I have to say, Lacoste, I'm a little bit surprised by some of the heroes that we're seeing. Legion Commander on 5 Men, Nyx Assassin on Liquid? I haven't seen that hero a whole lot.
I think that's a very, very situational hero. If there's a bunch of uncontrollable damage on one team, like the first hero that comes to my mind is like Leshrac. He just destroys that hero, but you know, Leshrac's not being picked at all. Doesn't feel like he's a playable hero in competitive scene at the moment. So yeah, I feel like Nyx Assassin compared to other heroes, that other heroes do much better job, the same job that Nyx Assassin is doing.
Yeah.
Even though he has a break mechanic, you know, that's the big thing, but what is he gonna break in this one? Legion? That doesn't sound too good.
The battle begins.
It's certainly going to be a Nyx game where I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunities. Oh, it looks like 5 Men managed to pick up 3 bounty runes there. So, well done by Ace contesting that bottom one against the Doom. But yeah, I mean, I guess he's got a lot of heroes he can kind of hunt, quote unquote, right? There's a Nature's Prophet, Arc Warden that you kind of need to be able to like see what he's doing. Furion's kind of a good pick-off as well, right? Intelligence hero, relatively squishy.
When you think about it, Nyx Assassin will be the one making the moves for the Team Liquid. There's AA follow-up, there's Sunstrike. This is the old-school combo. Nyx Assassin plus Invoker Sunstrike. You can pretty much kill any hero on the map. Pure damage, insanely good.
I love that move, by the way, that Boxy did. That's my favorite move right now, is just to cut behind at the very, very beginning. Just cut into the very first wave and immediately go for the Devour on the range creep. Get your Devour cycled in a little bit faster, you know? That way you're not waiting too long until you can start eating a neutral creep. Now you've only got 20 seconds until you can eat one, as opposed to what would be probably another 30, maybe 33.
That's why he starts with the Boots of Speed. And Sanking also Boots of Speed and Caustic.
Yeah.
Beating him down.
Trying to make use of that new movement speed slow that Caustic Finale is given on hit. Which I don't actually know what the numbers on that is for level 1, but didn't seem like it was super good anyway.
You're supposed... I know the numbers. You're asking the wrong guy. You know, I'm playing by the feeling. I'm not sure what the numbers are. I read the skill like, yeah, this hero is not going to get picked too much. I'm not going to pay attention to the numbers.
Yeah, and you would be right in that. Sanking has definitely not been picked up a whole lot, but it is interesting that both of these teams make use of it. We don't see it very often, but both Taiga and Misery apparently feel like Sanking is a viable hero. And Taiga certainly made it look good the last time we saw it.
Team Liquid and Team Nigma, they also played him. Interesting. Maybe I'm just wrong. I still feel like you don't pick Sanking for his ulti ever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. You know, I remember the last time that Nyx and Sanking were really meta. One of the reasons you picked up Nyx Assassin against Sanking was he was such a good tower defender with Sandstorm. With Nyx Assassin, you would just kind of like run in, you would just kind of like blitz him, run into the Sandstorm, pop your Spike Carapace, and then pop your Dust. And then catch him on the Impale while he was still stunned. That was your way to be able to like stop Sanking defensive Sandstorms around towers.
Yeah, now it doesn't work that way anymore.
Yeah.
Remember when Sanking and Nyx Assassin had the same spell, also Lion, called Impale?
Yeah.
We were just too lazy, you know, giving
Impales
different
for days.
spells.
He's taking a lot of damage here.
He's fine.
He will live, no doubt. See, Misery hasn't even gotten level 2 yet because he's trying to funnel all the experience to the Arc Warden. Faster you get that Hand of Midas and level 6, then the Arc Warden can come online a lot quicker as a result. Even has Tranquil Boots before level 2. What a beast.
Dota right there. I've seen more and more position 4 players, and I've tested it in pubs. It really works. You know, you get boots of speed on certain heroes, you get tranquils, and then you can go in, trade, go to low HP, go back, regen up, get a stick after, get some mana regen going.
This is a lane that usually feels really, really good, and I imagined it's going to be a pretty easy matchup. The Legion Commander IO, where you could just kind of fearlessly charge at people. You are being enabled by that IO, so you just get a level 2 of your passive. Oh,
whoa,
First Blood is on
creep.
the table, and it looks like he caught out by the neutrals.
Yeah, I wish. This is it for the next battle pass. We need to implement that you can tip neutral creeps.
Maybe you can make the neutral creeps do a little dance, and they get tipped as well.
Yeah. You know.
All of a sudden, Chen and Enchantress become big-time meta. Damn, look at those denies, though, from the Nature's Prophet. I assume some of those have got to be his own treants, but still, very impressive how far ahead he is.
For sure, there's not enough creeps. Like, if you see the amount of CS that Invoker has and the amount of denies, it's just not possible.
Trying to slow him down with the Flux here. Boxy, he decides not to man up on Ace any longer. Waits, bides his time a little bit. It's interesting to see he actually ate the Troll Priest, so he's got both the mana aura as well as the heal. A little bit extra sustain in lane. Misery with his Tranquil Boots trying to work his way into this mid lane, trying to pressure Koifa here because they've got the Wrath of Nature. The big nuke is coming in, and it does bounce back off of Taiga, but they still manage to hit Koifa there with a Burrow Strike as well. But a good save from Taiga. It's going to slow down the damage from Chessie and allow Koifa to be able to disengage. Taiga may not be so lucky, though, to get out of here. The tower shots are being tanked up by the Treants, so they can freely dive over and over and over again. Misery keeps it going here, killing Insania's Courier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That last hit on Nature's Prophet ult, it dealt like 500 damage to Koikwa, but still not enough. They're in.
Chasing him back, just making sure they get this mid tower nice and easy. The first Siege Wagon push results in the mid tower going down. That is the power of core Nature's Prophet, Lacoste.
It really is, and you have Arc Warden, you have a global lineup. Once Sanking gets a Blink Dagger, Legion Commander also possibly with the relocate plays. You can set things up so easily.
Look at Boxy going to town on himself over there. Healing up, healing up, healing up.
5 mana.
Managed to, oh! Nice Burrow Strike to stop the Doom from coming out, but it looks like they may not need it at all, so maybe it's actually better for Liquid in a way. He didn't have to use his ultimate to get the kill anyway.
Use that Doom on Ace when he comes back to the lane. Faceless Void will be level 6 before Legion Commander, and I see Insania with the Urn of Shadow. I mean, he has ulti, but there's a ton of regeneration from Legion Commander and IO, so he might upgrade that to Spirit Vessel eventually. Even though it's dispellable with the Presti attack. Mikke.
Yeah, he's got his time walk up now and will manage to get away. Oh, the first use of Doom is going to be used mid here. Oh, the Sunstrike will finish him off if he gets it, and he barely does. Chessie does die. No deny, no survival on the table. He just falls, and Invoker is given the kill. Very nice rotation from the Doom. We were talking about it backstage, and we think that Spike Carapace does not interact with Spark Rate, as in it does not bounce back the damage onto the Arc Warden, which I feel like is true.
It should.
Yeah, it absolutely should.
Chrono.
Chronosphere into the Sunstrike. That's going to be a fast kill onto Zibe, but Chessie was outside of that Chronosphere, and he'll be able to collect the kill on Insania, and you could see he wants to pressure that tower. They don't even almost care about these heroes so much as taking the towers nice and quick.
I'm pretty sure there's experts in chat that know whether it triggers Carapace or not, and I can already see the discussion, you know, half of them saying it can, the other one just backing it up with the fact saying that it cannot.
I feel like I've seen that happen before, and I remember thinking that Spark Wraith just acts like a totem of sorts, or like a ward. It just seems to be separated from Arc Ward, but we'll see. Ooh, Burrow Strike Just a tad shy there is Liquid. They already lost their mid tower nice and early, and they're trying to bring reinforcements to prevent their safe lane tower from going down as well. But Jesse will not stop. With all these heroes, it's looking pretty easy. Taiga and Boxy cannot stop this by themselves.
That's a second tier 1 tower. 5 men playing extremely aggressive. We did not see too many kills. 6 kills, 9 minutes in. Nature's Prophet also going for that Orchid, so it's going to be very tough for heroes on side of Liquid to actually play for the next like 5 minutes after he gets it. There's no dispel of any kind. There's no save. Faceless Void needs to be super careful.
It almost feels like 5 men. They took from that last game. Like where Liquid was just kind of turtling things out and farmed up in the neutrals. They're like, okay, we need to actually play even faster than we did last time. We were so like these really big cooldowns. Let's have a lineup that takes map control super fast and make sure that Liquid can't use that efficiency to the same effect.
I feel like they just swapped the lineups in terms of cooldowns. 5 men can keep fighting all the time right now. They're really not relying on any cooldowns. While in Team Liquid, you have this Doom, you have Chronosphere, who is a faster clicker. It's Mickey.
Mickey gets it, and Boxy gets the kill on a Pyli die. So support pick off here. Did Pi get the bounty rune? I actually didn't quite see it.
Double damage.
Me neither. Oh, Jelly. Nice. I still feel you get so much value out of the Jelly as a tier 1 item. Chessy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. An early jump in for the Burrow Strike onto Insanity here with the double damage. They do manage to get this kill, but the Chronosphere onto both of them. That is quite beautiful there from Mickey. Ensures the kill on a Chesse, and we'll see if they actually get Misery as well. The Tornado toss him up in the air. Of course, he's still inside of a Sandstorm. They need vision.
Oh, Carapace.
Where is the
not
vision?
Gonna do that much.
Drop the Sentry, quickly catch him with a Spike Carapace into the Burrow. That's the combo we're talking about.
Arc Warden just has Hand of Midas. I also want to see if he gets like Boots of Travel this game. I feel like he definitely should get as the next item. And then they can play even more globally. Man, Boxy, he's not afraid to use Doom ulti. Is that a Purge creep? I believe so. It's also a great setup.
Oh, he's going to go for the duel here. The Ice Blast is going to come in, though, and the Legion Commander doesn't lose the duel, but may still die. Boxy's certainly dead, though, thanks to this heavy rotation from 5 men. No wonder he went for the duel. The whole party's here. Everyone's from, except for Pyli, die.
And that's the first usage of the Orchid. Now they need to start playing more aggressively. Everyone's just buying drums. I see Nyx Assassin going for 1. There's 1 on Invoker.
Yeah. 2 drums for Liquid. Yeah, I think this is something we talked about pretty early on to Omega League, that some teams were really preferring like at least 1 drums, if not 2. And definitely does significantly increase your team fight power. It was nerfed though, right? In this last
It
match?
was. 2 less stats. Still great item. You know, if you pop the 1 charge just to get out of the fight, like this item extremely efficient against heroes like a Phoenix when he uses the egg, get some extra attack speed. Just scouting things out with the AA Blast.
Look at that very deep ward from Liquid, right above that Radiant tower tier 2. That I think that should be able to see like those TP rotations onto tier 2 maybe, or maybe just to see some jungling. Either way, it's super deep ward when they haven't even taken the safe lane tower yet.
Yeah, you don't expect this.
Oh, he's going for him. He has to throw out the Impale without the Vendetta hit, but with the Ice Blast coming in, it's looking like it's going to be a close call, but it is enough damage. Misery thought about going for the Epicenter and immediately was denied by Mickey. 2 kills for the boys in blue. I guess I don't really know what 5 men colors are. Looks like they've got
blue, white, and red.
Yeah, gradient of blue to red. Oh. But yes, Liquid rocking the blue and white jerseys usually. Got to be able to take this tier 1 tower. Oh, slowed down a little bit. Tempest doubled. They're going to try and hunt that down for the gold. It is well worth it if you can kill it. It's only got a couple more seconds, but they do manage to get it 180 gold for Mickey.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to be careful about using those like that. It's almost like killing a full creep wave. This is the build on the Doom, whether you're playing in mid or off lane, drums into BKB. Man, Boxy, he just hates Io.
He is not messing around. PyJama is just like, what's happening right now? Why do we keep getting doomed all the time? It is setting up a lot of kills for Quaitha. You have to give it to Liquid. They are really funneling a lot of farm to this Invoker, who had a slightly rough laning phase, losing his tower that early and all. Oh, he got orchided, but he did have a way to be able to cut through the trees. He's got an Iron Talon. Beautiful. Wrath of Nature coming in. Taiga is going to get dueled up, and he should be able to get it. Oh, look at his Chronosphere, though, with the Ice Blast over the top of the Meteor as well. That's going to be 2 core kills down for 5 men. Meanwhile, Ace, he's going to have to battle it out here. The 2 supports are going for Insania. They're certainly managing to get that kill. Quaitha and Mickey will retreat.
Oh, Mickey, a lot of damage on him. He's thinking about going back in. There is no save for Chronosphere besides relocate out, and every single time they're there to, you know, just to kill Io or you Boxy. Boxy's actually destroying Io with these dooms. It's also very important to take out Nature's Prophet in the team fight, so there's no like double usage of the Orchid until Faceless Void gets his Mantis style and has a defensive item. Also, Sanking decided to go for Veil as a first item, so no initiation coming out from him.
I know you said you're a fan of it on supports. In this game specifically, are you still okay with it over the initiation item?
In this game, I'd prefer if he gets just a Blink Dagger. He had a lot of space. He can go back to Veil after this.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same. I was thinking, I'd like to be able to see him just to be able to get that, like those more jumps for Chessie to be able to play off of. And same goes with Zibe here. He's going to be able to get the Orchid. Oh, into the trees he goes.
I think this shows why, because you need one hero to just start a team fight or just start a pick-off, and then Nature's Prophet deep is in, followed up with the silence.
Oh, he missed the impale, but they have the vision. They have the vision. It's all good. It's all gravy.
Chessie, extremely farmed, but managed to die, I think, 3 times in a row already.
Yeah, and you could see Liquid is very happy with that. They're trying to tilt Chessie out of this game with all those tips. Coordinated tipping and coordinated chat wheel use. The sign of a team at tip of coordination and teamwork.
Spellcasting, you know, gank execution does not matter.
Yeah, it's kind of like, everybody does that. You know? Nothing special about combo abilities. Speaking of combo, Taiga's trying to set one up right now with the Ice Blast. Impale into the Sunstrike as well. Ooh, Taiga jumps! I'm gonna get him! Nope, no you're not, but is he gonna tick out? I don't think so. It's a little close.
He's fine.
If it was level 2, maybe. Oh, look at Boxy. He has a haste rune.
They know.
He's coming in.
It out.
He's coming in hot, but PyJama, he's already healed up Zibe so much. They just play around the tier 1 very nicely.
He just wanted that Io once again.
Yeah. Imagine he sees Zibe like 100 HP. He's like, nah, nope. Doom the Io. Bottom lane. There's that Orchid, and you said the Void. He has to watch out. They get the duel? Oh, the duel may still go off, but he actually turns around with the Chronosphere. They're going to go for the Io. They're going to try and finish him off. The Sunstrike laid on the side. It actually is Chessie as well. He's almost dead, but the duel is going to be able to bail out Chessie for now. He actually still died.
He's still alive.
Extra damage, and he's still alive through all of it. Mickey, he gets hit by one more Burrow Strike, but sorry, Misery. Game over.
Man, that was actually insane. That poor man's shield keeping him alive from those right clicks, and he manages to survive. 4-man AA ulti, and then he understands, I'm just gonna use the Chrono, follow it up with the Sunstrike, take out the Io out of equation.
You can see Mickey was a little hyped up and had a little fun with that one. He was moving around in his seat. Not one to really like full out laugh or big smiles and during the middle of the game, but
this is a game-winning move or game-losing for 5 men, where they, you know, used everything they had pretty much. Let's see, 4 heroes,
Look at him, the
Gets
strength
time
threads.
block. Yeah.
Bails him out of that one, turns around, Chronospheres. Could have walked away.
Nope. Uses Mask of Madness.
Chessie eventually ticks out, and I can't believe how close that last one was, man.
They lost 4 heroes. That's a pretty big lead for Liquid right now. 2k gold lead. I mean, you have this combo every single time Void sets something up. I don't think you're getting out of this. Oh, wow, Philly. That's one of the best items you can get for AA. You know, he's not really farming the creeps. He just wants to set things up, pretty much playing from the base.
We've said a lot of this. 5 men, they're going to have to play fast, take towers early, take advantage of the cooldowns on Liquid. They did most of that, right? Won their laning phase, I would say, pretty nicely. They started picking it up, taking some towers, got a net worth lead, but once you start losing those fights, like, it hurts you almost doubly so because you were up in net worth, and Liquid takes that away, now holds the advantage.
And they could not kill Faithless Void before Manta style. Now that he has 2000 HP, it's gonna become much harder. AA even using ulti on top of Faceless Void, who's hiding in the trees, you know, just thinking maybe they have a vision on me.
Did you see that, by the way? Mickey's almost the same level as these two combined.
It's insane. I mean, he was involved in in what? I think pretty much 70-80% of their kills.
Oh yeah, he's been a very active Faceless Void. I guess some of the action has come to him, but still. Hey, because of all that, the kills, they keep on funneling to Koipa here. He's almost got a Dagenham Scepter after Boots of Travel's drums. He's going to have it at 21 minutes.
This is why I don't like Sanking as a hero. Like, your ulti should be something that enemy is afraid of. Sometimes you don't even skill it. We heard one ulti trying to be used on Mickey. He just bashed him. That's it. Stop the ulti. Gone.
Yeah.
Misery does not even use it anymore.
He's going to walk into a sentry here, but he still has the smoke. So he's not going to be spotted just yet, and they get the vision from the Ice Blast to be able to spot Ace. The Impale doesn't land. Ace trying to duck away into the trees, but is already hit by the Doom on the right-hand side. Chessie, he's being banged on by Mickey right now. Pops Manta, and Sid goes to the Chronosphere. There's going to be the Sunstrike onto 2. Can they finish them both off? Finish off one of them. Mickey, he doesn't get either. Uh-oh.
That's a weird choice from Mickey. Does not want to go for a single kill. I guess he just thought someone else is going to finish him off.
Well then, okay. This is a big moment for 5 men as Chronosphere was used, Doom was used. You didn't lose the fight. You can smoke up. Looks like they're going to push out and see if they can catch somebody. If they get enough of like, if they get a really big pick-off here, potentially they could do Roshan.
Liquid came out of 5 men jungle without a single kill.
All things turn around eventually, Lacoste, and it seems like Liquid's good run of team fights has come to an end. Will we see the reign of 5 men? Misery sitting on the side here. They have the Blink Dagger from Legion Commander ready to go, but Mickey is not taking the bait right now. They're saying, please, take this double, take this man. Kill him. Take the 180 gold. Mickey says, nah. I'll watch my tower die before I get close to this very obvious trap.
Mickey has Shadowblade queued up on Faithless Void. Like, he understands that there's... Okay, he switches now, going for MKB, but I like the Shadowblade idea.
Yeah.
It's still viable, you know? Getting into backlines, finding a good Chronosphere. Whoever he catches inside Chronosphere dies if he, you know, puts the right clicks down instead of just saying they're done. Someone else is going to finish them off.
Yeah, that Cataclysm put in the significant amount of work. That last one, Mickey, this time around, tries to jump the Tempest double. And Misery is sitting on the side here. They do have relocate, but they failed on a gank on Mickey before. You probably feel like maybe they need a little bit more than what they had there. Meanwhile, Liquid going to go for the 4-man smoke. 4-man smoke without Mickey. He's going to connect into them here as they start making their way towards the triangle. Smoke's going to break. Pushing forward. Zibe didn't have his Blink Dagger up. It gets denied. He's going to be Centaur stunned and killed by the Meteor. And immediately, Liquid They're the ones
Straight
who
into
find
Roach
the
Pit.
pick.
Faceless Void has enough damage with Alacrity. It's not going to be contested.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Once that Alacrity goes away, the damage slows down a bit, but doesn't look like it's enough for 5 men to get there. And even if they were to come across, we got this really nice ward placed out on the triangle of the Radiant side, where if 5 men were to just kind of like typically take that high ground and funnel downwards, the Void would come right out and Chronosphere them as soon as he sees that.
So the question is, how do they kill Mickey now? Full Manta style, level 19, 2000 HP.
Trick him into using his Mask of Madness. That's one. Sunstrike. Oh! Oh, yeah.
Dire's structure.
Those combos feel so clean if you're Nyx's Assassin. Just right in front of the Nature's Prophet, too. Just kills Misery.
This is one of those games for 5 men where you ask yourself, how many sentries do I need to buy? And the answer is all of them.
You just buy him out. Don't stop. You've been orchided, sir. Granted, he has Aegis, Manta, Zibe. Looks like they wanted to be able to get the duel with the Wrath of Nature clashing in. You could see that was a very important combo that they are hoping to make better use of this game. Sadly, I think we only really saw it once, maybe?
Yeah, that one on a mid lane, another combo.
This time with the Ice Blast instead of the Cataclysm. Koifa still going to lend a helping hand here. Helps get the kill. The last hit, monster kill streak for him.
Taiga has been involved in so many of the kills, just setting things up. And, you know, Nyx Assassin just in general does not sound like a good hero or look like one, but when you combine him with AA and Invoker, seems pretty good, huh?
Yeah. It looks real nice.
Radiant's top tower has
I think a
fallen.
decent part is 5 men's lineup just doesn't really play together too much, right? It's like Arc Ward, Nature's Prophet. Naturally, these heroes want to play apart from people. Same kind of goes for the IO a lot of times. Taiga trying to catch him in the sandstorm there. But yeah, this Nyx Assassin feels like he can just kind of run around. There's going to be a decent number of solo heroes. There is still a plan B, though, for 5 men, right, Lacoste?
There is. I mean, you have great split push coming out from Nature's Prophet, Arc Warden with the boost of travel. So they need to try to use that, but whenever you show a real hero, there could be a Nyx Assassin on top of you.
Yeah. What would you give? Going late game, just carry versus carry sort of matchup. Void versus Arc Ward. What would you say the percentage is for just that match?
Just matchup, no other heroes. I mean, when you think about it, it's Faceless Void getting on top of Arc Ward and using Chronosphere, right?
Yeah.
This is what he's gonna go for. So heavily favoring Faceless Void.
And then looking at the rest of the lineup as well, do you feel like that still kind of goes to the same storyline as Taiga's going to find the opening here? Impale, no Vendetta, may not be needed though. Jesse's going to pop the BKB. Sprout, can he do it? Can he do it? He does it! The old Nyx Assassin just right-clicks him down.
Nyx Assassin, 90 damage. What an edgy hero. Until he gets level 25, then it's a different story. Midas, come on, use it.
No, no, no. Giving me anxiety. Look at Mickey. Position so aggressive. My goodness. My word, Mickey. Calm down.
M-Claw plus MKB proc. Half HP gone on this.
Yeah. He definitely, if he, oh, underneath a sentry. He is going to be broken, though, so he's not getting those extra hits. Still managed to win the duel, though. Just before the tornado.
Ooh.
Okay.
Time dilation did not connect.
Yeah, and so Zibe walks away with his full movement speed.
And Mickey itemizing.
Oh, look at bottom lane. Chased him down. Boxy was actually forced to use BKB. That was the Tempest double that just did that work.
You need to respect Arc Warden. If you don't get a kill on him and if he has a Tempest double with the double Mjolnir plus MKB, it's just ton of damage. Let's see what happened on the bottom lane.
Just some bashes. Bash, 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 bash. Quifa. Gonna try and kill the Tempest double here. God, even this late, Wrath of Nature still does some crazy, crazy damage.
Next Roche may respawn in 3 minutes, which means that Aegis will be gone. Like, there's no item progression for Nature's Prophet. He had insanely good timing on that Orchid, but after that got caught a couple of times and now only has a BKB. Zibe?
Bombs out, sees Insania, is going to be able to get the duel. He has the Tempest double here joining him. The Cataclysm almost won that duel. Pylon Dice actually going to come in with the relocate to help out the Legion commander here. This is not simply a one and done. With the Tempest double and the relocate, they've got plenty of reinforcements to get their man out of there.
I thought the play there was gonna be Yule Scepter and, you know, just save your AA so you can use the ulti, try to delay it, and then go for a combo instead. Set it up into Impale. Well, Nyx Assassin as a hero, you know, we've all been there when you tried to, whether I go for the attack from Vendetta or do I just stun people? Growbow and Arc Warden, some extra range. He just hit level 20 on top of that.
Such a big upgrade when you've got that Mjolnir out. Boxy found himself a kill onto the Nature's Prophet. Looks like he tried to sneak in the outpost.
I need some eye drops after what I just saw. He TP'd and tried to sneak an outpost against the Nyx Assassin, Invoker AA, and the Tier 2 tower still standing there. Okay. I mean, that was some ballsy player right there, you know?
When you put it like that, because they have Boots of Travel, right?
Yeah.
And then they also have the Tier 2, which is such a fast TP point to get to that outpost. Yeah, that was a ballsy move for sure. Mickey, pops Samantha, but he's still caught in the duel. Can they do enough, though? He's ripping into him. Unfortunately, he's going to be saved by the magnetic field, but Mickey is saved by the time walk. They do manage to get the Cataclysm out. They Pilot Die save out? AC cannot. Pi cannot possibly out-heal the damage that Mickey pumps in Cloud9, 5 men. They're out of here, and Liquid just seem like they are working their way towards a pretty good 2-0, and even more dominant victory than the last one, which felt like it was a more back-and-forth game. We had to go to the late game where Liquid was finally able to triumph, but this one, they're taking over fast.
If Mickey had any different item than the Lincoln Sphere there, he dies.
Yep.
But blocking out the Sand King stun.
Oh, we got him.
They're still chasing. Ace.
Don't stop. Mickey's going to be able to hit Ace. Oh, they managed to get the Orchid onto Mickey. Mickey pops the Manta, though, quickly. Time walks through into the enemy. He doesn't back down. He never backs down, it seems. He just keeps going. The Spike Carapace holds Pilot Die in place. Misery's going to be caught in the time lock. And that is a rampage.
I mean, this decision-making in the end where they buy back on Ace, he instantly dies.
Dude, Mickey, what a beast.
Woo! Mickey had an amazing game. You know, that 4-man chrono, when they try to go on him, turned the things around. I mean, they were in control of the game already, but that one fight just kind of sealed the deal. And Sanking not getting a Blink Dagger, Nature's Prophet getting killed 4 times in a row without achieving too much. I think if Sanking went for a Blink Dagger, fast Orchid on Nature's Prophet, they could have gotten many more pickoffs.
Yeah, they just could have kept up that tempo constantly, but it felt like they were just a little bit shy. Like, it all just came down to Legion Commander having to get the duels, right? It just felt like they missed a lot of opportunities. So, yeah, Liquid. It was a best of 5, and it ends 2-0 to the favor of Liquid as they manage to finally make their way to the next round of the play-ins. We'll see more of those games from the Immortal League later on, but we do have the Divine League coming up, and we have our Divine panel, not in a rank way, just you're all so beautiful and light behind them and everything. That's awkward.
Shut the hell up, capitalist, and welcome back to the panel. So good to have you, gentlemen. Twitch chat said it 91 to 9%, and with a performance like that last game, yeah, gotta agree. That was a absolutely great turnaround, fantastic game, fantastic series, and they tried to stop it. Everything in their power, heaven, hell, and everything in between,
Hey,
but we got through it.
More proof. I mean, the Dota 2 community is one of the best and brightest. Like, why? I can't believe we get hired, right? We should just have them analyze the games. They're more right than we are. 91% of the time.
And they're better casters. You remember like Twitch caster?
Yeah, I love that.
He
Try
carried
that.
He casted that. He carried
was
that shit.
absolutely great. But let's talk about my biggest question in that last game was, who was the MVP? Was it our boys drafting? Was it the in-game? It's a hard question.
I don't know. They all just played like amazing. Honestly, like I don't feel like anybody on the side of Liquid really made much mistakes. Like Taiga always hunting, looking for the next play.
Yep.
Same thing for the Invoker. Koikfa goes godlike. Mickey surviving at like this on the skin of his teeth like 4 or 5 times. Like
it's
top tier.
Look, Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Really great sponsorship by Marvel, and I think the team does their best to embody the characteristics of the Avengers. They complement each other. Their strengths add to one another. The Faceless Void makes Ancient Apparition worth playing. The Nyx is activated by the Invoker, and the sum of the parts is greater than the individuals themselves.
Yo, am I behind the times? Are they actually sponsored by Marvel? Am I insane?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have been for a while.
Are you kidding
For
me?
a while? When
They
did
have
this
some
happen?
sick
Wait, you
merch,
didn't get
dude.
the you didn't get the pants from
Blitz gives
William?
yeah, he gave us all free stuff.
What the hell?
You didn't get the sweatpants, the Spidey sweatpants.
Very comfortable.
William!
I didn't get any sweatpants yet, but he did promise them for us at some point.
Wow, okay.
I don't know if they... Never mind, I'm not going to say it.
I don't know if I'm getting trolled or not, but I'm pissed. Anyway, incredible game. I want to talk about a lot of things in this one, but mostly I want to talk about Nyx Assassin, this forgotten hero that's never picked up, and yet it's much like Sand King. We just saw it go crazy and well in this game.
Yeah.
I actually think that the hero is I just heard myself say I like that enough. I think that hero has a lot of potential because he's like one of the only heroes with a built-in break. Sure, this game wasn't so relevant.
Yep.
But he's a built-in break, and there is, his stun is still very strong. It scales really well. Level 10, you still have this talent that increases it by a quarter of a second, and then mana burn.
Yeah.
Like we didn't see it come into play in this game, but we did a little bit versus the Nature's Prophet. The later the game goes, that mana burn just like quarter HP or more on most of these int heroes. It ends up doing a lot of work. You have great setup versus uncontrollable damage, like these like a little bit of lightning procs from Arc Warden, Wrath of Nature coming out from a Nature's Prophet, Sandstorm from Sand King. You have a lot of different ways to always set up.
We're just testing Twitch chat now as we use our statistics from the first game just to see if anyone's noticed.
I was
We're just going over the series.
Ah.
Showing the
Game
preview of the
1, you might remember.
Yes.
We'll show it to you again, and now we'll talk about the differences between Game 1 and Game 2.
Well, that's still going.
Well, yes, but I mean, we're just
making
have we
sure
made
you
it
guys
through all
look-
the heroes in Game 1, Kyle?
Not
No.
yet.
There's a full reminder. Twitch chat, while they might be intelligent, have the memory of flies. So we must, look at that. So we do have game comparisons here now.
Yes, I would say that the second draft from Liquid, the fact that they can win a game like that, they're the first team I think to take out 5 men's, specifically Ace's Arc Warden.
Yeah.
I think that they're on the rise, right? This is Team Liquid. This is why they're so scary, because they start slow, but when they get rolling, they're a top-tier team. And I think that they look better even today than they did in the previous 3 games that got canceled 2 days ago.
I think these type of games, this type of draft in particular, it's Liquid. It just fits them perfectly. Mickey is so good on Void. Insania always works really well with his AA. That's like when they did that at TI a bunch when people weren't doing it. They were just like, Void AA, even if Void doesn't have items, someone's dying. Like the Chrono is going to kill somebody, but because of that. And then they throw in a little bit more global fun, right? The Nyx to be able to move around, the Invoker to throw something in on top. It was nice.
It's wild. This is also
now our second match here.
Yep.
This is straight up a Han match, just saying.
No.
Zibe, Chessie, all of Liquid. I mean,
yeah.
This is as close as it gets. This is the previous generation come up now.
How far we've come. And I must admit, though, my MVP, much like what most people are voting for in the Arcana, they ignore everyone else, simply look at the goddamn carries, and Void did get that Rampage. I mean, that's got to be pretty good.
Yeah. That we also got, Invoker bias, the Cataclysm, it looks
Invoker
amazing.
bias.
But it was he did an Exort build. Not many people are
2
doing
point
this
Wex.
type of style, like this type of style. He went to 2 points in Wex and then he went full Exort, which not other people were doing. Worked so well with his lineup.
Yeah.
I actually was very impressed with Koikfa. I like sometimes he does have a little bit of a tough time on these heroes that he's not spamming as much, but Invoker is one of those that he's comfortable, and he looked great. He didn't miss like anything. Meteor is on point, like just looked good.
I like the build, and I think it helps a lot to have stuff like Nyx and Void in front of you.
Yeah.
You don't need to go for this like weird mobility style. You just get, I think it was Drum Zags, right?
Yeah,
He's just
Zags.
Exor, he has tons of damage. You're always going to get a Meteor off because you can just do it leisurely. Even the stun duration's talent for the Nyx Assassin at 10. So the Cataclysm is just, okay, got the stun, boop.
Up.
Launch.
There you go. Well, no one can tell us better about what happened in that game than one of the men in it. Gentlemen, may I introduce you to one of your Han degenerates, Insania. Let's bring him out. Insania, how you doing, boss?
Han degenerate.
So, Insania, fantastic game there, and just wanted to say, how does it feel to finally complete that series? And what was it like trying to do it earlier?
Oh man, I was ready to play like 8 games today, but somehow we managed to scrape by in 2, so I'm very happy. We don't need to draft 12 more games in a row, so yeah, no, it felt like it was a good series. I think game 1, Mickey got kind of mad, and he took out his anger on them in game 2, so that's what you get for rocking my boy and roaring him and chronoing him or whatever they had game 1. They were definitely bullying my little Mickey boy, and he showed them game 2.
Well, that's what we'd like to see.
So I got to talk to Blitz a little bit during it. You guys didn't have like your big boot camp or anything like before this tournament. You guys are now just like you're just playing a lot and just getting more comfortable. Because I'm seeing you guys just there's a lot more like unity. Do you think like your team always just needs a little bit more of that like practice window, that time to like get together so you guys all understand each other again? Or do you think like it doesn't affect you guys as much? Because like clearly, I mean, for us watching, I'm seeing like, a lot more unison, a lot better connection between you guys.
Yeah, I know we definitely need that practice. I think for the first time since like we made our team in Alliance, we've had like a bit of a longer break where I think all 5 of us actually took a break from playing and we didn't like grind on the side or like secretly kept playing even though we weren't supposed to. So we definitely needed some time to get back into the groove. And I think we're finally finding some rhythm. There are some things that we've starting to like, we feel like we understand how to play, or some things that we know that we do wrong frequently, that we're like kind of like removing from our gameplay. And it's getting a little bit more coherent, I guess.
Gotcha. I just want to ask, you guys are, well, shout out to you, first of all, because you're one of the only teams that has not ever refused an interview, and you also keep you have webcams for all your players. Is that something that Liquid as an organization, like, makes sure you do, or is that an initiative that you guys care about? Because we appreciate it.
I mean, I don't think any of us minds having the webcams on. I don't know if it's something that Liquid is like told us to do, but we just came into the bootcamp room. There's this beautiful green screen behind us and webcam set up on our computers, so we don't really even need to do much. They're just turn them on and that's it.
Hypothetically, if you were to win another series, could we put stuff on that green screen? We have the technology.
I have no idea. You would have to ask someone higher up than me.
Okay.
To find out.
Well, one more question. What do you think the reasons behind Han dying?
You don't have to answer that, Insania. We don't have to get into it, please. It's a very optional.
I unfortunately cannot say on stream.
Do you remember the conversation? Whoa! Wait, what?
I think it was you.
What?
He doesn't. I think. All right, thank you so much, Insania, for that tasty treat of an interview and that scrumptious mystery that you've set for us. Have a wonderful time. Well, I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again.
Oh, well.
He beast.
He just left.
That's
I
fine.
think we might have...
You brought out something devil in him.
You reminded him of some dark times.
Sweet boy, he had PTSD. What have you done? Anyway, as we wait for our players to get over the trauma that Kyle has reinstated, you too can have some time to calm down from your Kyle trauma in this short break. But we will return for more Dota 2 action.
There are only 2 ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
So I think if there wasn't an online tournament, we would still be trying to, get through the open and closed qualifiers for the minors and majors, and maybe I wouldn't even be here making the interview.
I've probably been traveling, playing Dota, same old shit. You know, that would have been our prospects. LA Major would have happened. Everything would have been happening. I would be playing TI right now. What are you talking about?
I actually miss LANs because I mean, playing online is fun, but you kind of miss the stage. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't do a lot of shit that I did, but probably would have tried hard a lot for TI, because right now TI, it would be the time for TI, right? Yeah, I would definitely try hard a lot more.
Didn't spend so much money because of coronavirus. I will say it Russian, Russian English way. If no coronavirus, I would just see people and talk to them.
Yeah, I actually like what happened because I was stuck in one place for like half a year, which is like what never happened to me before, like in the last 8 years, because I was like traveling constantly, and that made me, I had a routine. Like I started going on the boxing lessons. I started visiting some of my favorite places around my neighborhood, which is like, it's super nice to be like in one place and create all this routine for yourself, where you can like go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, feel good about yourself, like meet some friends along the way. It's just amazing. I missed that part of my life.
Yeah.
Which is like 8 years before all of that.
I can't say it's the dumbest, maybe the funniest. My former teammate told me, why do you have a girlfriend if she doesn't cook?
There's no global warming from Mr. President.
Earth is flat.
I'm just gonna need like 20 more seconds.
You going on Twitter right now?
I'm going to Donald Trump's Twitter.
Hanskin's chewing gum, like during scrims, and you just tell him that he needs to keep it down. But chewing gum, like just chewing in general, it's the most annoying thing.
Oh, I need to use a past teammate here if it's possible.
Sure.
Because it's the best one. Simon Hanskin. His habit of when it's getting stressful, it's getting down to the line. That is itching his his nose. That never changed. But I love the guy. Sorry, Simon, to hang you out on this one, but.
I mean, one person farts a lot in open space. That's all I have to say. You can make your guesses yourself. I'm sure you guys can figure it out.
Some of the guys, they can. I don't know how it's called, but it's not puke, but it's like when you're doing after you eat.
Yeah. Gagging.
Gagging, yeah. Some of them do this, and it's pretty annoying to me.
Why?
And they think it's normal.
I won't name any names, but like the practice room, you usually have a toilet, right? And it's just, you can't go there, right? You can do like the dangerous stuff, the bombs. You can't do them in the practice room, because then the whole practice room is gonna smell, right? But then, yeah, this kept happening for a while.
Well, Yazid doesn't shut up. That's annoying. He's like a radio. If he likes something, like let's say a video or something like that, you can Google this video, like let's say "Let Me Smash." He will watch that video, right? And that's the video. You're gonna hear that "Let Me Smash" for about 150 times a day. It just doesn't stop. He's like a broken record. He just keeps on going and going and going and going. That's like a dumbass habit. It's fun sometimes, but it's like fun like 15 out of 150 times. Only at 10%.
Tituan and his habit to just be so French, speak French, act French, just talk about French things. Yeah. Being French.
By all means, get on your farming hero. If you find a good support, you'll be happy. If not, you'll become an offlaner. And if everything fails, there's always jungle.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
It is back to the playoffs. We are going to be jumping back into that championship bracket. Obviously, the last series was something we had to go back to because it was one of those games that had a little bit of a failure to launch. Finally, though, we do have our result, and we have our brackets complete now. But it's time to turn our attention to Omegalil versus Cyber Legacy. And Omegalil, when we actually got to talk to them yesterday, I believe, in the interview after they did win their first series, one of the biggest things that they said, they were like, yeah, we just hate playing early in the morning. We always lose our first game early in the morning. Hopefully this is late enough for them. Maybe they won't come out slow in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was 3 hours or so earlier.
Yeah.
Tough. I mean, they should have already played some pubs by now. They should be warmed up.
Yeah, I think so as well. It was funny to hear because it's like totally understandable. They were just like, yeah, the first game's tough for us. They ended up picking something that didn't work totally well. I think they were the ones who picked the Monkey King, right? In that first draft, and then after that, it was smooth sailing for them throughout the rest of the series. But let's talk about Cyber Legacy. What are you expecting to see from this squad?
Cyber Legacy was undefeated in terms of series until yesterday when they played against NIP, and they looked like a completely different team. I mean, NIPs are not a top-tier team by any means. They dropped from Immortal to Divine, but still, Cyber Legacy kind of struggled. They, like, decision-making wise, the draft, there was like no real execution. I feel like in both of those games, you could just feel that they're not playing to win, what we call. They're just, counter-reacting to what the enemy team is doing, waiting for the opponent team to actually finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like something got thrown off because they were playing against like a higher caliber team or anything like that, but it didn't look like the same team at all for me. Like I was looking at Cyber Legacy and I was like, damn, these guys, they're very active, they're super aggressive. And in the first game, they picked like all team fight, this super passive lineup that could do nothing. It was the lowest kill score game we have had at the Omega League yet. I think it was 1-2 at 12 minutes or 13 minutes. Like there was like not a whole lot going on. Second game, they picked like this IO Gyro with the Storm Spirit, and they just sat back and farmed. They didn't do any type of actual aggressive plays. And then when they did do aggressive plays, it was forced relocates, and they kind of just threw away their leads and stuff like that. So I'm looking to see a different Cyber Legacy today. The one that we saw, a couple days ago, not the one that we saw yesterday.
They'll definitely be matched much better against a team like Omegalil. I think just by watching some of their games, I would rate Cyber Legacy much, much higher in this matchup. Even though they did not look like a real team yesterday, I'm really not impressed the way Omegalil has been playing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cyber Legacy, you want to see them return to what we've seen throughout the tournament. Yeah. Maybe when they went up against NIP, you overthink it a little bit. You go, wow, this is a team that just dropped down from Immortal. What are we going to do? We need to play this way. This is what we've seen in Immortal. They're not able to play that style. So return back to what Cyber Legacy has done in the tournament. But what is it about Omegalil, Lacoste, that you've been unimpressed by?
It's one of those teams that mostly feels like a stack rather than a team to me. Mm-hmm. It's a just bunch of players who wanted to play in the tournament, and I heard that they did not scream a lot. Like, why are you not screaming? Why are you not preparing? Like, this is the tournament. We're not having TI. We're not having any other tournaments announced. Like, this is it. This is what you need to be prepared for. And I think mentality going into that is not a good sign.
Yeah, and one of these teams will be eliminated as well, and we're ready to jump down into the draft and find out who's going to be able to take game number 1.
Welcome to the Mother-Sucking Draft Panel! We've got some insight for you here today. Now, you guys might not have noticed, but these actually are identification tags for status. Me and Kyle, of course, robed gentlemen of the highest pantheon regard, and this, our small serf, with not even a cape.
Excuse me, you see this?
What is
I'm
that?
a peasant, but I'm a king.
Don't look at him!
Is.
Don't look at the peasant and go forth into the draft. Gentlemen, we've got Omega Lil, and oh my god, we got Phoenix Doom starting off. Gee willikers.
Pretty sure these were the 2 heroes banned against Cyber Legacy yesterday, and what do you know, they grab up both. Omega Lil with the Rubik Void Spirit opening, not quite the same power level when you compare the ultimates in specific.
I'd say Rubik is pretty strong right now, but overall you haven't really dealt with the opening duo of Cyber Legacy at all. You can steal the Doom, right? But that's pretty much it. You don't even have a hero that deals with the egg very well. But like Panel said, it's Omega Lil, it's their first game of the day, and usually they do lose the first game.
Lil's back?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I thought he was gone. He left the team during the qualifiers.
You missed this whole thing?
Did you miss this whole damn thing?
No, of course not. But for the viewers at home who might have, what happened?
The viewers at home, Lil pretended to leave the team and go on vacation and joined by a different name, when in fact it was still Lil. He was simply hiding from the horrific abuse that the Russian talent team do it, and then he did it anyway. Surprisingly, if you name yourself after your team, people will think that you might be on it. So, who would have thought?
The worst thing is, like, he was posting on Instagram, like, his travel pictures.
Yeah,
he went in depth into this. Man.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm into it. I think it was hilarious.
That's great. Yeah.
But
that's why Sunlight, because I didn't hear the interview, but Sunlight was the giggle
all right,
fits
it's a
yesterday.
draft panel. I'll have no more fluff. Talk to me about the interactions between Void Spirit and Rubik, or so help me, I'll purge you from this panel. Go. No!
The Void Spirit is multi-role. We saw that played by Maposhka in the early Divine Playoffs yesterday as a 5 position. Did not end well. I know it is Sunlight's best hero. This man is a beast. Shout out, he kicked our ass back at the Bukovel show match where he was a talent.
Yeah.
He just played this Lycan and owned us, mostly because Synderen fed mid 3 times consecutively as What?
If you continue to fluff, there will be consequences.
We're the second phase band.
There will be
Look,
consequences.
I have to protect Kyle. There's not a lot that we can talk about right now. You can see the Grimstroke ban coming from
Why would he do that, Lizard?
There's a Doom on the other hand, on
Yes.
the other side, and you don't want that sick combo
Why
of
not?
Doom plus Grimstroke because you can Doom 2 targets.
That's twice as good.
That's
you gotta get rid of
twice
that.
as good. So you
good.
better
That's
keep it at once
Keep going.
as good.
More draft analysis now. Continue.
The Viper banned out, I think, just is one of the stronger heroes. It also means Cyber Legacy could be considering a carry with passive potential, such as
Something
Spectre.
like a Spectre,
Well,
maybe.
very good idea. A very good hero against the Void Spirit Rubik, because you tap your ulti, boom, you're on top of these 2 relatively squishy heroes. It's very annoying to play Void Spirit against the Spectre because he also daggers you, and then he's got vision as you try to leap around the map.
But Omega Lil, they read it perfectly. Even though it's the first game of the day for them, they do ban out the Spectre. They will not be fooled.
They banned Viper, and the other team banned Spectre.
That's good stuff. Make up a statistic now.
That happens 50% less often
that's good.
than it should in 90% of the games that we witness here on the draft panel.
Wow,
Snapfire.
Snapfire.
That's a Lil Fire, isn't it?
No, it shouldn't be. Rubik should be a little Rubik, right?
I think he
Little
plays the
Rubik,
Snapfire too, but
yo.
you're probably
Yo.
right. Now, interestingly enough,
the fluff continue.
I think it was either Blitz I was talking to. I was talking to somebody about how Snapfire is picked up as a Phoenix counter because you just little shredder the egg. The trouble is that as the game gets later, it becomes more and more difficult for Snapfire to get in range to actually get the shredder off. So it's not seen as a high-level counter to the Phoenix, but it is a soft answer.
Yeah, it's a very soft answer, and maybe Omega Lil will go with a Void right now because it's a good hero versus.
Sorry,
the
Void
clock.
was banned out in the
Was
second
it?
phase by Omega Lil.
Ah, I see.
You were too busy
You can-
studying your notes.
You can continue. Yeah, definitely. You can continue with your fluff.
I don't
Well, I
want
think
to
of
fluff.
something else.
I really want to get into what a soft answer is in real life examples of a soft answer.
As an example, let's say we're playing Mafia, and I were to say I soft claim Vigi. It
Enough!
means
I cannot let this devolve into a fluff panel. We
can't.
must let it get serious. Clockwork is picked up. What a great answer to many of these heroes. Describe why. This is a test.
It's a good combo overall with the Phoenix. And this Clockwork right now for Cyber Legacy, you have the Doom and Clock, and they're very versatile. It can be your position 4 Clock, it can be offlane Clock, it can be mid-Doom, it can be offlane Doom. But what's really important is that these heroes synergize well together, as you have a Clockwork that will always be able to find that Snapfire in the back. The Cookie, alright, is good versus him. Void Spirit as well is good versus him, and honestly, even Rubik is good versus him. So I have no idea why would you.
Look, it's because they're squishy. The Clockwork can find that initiation to set up for the team fight. In addition, the vision will be very important. You want to get onto the back line. These two supports, like, there's no save. You already see there's no save, so you've got to get on top of them. And if you end up in a fight where that happens, like, you're in big trouble. And I love this from Omega Lil. They recognize, hey, there's a pretty succinct lack of damage on Cyber Legacy. Their early game is garbage, but their team fight's going to be sick. So let's get these tier 1s early.
Now, you don't have a... maybe the Shredder won't be good later on in the game versus Phoenix, but Nature's Prophet is always good because you itemize in such a way that gives you a lot of attack speed. And later on, we saw in that game EG versus VP, I think, in which Ramses was literally just killing eggs on his own on the Nature's Prophet.
Furion should be first tuned. I feel like I say this every TI, and I say it every tournament I work, where you see it played in games. Fogged has been raving about how much damage level 1 Ultimate does. The last few bounces all deal more than 350 magic damage. It is at so much damage. Even against his AM that comes out from Cyber Legacy, they are fully invested in the future. Omega Lil, they're worried about resources right now, taking these towers and ending this game quickly. Really nice synergy between a playmaking mid like Void Spirit and a very aggressive off lane and or carry like the Furions.
It's wonderful.
So Cyber Legacy now with this anti-mage, they are going for a little bit of a later game, right? That's their full potential. That's where they're heading to. But in the mid game as well, early to mid game, once these pushes come from Omega Lil, they do have heroes that can stand their ground and defend these towers. You have some sick teamfight combos here, like Kyle mentioned before. You have this Clockwork and Phoenix. For me, the most important thing is not to try and initiate with this Clockwork, because they have all of these 4 heroes can deal with the hookshot cog combo. But as a Clockwork here, what your main goal should be is to protect the egg. That's how you're playing around. Egg first, then protect it with Clockwork, perhaps blink stun from the Doom, and just wait it out until AM comes online.
Yeah. The trouble is you have just no real tower pressure and
nothing.
pick off. So the concern is that Omega Lil, you go one of two ways here. You pick a carry and or offlaner that just answers the anti-mage. Legion Commander, as an example. Slardar could be appropriate. Or you just go for the GG. It's a weird hero. We don't see it very often, but like a Visage, as an example, is right now just nigh unkillable. And you provide so much structure damage in early game that you could have like Ag Solar Crest, Furion has like Orchid BKB, and you just kill everything and go endgame.
Do you think it would actually be a Visage, Lizard?
I'm not sure if they will pick it. It would be a decent game. The only thing that they have versus it is Scorched Earth and Phoenix. Like, Phoenix can be a little bit problematic, but Visage would be supported by such a cast that the egg wouldn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like, you would kill it too fast.
And if you get a Q off on the Phoenix, like you just die.
So it would be a decent pick, but it would put you on a really short timer. Like, you would have to take all these towers very early on. You would have to take major objectives, like push one side at least 20-minute mark. and you're not secret. And that's what they do. So maybe just go for your normal win condition on the last pick. But knowing Omega Lil, they have played Nature's Prophet mostly on 1 or 2. So this should be your 1 or 2 Nature's Prophet. Same goes for Void Spirit. And last pick should be their offlane, I believe. Cyber Legacy. All right, there you go. That's the Doom mid then, I suppose, right?
Into the Void Spirit, I'd say Doom's probably favored. You're not going to get harassed at the very least, but Void Spirit will be able to push the lane pretty easily.
Yeah, I think you just farm as Doom and you farm as Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Doom has been nerfed a little bit and your Devour does not regen you as much. And Timber, there you go. That's your offlane.
Into Doom, into AM.
Yeah.
This is a weird matchup where I've talked with Moo about this a lot. AM is tough to lane against, but the Soul Ring change, I think, will benefit Timber here. You almost definitely get one, and you do primarily pure damage. So you can kill the AM, but it's like AM can make your game really hard to play, and you also can't lock him down, right? So AM's going to be able to split push no problem. Omega Lil are going to need to end this game early and or just have such a massive map control advantage that they out-resource Cyber Legacy so heavily that the AM just doesn't come
Odds? Do they reflect?
The odds definitely do reflect the state of the game, I believe so. I think Omega Lil, once again, is the first game of the series, and this Timber, so they picked it yesterday, but it was the perfect Timber game. I don't think this is a perfect Timber game.
Indeed.
Agreed.
Well, it might not be the perfect Timber game, but we do have the perfect casters. So let us begin the game now. Leaveth the Pantheon and goeth to the Stadium of Triumph. Go. Enjoy the casters.
Omega Lil. Cyber Legacy. Let the battle begin!
That's right, it's time to get serious here as we are in the lower bracket of the Divine League playoffs here, and we've got the most professional and serious analysts to be able to cover this match. BSJ is going to be joining me. Brian, what did you think about that draft?
Not a huge fan of the last pick Timber saw.
Yeah.
I think their goal is to like overrun this anti-mage with the pace of the game, but they have the Doom. Clockwork's pretty good. Phoenix is pretty good. All these heroes kind of kill Timber. You're supposed to hit this like critical threshold 10, 15 minutes in the game where you're unkillable. I don't think that's going to happen. So
It did not feel like a gotcha pick, right?
Yeah, I did not at all.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens inside of the game. Maybe they have, I don't know, is there something that they can like switch up the lanes that you would feel better about?
It's not necessarily a lane thing. I think Timber's actually okay in laning against anti-mage because you just get your mana burned.
Yeah,
then
once
you
you're
have
out
like
of
a
mana.
Soul Ring, and then you just hit him back, and you
Yep.
have 10 free armor. He has 3, so you just win that. But Timber for me is a game thing. Like there's lanes that are bad, like Ursa and Slark, that can potentially go wrong. But most of the time, it's that 8 to 15-minute window where you're just barreling down lanes, and you say, "I dare you to 4-man gank me," and then it just doesn't happen.
Well, we could be getting into some action nice and early here as we've got a 5-man smoke from Omega Lil. Just fresh off the victory 2-1 against Siberium Seed. They've been losing a lot of game ones lately, but have been managed to bounce back most of the time, so we'll see how they do here. Against Cyber Legacy, the kings of their groups, I believe only lost 1 game in the entirety of their group stage, so they
That's
are
pretty
a fearsome opponent for sure.
Looks like they might be looking for a kill at the bottom rune.
Yeah. They've got wards set up on either side of the jungle here to be able to see if there's any latecomers here to this bounty rune fight where they could collect a kill there, and maybe that's where they can actually find it. Doom is cutting across. They're going to quickly scramble. Hide! Hide, everybody! It's like a surprise birthday party. Oh, they actually see the ward place.
You've had a surprise birthday party?
I actually have not. No,
I've actually had
never
one.
that.
Let me tell you, I was surprised because, like, it was one of those where you know something's off, and you're just clueless because it's 3 days before your birthday, and you're just not thinking about it. And
he went blink first and didn't get the bounty. In fact, he's going to be taking a lot of damage as he goes. Kuman, another 8 seconds until he's got it up, and the Timber Chain's going to do so much, they may actually get this first blood. Kuman, 2 more seconds, but the Timber Chain cuts him down. The first blood is there, and much like Kuman, Brian, I don't really have any friends growing up, so you can't really have a surprise birthday party.
I was
going to
say, I don't know who was more surprised, me growing up or him blinking onto the rune into the Snapfire right there.
All right. Well, now we've got the Bounty Rune fight underway. Let's go ahead and introduce this game in real, Brian. Welcome, everybody, to the Divine League playoffs, where elimination is on the line for these two teams. Let's start off on the Dire side. They 2-0'd Omega Lil in the groups, and they're about to get a kill on Blizzy, featuring Kuman, Magical, Blizzy, Bignum, Sioma the Slayer. They are Cyber Legacy. And on the Radiant side, featuring Kellen, Sunlight, Malik, Lil, and Happy D. You know them. You love them. They are Omega Lil.
I'm fucking hype right now. That's sick.
You know, you just want to make sure we're starting this game out right.
Couldn't have said it better myself, honestly.
It's a 2-0 already for Omega Lil, and they're feeling good about their lanes. We'll see. Do you think they should, at some point, they should try and lane the Timbersaw to make his life that much harder? Are you okay with these dual lanes?
I'm okay with the lanes. I really don't think... I think what they're thinking about the Timbersaw is the same thing as I am. Like, maybe he's going to have a decent start or whatever, but we're going to all in this guy a couple times with the Doom, maybe even just the clock with an Ion Shell TPing in, and his game's over. So just don't bleed for the first 5 to 10 minutes from the side of Cyber Legacy, but then after that, we're good to go.
Oh, pulling back. Sunlight managed to catch him with the Aether Remnant. Not going to obviously be enough to kill, but a decent amount of damage. The real threat here could be Lil, who's taken the full Fire Spirits damage. Looks like Slayer was running out, though. So he dives away, healing silence up before the Timbersaw could close in on him. His Void Spirit's been a very important hero for Omega Lil. It's crazy how high they value this hero. They picked it up 6 times, have only lost once with it. And they've actually banned it 7 times as well, so they just think the hero is really good.
Such a feast or famine hero, honestly. I could see how a team would have either a very high view of the hero or a very low view of the hero, as Doom actually getting pretty bodied in the mid lane thus far. Doubled up on the CS. I don't think that's supposed to happen, man.
Oh, nice cookie there. Happy. Oh, the vacuum pull back in, though. They might actually be able to run down Kellen here. Happy. Trying to save him with the slowdown of the shotgun, but it does not bail him out. Fortunately, Nature's Prophet can get back to lane early, but still, that's got to be a devastating blow.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised they didn't swap up the lanes, not for the sake of the Timbersaw, but for the sake of this Nature's Prophet Snapfire. These heroes are quite vulnerable to a Clockwork with Ion Shell just running on top of you and killing you, so already seeing it play out here. Snapfire does have the cookie, but it's weird. That matchup goes both ways, but with Darkseer, you're not nearly as much about the cogs with the Clockwork. You're mainly just about walking at people.
And I think the same goes for Clockwork versus Nature's Prophet as well, right? Normally, that matchup sucks because he just gets a bunch of treants out and you could never feel good about threatening him. Every single time you get on top of him, he just turns himself and all his treants against you. But with the Ion Shells, you actually burn through the treants super quickly.
Yeah, that's why I think Darkseer and Clockwork in general just have such good synergy. They do alleviate a lot of each other's weaknesses. Magical, who was struggling
he's got the purge.
Early.
He's going to be able to slow down Sunlight with the help of Big Num. He actually rockets in for that last hit.
I respect that.
Hell yeah.
How many creeps is Clockwork going to hit all game? Like, that's like half of a Devour for Doom right there. He can afford to lose it.
Yeah.
I will say, I was pretty surprised how bad the mid lane was going. I don't think I've ever seen Doom lose that badly to a hero that wasn't maybe like a Slardar or just some other lane dominator. I feel like Void Spirit's a pretty strong laner, but as we do
it's going to have to dive in. You could see Malik is trying to get one step ahead of him. Preemptively Timber Chained. Doesn't have a whole left in the tank. Spot Slayer hits him once, but that is going to be it. As far as that mid lane matchup, do you think some of that comes down to maybe the recent nerf? The level 1 Devour,
I feel like
1
health
regen?
regen in the mid lane would affect you less than others. That's why I theory crafted he'd be even more of a mid laner after the nerfs.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But at the same time, it's like, I do agree it affects him, but I don't think it's supposed to be a the vacuum on the cookie.
That was beautiful. Stops him from jumping anywhere. Brings him back down to earth. 5-minute bounty runes are up.
Yeah, I straight up favor Dire here on the laning stage, but I really do think this game's going to get over.
Is that going to be enough? It is. Sunlight gets the kill. He's just outplaying Magical, it feels like. Hop away, Bignum. He's going to
got
dare
him.
this tier 1 tower. He's faster than Happy.
He's out of batteries.
Got the
He's got the
ion
shell,
shell
okay.
on him. So
It's hard to see it.
yeah, he's such a small little dude. The ion shell shrinks down to his size. Hopping on to Lil here. If they hit him with the Icarus dive slow and a little bit of body blocking, they probably have this kill. Slayer, I think, is 100% dead. He just might get the kill on Lil. He needs the last one to hit. No, Lil actually ticks out anyway, and he managed to get the experience for it before he died.
I am so perplexed by this mid lane, I'll be honest with you. I actually feel like I've seen it go the other way pretty significantly on Doom. Maybe the second point Devourer at level 3 was the mistake. Maybe he took a few extra trades he shouldn't have. I'd kind of have to watch it back. But either way, Doom is still level 6. Going to probably look to use that first Doom sometime in the near future, as he does get ganked
Pull back
again.
in. Telekinesis. Astral Step. Is that the first one? Well, they don't need a second one, it seems. Sunlight gets another kill. Magical is just falling apart at this point.
I'm not a fan of his item build. I think the Bracer's fine, but rushing Phase Boots against Void Spirit to me is bad. I think he's queuing up the wand. I think he already needed that.
Trying to run him down. The battery assault, the ion shell. It's doing so much damage. They're going to try and turn it around, kill Blissey. He does manage to take him down, but it looks like Bignum set up for the double.
Baby.
Happy, he's being run down by the ion shell, and he's
level
just
6
dead.
Clockwork at 7 minutes.
Wow.
Dude, this is the dream, man. This is the Yapsor treatment, but he's actually playing a Clockwork instead of like a Rubik.
The best part is he might just be able to bail out Magical's lane. If they get a Doom on him and then a hook shot, like Sunlight's just dead. Dead, dead, dead. So that's what they're going to go for here, but you don't want to like end up in this situation where they expend everything and the mass TPs come in to bail Sunlight out. Their bottom lane's currently being taken though, so they got to make something happen here.
No, I like this rotation from Prophet. It's kind of a cool idea when cores rotate. Something for people to think about is that Nature's Prophet, when he goes back top, doesn't really feel that good because of the constant threat from the Ion Shell plus Clock. But Timbersaw, he likes to pressure this tower, but usually lacks the ability to actually push it with his kit. So bringing the Nature's Prophet to help out the Timbersaw's strengths and also protect himself from his own fragility at this stage in the game. And they were looking to potentially smoke to contest it, but probably just a bit too fast for their liking. And even though I said I didn't love that last pick, Timbersaw, this landing stage is going just great for Omega. This is what I didn't like. We'll see if it backfires here.
This is where they can just fully commit onto the Timbersaw and punish him. The deny, not available. Lil couldn't get there fast enough.
When Timbersaw dies to 2 heroes at 8 minutes, that is not a good Timbersaw game.
Yeah.
Gonna be honest with you there.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a questionable pick all around. The analysts at the drafting panel weren't super hyped with it. Don't think either one of us felt super happy. It certainly, again, was not like a gotcha last pick.
And some people may say, like, he's just the offlaner, like, it's okay if he dies once or twice or whatever. The thing about Timbersaw is, past, like, the 15-minute mark, he really is just so shit compared to other offlaners. So you need this stage in the game to be where he is the absolutely most impactful.
Yeah, he has certain parts that he just does not contribute at all, such as initiation, which is one of the primary reasons you have offlaners in the first place. Same goes with like a lot of team fight power, sustain and stuff, but
it's a really good move though.
He just focused on himself. Good rotation though from Omega Lil, quick kill on a Magical and take a tier 1 mid tower.
Snapfire is already level 6 top. This is the benefit of having a carry like Nature's Prophet. He's going to be super active around the map, gives your supports more net worth. You see a 4-man tower taking twice already by Omega Lil, as might be catching him underneath his own tower. Sunlight, will he be able to clean up here? Has one Astral Step.
Blizzy.
Being patient.
Pulled back by the Aether Remnant. That'll be enough burst damage with Lil there.
He's being really active on Sunlight. I do like what he's doing this game. Super instrumental to their success thus far. It's just, the thing I'm concerned about is the second they lose any semblance of momentum, Omega Lil's in trouble. So they have to keep this up for at least another 5 or 10 minutes. And only time will tell the answer to that question, as the bounty runes are about to spawn. Early tower advantage does go towards Omega Lil.
Nice cookie there. Should be able to grab... Oh, doesn't want to stick around for the bounty rune because Magical's super scary. Oh, what a 2-man stomp there. And they're stuck. They don't have... He doesn't have the level in it, right? Snapfire doesn't have a level of his pew, pew, pew.
That's what we call a yike.
Yeah, that's not good at all. He's supposed to be the answer to the Phoenix, Brian.
Yeah, he's certainly going to level that at 7. As I think he was just like, yeah, I'm not interacting with the Phoenix yet. I'm getting solo levels underneath my tower. I'm level 6. I'll just level all the abilities for the laning stage. And now he's been caught at level 6 because he died twice.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just works out like that. I can see his reasoning.
Yeah, it's just like I was facing this exact situation, and I just remember thinking to myself, like, I want a level 7 to get level 4 Scatter Blast.
That's true.
That ability feels so good. I don't want to have to have that moment of regret of being like, oh, I didn't get Lil Shredder until level 8.
It's min-max and gone wrong, right? Like, that's all it really is.
We took a risk, and it certainly did not pay off. And as a result, they are falling a bit behind Omega Lil here, even with a Doom, which is even more concerning, right? Because he's a bit of a... He has that net worth advantage usually from Devour. A lot of it comes from the towers they've taken from this Nature's Prophet, as they're going to go on to the Timbersaw here, bounce him back with the Cogs, try and make him trapped, and with the Battery Salt, he doesn't get away.
How do you want to play Timber in this game?
Yeah.
Even if they win, how do you want to play Timber against these heroes? Phoenix Clock are like 2 of the best supports against you. Yeah, they're strength heroes, but I don't know, man.
Kuman, he blinked in. Sunlight thought that was an opportunity, but with all that magic damage against an AM, looks can be a bit deceiving. AM proves to be tanky enough.
Yeah. We see
nice,
it.
Dude.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The story feels like it's almost written itself, where they're going to win the laning stage, but their heroes, they just don't scale. And so far, we saw even last series, similar story.
Oh, he's got the little shredder, but the Centaur Stomp comes in again. The Phoenix Egg does die, but it did so much damage. Looks like they may win the fight anyway. Look at Lil, though, mannering up with a Battery Salt and the Fade Bullets. He runs down the Doom, and they do manage to get the kill on Big Num. Mega kill streak taken away. That is 400 gold for the Timbersaw for him to try and get a game back.
If I was the Darkseer in an EU pub right now, I'd 100% be getting pinged saying, where are you? Come to fight. Even though I've watched a bunch of Darkseers and they always try to finish their mech when it's in a similar spot like this. Like, they usually need that bit of space, especially when you were the one dying in lane and your Clockwork getting solo kills afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's just funny to me because this is... it looks so close there for Cyber Legacy that the Darkseer might have been able to make the difference.
So I'm confused. Are you blaming Blizzy, or are you forgiving yourself?
I'm saying I feel like I would get blamed, and I watch this and say, I guess he would do the same thing. So I actually, I'd have to ask Blizzy.
So you're forgiving yourself.
I'm forgiving myself, but it's not because it's giving me some confirmation on my thought, but it obviously doesn't make it right or wrong. I really wasn't sure up until this point if I was supposed to show up.
And that's the beauty of Dota, right? The complexity in decision makings, and
it's unique on every hero.
Yeah, it's unique on every hero. It's unique on every game. Maybe that would have been the right play to be at that bottom lane. Maybe it could have made the difference, and they wouldn't have lost 2 heroes and won the team fight. But you just don't know. Who knows? Maybe this mech will come in very, very clutch sometime soon. They're going to go on to Kuman here, try and catch it before he can blink away. Telekinesis, it's not there. He was throwing his hands up in the air, but he wasn't fast enough.
He was waving him like you just don't care.
Yeah, he definitely cared, PSJ.
True.
He definitely cared.
It's the American way when we fail to act like we don't care.
Despite his sponsor tag, which is apparently I don't care.
True.
Something tells me Lil does care, though. If you were willing to play under an alias.
Dude, that was... When I heard that, I was like, what? That's next level, I guess. Trying to prove the bias of the people watching, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe he wanted to see if all of a sudden people really loved Omega Lil while he was gone or something.
He was on vacation. Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to see if he played better without the pressure of being under his own name.
I can relate to this in the capacity. Slacks asked me, as a streamer, why do you sometimes turn your camera off? And for me, it really does feel you feel exposed when you're on camera sometimes, and you're like, I just want to be in my element, play some dotes, and maybe for Lil, the backlash and the negative attitude of the public and the audience, maybe that got to him.
Yeah, for the first time I actually tried that. Turned off my webcam.
How'd it feel?
Did it for about 2 weeks. Felt pretty good.
It does.
I was just like, man, playing Dota is a little bit more relaxing. It's even more relaxing when you don't stream at all.
Oh, that's true, but for me that's not an option. I do have to eat. So, But yeah, the webcam turning off thing, it's nice and liberating. As a Dota player, whatever it takes for each individual to be mentally there, you know? Just no distractions, complete focus, Zen mode. Because if the rest of your life isn't Zen, you're going to just lose your shit, Cap.
Are they going to take this bait? Are they going to go on a Malik?
There's even a sentry on the high ground.
So many people behind him, but yeah, they back up. 15-minute bounty runes are coming in. They want to secure this side of things.
Malik didn't feed hard enough earlier on. For me, that would have worked because I've died like 6 times at this point, and they'd be like, oh, this guy's a freaking dumbass. He's out of position again. And that's when my true prowess as an offlaner comes into play.
Your understanding's just on another level.
Yeah, he's just got to feed like 1 or 2 more times prior to this. He doesn't quite understand the full, you know, embrace the team atmosphere role in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, somebody's got to tank it.
Yeah.
Everybody else feels better about themselves.
See, Blizzy understands, right? His Clockwork is rich. Like, I understand he's still lower than the Rubik, but for a Clockwork, having more than 1,000 net worth is the dream.
Yeah. I want to play 4 position with you, Brian.
Yeah.
I want to be that Clockwork to your Darkseer.
Thank you, buddy.
14-13, and Omega Lil, well, they don't really have that net worth lead they once had, and it's beginning to get more and more concerning as now we see it, a Battle Fury finished up for the Animage. They are really wanting to take this Tier 2 tower, I think, before 20 minutes.
It's
and
really
Cyber
hard
Legacy,
to fight into this.
Yeah, you can see they really don't want to let Omega Lil succeed with a plan like that.
Cyber Legacy's map distribution right now is really good. Darkseer is the best hero to push mid, but also show up to the fight. So Anti-Mage playing the opposite side of the map that Omega Lil is playing, and then the rest of Cyber Legacy is dedicating their resources to defending the tower. Whenever you're in farm mode, like your team is content with just farming, you just need to play reactionary to whatever objective you think the opponent's going to go for. So Omega Lil kind of telegraphing their objective to be bottom lane. And I like the way Cyber Legacy has played it. The cool thing that I like to describe this kind of stuff about is the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 3 teams, I feel like, in this case for Omega Lil, is that Tier 1 teams would disguise this a bit more. They wouldn't make it. It feels like they've been pushing at that bottom tower for the last 2 minutes. As Blizzy, for whatever reason, buddy, your Ion Shell does the job for you. You don't have to be there, as he does die on top of the creep wave.
That's what happens, Brian. Sometimes you put yourself out there, it doesn't go the way you thought it would, but you just gotta keep pressing on, you know? You can't stop putting yourself out there. You just gotta keep going.
I gave up putting myself out there a long time ago, Kevin.
Oh, no, Brian. That wasn't the lesson you were supposed to learn.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
This was the wrong life lesson.
Yeah, we need one of Fogged and Lacoste's 2,000 Pepe frogs for that one. If you guys don't know, they literally have every Pepe frog on their phones.
You know our WhatsApp is going to blow up now. But yes, Omega Lil, it feels like they're kind of under that pressure, like, guys, we really want to take this next round of towers. I think one of the things they're waiting for right now is, the hook shot in from Big Nub, tried to go for the Clog's pushback, but instead he's denied. A Telekinesis Aether Remnant, and he goes down before the rest of his team
Orchid done
could catch up, and now there's the Orchid done. That's what I was going to say. Wait for the Orchid on him, and our Nature's Prophet doesn't quite have that second item that he was looking for. I think it's actually going out to him now, the Desolator.
How do you feel about this Doom having an Iron Branch over an Ogre Club in his inventory?
Weird.
I'm tilted.
Maybe. Okay, no, just wait.
Is there a reason?
He's going to block one of these tree pathways with the branch.
He's thinking
20 steps ahead.
Is there a reason for the active?
Yeah.
So I guess, okay, with Timber Saw, I'm down.
Yeah.
The reverse Zai, where Zai, cut the tree the guy was trying to Timber Chain to. He's going to plant a tree in the way of the Timber Chain? I see. If he does it, we'll all remember this moment as you being the most accurate you've ever been in your career, Cap.
Telekinesis pull back, and it's not going to happen. The Doom will never get the chance to plant the tree, Brian! He gets Orchided and deaded. And now
there's a real life lesson to be learned from this, Cap.
Yeah, what was that?
When you're trying to, counter deforestation, you just get cut down yourself.
I thought you were going to make some sort of life lesson about, like, being too clever for your own good or just go with the simple plans or something, but no, you decided on an anti-environmentalism message.
Yeah. It wasn't that I don't want you to save the environment. I'm saying that, you know, bad guys win and all that kind of crap.
Oh, okay. You might want to make that a little bit more clear. Otherwise, it just sounds like Brian hates the trees.
I'm saying if you try to fight the deforestation, you get cut down yourself.
I'm
That's
just
like
imagining somebody chaining themselves up to a tree and those workers just being like, oh, well, okay, just cutting right through them. That's what I imagine with that analogy. Sometimes when you try and save the trees, you just get cut down yourself. Gracious.
I've realized that a few of my jokes, or what, you know, poor jokes, whatever, they come off the wrong way. I've realized that numerous times recently. He's definitely all about that active on the tree, by the way.
Oh, the hook shot slides right on by and hits Lil instead. Now they're still going to be able to get the Doom off onto the Timbersaw. Kumin is here to be able to clean up the fights. They've already killed the Rubik, and Timbersaw, big time trouble. The Wrath of Nature is going to go out, but if they're not careful, more heroes are going to be caught by this surge. Big Num looking to be able to catch up, looking for the body blocks here. Any dust, any vision? They tried to blindly catch him.
That was kind of interesting, actually.
And would have been cute. It would have been clever if they'd actually gotten it.
He swapped the Ogre Club for the Bracer, by the way, so he's very intent on keeping this Iron Branch in his inventory.
They're really trying to catch up to Happy here because, well, there's going to be no real response. Nothing scares Kumin at this point.
So how do they kill this guy later?
I don't know.
I guess the Deso. You did mention the Deso.
Yeah.
People may be like BSJ or Cap, probably more willing to ask you, why buy a Deso? I've never seen that on Nature's Prophet. And the answer is because they need physical damage against Anti-Mage, because he's the only guy that's ever going to dish it out.
Yeah, they've already got one Orchid. It'd be kind of weird if they double down on the Orchid, which is, yeah, a value item. They're going to be able to get the egg. The egg. Oh, it barely goes down. Magical. He's getting ripped apart by the Timbersaw. Sunlight's there to make sure he's not going anywhere else. The Sprout into the Timber Chain. Mwah. 4 heroes dead in exchange for a lil old Rubik.
Yeah, sometimes you see like the Maelstrom though, right? You see the more farm-oriented damage build to be magical procs like Maelstrom and MKB, but I think he's gonna go for like the BKB AC Satanic route.
Yeah, where he like the AM shows up to a fight and he just turns on him. And goes,
bop,
bop, bop, bop. Okay, well, hey, Omega Lil go from a bad fight to a great fight, and they take a tier 2 finally. Not before 20 minutes, but still important amount of map control to get here. I wonder if this Desolator, they're going to be able to put it to good use in the Roshan pit soon.
So, you know, everyone was talking about how broken Nature's Prophet is. I still think he's a pretty damn good hero. I've got a question for you, because I didn't know this until about a couple months ago. Do you know what...
By question, you mean quiz.
Yeah, quiz. Do you know what Nature's Prophet agility gain is?
I have no idea.
What would you guess his agility gain is?
He attacks pretty quickly. Okay. So he's got to have the highest agility gain of any of the intelligence hero. Probably something over 3.
Yeah, it's 3.6.
Wow.
What's up with that? Why? Why?
That is, sometimes you get these Nature's Prophet cores that become extremely deceptively tanky. Yeah. And it's like they get the BKB and they have tons of armor naturally. Yeah. And it just feels like you're doing nothing to them.
He has more agi gain than like 80% of agi. I don't understand. Like, you know, if people ask why he works as a carry, it's just insane. They nerfed his base armor, but that's the problem with the hero, in my opinion, is the 3.6 agi gain, as we do get to see a fight break out.
Trying to get the Doom onto the Timbersaw, locked inside the Cogs, bounced out by the Cookie, though. He's on the run. Oh, nice vacuum into the wall, and they do have the Supernova right out on the side, and what a pretty picture they just painted for themselves with that Mana Void. Still trying to chase down some more. Sunlight, trying to Astral Step away, gets hit by the Infernal Blade, takes a little bit more damage. Still trying to chase in. Oh, Aether Remnant into the Orchid. They don't have enough, though. That Sunray heal allows the Anti-Mage just to be able to continue to play forward here. Cogs going out there, trying to push back Sunlight. Sunlight is in trouble right now with BKB out for Magical. It just continues to focus down these heroes. The Ion Shell burning out Lil alongside the Scorched Earth. Kellen's going to be cleaned up by Kumin now, ripped apart by the Anti-Mage illusions, burned out of his mana and burned out of his mind. Omega Lil bleeding out kill after kill after kill as Happy, who died once in this fight, is going to die twice. Vacuum back in. They're actually going to be buying back to be able to try and catch some heroes here. Magical, he's going to be the one to get caught. So those buybacks may have just been worth it, especially if they can get a little bit more here. Slayer TP's out successfully, but here comes Sunlight. Yule Scepter, Aether Remnants surround him. Oh, Kumin actually going back in. He still has the mana void. That's why he's going to be able to take Sunlight out. He just went from 100 to 0 to damn nothing. Malik. He is slowly being pecked apart by Big Num here. Finishes him off with a hook shot. No need for Kumin. Clockwork will do it all by himself. What a disgustingly good fight for Cyber Legacy.
Yeah.
Invisibility.
Yeah.
This is just the moment where you look back on the draft, and for people who are trying to learn matchups, it's like all the casters, for a reason, saying Timbersaw does not look very fun this game. You're against a mana-burning hero in the carry role. He doesn't have to build an item to do it. You're against Clockwork, who's like a constant low cooldown stun that is super annoying to Timber Chain through. You're against Doom. You're against Phoenix, who's percent-based damage, all magic. And you don't counter Darkseer, so.
Would it be unfair of me to say that Omega Lil like almost all end on the laning phase in the first 10 minutes
Yeah,
of
it's
like
not a
tower
thing that
rotations
works, right?
and
We've
stuff?
seen it so much recently. It just
Sure.
doesn't work anymore. Like, second game of that Liquid series, 5 men were up by 2,000 gold at 6 minutes.
Yep.
And if you can't fight them, you just lose the game.
Hook shot trying to save Magical here and get a kill on Lil in the process, who thought he was good because he had stolen the Animage Blink. They spot Kellen. Kellen. He has his BKB. He'll just go for the TP out. Kumin.
Man, avoid him. Not gonna say anything, Cap?
I'll let you have that one, Brian.
It's just every time I'm ever on these are the moments why I turn my cam off on stream, by the way. Is when I'm Necrophos and somebody's BKB TPing in front of me and all the people are in chat are like, bolt him! You're Sorry, I'm good.
Even worse when your allies ping it too.
Oh yeah, that's great.
So then your chat thinks they're right.
Yeah.
They're always wrong though, chat.
You guys, you can't mana void or necro.
Oh, the hook shot through actually hits the Void Spirit and gets him away from all of that. Meanwhile, Kumin jumps away. Supernova being used here. Lil still hunting that Animage. Sees him farming Ancients. Oh, what a greedy play, Kumin. Why'd you have to do it?
Come on,
You
bro.
got Ancients on your own side of the map. Why'd you have to try and steal Omega Lil? Still, Omega Lil going to take advantage of that misplay from Kumin and continue to fight this out. But a backing wall, it is dangerous for Kellen here, who doesn't have his BKB, pops a Wrath of Nature, but it doesn't do enough. He dies. Magical feels strong enough to continue to chase Lil. Still has that blink stolen from earlier, so he's able to get out. But Omega Lil just keep on losing 4 heroes every single team fight.
I think, I know we're talking about the game still, but
yeah.
I really do think the 9th and 10th picks demonstrate the difference between Tier 1 teams and the teams in the Divine League. Like, they're so close in terms of, like, their play is great. Like, the execution mechanically is fine. But you're just seeing the game play out, and you're like, this Timbersaw was supposed to have, like, the perfect game.
Yeah,
And
you 10th pick it, right?
He's just dead all the time.
Two supports battling out back and forth. They're saving each other. Happy. Oh, the telekinesis actually stops that, right? Yeah, that was the telekinesis that stopped that. Happy does eventually get found by Magical, though. So sadly, it would have been really cute if they'd both gotten out together alive. Sadly, no. Yeah, this is just looking like... So does that, if drafting errors, do you think that comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of the game, or is that specifically about draft? Is that specifically
I think
just...
drafting is completely linked to your understanding of the game. So if you have one, you don't have the other. So I'd say what you asked is basically saying, is it yes or is it yes? And I'd say yes.
Well, that's the perfect question for you, Brian. You can't get it wrong.
Nailed it. As yeah, they bring down the Clockwork, but every kill for Omega Lil just doesn't really seem meaningful. Even when the anti-mage dies, like, that's supposed to lead to something, right? And him dying actually gave Cyber Legacy more net worth over the time that he was dead.
Yeah.
It went from 5K to 7K during the time anti-mage was on the respawn timer.
And part of that is they're just getting no objectives during that downtime, right? Objectives like this that Omega Lil's currently trying to force around the Roshan pit, it's certainly not free. And it could be disaster. They do manage to get a scan. They're going to jump forward. Lil, he just immediately goes in, grabs Hero the Slayer with the telekinesis, and he realizes that was a bit of a folly there. Cyber Legacy, they're up on that high ground, ready to fight. And may not have had everyone, but they certainly had enough to deal with Lil.
That might have been a little overstep by Lil there.
Indeed, indeed. And now Kuman's like, okay, that's a low health Roshan. They only have their 4-man, so let's just go into the Roshan pit and force them to fight us. Here comes the Snapfire ultimate here. Bignum looking to be able to intercept, so does Magical. They both go in and make sure Happy doesn't get any more off of that. Kellen, goodbye, Kellen. Brian, this is just a slaughter at this point. It doesn't feel like Omega Lil can win a fight anymore.
Okay. I'm just trying to turn this into an educational experience for people. Maybe that's not what they want, but we learned this lesson in the Alliance series. Timbersaw, as an offlane hero, is about making space and enabling your carry, who outscales the opponent carry, to carry the game. Nature's Prophet does not outscale Anti-Mage.
Yep, no.
Thus, you're making space for something that's not going to win by having the space.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at objectives and the reason why they can't take objectives. The hero that's supposed to walk down lanes to set up objectives is like really crucial for any team to have. In this game, Omega Lil drafted that hero as Timbersaw. And Timbersaw can't walk down lanes. Like if they had picked a carry that could walk down lanes, even just like a PL or
so they
something
done
like that.
Off lane, like say they did off lane Void Spirit, right?
Off lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Right? And then just some carry that can walk down lanes, like against this lineup. It'd probably have to be a hero that doesn't actually physically have to be there, since you're dealing with Doom and Clock and all that, like pick off. But it's like, because their heroes can't walk down lanes, they're never going to have lanes pushed. Like if you compare the Timbersaw or Nature's Prophet trying to push a lane to Anti-Mage this game, right? Like Anti-Mage, once he has Manta, can't really die unless he farms Ancients at 300 health. So I just see this as lack of vision.
What I'm kind of hearing from this right now, Brian, is that you, like, yeah, it's not the greatest Timbersaw game, and that was the last pick. But outside of that, even if it was a better Timbersaw game, you still fundamentally disagree with the idea of what they were going for with the Nature's Prophet and this. Like you're saying, if you're gonna have this hero, like it cannot be your be-all, end-all hardest carry. Like you need to be able to have something bigger and greater.
The type of Timbersaw games you win is the ones where you have a Phantom Lancer against Drow.
Yeah.
Or you have Spectre against, you know, something that doesn't carry as hard as Spectre. You know, it's like those are the games where Timbersaw, you know, Timbersaw, those are the games where he flourishes. But as we see here, one last
shot
fight,
in, big numb. Look at that, the Cogs protecting the Supernova egg pretty nicely. Malik's not going anywhere, that's for sure. And Kuman, well, he just hunts down whoever he's in blink range of, which he's going to go for a few more hops forward, see if he can catch Sunlight. Instead, he finds Creeps, which is not bad because, well, he's the biggest, baddest man on the planet right now. 19,000 net worth lead and feeling fine. Guess that Dota buff percentage, Brian. 98, 99?
97.
97. Can we roll it up? Can we see the win percentage here as soon as this fight is over? Because Big Num is going to make his jump for double.
Well, now it's 98.
He's got Aghanim Scepter. All right, now he says it's 98 after that kill.
Do we have Dota Plus on this account? Okay, it's 100% now. That's my official gauge. Oh, they said GG. I nailed it.
You were perfect, Brian.
Dota Plus disagrees. It's actually 100%. I appreciate it. As those are the type of games where you see somebody asleep at the wheel, and instead of watching them asleep at the wheel, all you can think about is the inevitable crash at the end, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like watching it. And
at least you couldn't take your eyes off, right?
That is the best part about Dota.
You knew the crash was coming.
Is when you see a crash, you're like, I just want to see this guy pay. You know, I want to see them pay for their mistakes.
I got a little vengeful.
Well, that's just how it is, right? We're, you know, Slack said it. We all
pay for your folly, pay for your poor drafting.
Exactly.
All right.
On that
note, hey, we did talk about the fact that Omega Lil, they do tend to lose the first game in a series. They did so yesterday and bounced back really nicely. The counterpoint to that, though, Brian, they did. Hi, Lacoste. Bye, Lacoste. They did get 2-0'd by Cyber Legacy.
They're literally
It's a
telling him to
plane.
go that
It's
way.
a bird. It's Superman.
Or it's just Lacoste.
I'm working with a bunch of amateurs. Let's go say hi to the amateurs.
Hey, amateurs.
Oh no! It would have been so cool if the camera just moved with him. Imagine if that was the cut to the panel. It was almost a genius thing. Just like this draft was almost a genius draft. Maybe if they had a better draft, Omega Lil would have been able to take it because we all saw the probability graph. It seemed like they played quite well. The draft was not something that worked in their favor. You already heard the casters say it as well. This is a team that tends to not come out looking great in the first game. I mentioned the fact that in the interview, they said it was something that came from being tired. I don't think that they probably have that excuse right now.
Yeah.
So do you think that maybe they still just kind of came out with cold feet in the draft?
Well, maybe they went to bed a bit early tonight. You know, they said they don't like playing these early games. Maybe it's still early for them. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think
maybe it's just that.
I mean, I think you're saying like how it came to the draft. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Like,
yeah,
they drafted themselves a very tough draft to just like win the game, right? Like you have to stomp the game in order to win versus this anti-mage. When you have Timber, Nature's Prophet, and Void Spirit cores, anti-mage is just really good versus all three at majority of stages of the game. Sure, early game you're a little tough, but you know you just avoid them. So yeah, he just came online.
Now you thought that Cyber Legacy was going to be able to win this one. You said that you felt like Omega Lil was much more of a stack Lacoste. Did you see any indication of that, or did it just come down to Omega Lil being outdrafted in this game number one?
Well, this one I think is mostly on the draft where AM is going to have a free game. He died for First Blood, I believe, before the game even started. Skilled Blink, which is not a great, sign that you're going to have a good game. But after that, everything was pretty much on point. Kumin delivered. They did not have a good hero that he feels threatened. Died one more time. But, in the end, Nature's Prophet tried to itemize. They have some kind of physical damage going for Deso AC build. It's still not enough against the AM. Like, it's just very bad overall lineup against the AM and nothing they could do about it.
Yeah. Bignum also popped off.
Yeah.
Like his IO yesterday, I was going to be pretty hard on him because he had a pretty bad performance on it, but today made up for it. He actually had a baller Clockwork, played super aggressive, made all the space. It was good.
Clockwork was level 6, 7 minutes in. Yeah. So, his teammate was dying before him, and he was getting double kills, getting all the solo XP. Void Spirit, Sunlight, he played extremely well that game, but the first, 15 minutes, but it's so little you can do with the rest of the teammates if you have, lineup like that.
Was there any similarity to the weakness that we saw yesterday in game number one? Because I do feel like, I keep going back to that game number one because I feel like it's a good indication, right? We just got into the playoffs. We're trying to see how these teams are going to play in that environment. Obviously, we have weeks of groups to go off of. But when you do look at that game number one, it seemed like they kind of had the draft in the bag, and then their last pick almost got them. It was supposed to be a gotcha pick, but instead of getting the other team, they got themselves. They just played themselves. When we look at this game, yes, this was a great game for the AM. Do you think that there were any similarities, though, with Omega Lil's draft that they could change like they did in that last series?
I didn't get to see the game yesterday, actually. I didn't watch that first series, but I just feel like a lot of times you draft yourself in just a really tough spot. Like, when you're seeing these three cores, it's like Nature's Prophet can make plays, he can push towers. Timbersaw very good at early game. 3 very strong early game heroes, but then Anti-Mage just counters them so hard. They didn't pick, what was it? It was a 4th pick Anti-Mage, right? So they had to pick in order to try to counter it, and they didn't. So I think that it hurts them when you just literally, like you said, Lacoste was saying, there's nobody that threatens Anti-Mage in the mid game. Just none of these heroes do.
Yeah. So when we do jump into this next one, they're going to try to make sure that they do fill those holes, right? I think that's one of the things that BSJ has brought up aptly many times, right? It just keeps kind of going back to that very simple idea that every single pick that you do have, you want to be posing a threat that needs to be answered. And if you're doing that, you'll tend to stay a foot ahead in the draft.
Oh, for sure. It's... For me, Dota, the most interesting part of the Dota is the drafting. It's like playing chess, but the more complex version of it, because every single time you have a different game, it's just, Dota is that complex where you need to have all these boxes checked, and if you have a bad draft, it's going to be it's like playing with no queen, let's say, that playing chess without the queen.
Thinking about it. I don't understand.
Thinking about it?
I don't understand chess very well, man.
Queen is very strong. Queen moves everywhere.
Yeah, man. And when the whole chest fad was happening on like recently, like there was a
Still
huge...
going on. I love chess. I watch a lot. They're casting a bunch into. They're getting more popular.
Is it still really
it's getting
popular?
much more popular on Twitch for sure.
It makes sense that it's getting more popular. I feel like it's an enjoyable thing to watch, right? For a lot of the same reasons. But yeah, I tried to watch and I was just like, what's going on here?
I try to learn and they're too fast. Like they're way too quick.
Yeah,
But it's probably the same as when people are watching us doing stuff. They're probably like, alien language. What the hell are they even talking about? That's what my girlfriend and like her friends always say when they come over and I'm casting and stuff. They listen to me casting.
Yeah,
They're
but
just like,
okay, here's
you're
the
speaking gibberish. Like,
here's the
she was
trick, though.
laughing at me the whole time.
Yeah, but
They have no idea
here's
what's
the
happening.
trick. Chess, you look at it and it's like, oh, look, it's a piece of paper with some rocks on it. Dota looks cool as shit. That's the trick.
Unless you don't know what you're looking at. Though.
Yeah, but rub it in. It's just like,
Let me figure it out.
you know what I mean? And then you're like-
Crazy effects. Like
yeah,
colors.
Wow, like, wow, why is that mermaid hitting that bear? And it's like, I need to know. And then you learn, right? When you look at the rocks, it's just like, it's a rock sliding around. I don't know.
Maybe you're not just
chess
a chess
people are gonna be
player.
pretty mad at
Oh,
you
they're
right
gonna be
now.
so mad. Yeah, they're gonna be so mad. None of the chess people know who I am. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I think chess is great. Chess is awesome.
Oh God, don't hate me.
Dota is better than chess. If you play chess, shut up. There we go. Now the chess people can be mad at me. Let's talk about Dota because that's more interesting than chess.
But it's very like it's very similar just in like the strategy thing. It's all about like the grand strategy. And when an AM counters 3 of your cores,
Still talking
that's
about
nothing to
chess.
worry about. Well, I'm just saying strategy. Like,
Yeah,
right?
I
Like
get it.
you relate it in, and it's true. Like this anti-mage just had a free game once it gets to mid and late game because he's not countered by any of the 3 cores. So strategy, a little bit of a fail there from Omega Lil. Unless they just like super press the issue forward though, which was a risk. It's just a scary game.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes down to that, one hero who's uncomfortable and you learn something. We've seen so many teams just falling down to last big broodmother. Like you need to have that. You need to have that picture of your broodmother on your monitor just in case someone decides to pick it. It's not as strong as it was before, but still sometimes that cheesy pick. I think we don't have those many cheesy picks. Like Arkhorn's not a cheesy pick anymore. Meepo right now doesn't feel strong at all.
Yeah, it's like I gotta have that post-it note of the things to remember sometimes because there's so many things to be looking at that sometimes you do get distracted. But there is one thing that you always need to have up when you're trying to make critical decisions: Twitch chat. Twitch chat, absolutely never wrong. In the first series of the day, I think it was 91% in favor of Liquid. This time, they are in favor again of Cyber Legacy. So do you think Twitch chat's going to be right this time again?
We're making fun of Twitch chat, but seems like they know. They know what's up. They know who's going to win.
Making fun of them on the last pick, on the 91%?
What was the percentage of this game? Do you know?
So I think it was 65% in favor of Cyber Legacy.
That sounds fair. I like that.
Sounds like a very good read from Twitch chat.
Yeah, Twitch chat. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the ones that does feel a little bit close, but you got to keep in mind, I mean, the stakes are pretty high in this as well. It feels good to be in playoffs already and to start to, it just, the entire dynamic of the tournament just feels so good.
Yeah, I don't like, when I'm watching this, I do see like, I'm seeing the Cyber Legacy that we saw already, like a couple days ago, like a week ago or so, in comparison to what we saw yesterday when they were playing versus Immortal, the Immortal bracket, I guess you could say. They looked much more comfortable today. They were making more aggressive plays. They were being a little bit more risky. Well, I feel like yesterday they were just they were like, oh God, like we're a little bit. They looked afraid of their opponents. Well, this one they were like, we're winning. We're looking to win. We're playing to win.
They were in control of the game, like decision-making wise. They know what they need to do to win against a team like Omega Lil. It's like you played chess against Kasparov, let's say. That's the kind of feeling that I got with this game. Never mind.
Casper.
Kaspersky.
Naming
keeps playing
random
against that
ghost.
virus
Casper
protection program.
I think the other thing, though, with Omega Lil is, you're in a situation right now where it's very easy to procrastinate. Hey, we got 10 more weeks of groups. We'll practice before the next one. We'll get our scrims together before the next one. I'm going to go to the studio and then I'll practice. They finally got to the point where it's like, okay, it's do or die. If you drop any of these series, you're no longer going to be in the tournament. And I feel like, you mentioned the fact that They felt like a stack. I think they're probably scrimming way more than they have ever been. In the interview, they started to allude to the fact that they were going to be scrimming, and I think that we're seeing it. Even though they did lose this game, it seemed like, yeah, draft was the biggest problem. They can come back, they can change their draft in this game. If they looked like they were running around like headless chickens on the map, it would have been a bigger problem getting down into game number 2. So I think we see two very interesting things with these teams that mean we're going to have a great game 2 at the very least, maybe even make it all the way to a game 3. Omega Lil looks like they're much more practiced. On the side of Cyber Legacy, I think the biggest fear was what you just mentioned, that we get to this game and they've just completely lost it after playing against NIP, right? That when they played against them, they just didn't look like the same team.
Yeah, I mean, they ramped it up. Because across the board, and they had a really clean draft, a comfortable draft. They looked back to, like I said, it looked back to their other style.
Sometimes it's not your day, you know. I feel like if Cyber Legacy played against NIP, I think they would be evenly matched. And let's say they played 10 games, I think it would be pretty even.
I swear that is something that people don't talk about enough because it's such a hard thing to quantify. Right? How are you actually going to bring it up as an analyst? You don't know what's going on, but I feel like there's so many times where there's just a better team on the day. It is something that happens, but we're going to turn our attention to something very quantifiable. We're going to jump into the draft for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Rich. Welcome to the Draft Pantheon. I am here, of course, with the Kyle and the Lizard. We are here to bring you a fantastic analysis of this upcoming draft. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Omega Lil typically lose their first game. Will it happen again?
Yes, they did already. Didn't they?
They lost the first game of the series once again. It depends on will they draft something that they're only comfortable with, or will they draft something that they're comfortable with, and also something that makes sense. And they switch things up a little bit.
If it doesn't make sense, you won't make dollars.
Doesn't make sense, you won't make dollars. Wow. Keep that unprofessional garbage for the fluff panel as we begin this draft with a Doom and a Phoenix, the same opening. Now a Rubik is missing. Why Grim over Rubik? Lizard.
Why Grim over Rubik? It's a good question. They banned it out the last game. They banned it out to deny Cyber Legacy that double Doom opportunity, but Grim overall isn't only about the double Doom. It's a strong hero. It gives you some outpush on the lanes. The Inkswell with the Void Spirit is pretty good. Versus Phoenix in the lane, it can be alright. If Phoenix is there, you have that Phantom's Embrace to mess with him a little bit when it comes to that dive escape. But overall, I just think they lost confidence. I think Rubik was always their opening, and I really think for them it's a better pick. Maybe they'll go for something else for Lil this time around, something that can make plays a little bit easier. Your Clockwork, Tiny has been banned out. Maybe something tanky, some tanky 4.
Yeah,
I'm foreseeing.
Excellent. 8. Kyle, the next pick.
I think that if I'm a Megalil here, I just want to keep things a little easier to execute. I thought that their last draft was great, but I just disagreed with the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
As we stated, I felt like they either had to all in, win game quick, or get themselves an answer to AM. They kind of just got more mid-game, and ultimately they lost later on. I think that they played really well. I think Sunlight on Void Spirit is quite possibly one of the best in the game at the hero. I just want to see them have an ability to win game. Also, if you're going to pick Snapfire, you guys get a little Shredder, dog. You can't get it at level 7. Phoenix got a free egg off that actually turned the early game around for CL.
It's like I've been on both of these sides, like playing Phoenix versus Snapfire and Snapfire versus Phoenix. First month, when Snapfire started being picked versus Phoenix, it was really good with that little Shredder. Everything afterwards felt really bad because you use that egg far enough from the Snapfire and it doesn't really matter anymore. Or you wait for the Snapfire to start channeling Mortimer's Kiss and then you use the egg. What? Is he gonna stop his ulti to come up to you and maybe kill your egg? Probably not, because he's far enough anyway. So they go with the Lich. On the side of Omega Lil, we have pretty much when Grimstroke came out, these three heroes were picked constantly together.
Yeah.
Grimstroke, Lich, Doom. That was the wombo combo. And it's still pretty solid. And one thing that I really like is when something falls out of the meta, out of favor for many picks, people start forgetting about it and start forgetting how actually strong it is. Maybe it got nerfed a little bit, but that doesn't mean it still isn't strong. Soulbind, Lich ulti,
Point for Lizard to love.
Cyber Legacy just straight up picking the exact same draft. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just grabbed another Anti-Mage 4th pick if Omega Lil don't pick something that isn't Furion. I like the clock a lot. It worked out for me. All right, cool. Definitely not going to AM into that, although it's a possibility. It's a very early carry reveal. That is the win condition. We did ask for them to get something easier to execute with. TB certainly is that.
Deuces from Kyle, back to Lizard.
All right, so you're thinking about all these heroes that are good versus TV right now. They already have something. Phoenix, in my opinion, is pretty solid. You can always get on top of him with the magic damage. You deny him the Sunder with your Egg. You need more, though. Is it your Zeus? Is it your Ember? Which one of these heroes are you going to go for? Ember versus Void Spirit, that can work for you as well. If you want to give that to Magical. The problem with Magical is his hero pool isn't really that great. But he can make it work. Like any mid player should be able to play these heroes that are good versus TB.
32 love to Kyle.
Cyber Legacy just need to have a way to deal with the Terrorblade. I think BKB here.
Oh, you've dropped the ball. Reserve on Kyle.
The Bat Rider here is quite nice. Laning phase.
I can't.
Laning phase is definitely going to be advantageous no matter where he ends up if Omega Lil don't pick a true counter to him in the lane. It's great against the Terrorblade, and it's really nice synergy with the Phoenix. You just force someone to fight into the Egg, and then boom! Egg explodes, splatters everybody with Yoke, and Cyber Legacy win the team fight.
I love Cyber Legacy. They're red beats blue. Cyber Legacy looks very strong.
Well, blue definitely beats red. Blue represents water, whereas red is fire.
Never.
Reserve on both. We have the ball is out of the stadium.
The color schematic actually does work here, right? Like we have one almost full blue team, bluish. The other one is full red.
Very impressive. I must say.
Like you don't see it very often like that.
Would you say that the one that keeps the color palette is the stronger team?
Yes, and if you look, Terrorblade, he's actually captured the essence of the enemy draft within his bejeweled soul belt. Thus, he's more than ready to take on the Cyber Legacy squad.
All right.
All right. Game over. Set match. No one has won. Go Lizard. Last thoughts.
All right, so this should still be your position 4 clock with offlane Bat, your Doom mid, position 5 Phoenix. You're looking for your position 1 carry that can deal with the TP. And you go with Drow. Bam. It was Drow and it was Arc Warden. Those two heroes that actually do well against him.
I would have liked Arc Warden, I think, a little bit more. However, cool thing, Lich Shield only reduces damage from physical attacks, not physical damage. Thus, the Drow Arrow Storm is not blocked whatsoever by Lich Shield.
The multi-shot.
Correct.
Arrow Storm.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, can you tell me how towers work with Pugna? How come tower take magical damage with Pugna?
It's... Wait, don't you play techies?
Yeah.
What damage are the red mines right now?
Physical.
Are they physical? Are you sure?
No, it's all magical.
It's all magical on techies, right?
But how come magical burst damage you can't Laguna Blade tower?
Objection. Is this relevant?
No. Well, it is when they pick Pugna right here. But
I wouldn't recommend it. But
last
it's
pick,
always
who
possible.
would you recommend?
A cleanse. LC, Omni Knight, Abaddon. You've got catch. You need something to keep your Terrorblade alive. You need an answer to the Bat Rider. And that is a cleanse.
You have to be careful, though. You're going to be playing offlane versus...
Storm Spirit.
Yes,
Whoa.
full blue, baby. Drow.
Full blue, indeed.
That traitor tries to run.
Oh my god.
That's a Void Spirit
Storm.
offlane.
also has the essence of red captured.
My
so this
God.
this is an insane pick here. This is very.
This is
we were thinking 4-head. This is definitely 5-head's good, right?
5-head.
Okay.
Very, very good.
It's answers for the Phoenix the bat. Like it's a good lane against the bat. Oh, and they expect bat to be mid.
Yeah.
We saw this yesterday.
But bat can be off as well. You could put, but it doesn't matter. You play versus Doom or bat, you should do fine with Storm.
So you put the Storm against the bat, should be a good lane. They really don't like have anything to kill the Storm either. Yes, you could Doom him, technically Drow could silence, but they're relatively easy spells for the Storm to play around.
You see these odds?
Oh yes.
Kyle, what are your thoughts? Blue apparently is beaten by fire.
I think I would go blue here. I feel like Omega Lil have better tower pressure, and I think that the Drow Ranger is going to have difficulties in this game with both spirits just hopping on top of her.
Yeah, I think they sold...
Their damage output's real low.
They sold their draft in a weird way. Like, they moved away from this Void Spirit being mid, but I think the Storm Spirit does definitely fit them. When you look at these two drafts, Cyber Legacy do have a more standard one. Let's say a little bit perhaps easier to execute. You have these solid team fights that you're fighting against. Meanwhile, Omega Lil, they have to be in and out constantly with these two spirits while TB farms up. I'd still value Cyber Legacy a little bit more because of ease of execution. You do have Doom, you do have Lasso, but it looks better for Omega Lil. I actually like this last pick more than the Timbersaw. Yeah.
So in Blade, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to ask you people any more questions. Questions are weak and irrelevant when you could simply have answers, like what our two casters will provide for us. Please give us all the answers that we need in this game.
Indeed, in order to show strength and authority, no questions will be asked in this broadcast. We will only be giving answers. Brian, answer this draft for me. Because I cannot ask you a question on it.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to be like doomsday guy here, but Omega Lil's draft, it seems like it's like January 2020 right now. And I see their draft, and by the end of this game, it's going to be September of 2020. Do you get what I'm going at here?
Signs of potential bad things to come, but it's going to get really, really bad. Is that what you're going to say?
This has been a great year. I don't know what you're talking about. Omega Lil all the way. Woo!
Okay. Well, 2020 has been great for Brian, apparently. Screw everybody else. Brian's getting his. Kyle loved Omega Lil's draft. He said he would bet his mortgage on Omega Lil. Are you
always
prepared?
tune Kyle out. Did he actually like their draft?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he
This
did.
is why Kyle legit hasn't played a game of Dota in the last 2 years.
Sober.
This is literally like the
Hasn't
worst
played a game of
Terrorblade
Dota
game
the
in
last
history.
2 years sober.
Yeah, sober.
30
True.
seconds to battle.
I would be shocked if this Terrorblade carries the game. I think this is a very hard Storm game.
Okay.
I think he has to get a lot done early. But if he does get a lot done early, I think that's the win condition for Omega Lil. I thought they needed a space maker, not a space taker. So Storm has to be a bit of both.
This is the perfect position for me. I love being in this position.
What position is
I
that
am the play-by-play caster between two analysts who are currently at odds against each other, and one of you will look like a fool.
With our track record, who are you going to side with initially?
Oh, absolutely you, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure you're not delusional. No
Though,
offense,
to
Kyle.
be fair, has your track record been that good, Brian?
Let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about the game, and I'm sure that's what people care about.
I feel like comparing your two track records might be like comparing two negative numbers.
I'm not going to touch this one, Cap, to be honest with you.
Very well, Brian. I was pleasantly... Was it pleasantly? I don't remember. I thought Drow Ranger was going to dumpster Void Spirit lane the other day,
Yeah, I know what
just
you're talking
yesterday.
about, yeah.
And that did not happen. Is Void Spirit just the answer to Drow Ranger? Off-lane Void Spirit? Is that the answer we need against this Drow Ranger safe lane menace that is terrorizing our pubs, Brian?
We're running it back, because I still don't buy into this Drow Ranger being countered by Void Spirit in lane. Both Drows were picked into Void Spirit, and I wholeheartedly believe it's Drow favored. So this will be the decider for me. I think there's always mechanical, potential individual mistakes that can that can mislead you on a matchup.
Yeah.
I always remember this one Beyond the Summit tournament where CCNC played against Meepo as TA. The first one he got stomped, and then the second game he stomped.
Yeah.
And he basically said he learned that matchup over the course of that one game.
Yeah.
Like he had 1 or 2 crucial slip-ups in the first minute, lost the matchup, suddenly he came back and won it. So I'm going to chop up that other bad matchup for Drow to be individual error.
Wasn't that also where he did the interview? He talked about the importance of glyphing.
Yes, that is
and
exactly
how
what
like
happened,
he
yes.
picked up, like he was able to pick up his level 2 before the Meepo.
That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Yeah. It's always fascinating to hear pro players talk about like the very, very little things that matter so much. Oh, I haven't heard that line in a while.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, what? Dota is a game all about the little things, Cap. I'm sure you're all too familiar with little things.
I try to handle little things as often as possible.
I'm sure that's not hard for you to find, Cap.
Let's start the laning phase, shall we? Bingnum's going to be doing some pulling as the clockwork. Damn it. I was really trying hard not to break.
He did it, guys. Remember this moment as the moment Cap broke.
Oh, man, I got Lacoste good there earlier with the 5 men versus Liquid. That was a fun one.
Yeah, that's not low-hanging fruit.
Doom versus Storm Spirit. Melee hero against Storm Spirit, not necessarily greatest, but Doom, because he has so much natural regen, I presume he's able to just kind of fine.
Yeah, Doom kind of goes even at worst. Last game we did see him have a bit of a rough laning stage versus the Void Spirit, and even when he died once or twice, it kind of just... he still dooms people.
Sure.
You know? I'd like to see him buy a Bracer and a Wand in this lane before Boots. I'll see if he goes for that. Last lane, he got... you just get... all the spirits just nuke you down, right?
Yeah.
They all wear you down. So I think the Bracer Wand is really important super early, as we see Malik getting the treatment that I expect a Void Spirit to get.
You were right all along, Brian.
Yeah.
I never lost faith in you, and I
Kyle,
never
that's
lost
bullshit.
faith in this matchup.
Yeah. Did Kyle actually say that about the draft? I can't tell if you're painting a picture, like, for a storyline.
Like, I'm beginning to doubt myself, but, like, yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, I think the thought process was that Drone Ranger's just going to get gone on, and, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. To
be honest with you, I try only listen to, like, the last 10 seconds, so I know what their conclusion is, so I have an intro.
Yeah, I'm all about the minimally listening to Kyle.
Because for me, seeing is believing, and right now, I don't believe my eyes, Brian. Storm Spirit's winning the matchup. I don't know where I was going with that, but, you know.
Storm is definitely supposed to win, so
Yeah,
you're about as Kyle right now.
Pull him back. Magical taking a bunch of damage, just has to pull the creep wave back underneath his tower. Has a little bit of regen to work with. He did get the stick early as you requested, Brian. No boots just yet.
You just can't evade the damage that you're taking. Like with Void Spirit, he's going to hit you with his shield, right?
Yeah.
With Storm, he's just going to Remnant and hit you.
He pulls him on the range creep, but Magical's good.
If you can't evade the damage, boots don't do anything for you.
Sure, sure.
Right, that's the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, I'm glad it made sense to somebody, because that's about
Push back onto Kellen. They're really trying to stay on top of him with the Bad Rider, but they couldn't quite close that distance. Now with the creep wave there, Kellen, he could actually fight Bignum here. He's got, okay, he's just going to keep walking here. Eventually he turns. He's like, okay, now's the time. I can finish him off now, and he's absolutely right. With 40 HP to spare and a single stick charge, Kellen's good to go, and that is a lost lane for Cyber Legacy. Not looking so hot now. Malik, he's going to be potentially dying here in the bottom lane as the last bit of damage coming out from Slayer. He does have another round of Fire Spirits, but he didn't need it. He can put it onto Lil instead, and Slayer may actually survive here as he ducks his way through the trees, gets off the healing salve, turns around, says, ha-ha, Lil, I gotcha. Look at the healing salve. It already healed me up. Dumbass, gotcha. 2 for nothing. Kumin and the Phoenix making life real hard for this Void Spirit +1.
Yeah, I've told this story to the casters backstage, and I know people have heard about 17 too many stories about my pubs, but there was a period of time where I decided to try to learn Void Spirit.
Yeah?
Cap. And I was just first picking it, because that's usually the best way to learn a hero. And
yeah.
3 of the 4 games I played, I got Drow Rangered, and I stopped playing the hero.
You should pick it up again, Brian. It's so fun.
Yeah, it seems like a really fun hero, but when you lose your lane by like 2 levels and you're just like scrapping for farm, and you get like a 8-minute level 6 in the off lane, you're just like, well, this hero, any hero in this situation doesn't seem very fun.
Maybe the off lane just isn't for you, Brian. What are you doing?
I mean, I haven't had issues like that on any other hero except for his Drow. Damn it, Drow. Okay, guys, I know I whine a lot about Drow, but hear me out. Please, Ice.
Oh, God, they hear me out.
Please just nerf Drow. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to stay, civil on this.
Hey, we got on top of the Drow Ranger because the Phoenix is not here.
Oh no,
now
Drow
Phoenix
Ranger's
is
in
here.
trouble. No. Oh my, wait, what? He had 12 stick charges and he just didn't use them. Okay, Drow's a feeder. I blame this guy. He was actually baiting there. He was actually baiting there.
Yeah,
Didn't realize he was gonna die to the nuke.
Yeah, no doubt. He was baiting them to turn around because if he pops that, then they're kind of out of damage, especially with the fire spirits on them, and he would just light them up during that time. But tried to min-max a little bit too much. That's what happens when you bait too hard, Brian.
Is that what happened to Dendi?
Ow. Oof.
I'm just kidding, Dendi. I wouldn't say this kind of stuff if I didn't have respect for you. Just like these teams here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you wouldn't say that kind of thing if he was actually listening.
Do you think he's listening?
I hope.
I'm sorry.
That's the face of Dota right there. You just insulted Brian.
Well, hey, I heard it to be, memorable, you have to say polarizing shit.
Ah, yes, the Kyle strategy.
Yes. Wait, no.
All right,
no, I don't want that strategy.
Sorry, I got
shit, that's the Kyle strategy?
We're shitting too much on Kyle right now. This is getting too far.
Well, I thought my strategy was pretty good until you said it was his, so I'll make that the last one.
All right. Kyle is a perfectly fine analyst, and we love him very much.
Yes.
Don't take too much of this to heart, Twitch chat.
He's such a good analyst, he managed to make himself be working for the production crew so he can hire himself.
You're not going to stop, are you, Brian?
Nah.
We've got level 6 on the Doom right now, and he's highest net worth in the game.
He didn't level Doom, though. He's going for the 3-0.
Yeah. But true, doesn't have Doom, but he could if he wanted to,
That's
But
the
as
flex.
you said, the important thing was he bounced back from that laning phase, Higher
As
levels
he always
devour.
does. Highest net worth in the game.
Yeah. It feels a little bit, Malik's in some trouble. He may be dying here. Oh, the last hit from the Drow Ranger. The Fire Spirits did actually burn him out. Granted, the Phoenix does die to Lil, but you're always worth trading a support for a core, I think.
I think Kuman got XP for that, for the Void Spirit kill. I'm not sure, though. If he did, it's really good for...
He's really close to level 6. He's trying to finish off Lil here. Oh, he got up with the silence and didn't die to that last hit.
Oh
the
my
20
God, he
stick charges, he got it.
And
Plus, he also has range
guys top. Yeah, I was mostly trolling about the stick charges only because of the last time he held on to for just a bit too long.
He learned from his mistake, Brian. He didn't wait this time. Dropping the bottle, give it to Slayer.
Support
still
players,
trying to go for Kellen.
Please fill bottles. Bottles are what us cores need from you. A lot of offlaners are going bottles nowadays. As a core position, if I buy a bottle, please don't TP mid.
Okay, I have a question for you, Brian. Your mid goes bottle.
Yeah.
You have an offlane here that's good for going bottle. Is it acceptable to get 2 bottles on a team?
It's acceptable. It's just that if there's heroes that it's borderline, the mid laner having bottle or not definitely affects me. Okay. It depends on if my hero's more about the power runes or the bounty runes just for the refill.
Sure.
Like for Darkseer, I think it's more about the bounty runes for the refill than it is the power runes. But Batrider actually uses the power runes pretty damn well. He likes stuff like haste, invis, all that kind of crap.
Searman's trying to finish up his level 6 when he got by Omega Lil. They're making a fast play into mid lane. They did this with the Nature's Prophet lineup, and they're doing it again with another pushing core in the Terrorblade. Cyber Legacy, I think this time around you should definitely formulate a response if they're going to keep going, but instead they pop over to the side and find a free kill on Big Dumb.
Yep, I like this play. This is who you need to play around. Void Spirit fell behind a bit, but he's got level 6, so he'll do just fine bottom. Storm Spirit is your space maker, boys. Get him. As I like this Kaelin rotation to mid, because against Batrider, Clock, Phoenix, Doom, please don't stay in your own safe lane past like 5 minutes into the game on Terrorblade, as he is rightfully left. And this is really important. He did this last game as Nature's Prophet, so he's very aware of situations where it is now the dead lane. It has transitioned out of the laning stage. This is no longer the safe lane.
If anybody's going to be there, it's going to be some sort of 5 or 4 position that can either clear creep wave safely or is willing to sacrifice their life for some easy levels.
Yeah, they're just as easy to kill as Terrorblade, but the difference is you do have to gank them, and instead of it being, oh, we got the carry, it's like, I guess I have to gank this 5.
Yeah.
As they look like they want to go again. There was a ward bottom that initially scouted Magical's rotation, but they seem quite keen on countering the early push from Kalen's Terrorblade as Blizzy
just turn around on Blizzy before the Phoenix can actually come in and save them from all that damage. Sunray, though, doing a bulk of work.
The deny? No,
he tried to get the deny. That was pretty interesting there.
Turns out Terrorblade having 25 armor is a nerf.
And now they do manage to get the Gust. There goes the Supernova on out. Sunlight's still going to fight around this Inkswell, trying to blow up this Doom, and he managed to kill him and jumps away from the Supernova as well. In fact, he still has enough mana to get away from Siom the Slayer. Even another jump on after that. So pull him back into the tier 2. Maybe you could do something here.
That was a terrible split shot by Drow. Needed to hit the Lich. Like, you could have been much more patient with that, because it's a difference where if you're chasing down Terrorblade and Storm's the one respawning, you're going to have to back off super early, right? But if you're chasing the Storm and the Terrorblade's respawning, he has no meta.
Yeah.
You're not afraid of this guy respawning. So I think that was a bit of early giving up on the side of Cyber Legacy. I really do think they could have chased farther there. Usually Drow doesn't want to chase, but as we see here, Kuman did decide to stay in his lane. He has not learned about the dead lane. Let me preach to you about it, sir, as you will learn this the hard way. Drow, another carry that doesn't usually stay in the safe lane very long, because she is quite squishy.
So surely he knows. Everyone's heard about the dead lane from
I need to give him the
point
brochure, yeah.
Well, no. I'm sure he's heard the gospel at some point. Is there a reason you can think of why he would stay in that position?
There's nowhere for him to naturally rotate to right now. As we
my
see
goodness,
Terrorblade
Big
being low. No Sunder time. That was sick. That's just a little bit too greedy from Kellen. Is it Kalen or Kellen? I've said both randomly throughout.
I've been saying Kellen.
Okay, I'll say Kellen too for continuity's sake. As what I was gonna say about the dead lane here is that with Terrorblade, it's like, okay, I have meta. Not only is it dangerous for me to be top, but there's also something I can go do on the map. While with Drow, it wasn't like a natural rotation for her to go anywhere else, but now since they had committed 3 or 4 heroes bottom from Omega Lil, it's very easy for Drow to go top. I think.
So there are times where you can defend your safe lane tower, play around that fact, but this was not that time?
Yeah, I don't think Drow's the type of hero that wants to do that.
Sure.
If her team is ganking for her, that's different, right? Earlier that happened, but the minute your team has gone elsewhere,
yeah,
you don't want them to be forced to TP back bottom because you're a Drow. This is where you're supposed to go, right? Instead of rotating to a lane, you realize, okay, I'm not safe bottom, but I'm also not, primed to go take an objective just yet. He's even gone for the Yasha before the Dragonlance, so he's saying he's going to hit some creeps. And no better place for a Drow than the triangle. As Doom goes for the phase drum BKB, pretty standard stuff.
Omega Lil currently sitting around this mid tower. They're looking for a pickoff. That could maybe translate into them taking that tier 1. Magical pops his head out, and immediately they look to be able to cut it off, and it looks like with this combination of abilities, they'll do pretty well. They get off the Supernova. Can they actually kill the egg? They cannot. They're fully committed at this point in time. They do manage to get the Soul Bind out onto the Bat Rider with the Clockwork. They're still trying to chase down Sunlight at the same time. The Sunray, can it do enough damage? Can Slayer do it? He needs to be able to hit him with the Fire Spirits, but he missed. He missed the one Fire Spirits that could have given him a chance, but now he's dead. And so is everybody else on Cyber Legacy. My goodness.
Slayer just doesn't understand. How are you supposed to kill Sunlight with a Sun Ray? That's literally impossible. You're killing it with itself.
It's healing.
It's made of itself.
It's like Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's not very effective.
At all. As surprisingly, the fight just... Magical getting caught out is not the recipe for a good fight. I think every team comp has a specific hero that you don't mind losing at the start of the fight particularly, but I would say Cyber Legacy lost a bit of awareness there in the fact that they lost their crucial hero. Like, I'd say Doom is the most important hero to be alive.
They popped meta again, and they're going to 4-man smoke, and I think they're just moving into the triangle, see if they can catch the Drow Ranger.
The respawn, this is good. He's aware of this somehow, though.
He knows. How does he know? How is he so smart? They're going to get Magical instead with the Chain Silence and the stun of the Inkswell. God, Inkswell's so good.
Magical is, I think, dropped his spellbook, Cap.
Brian, what's the weirdest food you've ever eaten?
Weirdest food?
Yeah.
When I was at TI9, it wasn't weird because it tasted weird, but it was weird because I didn't I didn't know I was eating it.
Okay.
So Kali knows Chinese, but she read it as bull, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were at a restaurant, and she doesn't read it perfectly, so we were getting bull, we thought.
Sure.
And we get these things that look like small chicken wings, and I'm like, this is definitely not beef. And we realized it was pretty good. We were just eating it, and then she asked the waitress, and the waitress told her it was bullfrog.
Ah.
So, she knew she kind of knew what she was reading, but
so did it indeed taste like chicken?
It was basically chicken wings with way less meat on them. Yeah, it was pretty good, but in terms of weird, it's like, oh, I feel like I probably wouldn't have eaten this if I knew what it was, but now that I'm eating it, okay, and then you just keep eating it.
Have you eaten any other kind of birds besides normal chicken, turkey?
I have had quail.
Okay. What about crow? Have you ever eaten crow, Brian?
Crow? I've never had crow, no.
Yeah, well, you might be eating crow after this game because it's looking like Omega Lil is in a pretty good winning position.
I see what you did there. What about you, Cap? Do you have any weird food eating stories? Or was that entire thing a segue
That
to
entire thing was a setup just for the zinger of eating crow.
That's
But since
actually
we had a
impressive.
pause, I just wanted to play along with it a little bit.
Not going to lie, that was well thought out.
Thank you. The payout
meticulously
felt
planned.
really good. Nobody will care but me, but I can tell you it felt good to me.
Hey, man, that's what I say about all my jokes. I don't care if nobody else laughs as long as I find them funny, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
enjoy
all that
your
actually
jokes,
happened.
Brian.
Oh, okay. Phew. Somebody does.
I was lying. I need someone to enjoy them, please. I'm an entertainer, for God's sakes.
I feel like. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, please. I was just going to say that I wanted to talk about something. I can't remember what it was because I can't see the heroes. Like our cameraman, he's like a drone operator now at this point. He's trying to get through the circles of the sentry ward.
That was cool. Dota map's pretty cool. As we see Grim just ninja in his way in the trees here. I feel like a lot of the heroes that you can't see through trees, you'd be able to see their like paintbrush and stuff. I feel like the lore just doesn't line up there. So I was a bit concerned for Omega Lil's draft because I didn't think they'd be able to blow the map open like this. But on the back of Storm plus Grimstroke and a few out-of-position heroes, so to speak, on the side of Cyber Legacy, they need to trim it up a bit. They have the Blink Dagger coming up on Blizzy relatively soon, but this is a window where none of their cores are independent. Storm plus Grim will kill anybody who plays alone.
Yep.
So we need to run a tight ship, Cyber Legacy, if you want to save my non-existent mortgage that I bet on this game.
Aye, aye, Captain. Cyber Legacy. Tightening it up here. Gonna start playing together a little bit more. Look at that. Everyone's got a partner. Everyone's got a battle buddy. Though, is that battle buddy gonna be enough? We've got the Phoenix Batrider bottom lane, which is currently where Malik and Lil are heading to. Hemin and Han.
Everyone likes these iron branches. Valuing it over a Quelling Blade here.
Jumping after Blizzy. Blizzy's so fast, though. They're going to be able to get the Inkswell stun onto him, and the pullback from the Aether Remnant should ensure the kill. Yule Scepter last second into the Dissimulate, which doesn't quite combo up, but they still get the kill.
They have to stop playing like this. Their first volley of items just is so important for the side of Cyber Legacy. The BKB on Doom, the Blink on Bat, the Dragonlance on Drow, which he has coming out. They had to hit this timing earlier. I'm incredibly nervous for them all of a sudden. The game was 9-11, and now it's 9-18 in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because Cyber Legacy, they've only lost 2 games in the entirety of this Divine Division Omega playoff group stage. They only lost to one against Voldemort and one against Khan, I think were the 2 teams.
Okay.
And again, they 2-0'd Omega Lil last time they matched up against each other. But this does, I agree with you, it does not look like the Cyber Legacy that we've seen set the precedent of just kind of like good, clean play And here they just look lost.
Omega Lil's making all the moves they need to make. When I saw the draft, I was really hoping, the Storm has to be super aggressive early on. The Terrorblade's going to be hitting creeps. I don't think on even footing the Terrorblade will outcarry the Drow. And really, really happy with their moves. I think it's also a bit of an oversight, though, from Cyber Legacy. The way I look at Dota is if you're the team that has, like, both teams have a win condition. And if things are going good for you, which things were going good for Cyber Legacy early on, just what changes? What does the opponent team have to do to affect the status quo of the game going well for us right now? And that was activating the Storm and getting crucial pickoffs. And they were playing too far apart on Cyber Legacy for that time being. And I think it's almost too little too late. They still had their Tier 1 tower before all that happened. Then Doom died, lost the 4-man fight in a Tier 1 tower off it. Then Doom died again. Suddenly this Doom that was #1 net worth by a decent margin is number 3. And the Terrorblade is a solid small item ahead of him.
Funny part is Cyber Legacy had tried the Drow Ranger strategy before, and I believe it was one of their losses. So they maybe this is just something that they're trying to acquaint themselves with a little bit better. But do you think that a Drow Ranger strategy is unique, that it could feel a bit foreign to a team that has previously looked really good? Like, what is it about a Drow Ranger strategy you think that Cyber Legacy isn't really putting together?
Drow Ranger requires the other 4 heroes to be in the same place, because she alone is very fragile. She's not like an anti-mage where she's independent, right? As much as I'd like to think she's an independent woman who don't need no man, this is not the case for the early game. As when you have a hero like anti-mage, maybe you can play the map a bit greedier, but with Drow, she needs the unit of 4 to be potent such that the enemy team can't mess with her. And the minute your unit of 4 kind of falls apart, Drow, as a hero, the concept also falls apart. So, though, I talked about all these bad things that's gone on for Cyber Legacy, but they have the Blink on the Bat. I believe they have the BKB on Doom. They do have at least the preliminary items on Drow that she would need to be functional. And with that timing, they might be able to get something done. As those odds seem a bit biased that Omega Lil is ahead right now, and they're, 2.6 to 1 still. Kuman needs to be a bit careful. They could jump you, buddy. But he looks to be baiting. Just a bit.
Yeah, just a wee bit.
Might trade that Vambrace for some strength. Vambrace headed on agility. Are they going to get the reach around? Veil on Grim, he's farmed.
Who are they going to run into? It's looking like they're going to run into spotting the Grimstroke first. The Storm Seer's over on the side. Hook shot from a distance. Does manage to catch some heroes there. They get the Soulbind locking in, and the Gaze pulls them both in. They can't get away from each other. This damn Chain Frost, it's too much for them to handle. They've already lost their Clockwork, who's going to buy back here, as well as Bat Rider, who's not available for a second time. Magical. Oh, he went for the Doom, and Kellen says, now there's 3 of me. 4 of me, in fact, as they're going to be able to chase down the Slayer. You said, Brian, this is going to be their chance to prove that they can actually put together a team fight. They've got their items. They're ready to go, but they couldn't execute. They lose 5. They got wiped there.
I'm
just imagining like a really sad song playing in your head right now as you're watching this, knowing that you bet your mortgage.
Well, this is why I bet non-existent things on Tier 2, Tier 3 Dota, because it's just unpredictable. Things that you cannot foresee, they just occur.
You guys should see the look on Brian's face during that time when he was silent. He was just kind of like blind. He was just kind of like blankly looking up in the air. All around me are familiar. Oh, the pushback of the cogs. That's going to burn a little bit more mana. 300 is enough to get him into the Tier 1 tower and away from Blizzy.
Get him. Basically, I look at that fight and I see a Doom hold on to his BKB when he just got it. Like, that's your new BKB, buddy. And he just held on to it and lost 2/3 of his health prior to using it. That's just unacceptable. I've learned this lesson myself way too many times. There's 2 types of BKBs, Cap. Reactionary ones and preemptive ones.
And what are the good ones?
What? Honestly, no one's really better than the other. It's just like there's 2 reasons why you can buy a BKB. And for Doom, it's BKB and run the hell in. Like, they have a bunch of instant stuff, like Lich Gaze into Lich Ult. Like, you just took half your health and damage before you BKB. And you can't allow that because the enemy team's only physical damage is Terrorblade. So if you're BKB'd from full health, you're literally never dying. And then because he dies or because he's half health, he has to, play the back lines of the fight, but then you already have Drow doing that. So it's just It's hard to watch people make mistakes you make yourself. And you've already been like, I've already seen what happens when I do that. Continue, Cap.
And the worst part is that they got the initiation on the Grimstroke, and Doom still saw that and said, I'm going to run in range of the Clockwork. Like, they didn't have a chain stun. So they were going to get soulbound together. That leads the opportunity for the two-man Chain Frost, the potential gaze that Happy did a really good job of getting off right away, which is very smart of him. I believe he actually used the gaze before the Chain Frost. So he didn't get the double Chain Frost bounce, but he did get the double Disable, which was way more important in that situation.
I also think this is a real situation where Magical has to realize that his Doom needs to just be used. Like, he just needs to use it on the core that he sees. Void Spirit was right there for the taking, and you may be like, wow, he almost died. You know, why would he want to use it then? But just see what happens when you don't use it and things go wrong, right?
Blizzy, he tried to catch Sunlight. Woo! Sunlight's too fast for him, though.
I think teams are... it's actually hilarious because when I play mid lane heroes, I'll let this fight break out and then I'll talk about it after. As we see a 4-man smoke from Omega Lil.
They are on the hunt. They see a little bit of Fire Spirit action in mid. Phoenix, it's an okay hero to kill, but not your primary target, certainly. You want to see if you can blow up that Doom again with your chain stun combo, or even better, if you can catch the Drow Ranger, who shows herself right there on the low ground, but it's such an obvious position. You know the rest of the team is up there on the triangle.
I guess my segue was going to be that
yeah.
When I watch offlane hero or mid lane heroes become offlane heroes and I try to play them, I'm like, God, I feel like I don't know enough about this hero compared to mid lane players. I feel like I watch the same thing when I watch mid lane players play Doom. Like, he's a bronze tier Dota Plus Doom. He's probably played Doom 5 times.
He's garbage.
It's just niche situations. Like, his laning's great. He has good farm, right?
No,
but
I get it.
BKB usage, Doom usage, you can tell it's just lack of comfortability on the hero.
No doubt. Aether Remnant into the silence is an easy pickoff onto Siam the Slayer.
There's a big difference between being able to play a hero first 10 minutes and being able to play a hero in team fights. Huge difference. And I always feel it when I'm playing heroes I haven't played too much of.
Especially in, like, part of the thing is why people are able to spam heroes over and over and over again until they're rank 25, you know, and they've got hundreds of games on it, is that every game is a bit different. And maybe he's just unfamiliar with how this pace of this game is supposed to go. What a big pickoff, though.
Huge. No Lincolns just yet, 400 gold off, so that was a big timing to hit because after that Lincolns is gotten, I don't really know how they kill him other than like Clockwork Hook into Drow Silence.
Yeah. It's going to be rough for sure.
It's still scary for Omega Lil. That's the thing. Like, Storm's going Lincolns, but now that I think about it, a 4 plus the 1 can kill you. So they don't have a save either. This game really is going to be all about who jumps who, right? Like, that's what we're going to see continuously. Storm does have buyback, but probably not going to use it here.
Knowing that initiation is all important, Cyber Legacy, they actually smoke up behind the Drow Ranger here. Look for their opportunity. It's already been popped with smoke. He's going to go in. Bignum does manage to catch the Grimstroke. The 4-staff down. Bignum is going to get away from Kellen here. Kellen's going to do equally the same as they want to get outside of the range of the Supernova. Chain Frost before Happy. Looks like Happy put himself in the corner. He had no way to be able to get out, so he just hides himself and is now trying to slow down Cyber Legacy as they look for the retreat. Once again, the Manta. Magical. He does manage to get the Doom off. He's bumped up to the high ground. He's got the advantage. He gets 4-staff down. No Arteezy here, ladies and gentlemen, but because of the Doom, he gets taken out. The Drow Ranger is tearing him a new one. Omega Lil. Ultra kill for Kuman. That... Wow. Brian, you said it. You just got to use it, baby. Just use the Doom. If you don't use it, you lose it.
I don't know about that, Cap. You'd be much more familiar with that than me, but I do believe you are correct. He did need to use it. Otherwise, the fight, they will lose it.
Indeed. And they won it.
They did win it.
They gained something out of it.
He used... They win it, now he's in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Great rhyme, Brian. This is why you are... my #1 up-and-coming co-caster right now. It's the rhyme.
I thought you and the Cost were the dream pairing. Or was it somebody else?
That is the pairing of the century, honestly.
I'm trying to meme on you, but I think I'm doing it wrong.
No, you were on point.
Okay,
You were on point. Don't worry.
Nice.
I just didn't want to lean too much into that meme.
Gotcha.
Okay, we've got a dead even game on our hands, but there is a significant difference now. Sunlight is alive, and he has his Lincolns. And you could see, well, Dota Plus is like, yeah, you guys did a good job. Hey, you want to fight? Good work. You're still behind, though.
This game's all about who jumps who. I'd say this game's completely even footing, and whoever gets the initiation is going to win the fight, period.
So who has the ease of execution when it comes to the initiation?
I honestly think it's all about vision. I think both teams have very reliable ways of going on targets. It's just like who's going to see who and who's going to use their abilities on who first.
Speaking of vision, there's a ward here on the high ground that spots the rotation into the Roshan pit.
Storm has to go first with no BKB. I don't think that's feasible. So it's really hard for anyone on Omega Lil to want to jump in here.
Yeah, and if they don't, they're just going to give up a free Aegis to Drow Ranger.
I like the flame break usage by Blizzy there. Just in case somebody tried to jump in, you knock them back real quick.
Oh, yeah. I always love to see, I'm a big fan of like preemptive cogs there as well, where it's like, it's not going to do anything unless somebody lands in that spot and then they instantly get pushed.
Yep. Dota's all about calculating all the little things that can go wrong. Because if it happens to you once, it scars you for life. So that's an example where you know the guy's played a lot of Batrider, because he's probably had one game of Bat that he got the Aegis stolen. He's like, damn, I could have freaking flame break that guy. I had to think about it ahead of time, though, because he came in instantly. So you see the gold tier Batrider up top. That's when you know. Filthy hero spammers. Actually, gold's fine. Gold's like, I play this hero, but I'm not a filthy scumbag, you know?
If you know, you know.
You know?
So BKB, Aegis.
Preemptive silence, I like that. What did he go?
Oh, he went the... Yeah, sorry, he went the Ren that provides True Sight on the Void Spirit.
That's a nice talent when you're not 2, basically, I would say. It's really good for de-warding high grounds.
Sure.
Pretty much impossible to hide a ward from it.
Can we see our Void Spirit's progression in items real quickly?
He's going for the point booster into Halberd build.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I saw he had a point booster.
He's actually got the Ags? No.
No.
Okay, he's got the point booster into Halberd.
I knew he had the point booster, and I was like, there's no way. If you're building your Aghanim Scepter, you see that talent and go, I'll pass on the damage, you know? It's just one of those things. You're like, I mean, it's twice the value if I have Aghanim Scepter. So he is indeed switching up, and maybe that's part of the reason he does not go for the other talent.
Got the
nice
real one.
Centaur stomp on a Terrorblade. What is he doing here?
Camp, sir? That's my question for you. Was it worth it? We'll ask him after the game if they take the series. Was that small camp worth your life? Because your illusions were pushing mid. That's the reason why he's in that vicinity, right? He's there to push mid.
Sure.
And your goal on a hero like Terrorblade is illusions, take the dangerous farm, and your hero stays in a safe position. So he chose to die for a small camp.
Big Nub throwing out hook shots here, does run into Happy. So even though he didn't catch anybody with the double hook shot,
nobody saw it.
Get a kill.
That's the good part.
That's true. That's true.
We heard it, but he has plausible deniability, Cap.
I'm a little bit speechless here. Like, again, I feel like the risk-reward ratio there is really bad. Oh, look at him, Malik. He's trying to hide in that sneaky spot where the stone cover cosmetically covers you up.
Courier has been killed.
But yeah, I mean, it's an easy camp, and he's on right next to a high ground on the enemy side of the map. I can't imagine like the situation where that's worth. Dude, look at his scan. Cyber Legacy's all over the place. They know where everybody is. Try and escape in the side lanes and pay the price. Wow. Oh my God.
That's a lot of damage.
They're madmen. What's going on? Cyber Legacy, all of a sudden they just like, just flip the switch. Let's go win the game now, boys.
We understand they hit a speed bump right before their first volley of items, but now we're surely seeing how bad Kyle is at reading drafts. I mean, how good Cyber Legacy is at constructing a game plan. You keep hitting it. It's going to die eventually, Kuman. Dude, finish that damn range.
Just hit the range.
Swear to God.
There we go. Now the damage comes in, slowed down by the Frost Armor. There is going to be some difficulty in hitting high ground, I assume.
Something not enough players do.
Yeah.
Is this whole Paladin Sword or Vampire Fangs in the backpack.
Yeah.
It's really important, I think. You don't want them in fights because your hero doesn't really lifesteal like man fight back to life, you know? But you want them when you siege a tower, lose half your health, and then go hit a creep camp.
Bignum keeps on hitting them. Don't stop, baby.
Can't stop,
Keep
won't
on
stop.
finding these pickoffs, and Happy immediately buys back. It's not even like Omega Lil was making an initiation there. He just says, let's go. Into an Aegis Drow Ranger. I imagine you could have saved that, but he didn't want to.
Tower has fallen.
Happy's a man of action, and death is inaction, or inaction is death.
He can sleep when he dies.
True.
And he isn't tired, so he's not going to be dead.
Dire are scanning.
Blizzy's gonna
Successful
find him.
scan. Kellen's like, oh, go, boy.
They have the vision from Firefly. They see the illusion.
They catch him. They grab the real
Wow.
one. Malik, he needs to be able to put a stop to this one. He needs to stop the Doom from getting off his ultimate, but here comes the hook shot for Bignum. Cogs push back. No, he gets off the BKB. Fuse push back. Then he certainly gets doomed. He gets off the center right before the Doom.
No meta
now he's going to
use.
try and back away. The Chain Frost continues to bounce around between the
Drow
two.
here.
The
Clean up
support
crew.
certainly dies. Here comes that Drow Ranger with a silence onto the Storm Spear, and he gets burned down. Sunlight, not very effective, my ass, Brian. It burned him to a crisp.
He died to the Drow, man.
He burned to a crisp, Brian, and Kuman fighting from the low ground, laying into the Terror Blade. The Supernova on top of him, and Omega Lil just lost. How did this game turn so quickly, Brian?
They got their items.
They got their items. That's all they needed.
And then they grouped up. The only strength I thought Omega Lil really had on the map was superior split pushing with the Terrorblade and superior pickoff with the Storm Grim. Once that doesn't play a part anymore, that's all about map momentum, right? It's all about the lanes being pushed in your favor. Terrorblade dies once or twice, the map is no longer pushed in your favor, and suddenly the pickoffs no longer are rolling in, right? Because these heroes don't have to separate anymore to react to your split push, and as a group of 5, Radiant's lineup is just way better.
Truly goes to show the brilliance of your analysis when the players misplay your strategy, and yet the brilliance of the drafts that you predicted still comes true.
Yeah. Kyle's just used to people playing it properly on his own team.
I can't get you away from Kyle, can I? You're like a hound dog, man. You sniffed out that set and you're not letting it go. It's 27-27, but the game is anything but even with a 19,000 net worth lead to Cyber Legacy, looking like they're going to continue this run of 2-0s. They had a good number of them in the group stage, and until they met Ninjas of Pyjamas, they had taken every single series.
Would you say it's odd that the team kills are even on odd numbers, but the game is not even?
Dire are scanning.
I like that, Brian.
Thank you.
That gave me the giggles. It was so dumb.
Yeah.
That it worked perfectly. It even made our panel laugh. Rich is dying over there.
He's doing the E2 laugh right there. The kick W. Approximately like that. I actually watched that video just to like make myself laugh the other day, and I was like, damn, this shit's funny. His laugh is just so contagious, man.
5-man smoke. They're going to run into Blizzy on the high ground here. Is Blizzy going to be able to blink fast enough before they get their initiation? Malik strikes. Gets on top of the Drow Ranger, but he gets the BKB off first, turns around, goes for Lil. Glimmer Cape will protect him for the time being. He goes for the TP out, but no, Bat Rider. Blizzy denies it, and Kellen, he starts playing into the Drow Ranger. He's been griefed, Brian.
Okay, this is when you ping your teammate, and you ping that your TP's on cooldown, and you ping Grimstroke's ultimate, and then you buy back instantly and walk down the mid lane. Oh wait, no, this is a game where they're taking it very seriously. That will not be happening.
Indeed. This is not the North American Divine Division. This is European. They don't walk down mid here, Brian.
That is
See, I'm
true,
the
they
Slayer
actually
just
don't.
looking to be able to slow down these pushes.
He bought out for something on Drow because he had buyback and now he doesn't have it.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of the correct read. I guess he just was like, okay, the meta's not going to last long enough for them to go high ground. They're not going to risk that.
MKB on Terrorblade doesn't really help him against the Doom problem, but if he gets MKB Satanic, suddenly he's pretty damn scary.
Yeah.
They need like a Solar Crest though, right? They need something to give him some base or bonus armor.
Yeah. Your Drow Ranger is going to get ripped apart a lot faster than that last time that we saw now with that MKB.
If Drow gets caught out alone like that, she's going to die every single time.
True.
It really, to be honest with you, doesn't matter who's ahead by what margin. Whoever jumps who first should win the fight. It's just like in a place where maybe Cyber Legacy's heroes are able to assist and maybe the Drow can buy back, it's going to be a bit different. But they were so far away from the rest of their team last time that Drow's just going to die.
Oh, I like this. I like this. They have, the Drow Ranger just came back up, but they 4-man smoke before that. I think they're looking to catch Omega Lil as they're off kind of their timing. It's natural expectation that if they're going to smoke, it's going to be with the Drow Ranger. They're going to push forward. They're going to try and grab a team fight here where the meta is down.
I also like that Drow instantly went for an Ancient Camp at 37 minutes. Got to capitalize on those new neutral items.
Did he get it?
Yeah,
Did he get a leveler?
He got a leveler.
Oh.
Storm Spear got a Timeless Relic, so some pretty impactful items so far.
So if we go to a Throne race and they barely win, we could say that
it was all
him
RNG,
farming the
blame
Ancients.
Gaben.
Yeah, oh, okay. I was going to say,
you're going to say the
strategy,
heads-up play.
Yes, the heads-up play of farming
course.
the Ancients at 37 minutes won the game, and not the RNG of neutral items.
Very cool.
Ooh, Timeless Relic.
Leveler's a nice item.
Yeah, it is pretty good. So what did he buy out? Because he already had the Scotty, right?
He actually just bought a TP and put him from like 30 gold over to 20 gold below. I saw that. I was like, okay, I guess he didn't buy anything. That's a pretty scrub move, though, to buy a TP. That puts you out of buyback range.
Yeah, Kuman's just throwing.
I actually understand right now. Okay, remember what I told you he was doing while he was dead?
Uh-huh.
You can't ping your TP cooldown if you don't have one in your inventory.
Oh.
So he literally had to buy a TP in order to ping to his Batrider that his TP was on cooldown.
That is
I
truly
understand that.
next level toxic, Brian.
I understand that.
You really
I'm right there
are
with him
deeply into the mines.
Yeah.
This is some mine hunter shenanigans here, getting into the mines of the worst, most toxic kind of play.
Yeah, that's you got to understand the small things, the small mechanics that really enable your ability to tilt the shit out of your teammates.
Tell me, Brian, well, what is it like being able to get into the mind of a piece of shit?
Like Lizzie for canceling my TP?
Do you think that, like, no, just, your idea of, like, buying a TP specifically so you can ping it. Like, do you feel like you have some sort of affinity there, or?
It's purely observation. Watching my friends and supposed friends, and all these other toxic members of the Dota community doing this. It's never actually me.
Okay.
Of course. Just like it's not my fault when I lose.
Yes.
Yes. Prince's Knife, actually a pretty valuable item. And a Spell Prism. Very good on Terrorblade, actually, if they want to leave it on him. It's a stat item that gives mana regen, lowers the cooldown of all of your illusion abilities, and he's going to keep it on his backpack for future investments. Okay, no, he puts it in. Good. It's really nice with Metamorphosis, too.
Lotus Orb on the Clockwork, which is quite nice against Soulbind very often, but we now have a Scythe of Ice for the Grimstroke. Super, super good.
Wow, Drow prioritizing the Prince's Knife over the Leveler. He's actually got the smorgasbord of neutral items here.
Yeah, he really does. Give him all the neutral items.
Got one for pushing base and one for fights.
So you think, what do you think this idea is? He's looking to catch the Storm Spirit?
Yeah, 100%.
Like a fast projectile hit on the Storm Spirit?
Even Void Spirit, even Terrorblade, buying your team that, very short duration disables enough to prevent them from defensively BKBing prior to the Doom or anything like that.
Yeah, and we've got, speaking of that Doom, we've got double Doom for this next team fight, showing how important the initiation is in this team fight. If he gets off both those Dooms, very likely Cyber Legacy have won the engagement. If Omega Lil, though, they get on top of him first. There goes Being squelching up onto the Doom. This is what they have to stop. They managed to get the Soulbind out as well, and the Doom is dead. Pull back, though, onto Kellen, though, from the Lazo. Jump in from Big Numb, trying to keep him away. He does double hook shot up before the Thunder, but look at that damage just came out for the Drow Ranger. Armor is nothing to a Drow, and the Terrorblade's dead for 80 seconds.
Back in the day when I'm going to wait for this fight to potentially re-engage.
Yeah, they have to fight without the Terror Blade, so they're just going to try and keep on going here. Up against this Drow Ranger, does get Scythified stuff. The Inkswell's done, only hitting the clockwork. He's only got a little bit more. There's the Scythe. He's out of mana. He did.
So back when I got kicked from Summer's Rift. This was a long time. No story for you guys. There was a game where we were winning pretty heavily, and I was playing Drow Ranger. And I didn't BKB when a Brewmaster split on me, and then he threw a boulder at me, and then I died.
Okay.
What Magical did there kind of reminded me of that. He just got gone on. About a second later, got pulled, and he just didn't BKB and died full to 0. Luckily for him, I think he's still going to win this game. And he still has a pro career.
No, Blizzy. He gets Scythe as he tries to make his initiation. There's Bignum to try and follow it up here, but he's stuck. There is Cyber Legacy. Though they aren't going to be able to fight this. They have to travel. Bat Rider coming in, the Lich rather. He goes down, force snap down to low ground. Lil managed to sneak away. So too does the Storm Spear, just ahead of that Gust.
Yeah, Kyle mentioned that the Drow E does not get reduced by Lich's Frost Arbor. You saw it there. Lich was full health and died to split shot.
Yeah.
That hurts. Same with Quills. Any AoE physical damage does not get reduced by that Lich shield, so good to see Kyle's brushing up on his mechanics, catching up with the last 5 years of patch notes.
Can they hold this high ground from Omega Lil? They don't have a buyback on Doom and Bat Rider, so it actually calls into question how safe Cyber Legacy wants to play. Sure, they have that Aegis, but what if they lose some of their surrounding heroes?
That earlier buyback from DU Rara is all setting up for this. They think he doesn't have buyback. That's the whole idea going here. Ninja Gear, one of the best neutral items for a Doom, actually. Gives you a bit of armor, a bit of attack speed, and then the smoke active with the movement speed. It is just super duper dandy, Cap.
It really is. You know, when I met Happy at the Summit, when he was on J178, and got acquired by Cyber Legacy, I asked him, I was like, how do I say your name? And he paused, he looks at me, and he just turns, Happy. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll just call you Happy. He was like, yeah.
There you go. I'm going to call you DU Rara. That sounds cooler.
15,000 net worth lead, but it is Omega Lil, the ones to strike out first. Malik jumps forward as the Scythe breaks. He looks to be able to grab somebody here. The Scythe into the Yule Scepter, not the best combination. They do manage to get the Doom onto the Terror Blade. The double Chain Frost is out in force as well, but this Terror Blade's taking so much damage, he dies before anybody comes close to getting popped on Cyber Legacy.
He already used meta, though.
He already used meta, so buyback isn't going to be worth a whole lot. Sunlight, no buyback there. Dead for 2 minutes, and
looks like
Cyber
it's about
Legacy.
to sunset on Omega Lil's chances.
It does indeed, Brian. This was an elimination game, and looks like they may have yeed their last haw. Time to ride out into that sunset, cowboy.
Can't kill him. Does he have the leveler in his inventory?
He does not, because he thinks they're still going to be fighting, and he's right, because good old Bignum always finds the opening. Look at that. Prince's Knife going to work on the Terror Blade. It's just disgusting how much damage this Drow Ranger can do to a Terror Blade. Maybe he doesn't even need the leveler, Brian, because he just kills Hero. Or maybe he's going to get killed. Can they actually do it? The 3 and the 2 support.
The directional
ready to go.
Place.
The 720 no scope coming out from the Drow Ranger.
I'll take the time to talk about a mechanic. If you guys want to learn how to spin in place, all you got to use is the directional move command, guys. Check it out in your hotkey settings. Promo code BSJ. Subscribe with Twitch. Oh, no, that's sorry.
Jesus. Calm down on the sellout there, Brian. You sounded like Rich over there.
I thought Rich would like that one.
Be sure to check out Rich's Instagram. And plug that one. He plugged that one on a TI broadcast. Trying to go in. Malik going for the Doombringer here, but Kuman. Oh, look at that. The Yule Scepter into the cogs. Very nice play from Bignum. Getting the instant stun. And that's it. Omega Lil try as they might. They will not be able to hold off this victory for Cyber Legacy. They will claim the 2-0. 12 more seconds. They're going to try. Soulbind double sight that with Inkswell on top of them, but the BKBs are activated. And the Storm Spirit, he'll be up, but he'll be all alone. A lone man against 5. What can he do? He's going to BKB. He's going to do a little damage. And he's going to watch his Ancient die and his dreams crumble right before him like ash. Rough times for Omega Lil. Good times for Cyber Legacy, though. Feels like they're back in the saddle. Once they're matched up against Divine teams, they look really good, Brian.
Yeah, it's why when you watch good professional Dota and you think somebody looks stupid, just remember, the only reason you think you're better than them is you're playing against 2Ks.
That's true. Absolutely.
It's all about who you're against. They look like a quality team there. Made a couple slip-ups here and there, but at the end of the day, righted the ship. And that's all it takes. You have the superior game plan and draft. Kyle called the other team. You know you're confident about your own game plan after that. And here we are.
Cyber Legacy, we're going to see how far they can make this run through the lower bracket, whether or not they can learn as they progress through this tournament, become a strong enough team to be able to take down some of the immortal teams that are still left in this playoffs. And who's still left in this playoffs is 3 very handsome gentlemen over there. Ooh la la, my goodness. Look fine. Rawr.
We're not in the playoffs. We just talk about the playoffs, but thank you, Kat. One of the other things, though, that we have to keep in mind is who is not in the playoffs. This was an elimination series, so this is going to spell elimination for Omega Lil. Let's talk about how it actually happened, because we thought that we were going to a third game in this series, probably like, what, 20-ish minutes in? I really feel like it was that one team fight where we ultimately saw the TB get doomed upon, and then all of a sudden, after they took down that TB, they just started zooming around the map, taking everybody out, fucked.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like we said, it looked like Cyber Legacy back in their prime form. Like they're just everybody looks like they're playing a comfort hero. Blizzy's popping off on his Bat Rider, godly flame breaks left and right. They're getting these super nice initiations over and over again, working as a team. Like every single one of their player, you can look and you're like, who was really the big standout in that game, right? Like Blizzy, maybe, but Bignum, he also popped off on the clock. Like they all played just super well together, and I was glad to see that synergy kicking back in.
Yeah, there's some really nice synergy between the players. The flame break into the cogs, just some extra lockdown. Once they picked up the Princess Knife against the TB illusions, it instantly clears the illusion. And Drow Ranger, she's the hero that you do not expect this kind of damage coming out. It's insane.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you're just looking, you're like, wow, Trout feels broken. Like, it was crazy to watch.
There was a couple of things, like when you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, he's using Princess Nice over the Leveler, right? And when you think about it, you're like, yeah, Leveler gives you 60 attack speed, but he already has enough attack speed. His frequency of his actual arrows, like, because it's 60% increased projectile speed, actually was making the difference. Like, I would see this TB walk up and just like, Dad.
I thought Drow Ranger had a DD in that fight.
Yeah,
I just had to check, and it was not on her. Too much damage coming out the TB and ignoring the base armor with the ulti.
Yeah, it was just like I don't know. It's just like it really looked like it was just like sometimes it's like the arrow projectile in the air sometimes can make a difference because you can get a 4-staff off, you can protect, but they were actually just like it was so much faster. It actually looked super cool. I haven't gotten to see people use the Princess Knife on many heroes like that.
Yeah, it was really crazy getting to watch you guys watch the game even and just seeing that Drow pop off. But let's look at some of the key moments, because this was a bit of a roller coaster of a game at the very beginning. I thought we were going to be going to a game number 3. Let's actually break down with a little bit more information how exactly Cyber Legacy was able to bounce back.
You have Storm Spirit and Void Spirit. Like, these two heroes can get on top of the Drow Ranger, but they have ways of protecting her with the egg, with the Cogs hook shot. Just the point and gust early on demolishes these two heroes. This is one of the fights where Doom does not use BKB straight away, and he gets killed because of that. And he has one job. Doom needs a Doom TB. That's all he has to do. So the TB cannot use Sunder, and they can deal with him later. You can see him pop the BKB, didn't get the full initiation off in the first fight, and at this point, Sunlight on his Storm Spirit, he was playing amazing. He did not die a single time. He was just popping off. I just don't think Void Spirit works as an offlaner. There's so many other offlaners that provide you with more utility. Like Void Spirit, he does not buy items like Pipe. He can buy Guardian Greaves. Like, he's more taking care of himself, getting a Yule Scepter, trying to get Aghanim Scepter for AoE silence. He didn't even finish it. He went for Heaven's Halberd against the Drow Ranger, but in the end it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, the Void Spirit, you could definitely see his impact. You know, it was there early game. It dramatically falls off in that mid game during all these big fights. And we did. I mean, I'm just looking at these Frost. Look how fast those projectiles move for his attacks. Okay, that's multi-shot, but yeah, they got like a couple key pickoffs too. I think was the big thing I did want to point out. I was the first kill on Sunlight. He was like 6-0 and 6 or 6-0 and 8 or something like that. Maybe even higher of a score than that. They get like a godly pickoff with Blizzy onto him, slow down. Massive momentum, and then it actually just turned into a 1-by-1 constant kill, right? They found the Terrorblade in a weird spot in the river, then a hook shot comes down from Bignum, he catches another hero. It was kind of like this big snowball effect that allowed Cyber Legacy to just pick up these really big items right afterwards and capitalize on these pickoffs.
Yeah, it was exactly that. It was like one of those moments, it's like you get the biggest pickoff you could possibly have, and it's like, oh wait, they might be able to come back, but then they just didn't stop. The second that they put down their foot on the gas pedal, they did not hit the brakes ever again. But let's talk about Cyber Legacy as a whole now. I think we obviously talked a little bit about Omega Lil, like what we actually thought of this team, some of the weaknesses that we saw in them. Cyber Legacy, the biggest fear I think we really have with this team, if you're looking at their run through the lower side of the bracket, now that they've managed to secure that run to be a little bit longer, is if they do actually hit some of these Immortal teams again. Because when they played against NIP, it just didn't even look like Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, I think they just need to like. The early game was still a little weird, right? Or like the early mid game. It's that real mid game that they just popped off. So I think they need to crispen up a few things, definitely versus those better teams. But you could see their spellcasting and everything in the actual mid game team fights. It was on point. Yeah. They just need to crispen up that like 15 to 25 minute period, and I mean they could definitely look real strong.
They definitely understand how to play a game. You know, itemization, decision-wise, the spellcasting that you mentioned, the combos that they were pulling off, like. Philly, Philosopher's Stone on Clockwork, he gets Aghanim Scepter, like multiple hook shots, just going for the right heroes in every single team fight. Like, this team's looking very hot. But you mentioned some of the decision-making in the mid-game, they looked a bit lost, and then they were like, well, let's flip the switch, we're going for Doom, we're getting the good lasso targets. Suddenly, they feel like a team on a different level.
Well, let's actually talk to them and see how they're feeling after this victory. First of all, I want to say congratulations, and we have plenty of questions to ask you right now. I think first we'll just talk about that series. What did it actually feel like to turn around this game?
I felt like we had better drafts at both games at the point of mid to the late game. So we just needed to get some core items, like BKBs, and our team fight is way stronger in that stage, I feel. So we just waited. We just farmed our draw. We had better core matchups. Yeah, that's it.
Nice. Yeah, good answers. I like that too. I like hearing that. I actually just wanted to touch upon yesterday. What do you think went wrong yesterday for you guys? Because I was looking at you guys like throughout this whole tournament. You've looked very strong. You've looked very cohesive. Something felt a bit off yesterday. Was there, was something going on with you guys, or?
I think game 1 yesterday against NIP, we lost our draft completely. They had Viper against Spectre last week. And that was their games. Like, if they wouldn't fuck up or dive, we wouldn't do anything there. We had Max Spectre. We were on a timer there. We needed to farm like 40 minutes to win the game, and we couldn't. Game 2, I think we just played really bad with our Wisp Gyro. We had some bad relocates into Warlock. We just needed to farm and chill and get BKBs. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we fucked up our timer this game, so everything went wrong.
Yeah, I want to know who's calling the shots. Like, when the game's going well, when the game's not going well, who's saying, let's do this? Is it Slayer, the guy?
I mean, I think it's me and Blizzy who are calling the most in the game. We are playing some kind of initiation heroes, like Batrider Clock today. Yeah.
Yeah, and
after mid game, game is on course. Like, of course, I'm making calls when they get items.
I do want to ask, with those things that you said, those small problems that you did have that ultimately caused you guys not to be able to pull off a victory yesterday, do you think if you were in a situation where you got to play against the team like NIP again, do you think you would be able to take them down if you clean that up?
I think we can easily win NIP if we play well. I don't feel like it's a good team or anything. We just played really bad yesterday. gonna try our best if he plays him again.
Yeah, well, wishing you all the luck moving forward in the tournament. Congratulations on the victory, and we'll see plenty more of you in this bracket.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Thank you. Really honest answers. I like that. He was very straightforward with this. A lot of time people, I feel like, when they're answering, they don't want to reveal a lot. He was very forthcoming with his answers, right? Like very similar to how we felt about the games too.
It was just not their day yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, they played bad. One of the games, what we discussed yesterday during that game, they picked Spectre, didn't ban Viper, it got through, and they feel like they can play against any team. That's the feeling that I have about this Cyber Legacy team, where they feel very confident, very strong, and yesterday was just a slip-off.
And I think, too, being able to just easily point out all of those issues so well, it's like, okay, well, you know exactly what to fix. You got a little bit of time to do it now, and you guys at home have a little bit of time to fix some things as well, because we're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we return, we got plenty more Dota. Don't go anywhere.
I have often regretted my speech. Never my silencer.
Mirror image.
There we go. Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend. Okay. So we got? Wait. What? Do we make it like it is in the card? Or our interpretation of Shadow Fiend?
Your.
Our interpretation.
Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just kidding. Hang on. How do I do this? He's floating. This is not good. Wait, oh my god, that's the idea. Mine's gonna be... All right. It's like a lot of different shapes in here. I feel like
I've got the pieces, but I don't really know what to do with it.
As long as it's asymmetrical, I think it's good. Do you have any glue?
Glue? What do you want glue for? Whoa.
There's no rules. Sorry.
2 minutes. What? Okay.
My color scheme is ruined.
We're gonna show us.
I'm just saying I think I win.
I'll start with the color scheme. I've got the SF Arcana here, nice bit of orange, and with it all. Nice little different tiers. You've got the arms here, you've got the face here, and the rising body.
We're, well, as you can see, my color scheme is a bit off because you looted all of the properly colored blocks. It's red, representing the Shadow Fiend's inner rage and turmoil. You can see he's in the act of casting a raise while taunting, you know? This is his book of spells. And of course, we've got his face. As you can see, there's human-like features clearly visible. Unlike my compadre, looks like a Dalek from the Doctor Who universe.
You got the little arms. You got the heart here in the middle, and then you've got the... Yeah, you know, like in the Arcana, he's got the big sort of orange central piece, and then the little different bits down the legs as it gets smaller here. You've got sort of the building up. You know, he's got that sort of pointy bottom that he's standing on.
I feel like I accidentally made Leia Organa.
Yeah, it's got the hair. Yeah, it's got the hair.
You know what I mean? I don't know how that happened.
That wasn't the aim of this challenge, though, Kyle.
But she is. Well, we'll let you be the judge. The only true knowledge is the knowledge that you know nothing. Until you put your scope into something. Duh.
There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
On the line here in the Omega League in the Divine playoffs. I'm here together with Lizard and BSJ, and we're going to talk briefly about this upcoming series. It's Hellraisers taking on Khan. Now, you guys might have seen Khan. They played in one of the infinite tiebreakers that didn't really were infinite at all. They only played 2 rounds in the end with a 3-way tie, but they made it. They stayed alive, and then yesterday we saw them stay alive as well in the first round of the lower bracket here. But can they do it again against Hellraisers? Lizard, can they?
They definitely can. Hellraisers are one of those teams that I think deserved even to be a part of the Immortal League. When you consider how some teams dropped out, I think they could have done just as well, if not even more. But you can't really just say that Khan are too worse or any worse than that. They have names. They have Gilgir, right? He plays with them as well.
Yes.
They have some Bulldog subs, so that's
I don't know if that's particularly a good thing.
That's not the greatest
What do you say,
thing.
Brian? Are your subs? Would you want to see them play pro?
No.
No.
No, I would not. My issue with Hellraisers as a team is that they don't really have a wide variance in performance, it feels like to me. Their upper tier performances and lower tier performances are not too distinguishable. So for me, I would bank on them really hard in a series like this, but I have very little faith in them against teams that are notably better than them.
Okay.
I don't think they rise to the occasion, but I also don't think they play down to the level of their opponents. So I actually really like them a lot in a series like this.
But you wouldn't want to see them in the Immortal League.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I think they've kind of proven time and time again that they beat the weaker teams and they lose to the better teams. There's nowhere in between. They never take a game off teams they shouldn't, and they never lose to a team that they shouldn't.
Okay.
So until that's changed, I'm going to keep going with that assumption.
When will that change? What do they have to do?
You
They have to do that. They have to do one of those two
This
things.
is not a series where they can change that. They first will have to prove that they can still take games off of teams that should be beneath them, but is Khan beneath them in this game number 1? We're going to find out.
Big question.
Over to the draft. That's very fast.
Good.
And so much more to say.
That's right. It's going to be Eyebrows versus Soldiers, Hellraisers versus Khan in this Divine Playoffs as we move forward throughout this. We had a long group stage. Khan has played a ton of games so far. Hellraisers, not so much, but still down here in the same area of the bracket. And well, we're already jumping into the draft, gentlemen. Lacoste, T. Governor, pleasure to have you two join me. As we see the first phase, it's going to be an IO Phoenix ban from Khan picking up a Tiny, Hellraisers banning out the Enchantress, and Doom scooping up the Warlock. Now, do you guys have any intel that you wish to share on either of these teams?
Let's start with Hellraisers. I do not want to see position 1 Weaver that we've seen yesterday against Navi. I do not want to see position 5 Void Spirit. I just don't think it's a viable position for that hero. We've seen position 3 in a previous series, also not looking hot. So they also ran position 3 Tiny in one of those games. So, a lot of mixing. I would say just go with the normal stuff. This is normal stuff. You see Darkseer, you pick Anti-Mage, you have Warlock, so this lane's kind of already secured. I don't think you die in this lane as Anti-Mage, unless their mid-hero rotates.
No, yeah, pretty much exactly that. I think for Khan, we have to show a lot of respect to Gilga. He yesterday had a pretty standout series against Team Unique, but also Khan as a team in general, going into that series against Unique, we didn't... Do we say the respect word? I don't really know, but we didn't really give him the same, I guess, accolades Team Unique has. Of course, Unique had more maybe the names in their roster, but Khan showed up that he had a bit of development during these long tournaments, and we're finally at the playoff stage. It's nice to see teams actually get eliminated. So I think Khan are the ones who are making strides. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they can actually play up into this Anti-Mage, because it's very expected, like you said. You pick Darkseer, there's no reason why Hellraisers wouldn't want to pick Anti-Mage.
So then based off the standards, I know we listened to the interview at the end of the previous series in which they were saying that they just had a bad day. Against NIP on a better day, as we saw them looking today, it would be much more even of a series. So was Khan just having a particularly good day against Unique? Because everyone pretty much considered Unique to be the favorites in that series.
It's the Cheshire Cat factor.
Okay.
You know, this man, he'll always have a team that can take a game off of a random team at any time. You're like, what the? Huh? Where'd that come from? You know, so I think, you know, day to day we'll see, but Khan will always consistently be the underdogs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hellraisers is a more experienced team. I also was a bit surprised that they did not get invited straight to the Immortal bracket over some of the teams.
Their org's not as popular, you know. That's why
I
they
know
got
the org is
invited.
not popular, but considering how they've been playing, that's why I expected. I don't see the, you know, big names and sponsorships. I see Dota. That's what I'm about. And yeah, banning out Faceless Void against AM, good ban. Sven also hero that comes online much faster than the Anti-Mage. And on the other side, Khan banning Mag. Yeah, we've seen the Mag Anti-Mage combo where Mag just skips the Battle Fury, goes for Vlad's into faster Manta style, so
Very
he tanks up. Yeah, I think we're going to see more and more of that.
I'd like to see Hellraisers finalize their bans maybe like a Terrorblade. I think this hero for Khan is very strong for Naive, and just the early timings just might put too much pressure onto this Anti-Mage.
So what are the heroes that you guys like against Anti-Mage? Because we're seeing how predictable the rock, paper, scissors is between the Darkseer and the Anti-Mage. But even Nigma are getting away with first facing Miracle's Anti-Mage a lot of times. And I haven't seen a really good carry-to-carry matchup that's like, oh, okay, I can abuse the fact that you showed your one position, your hard carry this early on in the draft. What is it about the hero that...
Depending what rest of your draft is doing, I consider Troll as a good counter to AM. That's one of the heroes that is kind of a sleeper one at the moment. But I do not want to see Battle Fury picks. And this is also the hero that I wanted to mention. Drow Ranger against AM. If you hit the good timing, it looks very good for Drow Ranger.
So not necessarily just the carry-to-carry matchup is the most important thing, but you need the rest of the team to also take advantage of the Anti-Mage.
That's why the second pick naturally feels so good for most teams, because you pick up this like reactivated carry from the fact that you see like a weak dual lane, and then you cover it with these 3 strong bans, and then the heroes that you can't ban out because there's not enough, you can then cover with your next pick, right? So for example here, Hellraiser looking at their lineup, they might think of Terrorblade as now the issue, right? They don't have that 4th ban, so they might pick up like an Earth Spirit or a hero that has some type of laning pressure to try and maybe mitigate the potential pick from Khan. And even if they do pick it, they're covering themselves. We see teams, for example, not ban Drow but pick Ember because Ember has that gap close. They're kind of having like a pseudo 4th ban within their team. Puck, for example, is one of those types of heroes.
They might be preparing for the Troll pick, something that Troll does not like to play into because of the coil, and they needed to have a hero that holds them in place, you know. Having AM Warlock as your opener, you're lacking on stuns, and with the Darkseer on the enemy team, he can just surge them away.
Yeah. Just not as fast as before.
Yeah, I haven't really seen too many repercussions from the D-patch quite yet. I was expecting to see... I guess most of it was nerfs. There weren't that many buffs. I guess Clockwork got like some minor buffs, and we've been seeing quite a bit of Clockwork, but at the same time, his Flare got nerfed, so...
Yeah, I think, like, for example, like Darkseer, you're still moving at haste.
Right.
How many heroes really get to haste level of speed, right? Like, sure, before you could break that, but still being able to have that, like, a free rune in the game, it's, like, still very valuable.
And on the flip side, now people are probably choosing the wall talent more frequently and being like, wow, this damage is actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, damn, boy, we're scared.
Especially with an Anti-Mage. And pick up a Jakiro for Khan.
Yep.
It's a good combo.
I get it.
We can call it that way. With the Darkseer and Tiny, they have a lot of control, something with the low cooldown ability to control either Puck out of phase shift or just AM. I'm liking it. I think they might be preparing for either TB or Troll, most likely TB.
Is there any possibility of it being a mid Jakiro that we've seen kind of shown up every once in a while? Okay.
I mean,
Alliance
it
made
could
that
be if you want to lose in 20
yeah,
minutes.
like Alliance did, yeah. Oh, Hellraiser's taken the book, a page out of Liquid's book with their little Puck Sanking. That's a very scary lane. I honestly just love the adaptation of kind of giving away the lane for your position 4. I thought about it a lot, for example, like putting that support into that role. Like, what would happen if you let a core go ganking, you gave your like the first 2 waves to a support type of situation? And the fact seeing Liquid actually run this and it have great success, loving how other teams are also learning from it as well.
This is something that Fogged and me are doing when playing pubs. You know, we tend to share the farm.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah.
Like,
No, especially if we have like 3 and 4 that are extremely like greedy. So both of us need farm.
I would be scared if, like, for Khan right now, because like, what type of carry are you picking here? Maybe like a Juggernaut to try and just play out the lane. Life Stealer, because then of course you have that Surge still. You can itemize to go for like Armored Deso and blow up, but it still doesn't look that good just because how scary and how much threat you have on this offlane. Oh, they go for Naga.
That is not a hero I've been seeing very frequently in a 1 position these days. I've been told that illusion heroes are kind of lost a lot of stock.
So the way that they play Puck Sanking lane is normally the Puck's like the chip damage, and then Sanking eventually will just take all the farm and Puck will rotate away, if it is that kind of Liquid-esque style. And in that lineup, you want to have a carry that can always push out the wave and just force, you know, go, okay, cool, you're pushing lane into me, but I happily accept that and farm more. So Naga is one of the few cores that probably could even match up into this aggression. So I don't mind it just for that laning scenario, but also into the game. When you get like Manta Diffusal, you're extremely scary. If you ever catch this anti-mage, with Song, of course, Vacuum, you can Vacuum during Song, so there will be set up into the Ice Path. You'll always be able, there's a lot of like soft combos right now that kind of running, so I honestly don't mind it. It's just...
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, there's you can sleep during the song. Avalanche, you can like precast the anti-mage, won't be able to blink out because the instances will be still going. Same thing with the Ice Path.
And that's the...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the aggressive form. You've also has the defensive, which is, we're seeing so much more team fight in drafts nowadays. Naga might rise up in prominence. Even EG might think about it, where if a team has doubled down on team fight, you pick up one Naga, you control every fight. Sure, you might throw down Golem, Coil, everything, but if I Song and we TP out, and we just run back at you, we have that 2-minute timing that you've created for us, basically. So I honestly don't mind it in both the laning phase and the fact that they're kind of countering the concept of Hellraiser's draft. So yeah, so overall, quite a nice pick from Khan.
Naga might have some issues in the early stages of the game. Caustic Finale, level 1 on Sanking, Puck just harassing. I mean, Sanking is a very good hero against the illusions, especially in the laning stage, and Naga wants to be using those illusions for last hitting and CSing.
Yeah, you had mentioned that Tikov had mentioned that he likes the Naga if they push in the lane, but she's known for having high armor, but this is a lot of magic damage on the side of Hellraisers, so
yeah.
If they just play the lane rather than shoving it, then Hellraisers may be able to shut down this Naga a little bit more.
Is Ember still in the pool? We might see a brother matchup, Void against the Ember. They're a bit limited on the lockdown for Ember Spirit. He's great against the illusion heroes. What else comes to my mind? Storm Spirit banned out, same goes for Zeus. You need a hero that just goes in and, you know, does stuff. Queen of Pain's also the one that can work, but
Is
then...
Timber still available? A casual Timber would ruin these heroes, I think.
Yeah, Timber's still in the pool.
It makes up so much noise, but again, you'd lack... Actually, I guess you have the anti-mage factor, so I don't mind Timber, but... It would be a little bit clunky, I think. Yeah. Overall for Khan though, I just want to see a team who first phase Darkseer and knows anti-mage is coming. I want to see a team have an adaptation for laning. The amount of times that we've just seen them sacrifice the Darkseer in both draft and in laning phase, and then the anti-mage just gets to his timing and just gets to play out a free game. Like, the lack of creativity on laning is like kind of, it is sometimes painful to see. So potentially we might see Khan push around that.
Okay.
Okay, they go for an Underlord.
So there.
Big boy.
Swap things around. Underlord position 3. That's one of the best heroes against the illusions overall. Considered to be a great counter when Phantom Lancer was one of the most popular carries. Mid Puck Sanking as position 4. So that's going to be a ton of damage actually in the laning stage. I like this approach from Hellraisers.
Can you not just put like the Naga mid though and put the Void Spirit safe lane?
You could.
And now you just like Puck won't ever pressure Naga. Naga can even farm more with the mid jungle camps.
And then you put Underlord mid. What
Sure.
up?
What
Checkmate.
up? Double down. I mean, you have 2 cores mid. Yeah, but
If it comes down to musical lanes, though, Anti-Mage is probably going to be the happiest because the Naga's the one who's going to have to move around. If
yeah, for sure. It's a difficult position because this Underlord comes in at the very end. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I like the idea Khan had, but Hellraiser's coming with this last Underlord pick might just be enough. But it's very much a lane counter, though. Getting into that mid game, Naga still has a great time. So can it apply as much pressure if they do a couple swaps? we'll see.
Odds are favoring Hellraisers, as we see from EGB.com, but we'll see if this Naga Siren may be the answer to the carry anti-mage in the first phase that we've been seeing so frequently from teams, as we send it over to our casters for game number 1.
Khan. Hellraisers. Let the battle begin!
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Khan versus Hellraisers. I'm Pixel, joined by Jenkins for this one, and we are going to get to see the Naga Siren. Is that the way to go against the Anti-Mage? Some strong picks, though, from Hellraisers in response to the Naga Siren coming out, Jenkins.
Oh, yeah. I definitely think they're expecting that off-lane puck. That's what that looked like. I think the Puck is going to have a really great game versus the Void Spirit. I think Naga Siren's going to struggle versus the Underlord. And I've actually heard a lot of carry players say that Anti-Mage is a counter to Naga because of the timing. You have Naga that just wants to farm for like 30 minutes or whatever, and Anti-Mage is almost guaranteed to hit his timing. But with that being said, you also have the Naga Siren who can net the Anti-Mage. You have Naga Siren who does a ton of physical damage for the Anti-Mage. So it can go either way. Like, I do think that both drafts can snowball. I think that Khan's draft can 100% just dumpster the laning phase and then snowball the game. But it's tough because they're countered in the lanes.
Yeah. I mean, looking at some of those lane matchups, I mean, as you said already, the fact that this Puck's not going to be off lane almost certainly, you are going to have this Underlord come in. Well, straight away, is this Underlord just going to be able to put so much pressure on in the safe lane that early, or can they sort of adjust the lanes so they don't end up in that unfavorable matchup?
I think the adjustment, like Tsunami was saying, would definitely favor the Anti-Mage, who's just chilling top against a Darkseer Tiny. Doesn't really care about either of those. And then, we talked about the timing of Anti-Mage versus the Naga Siren. You hit that timing, it's a counter. You don't hit that timing, Naga Siren looks like a counter to Anti-Mage. So even if I didn't know the teams in this one, I would still really favor the Hellraisers draft. It looks pretty damn good.
And in terms of those timing, what are sort of the precise elements of it? Is it basically down to, is the AM going to get Battle Fury Manta before the Naga Siren gets Manta Diffuse, or is that sort of the big timing you're looking at those cores?
I think so. I think that's about it. It's
and what does naturally come first? If you imagine this Naga Siren and this AM theoretically get free farm, who's farming those two items first?
I would say the Anti-Mage.
He's going to get the Battle Fury Manta first. Yeah.
In fact, I honestly feel like I would love to ask Puppy this because they've been first facing the Anti-Mage forever.
I love it.
But my take on the Anti-Mage is that the reason that people are able to first pick it right now is because he gets to his timing the fastest. He hits the biggest possible spike, and sure, you might argue that he's countered by a Terrorblade. You might argue that he's countered by a Sven, but there's always a window for Anti-Mage. That's the crazy nice thing about this hero. If you play Drow right against a TV, there's no window for the TV. That's almost never the case for an Anti-Mage, even if something quote-unquote counters it, because he farms too quickly with that Battle Fury in the blink.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we were, at least before it was nerfed a little bit, Magnus was just another one of those heroes, right? With Empower, this was a hero that theoretically just hit timings that no other hero could do in the game.
Counter him doesn't matter because he's just so huge that how do you fight somebody who has a 2-item advantage that you can't stop?
Let's see what Khan's going to do in terms of the lanes here. At the moment, Suzuya and it's going to be supporting up Naive against... What is going to be worth noting, this is a fun
Underlord mid,
so putting the Underlord mid against this Void Spirit.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think that would... I would imagine that's probably pretty even. I don't think Void Spirit really cares. He'll push the lane. Underlord will push the lane as well.
Yeah, it's because Void Spirit, obviously a mid laner that has... an incredibly nice attack animation, very easy to CS with in the mid lane, but now you're going to be up against a hero that's, Underlord, with the early levels in the passive, does build up this insane right.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
it's
so
true.
You can now contest the Void Spirit pretty nicely when it comes to just last hits.
Yeah, I would bet, if I had to bet on it, I would say this is probably Underlord favored, but it's hard to tell with Void Spirit just because his nukes and, like you said, his BAT is so fantastic. He literally has no backswing on his attack.
It'd be interesting. I think, Underlord with that passive, it adds up in the lane, and heroes like Void Spirit, as you see as well, the hard hits, it's going to mean that the Void Spirit has to be very careful how he approaches the Underlord.
Yeah, definitely. Phonic, man, he is getting real pressure down here, getting body blocked by the Naga illusion.
Some lovely micro here from Naive. As into the trees he goes.
Nice juke, though.
Still, he's going to get slowed once more. Has to use the Burrow Strike to get out. Suzuya getting low, but Naive, he's going to be able to find the first kill there with Suzuya getting the last hit. Some very nice control there from the Naga Siren early on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you don't expect a Naga Siren to be getting first blood. The way she plays lanes, the way she wins lanes is by just shoving them out, and you always get farm as an offlaner against this hero. It's one of the most fun carries to lane into because you're just guaranteed to get creep waves, but that Jakiro, man, he can make almost any lane into a kill lane because his nukes are so strong in the early game.
And then they're looking at the top lane. Are we going to see much pressure onto the AM here from the two of them, or the anti-mage just doesn't care?
No way, no. It's tough as a Darkseer versus an anti-mage, and you could harass him down maybe with some nukes and the Iron Shell, but with the Warlock heal as well, it seems borderline impossible to pressure him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you say, what mana you do have in that lane, you're going to be using, and it's going to be outdone the damage by the Shadow Word heal of the Warlock.
100%.
Very hard to really get much done there. So very important that Naive does have a good time. Bottom mid lane, Mio with the body blocks. Quite a bit here to Kasani, but Kasani's cool to take the harassment. He's got a salve ready to pop. And CS-wise, just keeping it straight even at the moment between the two.
A lot of mid lanes are kind of even. I mean, it's such a small lane now. Remember back in the day when the towers were like super far away from each other? You could actually dual lane mid. You could gank mid. Those were the days.
Yeah, much less sort of early movements around that mid lane that happen nowadays, apart from those, the 4-minute power runes. That's sort of when we see the supports come in.
Right, it's for like some other objective rather than like, oh, we're going to gank mid to kill the mid laner. You're not killing any mid laner.
No.
Not in this patch.
Unless you, pretty much only those supports that are very much geared towards having those early movements like the Earth Spirit
Tusk.
like a Mirana.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you hit an arrow.
And we're not even seeing those that much nowadays. We're seeing much more focus on just making sure your side lanes get secured.
Yeah, they're kind of chilling in the side lanes, even if they do pick those heroes. This is some shenanigans going on. This is one thing with the Warlock versus the Darkseer, is Warlock can't do anything about you wave cutting like this. He has no stun. He's got a slow, but he waits a long time before he levels it up, so you always have this as an option against a Warlock, which is quite nice. Yeah, this is all he can do.
Yeah, the Shadow Word damage. Nothing that's going to threaten Cheshire Cat too much on the early levels.
No. Not too bad. Needs his bottle, though. He'd really like his bottle.
That's your bottom. Nothing's going here for Naive. Still able to farm very nicely. Funnick not quite having nearly as much from this lane as Naive is.
Went for a point. I think that's level 1 Sandstorm? Level 2 Sandstorm. Okay, so he's going the max Sandstorm build. He just wants to farm and clear these illusions. Does have 1 point in Caustic, though, because it's always great for just harassing down the Naga. Kill one creep and she has to back away from you.
Yeah, big stuff in the mid lane for Mayo, as he will be able to get that rune, a DD rune as well.
Full bottle, too.
And one of the nicest here to really give the edge in that matchup. And if he's able to hold on to it as well, wait until he gets the 6, that's massive kill potential from the Void Spirit. That's top lane. Gilga is going to come with the combo onto the Warlock with the Iron Shell. They're going to have a solid shot at this as Gilga runs down with Poshka. They'll be able to take out the Warlock. So some nice plays here. I mean, we saw it's very hard for them to really harass the anti-mage, but the two of them up top can definitely threaten the life of this Warlock if he's caught out of position.
Yeah, for sure, especially with that level 2 Iron Shell. Level 1, it's kind of pathetic. But at this point in the game, they're going to get the bounty runes too, or looks like they're contesting it on Hellraisers. They don't want to
see Poshka. He's trying to beat Gilga here. He doesn't even need to. Ego's able to get him with the jump, and now Gilga, he's in a bit of trouble. Ego and Poshka beating him down. Cheshire Cat. Oh!
He searches himself. Oh no!
I mean, okay. Was there just no? I mean, he had mana for TP. He could have just backed up himself, surged the Tiny out.
Maybe.
But he was like, "See ya, buddy." Good luck, Tiny.
You're
good
a
luck,
support.
Gilga.
Yeah, you're good. You know, he had the bottle. Maybe you want him to go back to base so he can refill the bottle.
Okay.
Come back to the
I
line,
see.
You know?
Does the Tiny know this, or is he just thinking this in his own little pointy head, the Darkseer? He's like, I'm going to let you die.
I think it's probably the Darkseer. Oh, sorry. I misclicked.
No.
I accidentally double tapped it. Oh, no. Oh, well, you have my bottle, so I'll go ahead and take a couple of sips of that.
And there we go. Back in the lane. And I see Phil bottle, bottom lane, Funnick. He burrow striked in on this. We'll be able to walk out. We've seen Sada Khan do some, good damage here between Naive and Suzuya. But every time the Funnick and King R do try and make a move, they get hit pretty hard. They do try and jump back in onto the Jakiro. They will get it.
Whoa.
Nicely baiting him forward then, playing to his surprise with the stick charges that they had.
And more importantly, we have a solo kill in the mid lane.
Oh.
Void Spirits.
I mean, it's the DD ball, right, as I said. You hit 6.
He gets a
you got
regen
the DD, boom. It's there's very few mid matchups where the Void Spirit ain't getting a guaranteed kill at level 6 if he's got a DD.
Man,
It's just that insane amount of damage with the 2 Astral Steps.
Yeah, it really is.
And he's going to get more use of it.
He still
Down
has
bottom.
it.
Beautiful stuff here from Maya. Maximum efficiency with this DD. Has he got anything to grab King R? No, not quite. Remnant's still on cooldown. But yeah, I mean, that probably is the dream rune at 4 minutes, I think, for Void Spirit. It's just a kill every time.
He gets a DD, he gets a kill, a solo kill, and then he gets a regen
Makes a gank.
afterwards.
And it's, yeah.
He's sitting on a regen right now, so actually, I think he might have just used it.
Are fortified.
And look at this.
He's
He's just back mid, full HP. Man, that is very, very nice. I mean, it's really rune control. It's not. I want to call it luck because it's like, okay, that you're right. That is the best rune.
No, sure. I mean, they could have sent people over here towards mid. And something that we mentioned earlier that you do see a lot of teams do, but this game, nobody was going over. Well,
Gilger did. Khan did.
Gilger did, yeah.
And he got that. So
and
really, it's his kill. Really, it was Gilger's kill.
It's honestly, Gilger's the one making the plays. You know, he's protecting the runes. He's dying for his Darkseer.
Yeah.
That's the man. We have seen Gilger pop off on some of the other Khan performances. He just does it in the big brain fashion.
Oof. He wants it.
And Poshket is trying to make sure he's in a position that makes it a little too hard for Gilger to get in with the toss.
Yeah, he's full HP too. You know, you'd need to toss and then sit with an Iron Shell for quite some time to get this kill.
See around the runes again. Look who's there, Gilger. He's up there on the top. This time he'll take it for himself. Having the bottle here from Cheshire Cat. Of course, haste on him will give him a very good shot of going for something.
That's
going to try
kill,
for
right?
Poshket, but the haste rune and the Iron Shell, it certainly is Gilger. I mean, it just continues to be magical moves here from Gilger and his Tiny. 2 kills so far here.
Learning from Crit, man. He's learning well.
He is. I hope Crit charged a lot for the lessons, as they seem to have really paid off here on Gilger.
Yeah. I think we saw him do some crazy Aegis steal too. Aegis snatch on Earth Spirit the other day. Like, Gilger's legitimately, he is carrying this team. I think this is a very being a good position 4 is super important in this meta. Like, I think this is a meta where 4s get to shine a lot.
If you were going to make a team and you were a coach and you have one position where you could get the best player in the world, which role is the most important? Do you think that you would say that's the role that I've got to get the best player in the world?
Honestly, if 4 are mid,
4 are mid.
They make all the plays.
Yeah,
like they make everything happen, right? So I think 4 is just mid without a lane and without farm. So it's arguably harder.
So you're saying position 4 players are mid laners that can't lane?
Correct. 100%. Gilger is not good at laning.
I'm trying to think of it. I think I've seen some Gilger mid on the Bulldog stream sometimes.
Just kidding. He's doing a great job, obviously. He's been mostly laning. He's been doing some rune control too, but he's mostly laning. 2 smokes too. Like, this guy wants to get active. And you know what? That's actually something that I've watched Crit replays, and I noticed that he buys very early smokes. He'll literally send a smoke out on his first courier usage.
Okay.
As a 4 position right now.
Do you like this as well? We're seeing the Nagasar and Midas this game. Or Ego.
I think to keep up with the anti-mage, that's a decent farming item.
Because that does seem to be the thing, the theme, right? When we're seeing these carries against something like an AM, something with a strong farming mechanic itself, it does seem to be most of the time they do go for the Midas, they go for the greed, they make sure that they do have something that's going to keep them up in farm.
Right, it makes the AM's like window smaller, where the Naga is not going to be able to fight for just a smaller amount of time. You know you're going to get to the point where the Midas becomes efficient against an anti-mage, and then also, I mean, it gives attack speed, right? So it's not like Naga doesn't benefit from it in terms of fighting as well. If she wasn't a hero that liked attack speed, it would be different.
Yeah, no, I mean, fundamentally, it's just always been one of those items, right, that depending on the patch, it can very easily go from being not worth it mathematically, and then bam, you've got to get this every game. And if you're not, you're missing out on a lot of efficiency.
Definitely. I think somebody on the draft panel mentioned it, but this, like, I think it was Governor. The Naga teamfight in this game is really important. If they can just escape from the Sand King ultimate, from the Puck, the Warlock ultimate, and then just re-engage afterwards, it's huge for their team fighting.
I mean, they got some great stuff here, right? Just the vacuum setup during the song into the ice path, the tiny combo. That's a lot of AoE. As top lane Kasani getting dove upon here. TP reactions coming into play. Gilga will be the first to fall. The silence there onto the Void Spirit. Mio's going to go down as well. Fast reactions here from Hellraisers. It's maybe going to allow them to get another here. Cheshire Cat surging away. If they've got any further catch. They do so here as Funix trying to chase this down, but Suzuya's there. Lays down the ice path. And also clips Funix with the dual breath, so no further chase hit from the Sand King. But yeah, Hellraiser's hitting back nicely there as Khan are punished for diving a little too deep.
I gotta say, this is a really nice puck game. I feel like the reason this hero is coming back into the meta is not because it's math. Oh, okay. Funnick.
All right, he does end up being able to get that kill there. That was the Blink Dagger reveal. Just came out onto him from the courier. Back over to mid. King R. He's able to jump away. Mio's going to try and chase. King R will go down. So Maya able to get something in return for the action that favored Hellraisers on the top lane.
God, that Fatal Bonds damage. You know it's doing a lot of damage when it lags the computer.
And a lot indeed. Maya build-wise is Orchid. How are we seeing Oblivion Staff? And with the second one. And you see they're up at the top of the farm right now. Still pretty even between the Naga Siren and the Anti-Mage. So both on track. You go his Battle Fury. Just a sword away.
But once again, like we talked about, when he gets to Battle Fury, he's going to accelerate a lot faster than the Naga does. Funnick, just defending the top tower. This is typical Sand King play. You just delay the game. It's so this is the single hardest hero to push into.
Yeah, you don't want to die this hero.
He just sits there in Sandstorm like this. What do you do?
They're going to try and get in. They're going to have the Golem drop down here by Miposhka. They're going to look to turn, but Funnick is going to fall immediately. The pick comes out onto two of them. The Golem beats down, takes out Cheshire Cat. They'll get Gilga as well with the Fatal Bonds damage. So, I mean, as you say, I mean, this time they do kill the Sand King, but the time taken, Hellraisers respond, and it's another failed push from Khan on that top lane.
So punishing to fight into the Sandstorm like that. You don't know who's behind him. If you get double Burrow Striked into the Sandstorm, it is so much damage that you're taking. It's so easy to turn. As long as your team has TPs available to defend you in that tower, it's a really easy play to make every game on Sand King. You just sit in front of your tier 1 mid, your tier 1 in the safe lane, you defend.
Doing a really good job of keeping that tier 1 alive. See over towards mid, they're looking at Kasani. They've got to be a little careful how they're poking him. I mean, you see his Underlord, just 226 bonus right click. So anybody that gets on top of Kasani is going to take some serious damage. Maya has got a haste rune. And now Hellraisers, they'll hang around mid. We'll see Khan start to push back on the top. See if they get away with it this time, or Hellraisers are going to respond once again. Mid lane, Funnick, he's going to be able to jump in onto Maya with the epi combo. More than enough damage to blow up the Void Spirit. And Hellraisers, they can push onto this tier 1. We're starting to see Hellraisers really just remain a step ahead in the plays that they're making, and Khan slipping up a little bit across the map. They'll start to lose some objectives.
Funnick still defending,
still holding on to it.
Even with the blink, he says, okay, as long as we're holding out this game for the anti-mage, we're going to win. As long as he can hit his timing. So he just defends, despite having the blink dagger. Usually you show up and you start taking aggressive fights with the blink, but of course that does depend on your other heroes' timings as well. They do get the bounty run.
Gilga. Hey, wait, what? That was the anti-mage.
How did
Gilga
that dude, Gilga's a 1v5
he just
in this
killed
game.
the anti-mage. Oh, Whoa.
If they, he must have been just low HP.
He must. I mean, just he doesn't even have a. He's just got Tranquils and he's just killed their carry.
Gilger,
All right, Gilger.
If they lose this game, he can no matter what happens, he could toss the Naga into the enemy fountain at this point. He did his job. He's done. He doesn't need to do anything else. He's already done his job. He's done so much in this game for Khan. How does it even happen?
They're going to go for the smoke here, Gilger and Maya, see if they can get something going. They need to. We'll see again. So Smoke's up on the high ground. And then boom, he goes straight in. He knew Gilger. He knew where he was going.
That's amazing. Okay, he smoked, he placed a ward, he baited the bounty rune. What a god, actually. That's amazing. It wasn't just luck. Like, that was clearly
like he was
calculated.
Ready. Like, there was no sort of, oh, an anti-mage blinked here, boom.
Dude, he
knew, he was ready.
It's like he's map hacking. Like, how do you, it's like he's thought hacking. He knows where this guy's gonna go. Because he smoked, he warded alone.
And it's going to mess with the AM, right? If you're Ego now, you're definitely feeling a little more careful and a little scared about how you move around this map. You're like, dude, I got to be careful.
Dude, I'm a huge...
This Tiny's out for me.
I'm a huge Gilger fan now. Like, that is such good Dota. Alone, too. That wasn't like he wasn't going with, like, the Void Spirit and it's, oh, this will be an easy gank. Like, that's a hard gank to make on his own. Against the most important enemy hero. Man, Gilger's a god, actually.
See the smoke up from Hellraisers. Farm still, while Ego with the Battle Fury, as you say, we're now starting to see the end pick up his farm, but Knife still holding the top spot. Top lane, Funnick able to get the jump in. They're going to drop the Golem down as well. The song comes into play though. Can they turn this car? Naive looking for the setup. Ice path down. King R's not going to get caught in it. Funnick is on the front, but he's tanky. Turns over towards Naive with the Burrow Strike. Gilger comes in with the toss combo. They'll get the kill on Funnick. Naive ticking down low to the Shadow Word, but should live here as they'll get the Naga Siren out of there and keep him safe. And they're able to kill Funnick and make sure they don't lose anything there to Hellraisers, dropping the multiple ults. We have what the Epi, the Golem, and the Dream Coil used. No kills to be found.
Yeah, just like Tsunami was mentioning, this disengage coming from the Naga is so strong against the Hellraisers lineup. You know, you do have to be careful. Like, there are silences, there are disables for the Naga. But she was in a great position there. Triangle's a very difficult place to fight into, just typically. I mean, you know the Naga's going to be there. In fact, they're probably looking for the Naga. And then they found somebody else, and then Naga was just there because she was chilling, she was farming.
I'm going to try and get inside Khan's jungle here, Hellraisers. So what sort of a jump Funny can find. Will manage to get himself in onto the Chikira. That'll be a free one there. No chance here for Suzuya, and no attempts from Khan to keep him safe as they back off. Focus elsewhere as the top lane being pushed in. Mid lane, Mayo going for the jump in. Found himself also a free and easy kill as Miposhka caught out trying to get some golden XP in the mid lane.
This is basically the only way to counter the Warlock hero in terms of how do you actually fight into it. Well, the Naga's a great counter. I gotta say, that's a very creative way to deal with this. People aren't really doing this lately. People think Naga's a terrible hero. They think illusion heroes are terrible heroes. But with that being said, these backline jumpers, like Tiny, like Void Spirit, they're excellent at stopping this Warlock because you literally just kill him before he gets his ult off. You just make him such a useless hero in the game by chain killing him over and over that he can't ult. He's not a threat.
And also, so in terms of the Naga Siren build, I feel like we do see this more. Is like, can you explain why you don't go for the Diffusal, why you do just skip it out and go for the Skadi after the Manta, as Naive's doing here?
Honestly, when it comes to carry item builds, my opinion on this is just that these other heroes will build around the game, they'll build around the win condition, but the carry is the win condition for the game.
Sure. So really, you're not thinking about, oh, I'll get this and it'll mean that I can kill people as soon as possible.
Right. It's like, it's basically like these are just the most efficient items currently on the carry, and then everybody else builds to enable that. And so I just think that Skadi is a way better item than Diffusal is now.
Sure.
It's way cheaper. It's extremely it's been buffed. You know, you have this.
But cheaper? What do you mean cheaper? You mean it just effect for what it offers?
The ultimate orbs are cheaper now. So Skadi.
Oh, I thought you meant cheaper to Diffusal, but I see what you mean. Cheaper
it's like,
to how it was
cheaper.
previously.
Yeah, cheaper relative to like the price before. There's no Orb of Venom that is associated with it anymore. That was a component as well. So it's been made very efficient, and then they literally just added this random thing of like regen reduction. So this battle of Satanic versus Satanic is now won by whoever has the Scotty. And the stats too, man, just so good on Naga. Make her so impossible to kill. Funnock, he sees him.
Oh, here we go. Gilga, he's going to get caught out by this one. Was trying to get in. Did get the ward down. But instantly taken out by Hellraisers, waiting for him on the high ground.
Yeah, they saw it.
Coming out at this 20-minute rune time. We'll see down bottom Suzuya trying to make sure that they grab the two themselves, but Ego is hanging around, and we'll see the jump in. Maya was actually able to stop Ego from getting the bounty rune. If they got enough damage to pop him, it's close. It's not enough. Ego's out to the side as the backup comes in from Funnick with the Blink Epicenter. They take down Maya. And Ego just able to get away there. Just one hit away from falling, but he will live. And Maya will fall.
That's got to be kind of tilting for Maya, man. He was so close to getting that solo kill on the AM. Knowing that he doesn't have the Manta yet, just not enough damage. It's all magical, and Anti-Mage obviously fantastic against the magical damage. Not quite enough to burst him.
We're going to see some of these big aura items coming out very soon for Kasani. This Greaves as well, just going to make it very hard for Khan to burst the turret.
Song. What do they have?
Have they got anything in time?
Jakiro?
He's there. Ice Path to start.
In the net.
Into the net. The illusion damage and the Naga Siren. It's enough. Naive there with a heads-up read to sing that song. And just enough time for TPs to come in. They do lose the Darks here top, but they kill that Anti-Mage. And at the end of the day, this really is going to turn into the AM versus Naga Siren affair, and Naga at the moment with those sort of kills, Naive staying pretty far ahead, you know, with 21 minutes in, and the AM, even with of course that Battle Fury, is still yet to catch up to the farm of this Naga Siren and her Midas.
You know, I was mentioning that I've heard that carry players say this AM versus Naga matchup is AM favored because of the timings, but
if you're not hitting them,
also the patch is different. We have different items. Scotty does a totally different thing. People were building Diffusal before. People weren't going Midas. Midas wasn't a thing before because, it was terrible. Like, the item has been buffed, so I guess this game is actually a really good example of like, we get to test, like, which hero actually...
Yeah.
Like, is this still a counter?
Oh, top lane. Gilga. It's going to be found here. He has got back of a Cheshire Cat. Tries to turn with a vacuum. Gilga still going to get punched down by Kasani. As Gilga will fall. And it definitely feels as well under sort of the testing conditions that you would hope to see, right? It's not like this Anti-Mage has been destroyed or this Naga Siren has been pressured.
Right,
Like, they've both got space.
Yeah.
Sure, we saw how many times the AM died. Is it just the once to Gilga?
There was the once, and then the song into
then the
Ice
song
Path.
goes now. But up until that point, they had the space right. Then it's just down to... are you sort of going to say, is Ego farming slowly? Is he missing some of the rotations? Or is this just down to the fact that Naga Siren with the Midas and the illusions is able to clean up the map that much more efficiently than an AM in the early game?
Yeah, with Scotty and these stat items as well.
He's massive now.
He's farming. I mean, he's way ahead of the Anti-Mage at the moment. But we'll see if they can keep that up. Really trying to get that last hit.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
AM going for the Scotty as well. Just a great carry item in general right now.
I mean, is it at the point where... Is this a patch where if your carry can't build Scotty and the enemies can, you're probably in a tough position?
I think so.
Could you sort of dumb it down to that in some sort of sense?
I think carry position is the only... This is Dota. It's, you know, a very complicated game. Carry, not so much. Like this once again, everybody builds around the carry's timing. So that's why carry is not complicated. It's by design. You know, so Scotty just is a very good item. It's just one of the best late game items in the game. So yeah, I think... Smoke into smoke.
Let's see what Naive can set up. They've got the combos. Kasani's going to show in the lane. Naive is going to lead him with the net. You're going to have the follow-up from Gilga jumping in, trying to get some vision. They drop down the golems. Funnick's going to get in with the two-man burrow strike. Mio in trouble. He's popped the BKB though. He's able to jump out with the Astral Step. They'll turn with the vacuum onto the two of them. Naive still backing up, holding on for the reset, not ready to quite use it. Is this already looking to be a fight that's falling apart for Khan as they've lost Cheshire Cat? Yours control onto Naive. Jump forward. He'll get the song off in time. They have the four of them, but there's still 5 up from Hellraisers, so they're going to just have to leave this back away as Hellraiser's able to take the kill and keep the pressure on as they'll push down this tier 2 tower. Khan just not able to find a way to reset in that fight.
To be honest, I'm a little surprised that Khan took that bait. That's, you know, it seems fairly obvious when an Underlord walks up like that. Like, he's the worst guy to go on. They're just, I suppose they just kind of feel like they're really strong right now. I mean, obviously that's not the case. The team fight from Hellraisers is immense, as we just saw. But I think they just feel really strong. Okay, so Nave just
all right, yeah, Miposhka hung around in the mid lane by the looks of it. As Naive and Gilga were able to catch him on his attempted retreat. Top lane Funnick, he's actually going to find Mayo in the trees. What sort of gave him the vision that he was there? I mean, did he show in the lane? I guess he must have.
I think they saw him walk through this ward in the top left there.
And just assumed that he could still be around?
They assumed he'd still be there, right?
All right.
He's a Void Spirit. He wants to chill around and...
Big stuff here from Naive, though. He's just managed to pick up another kill onto Kasani. We'll see this in the mid. Okay, Miposhka was just being a little greedy.
Gilger
sticking around. Well, I'll say Gilger able to get the catch. And now with this, Naive's moving into the pit. He's going to do Roshan very quickly. There's no Underlord. For 50 seconds of Gilga, he's bullying this puck back to the base. King R's got to jump away. They're getting all the space required. They may be down 5k net worth and have lost that initial team fight in the mid. It doesn't matter. Mayo's dead, but just having Naive alive, they're doing Roche at a speed that Hellraisers aren't going to have a chance to stop them at.
Now, without the Underlord, this is very difficult to fight. We saw exactly what happens when Hellraisers has the Underlord playing in the front line and playing as this bodyguard for his team. It makes it really easy to set up that counter initiation, but without him, who can do that? I mean, the Sand King, possibly, but I mean, he's got a Yule Scepter. Like, this guy's not tanky, right? He can't run in like that. It's got to be the Underlord.
There we go. See around this mid lane. 26 minutes in now, having the extra stuff here. Here you go, Skadi. Yeah, it's still 1,200 off. He is that item slower than the Naga Siren, or at least half an item slower, you know. And you do feel it. Mid lane,
Song.
They're going to try for the setup. Who are they going to look for? They've found three together. Have they got the combo? Ice Path down, Vacuum into it all, but Miposhka's still able to walk away. A little bit scuffed the initiation of that combo, and it's going to hurt them. They've lost 3. They may just lose Naive as well, as Naive is trying to run. He's used up. Mayo's going to jump in, pots the BKB, looks towards Funnick, but the chaotic offering is still good to go. They've taken the Aegis out of the hands of Naive. Mayo will kill Funnick off in return. Gilga's brought back. He needs to get over to try and help out his Naga Siren. Comes in with the avalanche onto the 3 of them. Naive, can he run? He's trying his best, but Ego chases him down. They'll lose the Naga Siren, and all that was not the song combo there. They sang their song. Gilga dies back. You're losing the Aegis. You're losing the Naga Siren. You're losing everything there. That just couldn't have gone any worse, really, for Khan.
You know,
and that was all on their own back there. They started that fight.
They wanted it. They wanted that. Yep, that's... sometimes in Dota, you just have one mechanical misplay, unfortunately botch an entire game. It's quite rare, I would say, because this game has a lot of mechanics to, you know, to come back, and you lose a fight, you don't necessarily lose a Rax, but at this point, with no buybacks, after the game going how it's gone so far, with so much fighting,
heavy damage,
it's not looking good.
Yeah, that was a pretty terrible sequence of events there for Khan. That's now set them back 10k. They're now having to deal with being down a set of racks. I mean, what is it that's just not working for them? Have they just not got the damage to pull off this sort of combo? We saw that. I mean, it looked to be a little delayed there, the whole Vacuum and Ice Path setup, to the point where I believe the Vacuum, it didn't actually drag them into the Ice Path in time, so no one actually got stunned after the Vacuum.
It was literally just mechanical miscommunication or misplay or whatever you want to call it. I hate boiling things down to that because I think Dota is so much more strategic than that, but in this case it was the Ice Path. Jakiro wasn't close enough. They could have gotten a 3-man Ice Path, but they didn't prevent the double burrow because they didn't hit the Sand King with the Ice Path.
We're seeing them trying to fight again here. They do manage to kill King R. This time, maybe 5 versus 4, they can have a better chance of winning the team fight. They'll turn over towards Kasani. Kasani, is he going to get any assistance this time around? Ult's not available for Hellraisers, but Funny, I say that he's coming with a great burrow strike. Yet again, he's on top of Cheshire Cat. They've got the song Vacuum into... I mean, Mayo, he gets one. Ego's still at full HP, though. He's got to be careful where he goes. If this anti-mage is going to be hunting him, and things aren't just falling into place for Khan. These these fights, it's just not there. It's not there, Jenkins.
And that pit, like surprisingly, this. So he does cut the wave on Gilgert. That's something. Prevent that damage to that bot tier 2. You keep that alive, and you know you have. You can't lose all your tier 3s. Ego blinks away.
But man, yeah, that. They just can't get the team fight. It's not working. The team fight's not working.
It's not. This Underlord and the Sand King, even the Warlock, like Fatal Bonds. Like okay, think about the things that are going to persist through Song. Obviously, if you've any BKB, Coil, that's going to stay on the ground. Even if you Song, you're still coiled. Sandstorm, Fatal Bonds, Underlord Root, Underlord Q ability, like all of these things are still going to kill people after you Song unless you immediately disengage. So it's looking really hard to fight for Khan. They need to pick off. That's how they need to do this. They need to like kill the anti-mage as he's split pushing, kill the Warlock first, they killed the Puck, but clearly that wasn't enough.
And now down, I mean, 13k. It's starting to look pretty hard here for Khan. The anti-mage has taken over the lead of Naive's Naga Siren as Ego only gets further and further ahead. Is Naive, has he got the rest of the butterfly, or he's just
That's what
saying,
I was wondering.
He's got an Eagle Song and he's like, well, I can't afford to finish it. I really need the BKB for the fights. I mean, do you sort of agree with this, that you're looking at the way these are going and Naive without BKB just can't stand in the front?
100%. I like this decision. I mean, Eagle Song for the stats, it's pretty bad, but when you've already committed half to an item, like I think this is what you need to do. Although he does have the courier coming, so maybe he does have the butterfly. But I feel like he's
looking at his gold.
He's pretty farmed. Oh, I guess not.
No, yeah, I don't think he has the rest of it.
But I do like this decision. I think
you got to get the BKB ASAP.
I think he probably wishes that he just went for the BKB instead of the Eagle Song, of course. But
I mean, at the time, right? This was before what the sort of the two fights that went bad.
Yeah.
He was leading the way. Like he was having a very solid game on the Naga Siren, and it looked like, you know, it's going to be hard for the aim to catch up. So, you know, things have changed. He's had to make adjustments, and he's done so. BKB is now there for him.
Gem on Puck. Take over the map. Don't let Khan have any wards out on the map because, you know, really they shouldn't be farming. 13k gold deficit. They shouldn't be allowed to farm on anybody but the Naga. Gem will prevent that. Butterfly and Anti-Mage. The nice thing about the Butterfly against these Illusion heroes is that not many of them like to pick up MKB. So, no. Anti-Mage feels really strong once he gets that Butterfly up.
Some tips coming out there from the team over towards Miposhka. He's ready to play full ags on the Warlock, ready for the next fight. As in they come with the smoke. Straight up to the high ground. Hellraiser's looking to start something. Funnick's going to get the jump in onto Gilga. And use the song. Let's see if they can do a combo this time round. Here we have it, focusing down Funnick and Ego. Funnick's able to use himself up in the air. Gilga in trouble as the golems beat him down. BKB popped by Naive. He turns over towards the Underlord. Mayo has the control on King Art, drags him back with the Remnant, but Ego jumps over, forcing Mayo to jump away with the Astral Step. It's 1-for-1 so far. Ego, he's looking for further cleanup. The Mana Void comes out to Cheshire Cat, held in place by the clumsy net. The Darkseer will fall. Suzuya and Naive on the retreat. Suzuya trying to TP out, but the burst of King Art finishes him off in time. Naive will get some more illusions out, but he's surrounded by the team of Hellraisers. 4 dead, and they're going to call it. You've had 3 team fights where nothing's gone your way. They just don't have the tools to win them. And Hellraisers, they'll take this game 1 victory off the back of that.
Oh man, not anymore. I should say, like they don't have the tools anymore. They did have the tools. We saw it. It was coming together. But man, that one botched initiation. I hate to be the guy that goes back to the same initiation, but this patch, games are so determined by these group fights. There are even teams that lose lanes and then they just win in the early group fights to win the game. And so, you know, comboing with your team fight mechanics, going in when people are actually ready, all of these things are incredibly important right now, especially if you're trying to win the game off the back of a Naga Siren teamfight combo.
Sure.
That's your whole win condition, right? So they're probably beating themselves up about that now, I would say.
And sure, like we saw the way Funnick and Kasadi, these two, the Underlord and the Sand King, really seem to be the the major issues when it came to getting this team fight together. They missed that window of opportunity. Suddenly, bam, Kasani's getting his Pit and Firestorm out. There's this area that if you want to fight in, the illusions are just going to melt. And Funnick, every single time, just coming in hard with the 2-man, 3-man burrow strikes.
Yeah,
It just shook the fights up.
He 100% carried the game, Funnick. I wanted to... There's too much happening in the game, but I wanted to praise him the whole time because, like you said, every single time, 2-man burrow. Every single time he had Epicenter up, he was getting a solo kill with it.
Yeah.
Like he was killing a really important core in the early game. Like every single point of the game, he played perfectly on Sand King. Other than maybe the laning stage, but that was rough, you know.
Yeah. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hellraisers will take game 1 of this best of 3. We'll see if the side of Khan can step things up in game 2. As for this one, great start, but fell off hard as soon as it came down to the team fight and the team play.
Indeed. Thank you so much, ODPixel and Jenkins. And it's pretty bad if you have a lineup built around having great team fight and synergy, and then when it comes to the team fighting, you fall off. Like, what's with that? I'm here with Lizard and BSJ. Let's talk about this first game of this elimination series, by the way.
Always about the speed and the pace at which the enemy team is playing, right? Like if you have these big ultis, big combos, you have to think about, okay, how do we set them up and how often can we set them up without the enemy team just utilizing the fact that we don't have them after we use them for a couple of minutes, right? And if you have these big ultis, you have to get big objectives every time you use them. Sadly, like they said, Funnick, the 1%er, he managed to break them apart.
The 1%.
Do you know about the 1% meme?
meme.
The meme. The Moon Lord.
I knew about that one. That's why I laughed, because I forgot about it.
Yeah. The 1% Moon Lord Funnick.
Why?
He was... After...
I'm sorry for making you explain this, Cameron.
Do you want to explain it?
No, you're good. You got it.
Yeah, it's not that great. After he stopped playing in any good teams, after his fall from fame, he started making some very interesting tweets and quotes about how he's the 1% of the Dota 2 player base when it comes to skill. The Moon Lord as well.
Yeah, he had some interesting conspiracy theory type deals. But hey, you know, I honestly forgot about it up until this point until you reminded me. That's why I've been chuckling to myself. This is a game where I don't like to oversimplify things, but for me it's pretty simple at least.
You don't like it, but you're gonna do it anyway.
I don't like it, but
you pick Naga into
is.
Sand King Puck, and then there was still a last pick, and they pick Underlord. Like, you're literally never gonna do any damage. You're never carrying this game. Like, this hero relies on her illusions to do enough damage, otherwise she's just underwhelming.
That's it, panel's done.
All right.
Like, if they execute perfectly, I think they lose this game.
They do have a sick combo, right? With the Naga Sleep, with the new and improved Vacuum over the targets that are asleep. You can set up a good team fight, but like you said, it's a really difficult Naga game, and it comes down to we're in Divine, right? We're no longer in the Immortal. These aren't your true Tier 1 teams. And when you get here, you start to understand that some of these players would rather play comfort than what's actually good in the game. And that happens very often.
I can imagine that. I think, you know, if you're talking about getting into competitive Dota, I think a lot of people have that idea. Like, you have to be good at, like, at least 3 heroes. But if the meta then shifts away and those 3 are not good anymore, you're still going to go for those.
I don't even think that Naga is that bad right now in the meta. I think this hero has a place. It's just that the problem is this game was not that. Like, she felt out of place completely.
I'm just going to use today as a recap for people at home. Like, picking your matchups is really important. Last series, we saw a last pick Terrorblade that hadn't seen a carry, or sorry, 4th pick Terrorblade that hadn't seen the enemy carry yet, and it's against Doom Phoenix.
First game we saw.
Like, how are you going to win that game?
First game we saw Timbersaw last picked in a game in which it wasn't a good Timbersaw game.
No.
Why did they do it? Because they have a guy that wants to play Timber.
You're
and they're a stack, and that's it.
It makes the difference sometimes, and it's like, the sad thing is, you may say, why don't they just pick something different? Like Lizard said, he might actually play better on Timber than the other heroes they were proposing that might have been better for the game. But if there's a huge difference between being very comfortable on a hero and being quote-unquote competent. Like, it's just not, there's a huge fine line there. Like, when people even ask me, you know, how many heroes do you think you could play? I'm like, I could probably play 5 or 10 heroes competitive. There's probably 10 more I'd pick in pubs willingly, but those heroes I would not feel competitively ready to play on. And it's just because you have to know their timings, you have to know their exact matchups, you have to know a lot about that hero because you're not only playing your hero, but you're also communicating your hero's strengths and all that stuff to your team. So if they want to pick some comfort zone wombo combo stuff,
did it ever happen
like,
to you that your drafter or captain picks you a hero that you're not really comfortable on or don't play
absolutely.
at all,
Yeah.
and then you actually like stomp with it?
Oh, I've never done that.
Never?
No. I was gonna say I've had the part where they pick me the hero, and I've not had the part where I stomp on it.
I had some situation. Obviously, I had the bad ones as well, in which they pick me a hero that I don't feel comfortable on, and we just suck. But I had some situations that would weird you out, like because these heroes you do play like. We play like if you're an offlane player, you
know what the hero is supposed to do.
Yeah, you know what the hero is
Yeah.
supposed to do. You just don't feel comfortable on it. That's basically because you don't play it as much. You don't feel the hero. That's how I like to put it. But sometimes it just works out. If the game is right, like maybe you don't need 100 games in the last week to make it work.
Some heroes are like that, though. I will say, like, certain heroes are much more... I would feel comfortable playing a hero like Spectre with 10 games on it as opposed to a hero like Naga Siren with 10 games on it. Like, there's just some heroes that kind of play themselves, so as long as you have the general knowledge of Dota...
You need less muscle memory.
Yeah, it's like maybe you'll miss a
hero,
Spectral
yeah.
Dagger, you know? It's like...
Big
well,
move,
Naga,
yeah.
there's specific illusion micro, song timing in team fights, and coordination, so it's just... I can relate to the struggles that these players have, but you said it really well, Lizard. It manifests itself very quickly when you see these drafts, and I immediately think, man, that's just not a good pick. Like, I've been in this spot before. I've been in it where you know there might be a better hero, but you just say, I'll play this hero better anyways. And so far today, I feel like all the teams that have lost have been the teams that are quote-unquote weaker on paper, and they are picking not perfect heroes for the game. And I just don't see that when I watch Tier 1 Dota. You know, that is a big difference.
I think also, I mean, I agree with everything you say, don't get me wrong, but I also think that it's an extra difficulty challenge for the captains. And let's say you're captain, you're drafting.
Oh, definitely.
If you're Puppy, you can draft everything under the sun, and you know your team will, even if they haven't played it for a while, you know they'll execute it. And they'll play what you want to play, and they'll do it at the level that you expect them to. But if you're drafting in a team that is Tier 2 or even Tier 3, all of a sudden you have to take into account like which 5/10 heroes people are comfortable with, and that limits your plan. Because it's not just those 5 or 10 heroes that person has, it's all your players, right? It limits your whole
your choices aren't a problem for you because you don't have any choices. you have 10 heroes that you can draft from, and that's it.
To be clear, though, I said that you don't see this happen in Tier 1 Dota, and I actually want to retract that statement partially because I've been told several situations behind the scenes, but I'm not going to share all of them because I actually don't know.
I want to hear.
No, I actually don't know which ones I'm allowed to share, but I know one for sure that everyone will remember. EG literally won TI5 because the mid player for C-Deck could not play Leshrac.
Yes.
Like they won TI5.
Everybody banned it the whole time, but you didn't need to ban it against
And then the last game,
then
then TI finals, EG realized we can just leave Lesh in the pool and we get the best hero on the patch. And then there was one game C-Deck even tried to play it, and the guy just flopped miserably. And it's like this problem occurs at all levels for sure, but it's just less common as you go up and up. So I wanted to clarify.
It's also less common because your Tier 1 players have more experience or more heroes because their longevity is also
that's where experience
longer.
Comes in, right?
Experience comes in exactly because you play more. You've played for more years. You've been through many different patches, and in every different patch there's a different meta in which you have to study different heroes.
Do you guys feel like there's the match that we just watched? Obviously, there was a draft discrepancy, but how did you feel like the play was from both teams? Like, is there? You can only imagine Hellraisers wanted to be in the Immortal League. They came second there. They were very close to making it, didn't make it, but they probably see themselves as a team that should have done okay there. Do you think that there is a tier discrepancy between these two teams?
If there is, it's not really that big. It's more of the strategical approach in some of these movements during the game, the laning stage, and skill-wise, when it comes to each individual players, they're not really that far off each other. They're all in the 1%. So I don't think there's a major difference as long as you... like, let's say Naive plays this Naga, but the game is right for him. He carries 100%. Like, this Naga, like... exactly naive. His Illusions heroes are beasts. Like your TBs, your PLs, your Nagas. That's how he came into the scene, and he owns with them. I really think that if the game was different, he would win with it.
It's just not his patch.
Just not the draft, just not the setup in this particular game.
I always try to find line here because you'd argue that the individual players are pretty comparable, but I think if you pick the right heroes, that means your understanding of that specific game is just better. So I think the execution levels, other than maybe that one Jakiro Ice Path that was pretty bad, was very similar. Like they used their windows on the long cooldown ultimates to get kills on the anti-mage. He died right before he got his manta and everything. But when it comes to a team like Hellraisers, I have kind of been steadfast in how I view them. They are exceptionally mediocre. Like that is how I view them as a team. Like they will pick a pretty solid game plan. They will execute it. And
you know what?
They play against teams like this, they'll beat them. Like they look more
People
organized.
make careers out of being exceptional.
There is actually nothing wrong with it. I don't mean this as a straight up diss, right? I firmly have confidence that they will win a series like this 2-0. Like just watching it, it's this way every single time. I said it coming into the series in the 10 seconds I made a point, and I stand by it. That first game kind of spelled it out for me, at least.
You also expected them to lose 2-0 to Na'Vi yesterday in the same line of thought.
Yeah.
That was also not a surprise for you.
It's exactly how it goes. Like if they pick a decent game plan and they'll execute it, but like if it's a team that isn't as organized, they're going to win.
So they win.
That is more organized.
So they win versus teams that are worse than them and lose versus teams that are better than them.
You may say this is analysis, but there's teams that go like 1-2, or they'll occasionally take games off of teams better than them, even a series. And there's times that teams flop, like they're inconsistent. If you watch Hellraisers, they are consistently mediocre, but exceptionally at it. Like they are very good at it. I'm actually worried for a team like this. I would actually much rather be a volatile team that sometimes takes games off of Tier 1 teams, but then drops a game to a Tier 4 team. I'd almost rather be that team.
To be honest, if I was looking to sponsor a team, I'd rather sponsor an exceptionally mediocre team than a volatile team.
That's because that's the gambler in me. You got the
I'm of the stable.
So if you are exceptionally mediocre, at least you have some potential in you, and you can rise steadily and become exceptionally better and better, right? That's something, because you know what's good, what's bad, and you just work on it. If you win versus a Tier 1, team, but then you lose versus a Tier 4 team, trust me, it feels worse because you have no idea what you're doing.
I'm gonna have to trust you because I've never beaten a Tier 1 team in my life, except for EG when they had Bulba, but that doesn't count.
No,
you specified that it was supposed to be a Tier 1 team. So
yeah, exactly.
That already disqualifies.
Sorry.
I don't think I can make those statements. I think only I'll leave that to the Americans to make statements like that. So, or to the ex-pros,
I like how she called me the American and she called you the expert.
Well,
smooth.
NA.
Lol.
So if you're exceptionally mediocre, surely there is some kind of barrier that you're trying to break through. Where is your improvement? You're going to imagine they are going for improvement. They want to be more than exceptionally mediocre. They want to get that improvement. Where do they get it from?
Oh, look, Hellraisers overall, they have changed as a team. Like when it comes to their supports, they switched them up. And Hellraisers, ever since they started playing as this organization, it's as this stack of players under this organization, that's been like what, January, February, something like that.
Yeah,
they looked good. They didn't look that bad. In the We Save Charity tournament, they reached the finals. They were pretty damn solid. That's when they looked on their best. And then they slowly started dipping out. Roger as well left them. So they just have to find the best strategies that work for them with their new position 4s. I think it can work. I think they can become your Tier 1 team in the CIS, your next contender.
I thought maybe you were going to say all you need is a good coach.
I'll just say I don't think... It's kind of funny when I watch teams. This is probably the only team I can reasonably say this about without having participated in the team. I think I'd be a terrible coach for this team. Like I
you would just go in and say you guys
What
are
team would you be a good
exceptionally mediocre.
all of them.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm saying that there's obviously teams I think I'd
Promo
be
code.
like maybe my playstyle would fit better with theirs or my vision on the game. But I'm saying with utter confidence, I would be a completely terrible coach for this team.
Why?
Like
Because they're Russian and they wouldn't understand you, or
we're ignoring that factor, Lizard. Stop simplifying my
Logic.
complicated statements that I'm trying to appear smart with. You're making me look bad. What I'm basically trying to say is that they always construct their own game plans, and it seems like they play within their comfort zone, and usually their game plans are reasonable, but they're exploitable and predictable. And they seem to like that predictable. Like they seem to be comfortable in that predictable. And I personally think my vision of anything is rather unpredictable.
You're
Yeah,
saying
I
they are predictable, but I did not predict to see an Underlord mid come out from them for Xani, and I did not think that it was. Well, I thought Underlord was going to go to Funnick. I did not think that Funnick would be the position 3 Sand King. That's unpredictable.
Okay, so I'll completely agree with him, and I can see his point. There are some players and some teams that will not go for your cheese picks, will not go for your Arc Wardens, Meepos, or whatever, will not really step outside of the box. They will always play your normal Dota, and they will try to excel at it. They will just try to be better, you know. These are the grinders. Let's say you won't really put too much logic or thinking into your strategy and develop it to be a little bit better than your enemy's team. You'll copy the meta and you'll try to be the best clicker, the best skilled team out there.
I want to be very clear. I'm not coming from a sense of superiority. I don't think I'm like better than this team. I'm saying like I've played with team members before where I just say, you know, no offense, but the way we see the game just isn't the same, and it happens in Dota.
Normally, when you say start with no offense, you know, something bad.
It absolutely actually means no offense.
I know. All good. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the second game of this series. What is there going to be an Underlord mid again? Is there going to be predictable things? Are we going to see a Naga versus an anti-mage? Please don't. Let's head over to the draft for game number 2.
Exceptionally mediocre. How did Brian know what it says on my business cards? As we saw what transpired, game number 1, Hellraisers versus Khan. Took an experiment. What are you two chuckling about?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did manage to experiment. I was fully focused on being cross-eyed for some reason.
Really?
He said, like, let's be cross-eyed. I was like, okay, let's go.
Seems like that's another experiment that will also fail as we check out what might happen in game number 2. So they went for a team fight oriented solution to an anti-mage. Got a carry that could potentially set up for some big ultimates. Takes a lot of coordination to pull off a draft like that, and unfortunately Khan was not able to execute. Chronosphere and Mortimer Kisses, however, that's a little bit easier to pull off.
Yeah, Khan's back. Second pick Khan is actually what made them somewhat scary in the Divine League. Other than that, they had a bit of shakiness. I think when Naive is on his Void, on his Terrorblade, they are quite a scary team. A team that can have upsets. Can they win series? Maybe not, but they have upset potential. And we can see that now with the Snapfire. Again, of course, Lil Shredder against Egg. We saw it today. Snapfire against Phoenix.
No Lil Shredder.
No Lil Shredder. Like level 5.
He had Lil on his own team, did not want to shred him. Maybe that's the reason why. I don't know.
Showing mercy to his teammate.
Now that was
bonkers.
That was the worst play of the day for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. If WePlay do another highlight reel.
Another slacked in a fool.
Zoomed in on Lil Shredder, just grayed out, not leveled up against the Phoenix Egg. Yeah. But no, beautiful little combo, I think, as well. Another key thing that a lot of people forget about Snapfire is that Lil Shredder, it takes away armor. Like 6 armor, right? You get a casual point in that bad boy, go to a tower with Catapult, you're going to shred that thing. So, yeah, overall, nice opening from both teams.
Lil Tower Shredder. There's no way you sneak in a Nyx Assassin here. I love that hero. It just ruins the Grandma. You walk into the ulti with the Carapace. Well, it's still doable, but I think you need more lockdown, more silence for this Faceless Void. I guess they just start banning out the carry matchups that Faceless Void does not like to play into here.
So right now they take away Beastmaster, and I think they're potentially looking at like the more tempo-esque heroes, because in lane, this Void Snapfire, it's not really a lot of pressure. You have slight kill potential if maybe you get like level 2 advantage and they step too far, but it's a very kind of neutral lane out of most lanes. Especially for Hellraisers, they have a little bit of like versatility. This clock could easily be 5, Phoenix can be 5. Like, you don't really know what's happening with Hellraisers, which again is a very specialty draft from them.
Hellraisers managed to pull off great lanes in the previous game. Like, you did not know where they're gonna go with their lanes. Picked a lot of versatile heroes, and same thing's happening here. Even though I'm not a big fan of the clock against the Snapfire, can easily just cookie out, time walk out of the cogs. It's not gonna be that efficient. And now they start betting out those carry matchups. TB, something that plays extremely fast. Marana ban, interesting. Definitely not the ban that I expected to see in the second banning phase.
It's a naive special, I think.
I think, so for the Marana, I think it's mainly for the position 4, because Gilga's hero pool, it's Clock, Tiny, Rubik, and then maybe Marana can be slotted into that 4th position. And I think what Hellraisers are trying to identify right now is if Egg is countered by 4 and 5, it means all the calls on Khan can just be all about like the team. You don't have to think about Egg anymore. So it's just maybe trying to cover this potentially core Phoenix. This could be another indicator with a 5 clockwork.
Let them try and stop.
More team fight and also a good pairing for a melee core. Magnus shows up. Now you have your Empower target. So we've been seeing generally that, well, I guess Void doesn't really build that many Battle Furies, but a lot of...
Thank God.
Yeah, I know, thank God. That's fallen off. But a lot of carries are opting to not go for a more farm-oriented build, like we're seeing the anti-mage just skip the Battle Fury because they have a Magnus on their team. Do you think that this Faceless Void will also go for more early damage because he knows that he has
you get Mask of Madness, BKB here, and just keep fighting with the team. This is the build. Like, you don't need any shenanigans. No Mask of Madness. You actually have someone that gives you damage. And this Mask of Madness BKB build is always going to be popular unless somehow they mess up completely the items.
Yeah, and plus with the potential to disassemble, it's always very, very handy to have early on.
Omni-Knight. Okay, so they're taking one of a Team Secrets book, huh? Taking Omni-Knight into Faceless Void, into Mag. Both of these heroes rely on dealing heavy physical damage, some status resistance, some heals coming out. So that means Clockwork, either 4 or 5. Both of these heroes very versatile. Not too much kill threat on that lane, I would say, if it's Phoenix position 4, paired up with Omni-Knight.
Hellraisers don't really actually kill anything in this game right now.
But they're very hard to kill.
Yeah, they're very very survivable. But for example, if you're Khan, you could easily go for, let's say, like a Pos 5 AA, push that snap into 4 Mag 3, and now you counter like the sustained survivability on Hellraisers. It does make lanes a bit quirky, and I don't think Gilga plays the Snapfire, but it's potentially something they could do.
They have 3 strength heroes. What if you just get Timbersaw here?
I'm not... Okay, right, so basically, Timbersaw feels like a little bit of a trap, you know? It looks like a good Timber game, but then you pick it and go, oh, but now we're missing tower damage, or we're missing that mid-game rush potential, or something to really convert you the win. Sure, you might have that kind of honeymoon period where it goes well, but eventually it's going to go down the drain.
I'll
go for a Grimstroke.
As I see fit.
I like to have one single target ability that, you know, goes...
With the Soulbind?
With the Soulbind, I see none here.
Hellraiser's lineup, I'm kind of a little bit concerned for Hellraiser right now. I'm seeing a lot of passive lanes in which the only aggression comes from things already kind of solved by Khan. You know, you have that cookie for the Clockwork, you have the Time Walk, the Skewer, you have a lot of mechanisms to get away from the rotation potential of Clockwork. And then you could argue, like, okay, well, Egg Hitters, you already have that covered technically early on from the Grandma Snapfire, but yeah, it's all about, does Drow have a strong lane? She's a scary laner, but is it strong enough to really fix the passive nature of the rest of this lineup?
What if it's position 5 Omni-Knight? It's doable. People do it.
Is Slacks coaching this team or what? Like,
I mean, they have done Underlord mid in the previous one.
That's true. They could be extremely quirky. And of course, the Omni will be able to basically cover any hero when Void Chronos, you know, just cover it with the the ultimate and you're good to go. But the fact that you don't have the BKB...
I know, I'm just brainstorming. Most likely it's going to be Clockwork position 5, considering that they have 1, 2, 3 heroes that can get out of the cogs easily. So Clockwork's not going to have an easy time.
Yeah. And Hellraisers aren't even second pick in this scenario, so they're going to have to reveal basically where all these heroes are going in this next pick. What are they banning out? They're banning out Lina, another egg hitter, which makes me think that... I guess it could just be a position for Phoenix. My biggest fear is what you mentioned, the Omni 5 Clock 4 Phoenix 3. I'm very scared this might happen just because the bans are very like egg orientated.
Possibly, yeah. I want to see some kind of control coming out from Hellraisers. Ember Spirit being banned out, something that builds into any kind of silence item. It's a good Storm Spirit co-op game for Hellraisers. Like, they have no lockdown.
Is this where we see the carry Omni Knight come back into the...
Oh, man.
Get a little...
Yikes.
And then what,
put
mid
the
lane
drow
drow?
mid, Omni off lane, you pick up a Mars last pick, and then you just... It sounds absolutely trash, but...
I mean, I like where you guys are going with this, because Omni Knight is just such an infrequently seen hero, it's kind of difficult to justify why you would pick it. I guess in this situation, it's more that we were expecting that a Drow Ranger would come out, and the goal is to make Drow as unkillable as possible. It's just that why go for an Omni Knight as opposed to like Banishes, which are the more typical counter to a Faceless Void Chronosphere.
Omni Knight Drow, these two heroes don't move at all. Like, okay, Drow wants to join a team fight, but someone needs to set it up. And right now I only see Clockwork, who's actually going to be able to move and do stuff on the map. Very passive lineup from Hellraiser so far.
Yeah, and they actually ban out Storm Spirit themselves, so some of the theoretical mobility from their mid laner not really on the table.
This will reveal all right now. It will open up with this final 5th pick from Hellraisers. Where have they put themselves? Which I think, again, this started drafting that they had against these Immortal teams that dropped down didn't really fare well for them. But against these other Divine, it does kind of slot. And they're showing nothing. They pick up a Void Spirit. They've shown... They have 4 heroes that could easily be 3, 4, or 5.
I just hope they don't go with Void Spirit position 5. I really, really dislike it. I just think they're gonna go with the standard stuff in this game. A Void Spirit on the mid lane, possibly shift Drow to the mid against Invoker. That's doable.
I think it's gonna be Drow carry, Void mid, with Clock 5, Omni Phoenix offlane duo.
Yeah,
but that aside, flex aside, I think Khan's draft, it's very reminiscent of a Liquid draft we saw this morning, if anyone's still watching from that series. And it's just much nicer to watch. You know, it's a lot more team fight. You're not really scared at any point in the game. You can always defend your high ground. And I can commend Hellraisers for like the quirkiness of their draft, but I think even if they have strong lanes, then they don't have just enough to convert into tier 3s, and they'll eventually just fall flat. So
if we take out the names, just see the draft, I see Khan's draft wins 90% of the time. Maybe I'm having a bad read on Omni Knight, how strong he is. This is not Team Secret, this is Hellraisers, so, you know, we have to lower our expectations, but man, Khan's draft looks sick.
No, that's what I heard. I heard if you remove the names from the...
How would I know that it's Khan's draft?
Yeah, like you can, without the names, you can tell.
Okay, Radiant's draft.
Yeah, there you go. So it has to be Khan. I think it applies for tier 2 and tier 3 as well, like Khan. All the way.
Can't tell the difference.
You just can't tell the difference. It's impossible to tell the difference between these tiers of Dota.
Khan once again leaning in on a teamfight-oriented draft, as we did see the odds favoring Hellraisers, unsurprisingly, after Game 1. Let's see if this one will be a little bit easier to execute for them as we jump into Game number 2.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Yes, let's jump in indeed, as we're getting to see some exciting lineups once again. We're seeing Khan definitely with another big team fight lineup, right? We're getting the Void, the Magnus, of course, the big finisher there, the Invoker, for that potential of the Cataclysm later on. And then over on the side of Hellraisers, we've got some sort of counter team fight, right? This Omni Knight is coming in. We have seen it been tried before as sort of a way of dealing with the RPs and the Chronospheres. You know, you're outside of it, bam, suddenly GA puts a stop to a lot of the follow-up damage. Do you like it? What do you like out of this gen?
Well, here's the thing. It works against physical damage, right? It works against the Void and the Magnus. But you have Snapfire ult.
Sure,
you have
Snapfire as well,
Cataclysm.
right? Yeah.
Right? You have all of these things to throw in
And they don't care.
And they don't care.
I mean, that is there is that much team fight from Khan. We'll see if they got it. Of course, last game they did have some combos that they just weren't able to really get off the ground. But arguably, I think this time it seems easier on paper, right? You have RP and Chronosphere, and as you say, Snapfire and Invoker, two of the best heroes to just throw in damage from outside of these spells.
So if they can get a silence onto the Void, if they can get some way of disabling this hero, the game could look really awful because this is really banking on the Chronosphere and the RP. I think
sure. What, you don't hit those in the fights? You think you're just gonna lose?
You're gonna lose the fight. Yeah, 100%. I think so.
Yeah.
Small skirmishes, Hellraisers, they definitely take the advantage there. They have Clockwork. They have Omni, who's great at sustaining over a long period of time. They have Void Spirit, who can jump the backlines. So it just depends on how the fights play out this game.
Looking at the lane setups, nothing too surprising with how everything started. No one making any sort of less than expected picks. Yep. Kasani's in the mid lane. Void Spirit bottom lane. It's off lane Funnick Omni Knight, supported by King R. A very strong duo off lane there as well. I mean, looking at these lanes, is there a lane that you think a team's going to come out severely on top?
I feel like this Void should do really well against the Omni, just because he's got this burst damage, and every single time there's no way to prevent him from just pressing Q on the Faceless Void, right? So Void, there's absolutely no kill threat down here, so he can be incredibly aggressive with that Snapfire. I think that should probably be a pretty favorable lane, and Phoenix is not enough of a differentiator to change that fact.
All things fall.
Top lane. The build for Cheshire Cat this game. Would you want to see him getting the mech online, getting some auras, or are you getting the blink comp as soon as you can? Oh, naive. So similar things happening last game. End up getting that first blood on the safe lane.
So the thing is, like Void has zero fear down here. There's nothing that can kill him. So he can be incredibly aggressive and just fish for those bashes until he gets a kill. But there's Dota, you'll lose a lane, you'll win a lane, go even in another one. So sometimes you just got to do damage control.
Looking at the mid lane and Mayo. What is when you do have this Chronosphere in the RP, what is the build-up you go for on the Invoker? Like, do you actually try and go for like this Midas into Ag sort of old school style? He is going Exalt, of course, or do you still try and mix that in with some fast play of a Yules or something else that's going to help you make moves on your own?
So I think you probably want to play fast. You want to get some drums, Yules, like you mentioned, something like that, because your two side laners, it's Void and Mag. Like, these are not fast-paced heroes, right? They don't run around and kill people. They play around their ultimates and they farm. So, oh, he got him with the skewer into the tower.
Did. Gets a very nice angle there, Cheshire Cat, and that'll do it. A couple of tower hits and the Inkswell's done. Very nice catch there with the skewer.
Old skewer, that doesn't work. New skewer with the increased radius, that's how it looked like he was behind him, but he still got the skewer off because of that extra radius. I actually think this hero is such an amazing offlaner, and this hero being Magnus, because the Shockwave is a great disable now, it's a repositioning ability, and then the skewer is insanely good now as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, between the two of them, as we saw there, just having the point and each of them, you're able to set up some very effective plays, especially when you're comboed with something like a Grimstroke, one of these best lane supports that really enable any of these heroes with any sort of movement ability early on.
I actually played with a Rise Magnus in a pub yesterday.
And did ya? That's pretty hype.
And I noticed that he plays a lot more around the skewer than he does the RP.
Yeah.
He's always trying to skewer people together in team fights, even without the RP. He's skewering across the map. He's skewering people out of base. He's calling, okay, I'm going to try to go on this target with skewers. He's using it like a punch hook, basically. And I think it's super viable to do that right now because of the buffs.
No, it is, yeah, definitely interesting to watch your eyes. One of the best Magnuses from the pubs over the years, and
I think he's the best.
And the way he itemizes, right? I don't know what he necessarily did in your game, but very much it does it a little different to how we see some of the pros do, right? Because he always goes for like the Blink, 4-star, Shadow Blade. Like, he is all about the positioning rather than, he doesn't seem to be a fan of the I'm going to be the carry myself build. He's all about just making plays as the Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. Just like this, skewer back. Bilger can't get the nuke off. Clockwork's being annoying.
Yeah, Ego's got the Fairy Fire. That last nuke is going to be off the mark. And Miposhka, he may just find Gilligan in return for this. Nope, Fairy Fire and the movement speed's enough. Turn over towards Cheshire Cat instead. Still not able to push on any further. Bottom lane, Hellraisers will take out Suzuya's Snapfire. A lot of damage between the two of them. And also with that Snapfire out lane, Knives got to be careful. Seeing on the farm though, all 6 cores able to hit the creeps. Nobody's getting pressured out lane too heavily really in this first 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's not really any super kill-heavy lanes in this game. It's just really the supports that can die. You know, Omni Knight, he's never going to die. He can just heal himself. Void can just jump away from damage. Invoker versus Void Spirit, that's a snooze fest, of course. It's just about last hitting. Like, every lane is just like this. This lane, you have the, you know, tanky frontline guy and then some squishy backliner. Sometimes it'd be like this. He is going for the drums on Invoker, so
yeah.
he's trying to play fast. I feel like this is necessary given the heroes that he has. Like, if he doesn't play fast, who will?
Bottom. Gonna try and punish Naive here post time walk as King R. I'm swooping in. Suzuya will be able to get them with a nice 2-man cookie. Now they just turn their attention over towards Suzuya, and again with these slows, just running him down. Some heavy damage being traded very nicely by Hellraisers as Funnick just walks in and claims the kill. Again, I mean, Funnick he had a great game 1, and already seeing here in game 2, he just never misses an opportunity to go. If he sees your HP and knows that he can finish the job, he's going to be chasing you down.
The one scenario where Omni Knight can actually get a kill post-heal nerfs, where you are literally chasing somebody from your own tower to their tower, so you finally get that second heal off by diving their tower. That ability, it used to be so much more devastating. More damage, lower cooldown. That's really the big issue with this hero. If this wasn't an Omni Knight game in terms of him countering the team fights, it's a terrible hero, as Puppy was mentioning in his interview.
See, Kazani came in with a rotation, couldn't quite catch Suzuya though. A quick jump away, Remnant off the mark. Suzuya will be fine.
Dire's structures are
Leaves the Invoker mid to put out damage on the tower.
Yeah, he's straight to it, Maya. Cleaning out the wave, the Meteor, and yeah, this wave will get a few punches in. Kasani's heading over that, and we'll manage to deep push. We'll see Kasani what sort of build he wants to go for this game, whether it's going to be the standard Orchid Rush. Is there anything that sort of puts him off going for that? Does he need to be scared of anything that Khan are going to be throwing at him early?
You could argue that the Faceless Void time dilation is something you might want to use for.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Yules to dodge Snapfire spells, dodge the Magnus spells or whatever. But I do think the Orchid is great because if you, as we talked about before, if you can jump the Void or jump the Magnus, like these are the only 2 team fighters that are really setting everything up. So if you can jump them with the Silence, focus the other, then you win the team fight. So I think Orchid's amazing.
See top lane. I'm going to use the Ink Swell. Cheshire Cat's able to get in range, but he's got to be careful. I mean, Ego's hit 6. He's hitting hard. Cheshire Cat has to skewer away, and now Poshka will try and catch Gilga. Doesn't quite manage to do so, though. The Cogs pushing Gilga away. Couldn't get in range for the trap. But starting to see, I mean, now that 6 is there, this top lane definitely becoming a little bit harder to play into the Drow. Ego's going to have very good control, in particular when Poshka is there to ensure that Khan can't get on top of the Drow.
Is there anybody to follow this up? Void Spirit is running over. Yeah, Invoker might be dead here. With the setup.
Mayo's trapped in the Cogs. He's in. Does get bounced out to the side with the cookie. But with that Astral Step and the burn at the Sunray, it's surely going to be too much for Mayo. Yeah, Mayo can't deal with this. Suzuya will turn, take down Poshka. In return, getting a kill for Kasani. Rune controls there as well, so Kasani's going to be able to grab an Arcane. And that could certainly set up for another big kill in the future for him when the Invoker's back in. If Hellraisers want to hang around or bring someone over to the mid lane again.
Man, these runes. I feel like there's not a bad rune to get on a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit or a Storm. Like, all the spirits just like all of the runes. Now that the illusions actually purge.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes all the difference for them.
You can do something with each rune. I think there's no coincidence that now the runes are so close to the mid lane and then these spirits are super popular as well.
And I'm naive. So yeah, still good. Top lane Cheshire Cat. He's going to look for the opportunity onto Ego. The Sunstrike damage does get split, but they get an excellent skewer into the 2-man Inkswell stun. They'll turn their attention to Miposhka first. Miposhka popping the stick. They didn't actually have enough damage to kill Ego, though, as Ego's now able to turn. They'll lose Miposhka. They're going to find the kills, though, for Ego, as Ego's able to live through the whole attempt, take the 2 of them down in return. As all in all, just a nice bit of a a way to start it there from Khan, but Hellraisers, they make the read. Miposhka almost senses that a Sunstrike's going to be inbound, make sure that he tanks it. And if he doesn't tank it there, it probably would have had enough damage to burst the Drow.
Yeah, Miposhka 100% is carrying this game with the rune control. We saw him with the gank setup on Invoker. The cogs there, keeping the Drow out of the cogs so that she can actually have the ultimate work and do that damage to the Grimstroke. I mean, that was just beautiful. Like, his mechanical play this game and his game sense for where to be in the game has been borderline perfect so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, 1k lead right now. Still a very close opening between the two teams. We'll see the Midas being gone for by Naive once again as the carry. And also for Mayo. So after the drums, going back for the Midas on Invoker, making sure that he's going to be able to scale.
That seems fine. Like, the game is probably going to be relatively easy to delay. It's really just the Drow that pushes towers. He's having a pretty good game, but I mean, Drow is not. Drow's like a 30-minute, 25-minute tower pusher, not early enough that Midas is going to get punished.
Oh, Naive, he wants to get something out of this. He finds the courier. Drow's already out of it. Ego has bailed. Miposhka will be left behind. Sunstrike off the mark, but they didn't need the damage anyway. The three of them will take out the clock. But sort of crisis averted for the most part. Ego getting out of there. Just making sure Hellraisers that the Drow doesn't suffer and Ego can continue to farm. And put some pressure on himself as he moves down bottom, and we'll be able to look to try and find the tier 1 tower trade.
Right, we have it is the typical trade that always happens. You just have the offlaner become so beefy, so strong, it's difficult to play into them. If any rotation comes behind that offlaner, it's just a kill. So the carries just say, screw this is no longer the safe lane, this is the dead lane, as Brian would say. And he, just moved to the enemy carry safe lane. Take the tower.
Yeah, Hudson Wise, then he has his Drag Lance done. Funnick, of course, going straight for the mech. Making sure that, again, just on top of the GA. Once he has a point in it, of course, yet to skill the GA. He's going to have a lot of counterplay to the team fight of Khan.
Mech Pipe is really good in this game, like the mech, because you have the pure damage coming out from the Invoker and the Chrono. The only way to deal with pure damage, there's no mitigation for it that you can buy. It's just healing. You just heal through it. So the mech is amazing this game. All-purpose kind of save, and then the pipe, because you have the Snapfire damage, some of Void's damage, most of Invoker's damage, minus the Cataclysm. It's all on the Omni to protect in these team fights this game.
Bottom. I'll be able to get the catch here as they dive close to the tower. TP's coming in. Gilga trying to keep himself alive. Cheshire Cat's over and brings back the Void Spirit momentarily with the Shockwave. Gilga is going to finally go down to the Fire Spirits. Kasani, he's got a haste rune, so will manage to easily step himself away. Mid lane, Mayo putting some good damage onto this tier 1 mid. Fortification comes out. He's about 400 gold away from his Midas being complete. Kasani with the remainder of that haste rune is trying to sweep across, but Mayo, he's already started to back off. They won't catch him, and of course, as I say, being as close as he is to the Midas, he's going to be playing very carefully right now. Doesn't want to be caught out by these now sort of early moves from Hellraisers. As they themselves grouping up as 5 around this mid lane, trying to take this early tier 1 tower from Khan. Khan, I mean, they do have Chronosphere, so if they do want to try for something with the Void, there is that potential. I mean, if you're Khan, are you looking to try and get a team fight together early, or are you kind of happy to avoid Hellraisers for the most part and just wait for the farm of the Midas on the Void and the Invoker to kick in?
I think because of the Midas, you don't necessarily want to fight this, although I say that, and they're actually smoked up looking for the Chrono. I mean, if the Chrono's good enough,
yeah.
If they can get the Invoker there with the Meatball right now, he doesn't have Cataclysm, but Meatball does a lot of damage.
I might just drop the Chrono for this. Yeah. Straight in. Sunstrike out. Funnick's trying to step across, but he can't do anything to help out in time, and now he's only put his own life at risk as he steps into the Chrono. The cast range just not there for Funnick, as he couldn't offer anything up to keep Kasani safe, and even if he did, it was more than likely that Khan had the damage anyway to burst that Void Spirit. Not really a whole lot that the Omni Knight could do to save him against 5 heroes throwing their full kit on him.
Yeah, I think even if he can get the heal off there, it's not super effective. And, once again, we can just see the Omni nerfs in play. Like, that's a literal example of, in previous patches, he would have been able to get that heal off. He had longer range on that. It was lower cooldown. It did more of a heal. He was way stronger at laning because he had an attack speed debuff as well. Like,
this hero can feel really bad. There's a reason it has a 40% win rate. You know, it's really just great against this physical damage. But when you have Snapfire...
Talking about Snapfire there, Kazani. And then Poshka straight back out on the map around these 15-minute runes, seeing if they can push back Khan away from here. Get some ward down. See if they can stick around here to grab the 2.
Yeah, good timing to get that kill, like you mentioned, because of the bounties. Get those aggressive bounties. Although, Gilger is in position to grab the aggressive bounties as well in the bot lane.
Top one, Naive. He's not going to try and go on Miposhka himself. There's 3 heroes heading up there. No hook shot, though, so Miposhka not able to turn the threat. And the Yules is now done for Kasani, so some solid setup. And as you mentioned, almost essential against heroes like the Void with that time dilation. Makes it very hard to play in the fights after that initial jump in if you get caught out by the W.
Yep. Choosing to go for kind of the more defensive option. The cool thing about Void Spirit Yules, though, is that it's defensive, but it's also aggressive because it's a great setup for his Aether Remnant. It makes him one of the best pick-off heroes in the game. It's not necessarily going to let him kill a Magnus or a Faceless Void, but it will let him jump them if he can get some assistance in the jump.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they might get him here.
He's going to try and run, but you're right, Kasani's there, in with the jump, Naive. Time walk up again in a second. It's not going to get the chance for him, but Poshka hook shots in. And they get that Void killed off. So 7-7, still very close game here, 16 minutes in. And what does that sort of say to you? I mean, you're looking at 2 teams, one does have 2 Midases on them. Does that mean you do worry a bit for Hellraisers or not at all?
I'm definitely worried. I would say Khan, if this game goes for like 10 more minutes and it still looks even, Khan is going to win, 100%. Yeah. But we have the Meteor Hammer up in the Phoenix. We have Drow, this hero. She's hitting a point where she's decent at pushing towers. As long as she has a supporting cast, as long as she has a team around her, she's got the Omni Knight. This is one of the best healers, sustainers in the game. I think they can be aggressive with these towers. And then the Phoenix, like this Meteor Hammer really makes it so that the push is actually there from their lineup.
Yeah, definitely much more weight on heroes like the Void Spirit and the Clock to make more plays than they did in the last game, though, right, with having Funnick on the Omni Knight as opposed to a Sand King. Like, we saw how much weight Funnick was lifting in the team fights with the Sand King when it came to just initiation.
Yep, 100%.
And control. Now he's on a very different role this time, so they've got to keep things fast with the rest of them. They've got the Yules to cancel the Grimm's TP as Gilger left behind. Does turn with the Soulbind, the Silence, and the Inksrow. He's going to be able to play around with them for a little bit, but should still fall, especially with Miposhka also heading over, follows up with the Rocket Flare. Make sure the Gilger can't juke in the trees.
It's also hard when that little bug follows you as well, or his dead wife, or whatever the lore is.
Is that what it is?
It's a dead wife.
Oh my
I didn't believe it either, and then Slack showed me the lore. I was very
disturbed. Is this Slack's lore, or is this
no,
real lore?
It's in the description, actually, of the spell.
Is it?
His dead wife.
Oh.
I also did not believe it. I had the exact same reaction. I mean, you know, I could get that. I could get behind that.
Interesting. There's a very spooky hero anyway, Grimstroke.
He's pretty spooky. Why, though? He's a painter. Why does he have to be so spooky?
I know, painters are kind of spooky though, right?
If you could be immortal but be like a banshee, like, wouldn't you do it? I feel like immortality sounds pretty cool.
Wait, someone wasn't using their Midas here. There was that Naive. Gilga. Okay, and that's a solid one. That's another very solid one here. Kasani's down. Funnick's going to get silenced. I mean, again, these are the Chronos you need. You couldn't ask for anything more than that. Catch a core and the Omni Knight. That'll do it every time. If Khan continue to pull that off, Naive's able to get those sort of Chronos, they're just going to continue to win every team fight.
Yeah, that is literally the dream chrono. Anybody plus the Omni, even just the Omni is enough. But like that guy needs to be caught in every single chrono because he's the only save. I mean, you do have the Phoenix, but the heal, I don't think the Phoenix heal is enough to save from the burst that Khan has. There's too much to throw into the Chronosphere.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, these chrono combos are just going to be so explosive as the game goes on. And as you said, itemization-wise, what is there to do about it? I mean, in the late game, right, you can start to maybe think about getting in the Eon Discs.
Eon Disc, yeah, that's always
that's what you're going to need when the Cataclysms start coming online, but
you know,
you got to get there. And they're not cheap, those Eon Discs. They come at they're quite a hefty price.
I'd say the
the big price for them is the slot as well. I mean, which of these heroes like wants to build an Eon Disc? I feel like if they go Eon Discs, they.
I mean, the only one is really like Phoenix, right? Sometimes.
Yeah,
So
that's about it.
That's kind of it.
Maybe Omni.
Ooh, hook shot off them. Oh, they found the Void though. He's got a Manta style. He's out. Naive jumps over. RP is going to get the two of them. He's able to get them into the cogs. He's got them dragged in with a shockwave, pushing them back with a deafening blast. They've taken down Miposhka. They've found Ego. Vonic will live with the heal. The Supernova is successful, but they've still got to be careful, Hellraisers. They're popping the GA, but they've got to run with this. Can they really fight with it? Kasani's going to try and jump in. Vonic will live, but Kasani, he's got to continue to back up. They're going to see if they can chase here. Time walk. Cookie forward. Can they get in range? They've got the clumsy net. They've got enough bashes. Kasani turns with the Yules. Remnant as well, controlling the Invoker. Naive still continuing to chase further forward. They've got the Cold Snap. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming in as well, but they've been baited up into the high ground. Naive jumping back as the respawns for Hellraisers start to kick in. Naive chasing over towards Mayo, jumps over the side. Gilga, he sweeps in. Ink swells himself. He just offers himself up as a distraction to try and allow the rest of the team to get out, and it works. Does it maybe for Mayo? Ghost walks there. Is there any detection on Kasani on the front? There isn't, so they won't be able to find him. Gilga's sacrifice will save his cause.
Man, that skewer into the cogs, that was so beautiful. That was an enemy cogs too. That's the thing, is if there's a Darkseer, if there's a Magnus, and there's a Clockwork in the game, it doesn't matter what team he's on because you can always use the cogs. It does the same thing to enemies that it does to allies if you're in the middle of them. It's unfortunately, allies can't just right-click the cogs once and get out. You have to hit it as many times as an enemy.
Oh, Naive. So he's going to get the one this time, and this time Funnick is able to get in position. We'll see the damage coming out. Kasani's going to get the chance to live. He will. He'll be able to self-fuels up. And now they're going to start losing heroes themselves. The Snapfire will fall. They do still get Kasani, but Cheshire Cat, he's taking big hits from Ego. Naive jumps straight over towards the Drow to take Ego's attention away from Cheshire Cat, and that'll allow Cheshire Cat to run away. Gilga in with the Soulbind. Silence on both Ego and King R. They've killed off another. The Silence pushing back the Void as Ego takes the high ground, turns over towards Cheshire Cat, keeping them at bay, but Naive, he jumps straight back into the Drow Ranger. Ego trying to run, but the bashes are there from Naive. Ego's taken out. Naive moves over towards Funnick. See if they can get more from this. There's only Funnick and King R left alive. Khan hot in the chase. Cold snaps out. King R can't get up to the high ground with the Sunray. The bashes coming out in full force from Naive as Khan take 4 and can now step into the pit themselves. DD also to spawn on cue here at the 22 minutes to make it that easier for them.
Yeah, look at this. That skewer was insane. Once again, just playing around this ability I think is so much better than playing around the RP.
Oh. Use your Midas. Naive.
He's got the DD. He wants the satisfaction.
I'll use the Midas.
There
we go. I missed the opportunity to drop on the big creep. But that was 2 buybacks coming out from Hellraisers with King R and Ego. They're ready to hold around the pit. They're going to actually start taking it themselves. They know there's no chrono. There is an RP though. Yeah. And can't have everyone alive, so you've got to imagine they are going to try and contest this. Kisses start to come out. Jump forward for Naive. He's got that DD. Boom. Miposhka, he's dead. 30 seconds, no clock. There's a bit of a bold attempt from Hellraisers to just walk straight into the... Whoa!
Ooh, maybe change those odds a little bit after that.
No.
I don't know about that.
Oh, no. Maybe that's not the RP.
Cheshire Cat?
I mean, what was it? Who was he going for?
I think he was trying to get the Void Spirit. Yeah, just taunt that one off. Taunt that one off.
Yeah. Okay. Now there's no RP. There's no RP. They can still slow them a bit. Soulbind now onto the 2. Not any initial combo. The Supernova coming out. Oh, he's trying to take it out, but they're in. They use him up to stop him from finishing off the egg, protecting King R. Back into the pit. Who's going to get it? They're jumping in for it. It goes down to Radiant and Naive. He's able to find the Cataclysm. Boom from Mayo. Gets the kills on both the 2 of them. The setup for more. Kasani caught out by the Ink-Swell stun. Miposhka trapped in his own cogs. He's trying to run. Will break his way out in time. They pop the Aegis on Naive, but he's back for round 2. Miposhka will be chased out as the shockwave from Cheshire Cat cleans him up. They don't need no RP to win these fights here, as Khan are able to jump in at the last moment. They get the Roche kill, they get the Aegis, and on top of that, the team fights theirs as well.
See, I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh, that total clearly mistake was not a mistake. I mean, it was a mistake, right? But the RP legitimately baited them. It baited them to go into the pit.
They wouldn't have committed into the pit like that if Magnus was still holding the RP.
No way. And also the buybacks coming out that they feel like they have to commit into the pit. It's like they don't want to lose this Roche. They spent buybacks for it, right?
It was the perfect whiff.
It really was. He couldn't have done it better himself there, Cheshire Cat. He did it, and it worked.
The god.
The next level strats. Scardy, now done for Naive. I mean, we're seeing this Void. He's just so big right now. There's no one close to it in farm on Hellraisers. As Ego and Kasani, they're falling far, far behind. I guess this was always the expectation when you're running against two Midases. You can see it in the levels as well. Level 18 on Naive and the Evoker. There's only level 15 on Hellraisers. At this stage of the game,
yep,
they're just that far ahead, these cores of Khan. Cheshire Cat, this time, RP's not going to miss. Drops it straight down onto the Drow. I mean, they know right now they don't need to hold these ults for big team fights. If they just keep killing cores here and there, they're going to continue to rule the map. As Mayo and Naive just get further and further ahead in this game.
Yeah, this is looking... Oh, he actually catches the Void Spirit. Does have his Yules.
I've got the net. Cheshire Cat. Gonna come across. Has he got the skewer? Oh, he tried for a TP. But Cold Snap was there. Kasani still able to jump away with a step. Cheshire Cat not quite having any further catch for him. So Kasani, he should live. And they're actually TPing over to this outpost. They're trying to find him, but this is a very slippery hero to catch. As Kasani should be fine. 4-star done for Cheshire Cat. So more ways to jump around.
They're still looking for him, though.
He's still hanging around in the trees.
They might have seen that.
Are they gonna find him?
Yeah, he saw. He saw the animation, so he's pinging. He's like, he's here.
Oh, and he hunts it down with the Cataclysm. Gets the vision. Kasani's going to jump to the side, but Gilga knows exactly where he is. He's using himself up. Do they have any further catch, though? They've committed this much so far.
Oh, so close.
And no, they got him.
Oh, they got
him with the Tornado. He's jumping out and giving the Dissimulate, but Mayo and Gilga, that's a beautiful hunt. They just hunted him down. Because he's just got to run, Kasani. They found him. Gilga's got him. They hunted him down beautifully in the trees.
Leave him
they're
alone.
just in his head. Kasani, he couldn't catch a break. He couldn't get away.
Every single time he jumped somewhere, they pinged.
They
knew exactly where he went. I don't know if they saw the animation or if they had a gut feeling or what. Man, that was nice. Very nice, though.
I mean, just Gilga didn't miss a single spell into the fog there.
No,
he hit every single one.
I'm telling you, Gilga is a mind reader.
Oh, here we go. Supernova, the cog push back. Do they have the damage? That is the question. And the answer is yes, they do. They may lose some heroes for this, but they don't mind that. That is a big kill. They get the Invoker only at the casualty of the Clockwork.
Shockingly, that's the two supports getting that kill. I mean, these are the last two heroes I would expect to get a kill like that, but just the egg bait there and sitting in the trees on Mapashka waiting to knock him back when it looked like he was maybe going to kill the egg or get out. You know, he just didn't allow that to happen. Very nice. I mean, they need a lot more of those to come back into this game, but that's a very good place to start.
Still with this hefty 9k lead, and the combos, they're not even needing to use them right now, really can't, to hold on. Just a simple chrono has sufficed with the team being around. Still that big old Aghanims combo with the Cataclysm is what's going to be pretty much uncounterable for Hellraisers right now if they do get caught.
I don't see how Omni has the distance to get the heals off. Yeah, the thing is, when you're playing against only physical damage in the Chronosphere, it's different, right? Because the Guardian Angel has big range. The heal does not. The W ability does, but it's not really a save from massive burst damage. It's more damage over time. So really, he needs to heal people in the Chrono, but he can't do that. He would need Ether Lens to do that. I would say, obviously, he's not going to get one of those, but he has a Glimmer Cape, so maybe he would get one of those. He's kind of playing as a support at this point.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, there we go. BKB done for the Invoker now as well, so Mayo's always going to get his spells off, no matter if he gets caught by a stray silence from the Gusto. The Void Spirit down the line.
Yeah, he definitely survives that bottom engagement with the Clock and the Phoenix if he has a BKB. Yeah. He takes a lot of damage, but then he BKBs at the end and he just walks away. And Knave is just huge in this game.
Yeah, Hellraisers are I mean, who just sort of fall back on the shoulders of it is this Drow, but Drow just doesn't have the farm this game.
Not a hero that plays from behind. Really not a hero that plays well from behind. She has no way to farm is the problem.
Maya hunting down Funnick here with a Ghost Walk. Funnick, oh, this time they won't get the read on him. He's off. And he has got a TP if he wants to go straight out for this. Still looking for him.
Wow, he's actually going to try to cut the next wave. He's so greedy. Funnick, no. Don't do it. Oh, he's just in the same spot.
I mean, he's beefy. Like, it's going to take quite a bit from these two heroes to kill him. They're going to bring in some backup. Yeah, Knives on his way over. He wants to get involved in the fun. And he certainly will be able to do so there. Funnick beaten down very, very quickly here by Naive with the farm that the Void has over towards mid. Talking about another Void. Kasani gets the catch in onto Suzuya. We'll set up for Ego to find that. But you can see straight away Khan, they're coming over towards the mid lane. They know they can push in now with no threat of the Omni Knight being able to save anybody. And they've still got their ults ready to go. Yeah, got the full combo and they'll start using it right now. Oh, not quite the combo there, but it doesn't matter. Who cares if you dragged him out of the Cataclysm? He's dead anyway.
One of those unfortunate situations where Shockwave is too good of an ability. The fact that it pulls by so much.
There we go, up to high ground now. Fortification coming out. 40 seconds without the Kasani Void Spirit. So again, extra room for Khan to just take at least one set of racks here, maybe more. This is going to be very hard for Hellraisers to defend. As they still have that Chronosphere knife.
You can just jump the Omni at this point. I mean, then again, I feel like you can jump anybody. Like, the Omni's not doing anything to save people from the combos that they have.
I'll go mid-rack Scott. They want to try and push for a second. They'll keep it chill. They'll back off. Kasani's up in 5. I think Khan, no, you know, they are in what seems to be a very comfortable position right now in this game. They don't want to slip this one up. And they're under no pressure at all. They're the team with 2 Midases. Up against a Drow with a Hurricane Pike and a Yasha at 31 minutes. You know, Ego's farm just is nowhere near being able to cut it against the progression that the 2 cores, at least of Khan, have.
Sometimes you have these late game scenarios where there's a hero that's a great rapier carrier, you have some farming potential on one here like a Magnus, and it's like, okay, well if they go late enough they can win. But I don't think this gets any better unless Khan massively throws the game.
Oh, Kasani should go down here. Can he jump away from this? Not going to get the chance to. Cold Snap and the bashes. So much lockdown. And just stops the Void Spirit from being able to get even his shortest of cast animations off. Everything's just ground to a halt.
That Void Eggs really makes the hero... I honestly think that's like the #1 reason Void is such a strong hero. Is the Eggs makes him not just a Chronosphere in the late game.
Oh, and we see these Chronos. I mean, again, Naive, he's just been hitting some... He's just making it look easy. Making it look easy. You want a core and an Omni Knight? I'll get you a core and an Omni Knight every single time. At least 3 or 4 times this game he's done that. Always getting the 2 of them caught together. And yeah, they're making this game too look easy. I mean, they go for these 2 Midases, not punished in any sort of fashion. And it is just very hard to see how Khan can lose at this stage.
Oh, they do get the Phoenix combo, but there's a 0.5 second interval, so we're fine. We just press BKB. I think that's safe. Man, one of the more I know that I'm dead moments in Dota is when you're chronoed in the cat. You just hear the pew. It's like, all right,
you know, this game
good stuff, guys. You did it. You pressed Cataclysm on me. Goddamn-tastic. It's traumatizing.
Just double tap D, you know, or F. That's what we got to do, right? That's the life of the late game Invoker here with the Axe build. Yeah, but of course Mario, he's been doing so much more than that this game. Top high ground, Naive. He's just going to start beating into them. They walk into him. Ego, he needs help. They've got to help this Drow. They'll turn with the silence
and the Remnant onto the Void. Naive falling low, but he's able to put the man to jump to the side. The Chrono comes out, but the Supernova's there in response. The Cataclysm in play. Funnick will fall. The Supernova's going to be successful, though, as they're trying to back away here, Khan. They didn't quite get enough kills in that initial RP with the counterplay of the egg. Cheshire Cat will fall, but Naive, he's ready to come back in for the cleanup now, or is he? Gets pushed to the side. Ego going to be the new focus from Mayo and Gilga as they run down the Drow. Ego's got the speed to get up to the high ground. Buybacks coming out in order to keep Ego safe. King R steps to the side, won't be held down by Suzuya. They turn, the Remnant pull on Mayo. Mayo, he plus the BKB, but it's not enough to save him. Mayo's going to go down, and now it's Khan that has to retreat. These buybacks from Hellraisers forcing Khan to run away as Suzuya won't escape. Neither will Gilga by the looks of it. He's got a Glimmer Cape to buy him some time. Is it enough to get him out of reach of Ego? They've found him. It's not. Gilga also going down. So Hellraisers with a strong kickback. Also, by the looks of it, able to go for the Roche Pit. Buybacks are there for Khan, and they're coming out. There's no way they're going to let Hellraisers get away with that Roshan. It does cost them. The biggest cost, I would say, here is not the gold. It's the fact that now there's a win condition. You kill any of these heroes, you have this potential to take Roche or push high ground. There's not the greatest tower sieging coming out from Hellraisers, but, you know, it's late game. Anything can happen. You can build anything on Drow. You can definitely win the game if you kill one of these heroes.
I mean, I think Khan, as soon as that Invoker's up, they'll just be going for Roche themselves. Maybe even before. Naive just does the Roche so quickly. You see 94% on the win probability for Khan right now, and you can definitely feel it. The buybacks do put them at a little bit of a vulnerability, but still at the end of the day, they're not the big buybacks from the Void or the Invoker, and you could argue at this stage, even if all four of them die, as long as Naive has buyback and a Chrono, he can probably hold back Hellraisers from a high ground defense. So
right, the team fight is basically Invoker Void at this point. Like that's all you need, and you can 1v5 or 2v5, I should say. Really, it's one. It's the Void. He's got a Invoker just double taps a button.
There we go. Smoke up from Khan. Oh no, not sorry. Sorry, it wasn't smoke. I thought I did see one, but no, that isn't the case. Smoke up from Hellraisers, in fact, as they're going to start moving towards the pit again for themselves. I mean, it's never going to be an easy fight when you're down 17k and against superior team fight tools. If we're able to kick back, as we saw though in that previous engagement, did require them themselves to come in with buybacks. Can't. They're getting closer to thinking about just walking into the Roche Pit. Octarine done on Mayo, so that increased uptime and availability of the big old Cataclysm. It's going to be there.
That's such a good late game item now too, the Octarine, because it gives you magic resist now, just out of nowhere. You just get it. It's great. Cheap item too. They reduced the cost of it as well. Octarine is definitely a very viable late game item. It's a big reason I think Leshrac, Invoker, like these heroes are really strong in the late game. Going for the Eon Disc now, as we talked about.
It's always going to come here at this stage. I mean, you've got enough to play with, right? Your game's obviously taken a big hit as you've fallen behind, but your Zags, you're still able to have a good impact in the fights.
And he's doing the trick too. He's locking one of the components, so that way he can allow it to assemble itself in a fight when he needs it. You can only do it once, but at this point, one fight could make or break the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. With the state of the buybacks, you can see nobody actually right now. Even the Void and the Invoker, not even Mio, they don't have the money.
More importantly, I should say, the next fight will determine the game, period. Because of all the buybacks, and then because of the Roche.
And the Roche. And that is that the second or the third Roche this game? This is the second, I think, only, right?
I think it's the second, but I will literally be playing in the game and I'll forget. It's so much happens in Dota. Okay, that's just
it's the second, I mean, is there a reason why Khan's being so careful right now? Like, they could just go for Roche, surely. Like, they do it very quickly with Naive.
It's a buybacks. Like, they don't want to risk it. There's really great Roche fight from Hellraisers. You have the Phoenix, you have Clockwork.
But look how quick they do. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. They just do it so quickly.
This is true, but you go for the steal with Clockwork.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to find him? Maposhka? Oh, maybe. No, he's going for it, but the Chrono's going to be used. Naive. Make sure it's secured. There's the assembling of the Eon Disc,
and it's actually going to keep Kasani alive. Will allow him to play on, jump out, the Supernova comes out, but they're focusing the egg. The egg looks like it is going to be left alone though, so the egg's successful. The stun catches onto Naive. Kasani trying to hold Gilga off to the side. RP gets laid down just onto the Drow, but it's enough lockdown on Ego to allow Void to start beating away. Ego does push back the Void with the Gust. Ego trying to turn with a multi-shot. Another silence comes into play as Funnick continues to try and keep Ego alive. They're getting Ego up to the high ground. Eon Disc from Funnick buys him some safety for now, but Ego still focused by the Void. Will fall, or will he gets another Hurricane Pike out? He's still living, but the Time Walk from Naive allows him to close the gap. They take out the Drow. Kasani in the river, dumps away with the Astral Step, turns with the Yules. He will be able to live. So all things said and done. Oh, the cookie! Oh, the cookie! The cookie comes in clutch. Kasani, he's still jumping away. Oh, they found him when he was hiding up here last time.
Oh God, not this again!
Oh, damn! No! Oh, Mayo! Oh, my goodness. That's the Sunstrike. They just call it off the back of that one. that's the GG Sunstrike.
That's it.
Damn, that's it right there.
Never go to that corner of the map again. It does not end well.
My goodness.
Boy.
I mean, that's one way to end the game. As the game, of course, almost certainly over anyway there with that last Roach and Aegis and Cheese going the way of Khan. But yeah, great performance from Khan. They come in with the team fight lineup. Naive on the Void, Mayo on the Invoker. That's all you kind of needed to be sort of your two strong front pieces.
Yeah.
And there just wasn't anything from Hellraisers. They didn't have anybody transitioning into the late game.
No, they didn't. It was a real problem. It's a Drow lineup. You don't snowball in the early game. It almost always looks terrible. I think the new Void is the way people are playing Void right now is so good against how you want to play on Drow. You don't want people to be on top of you because it disables your passive, right? Disables the ultimate. But Void, everybody builds tanky. So you could just jump in on the Drow, disable her, kill her, and then you're not going to die because this is what Void does even when there isn't a Drow in the game now. People were doing it with Halberd before. Yeah. Now it's with Scotty, Manta, BKB, things like that. It's just the perfect counter to the hero, even though before it was kind of the opposite almost. Like you'd silence the Void, right? It's a silence for the hero. It's a ranged hero. But Void is just so good against Drow.
Yeah, and it definitely felt that maybe a bit of experimentation being done here by Hellraisers in the fact that they do this Funnick Omni Knights.
This is true.
We have seen, you know, as you said, it was Secret, right, that did manage to pull it off in great effect against the Magnuses. This time around, trying to do it against RPs and Chronos, it just seemed a little too much, right? Funnick, it never felt like this Omni was actually turning the fights.
Yeah, because you're playing around the heal as opposed to just the Guardian Angel. You don't have the range. Like that ability sucks. I'm just going to say it. That hero's abilities are terrible. Guardian Angel, it's good against certain things, but other than that, the hero is garbage.
Yeah, it definitely felt that Funnick was heavily limited this game by Zero, especially after we saw what he could do in Game 1
He
on
could
his
do a lot.
King. So almost certainly going to see him on something different in Game 3, which we are going to get now, of course, as Game 2 here, taken by Khan, bringing the series 1-1 right now between Khan and Hellraisers.
Thank you very much, Pixel and Jenkins. Indeed, it's a tie, and that means that this exceptionally mediocre team, according to BSJ, that definitely was getting a 2-0 against Khan, did not get a 2-0 against Khan, is instead forced to a third game. Are they then still exceptional, Brian? Are they still exceptional, or did they just turn into just mediocre? What happened?
Even an exceptionally moderate or mediocre team can lose to a lineup that's exceptionally easy to execute. When you're playing versus Invoker with Cataclysm plus setups of Void Chrono and Magnus RP, it doesn't matter what draft you've got. It doesn't matter if you have that Omni Knight with Guardian Angel or not, because that Guardian Angel is the worst spell in the game when it comes to the cooldown. And you can try and copy Secret, but that's Secret. Even Puppy said in his interview after the Omni Knight game, yeah, Omni Knight worked, but I'm not really sure that's why we won the game. Like, there were other factors that just snowballed.
I think you're selling Khan a little bit short here. Naive crushed it on his
I'm not
on
saying
his Void.
that, like I said before as well, these players are known in the CIS scene, Naive, Pikachu, like they've been around forever. Pikachu, well, not around forever actually, they're not that old school like your BZZ and God and who not. They're kind of a new guard that pretty much started the last 4 or 5 years. but still, like, you give them Void, you give them Invoker, Chrono, Aghanims, and you just press one button, everyone is dead. It's easy to execute, ease of execution.
He hit some good Chronos, though.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they just had very little wiggle room with the Drow lineup. And I think Khan stepped it up that game. I think that's the big part for me. I think to defend myself slightly, but not really an excuse. It's just that I don't think Hellraisers stepped their play down. I think Khan just played a lot better this game than they did the first game, and it was nice to see. I overall like their game plan. I even like the buybacks late game. Like, they just instantly bought back 3 heroes, and they were...
It was risky, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean by it's like they're playing to win.
Yes.
You know, it's not a, okay, as long as we don't... We'll give them this Roche, we'll take an extra 15 minutes to win this game, we'll probably win it then. It's like, no, we know that this Drow can't play Dota with only 1 life against the Chrono. And that survive of the Void Spear when he lived through the Chrono at the end there was pretty awesome, but you're just operating with, as the caster said, inferior team fighting tools, and you're also down by 20,000 net worth. I like the way the Void built because it's not about his hero having to do particularly anything, it's about disabling the Drow from doing anything, and his entire build is about that.
When I say that this draft is easy to execute, it really is, but it makes the other team it forces you to think about other ways of taking team fights, and it forces you to think about how you fight around big objectives such as Roshan. Suddenly your buyback is one of the most valuable tools that you have throughout the game.
Yeah.
That's always like that when you're playing versus big ultimates that have long cooldowns. The problem that Hellraisers have had in this game is, yeah, you can use those buybacks, but even after you use them, there are layers upon layers of disables on the side of Khan, and you as well on the side of Hellraisers are completely reliant on your big cooldowns that aren't necessarily as impactful as the ones on the side of Khan.
I just like the way the Void built again because he knew that the only way that Khan could potentially lose this game was be having all of their abilities on cooldown. His entire item build was to make him useful outside of Chrono. He didn't go for any damage items in the Chrono. He went for the Ag, Scotty, Butterfly, Midas. You know, like, it's just purely about, I'm gonna time walk on top of people and survive as long as possible. I've got Empower as my damage buffer, and I think it requires Team Khan here to itemize and vision the game properly, which I think they did. They played the lanes well. They got out of that potential window that Hellraisers could have taken over the game, and I'll just praise the carry itemization, because for me that's been a detriment to some of the teams in the Divine League, and I really like to see when the vision of the game is what I would consider very accurate, and it kind of proves itself in the way that he plays.
I mean, look at these stats.
I actually see a lot of Voids going for this Aghanims first now. Like, maybe not first, but second, third item.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid overall. If you're playing versus illusion heroes, it really comes in handy. Like, your TB or PL illusions just melt to one single Void Walk. So overall, it's a pretty damn solid item that I think we'll see more and more often in Void.
Yeah, that last fight, the fight around 40-minute mark that lasted forever around the Roche pit, all Void had to do is jump around after the Drow Ranger.
Wasn't taking any damage. He wasn't really doing any, but he wasn't taking any.
And the Drow wasn't doing any damage either, so, you know, that's the only real damage dealer on the side of Hellraiser, so mission accomplished for him. That was a crazy fight, and it just showed how well they understood what needed to happen, right? Because it's very easy as a carry player to, like, okay, you know what, that Drow, whatever, I want to go for the easy kills, I want to go for the supports, but you knew exactly what to do, and it showed.
Yeah, I like games in Divine League when they're decided like that. I really don't feel like Hellraisers played particularly terribly. I just really liked what Khan did this game. So kudos to them, and Khan, they do it in the third game.
Yeah. Overall, I like the game. Like, look at this. It was just
Lizard
fun to watch.
ignores it.
He's done with my shit. He's had enough of it for
He's like,
a month.
he's had enough of this. Everybody coming with these puns. All right. Can they do it again? Can they do it again?
They can't.
Thank you, Lizard.
We've converted him.
We did. Isn't that?
I just have no more fight left in me. That's all.
I mean, Hellraisers need to have some fighting left in them, right? Because this was not the Hellraisers that we were expected to see. I mean, we make jokes about how we expected them to 2-0, but we did expect them to 2-0.
Yeah.
Because they are supposed to be the better team on paper, and they fell flat here. The question is that because Khan just played better, or was their draft of Hellraisers just not something they were comfortable with? Or
it's a bit experimental, I would say, with the Omni Knight.
Omni Knight is definitely they're both of these things, right?
Yeah.
On one side, you have this Omni Knight. It's experimental. You're trying to copy Secret to try and to try to break this big combo of Void and Magnus RP, right? To try and survive through the big ultimates. But at the same time, you're not getting from your offlaner the things that you're usually getting from Funnick, and that's that initial burst, initial initiation that he has with his Sand King or
his Sand King was superb, so all of a sudden you lack that.
Those stuns, the utility is there, but everything else is lacking.
Yeah, there's two approaches to a lineup like the Mag Void. Is either one, you plan to jump them so they can't get their combo off, or you survive the combo, and they went for that. I think the survival of the combo was a bit off because of the Snapfire that was already in the draft, because you give Snapfire alone is not going to be enough damage, but then they had one pick left and they just went for the Invoker, right? So now suddenly Snapfire plus Invoker, they could literally Guardian Angel the guy in the Chrono and he's probably going to die.
Exactly. And I think if you see this Void, one of your bans should be reserved for the Invoker. And if you're trying to deal with Void and Magnus, perhaps the best way right now isn't to pick your offlaner that counters the combo or the ultimates, when you can just take Winter Wyvern. You know, you can take your position
put
5.
It in 4 position.
Yeah, put it on 4 or 5. Like there are so many heroes on 4 and 5 that break that combo up quite well. Your Shadow Demon that has been picked up by Hellraisers in the past quite a lot is also an option. There are heroes that work better and don't require as many resources to do so.
Were you guys surprised to see a first pick Snapfire? We don't really see that at all recently.
Yep.
I just think it's cool because what I've learned a lot about drafting, it's a process for me as I'm watching these games, especially I see some mistakes in these Divine Leagues. I also see some good things, but I see a lot of things I wouldn't have thought about when I watch the Immortal League. And it's that the enemy team presents a threat, right? You see this Mag Void, and the crazy part about it is you have to respond, and then you learn as a drafter or like somebody's trying to strategize these games, okay, you have to respond in one of two ways, like in this particular case. Okay, but this third hero they have, the Snapfire, that actually has to be the deciding factor because you've looked at two heroes, you're like, okay, we're going to have to do this or this. What's the other hero? What are our options? What heroes can we pair with those options? And when you see it on Secret side, they just make it look so easy, man. Yeah. I'm just like, wow. I look at theirs lineup, it has everything to deal with the opponent lineup, and they go well together. And I like doing process elimination where, okay, out of all the offlaners in the pool, if we want to do the counter initiation thing, we got these 4 options. If we want to do the disruption thing, we got these 4 options. And with our carries, we wanted to pick one of these 3 heroes. Oh, these 2 go well together. Yeah, it's like, it's so hard to do that, but it's so crazy.
And then you also got a clock to worry about as well.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Is it's just like when you see Secret pull off this Omni Knight, you can tell they're being experimental, but it works for a reason. It really does work for a reason.
If you put aside the Omni Knight, if you put aside the Omni Knight game from tier 1 games, they're so much easier to analyze. Like I remember Pushka finals, it's Kyle and me were sitting and pretty much guessing every single hero. It's like we're not the smartest people out here, you know. It's just easy to analyze. It's easy to predict what a tier 1 team is going to pick. Analyzing tier 2 and tier 3 Dota is completely different.
It's hard.
It's hard, man. Sometimes like you see this Timber or you see some hero and just you lose confidence in your predicting skills.
But it goes back to what we talked about before this game, right? These captains have to take into account the 5 to 10 heroes that the players are comfortable with. They don't have every hero under the sun available in their draft. Well, theoretically they might have.
And sometimes
but in reality, they got to pick something that their players are comfortable with.
I'm just not familiar with this because I can play everything.
Of course, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
How are your pubs going here in
let's not talk about that.
How was that Shaker mid that you had recently?
That guy was absolute trash. He literally bought an axe first, didn't get it until 25 minutes, and then sold it. I was so upset about how bad the item was. He's like, holy crap, this
Did you
item's
see-
trash. And
like,
then he
so-
sold it for a blink.
So you see the nurse to Shaker, right? To
Yeah,
Agnes that that you can.
He's putting
stun
himself
him.
in the mind of the
Yeah,
Shaker,
I'm
of
just
course,
putting
yeah.
myself.
Okay.
And you see them, and you're thinking, okay, it can't be that bad, right? Like you can still be fissured while you're flying if Rubik steals it, or
Yep.
lifted, or some
Yeah.
stun, and then you try to jump over the bramble maze, and the bramble maze pulls you down. What would you do as a Shaker? Would you just sell that Agnes? You would be like, this is like.
I mean, go back into the jungle, maybe farm up the blink and
What
have
would you
both?
do if you were the Shaker?
If I was the Shaker and it was the first time happening to me,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
sell that Agnes. I would break it. I would
Okay.
put it on the ground and I would hit it in front of all of my teammates to make a point.
Well, thank God it was you, because you at least were in a better mood for that game, I guess, because you didn't break it.
Guys, I want to have a PSA here. Don't break items.
Break them.
Ever. Because it's a waste of gold.
You got that
It's
quote
a
from
waste
Eternal
of
Envy, didn't you?
effort. And it's a waste of morale because you're basically giving all your teammates a reason to hate you and to stop trying as well. And
Look,
it just loses games.
only one item. If it's
No,
garbage.
No.
If it's like a fairy fire, you can send a message.
Yeah, you can break it. Or you can tilt someone. You drop the quelling blade on the laning stage. You
Yeah.
kill it just to show off. You know, like I can last it without the 15 damage.
Don't do it.
Yes.
It's a mind game.
No, don't do it. There's no exceptions. There's no exceptions. You can, if you are so upset with the Ags, you can sell it, maybe. But if you're mid-shaker, no. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry as well.
Thank you.
Whoever that Shaker was, like.
Ban him.
Emotionally recovering, but I'll
Fact
be
ban.
fine.
Done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm down for
I got
that.
close
Ban him.
contacts.
Get
You know,
rid
I'll
of him.
press this button right here. Ban.
End his career.
Done. He's never going to see the light of day in Dota 2 ever again. Who was it? You're normally playing with people that are also high Mard, so might play in this league.
I've definitely
Familiar
played with some of these
faces.
guys. It's kind of funny, actually. It's so different because I've casted at EU pubs, or not EU pubs, EU games before, and I've casted like events with EU teams in them, but I've never. In NA, you like know the players, you know exactly how they play, you know their hero pools, and I'm starting to slowly but surely learn the players here, so it's kind of funny. They all have their. It puts a whole different light on the game, sheds a whole different light.
Well, we are going to have a whole different game as well.
Oh.
And I want to hear in one sentence what you feel is going to get implemented in this third game of the series between Hellraisers and Khan.
I just want to see some ingenuity again from Khan, some broken combos. If they get any sort of that going on for them, I think they can take a game off of Hellraisers. But overall, Hellraisers are still the favorites here, and I think they should take the game 3.
I'd like to see Hellraisers try to set up a draft that they're not reacting to the opponent. I think they were forced to, based on the heroes presented, so maybe ban out a Void, ban out a Mag, one of those heroes, and then just draft for yourself. That's what I think has worked for them so far.
Play your own game.
Yep.
It sounds so simple when we say it like that. Just win. We're going to find out which team is going to win this third game and which team avoids elimination here in the Divine League. Let's head over to the draft.
It's just that simple. Just play your own game. Just win. Just draft better. Don't pick things like Omni Knight unless you fully understand it. That seems to be the takeaway from game number 2 as we jump into the draft for game number 3. Guys, Lacoste, T-Governor, was it really the Omni Knight's fault? Give it to me straight.
Yes.
Okay.
Just straight up Omni Knight?
Just straight up Omni Knight.
I think Hellraisers...
No.
Simple yes or no?
Yeah, okay, fine. If you... Yes.
Thank you.
It's trash.
It's trash.
I would not call it trash. I think the whole team composition, who's playing against who, where you have Faceless Void, who itemizes a bit differently lately. You know, he gets that Mantis style, he gets Scotty. With the time dilation, he makes Drow Ranger unplayable as a hero. You get on top of her, had Aghanim Scepter at one point, you know, there's gonna be a guaranteed bash. We saw a fight where Drow Ranger was, you know, running around from Faithless Void for like 30 seconds. He did not manage to kill her because of the Omni Knight, but she dealt 0 damage.
And it's a comfort hero for Naive also, so it's not like it was unexpected. They first phased it as well. So Hellraisers knew what they were getting themselves into and perhaps were a little bit not respecting what Khan was bringing to the table as we check out what's happening in phase 1 of game number 3.
Yeah, they're going for the same
piques your eye here?
Well, currently it's the fact that going into a game 3, you basically, in terms of coin toss, you go again, right? So whoever wins first coin toss, it gets reversed for the second game. And every team right now has been choosing second pick. Khan, going into game 3, won the coin toss. And guess what? Second pick. So right now, if they got second pick, they win. That stat alone, Khan's won.
Wow.
So stats don't lie, unfortunately. So this is somewhat a scripted game we're going to be watching here. Bam! Terrorblade. See? This is why the second pick's so strong. Because for these lads, it's Void or Terrorblade. And they are really pretty convincing with these two heroes. If they don't get these heroes, not so much. That's why we're seeing this Ench first entering for Khan, the Enches, because it's just such a lane securer and it enables these harder carries. So yeah, favoring Khan right now in terms of the opening.
Just by opening, I like Clockwork and Phoenix. These two heroes are going to be good at every single stage of the game. Good in the laning stage, you know, Clockwork scales, whether it's position 4-5. If you get a Philly somehow, manage to farm Aghanim Scepter.
People don't know you're slang Lacoste, a Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone, yeah.
It's a Philly, mate. Yeah.
Philly, one of the best.
Filet. Got me my filet.
Filet mignon. One of the best tier 2 items as a support you can get besides
Clumsy Net?
Clumsy Net, yeah. No. Just thinking about, is there anything better than Clumsy Net? I don't think it
those
is.
Are the top 2 for supports, probably.
For sure.
I think, yeah, imagine on Ogre is so much fun. You
Oh,
don't
yeah,
see
the
this like,
multiplied?
where'd they
Yeah.
come from? Yeah, it's pretty naughty. So they banned Bloodseeker actually. Khan actually pulled this out as well before. The same type of combo, so I can see why the ban. Clearly, Hellraisers actually do have some nice little draft notes coming into the series. That's pretty cool.
So this is basically what Hellraisers did last time, and they're looking very similar to a matchup that Khan also ran in the first phase, which was the support, and then the carry that they were pairing with it. It was the Snapfire and the Void in game number 2. Hellraisers had the Phoenix and the Clockwork, and then they proceeded to follow it up with the Omni Knight. So chances are slim that they're going to do that again.
Yeah, they're not going to pick Omni Knight again. I think Hellraisers, they're a team that they're built around trying to surprise you in the draft. You know, they're going to flex this hero into a new role, and one of the main teams that continue to try and do this, probably from like 3-4 months ago, this was like their main kind of drafting ethos. The fact they're still continuing it, props to them for trying. Is it really working out? Not so much. In terms of like the gameplay, before we maybe harp on the draft too much, that previous game, Hellraisers, they're in an okay position, but around that 19-minute mark, they just kept plowing their heads into these high ground areas and just not respecting the fact that Khan had the better like win condition. And if they maybe played a little bit more cleaner together, they could have potentially closed out that game. But just due to lack of like kind of discipline in the game, especially when you're in a weaker draft, it just amounted to Khan just winning that game so nicely in the end.
So Khan wanted to go for a hero that, you know, can get out of the cogs, kick him out. They needed a low stun cooldown, so that's going to be Earth Spirit. Looking by the Enchanters and TB, like these heroes are good when they have a creep, when they have Metamorphosis up. Other than that, I just don't feel these two heroes like very strong in terms of like moving around the map, getting stuff done. So you need someone like an Earth Spirit. I would love to see some kind of burst damage against the TB. He's like Enchantress and the TB, you can't hit them. High armor, Enchantress with the ulti, so you need some kind of a burst. I mean, I would be okay with getting something like a Drow Ranger once again. I think.
Unfortunately, it's banned out.
It's banned out?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. They banned out Drow, PL, and Morphling, so all kind of innate TB counters at different times within the game.
Ember Spirit.
Oh, they go for an Ember, which is one of the counters to a
Sure, sounds good.
Jump on him. It's pretty strong. You're already showing you don't have a lot of hard lockdown in your supports. Sure, Earthra has the role, but realistically, it's not the go-to stuns that you really want against an Ember Spirit. And I'm much preferring this draft from Hellraisers. Like, this is what I want to see. Like, in that game too, them picking the Omni there, it throws away the value of the Phoenix Clockwork opening. But when you pick up that skirmish hero, it basically cushions you to be able to really surprise your opponent, because like your first pick, right? You don't really control any of the draft. This is the unfortunate side. The only pick that you get on first pick that is like, haha, gotcha, is this final pick in that second phase. So picking up this Ember, you can flex between 1 and 2, and it allows Hellraisers to have that kind of surprise factor in their draft without getting carried away with these Omni Knight flex, the Void Spirit flex.
Yeah, so we were proposing so many alternatives for the Omni Knight in the previous draft because it didn't seem very Hellraisers to lock in their position so early on into a draft, because once the Omni's on the table, it became pretty confident that it was going to be 5 o'clock for Phoenix, 3 Omni. But here they are leaving more windows for opportunity, although for what it's worth, Enchantra's fairly good against Ember Spirit, being able to dispel off that Flame Guard.
They might just go Puck here on Khan. And just flex it between the 3 and then the mid potentially.
To fall around the Ember Spirit?
Exactly. And then they'll just clean out their draft. Because again, being second pick for some reason, you get to... I hate draft order. I won't lie.
You need some extra lockdown. I was thinking Legion Commander, but for Hellraisers, to be honest.
Okay.
So they don't have the Egg Hitter. I guess that's why they decided to go with the Legion Commander. Great dispel against the Phoenix spell. Same goes for Embers. Terrorblade's not a hero that wants to, just hit the egg. That's my issue. I've seen Terrorblades play against the Phoenix. You want to focus on different targets instead of just going for the egg. And here's a TB counter.
Much nicer draft coming out from Hellraisers. And this is the value of this entry to second phase. You pick in your Ember, you just get to do the counter. And when you pick the TB in the first phase, you have to decide, okay, so what are we really dealing with, okay? So they want to take away the instant aggression, and they're hoping to end the game before the Arc is able to really play Dota. Because again, Arc is a greedy hero. He likes to buy Midas, bots, Maelstrom, and then he starts doing damage. So a lot of gold is invested in allowing him to start properly farming, which again, can be exploitable if you have this early blink on Legion, you're sweeping the map. But again, the scary thing is, it puts Khan on a timer. And we saw already how when these teams are playing into a timer, 9 times out of 10, they lose. Because they're not able to execute at that high level just to close out the game quick enough.
I would not say they're on timer, but just by watching these two heroes play against each other a couple of times in the Immortal League, Arc Warden I think he won every single time.
Yep.
You can get MKB. It's also not the item that you want to buy on TB. You kind of want to get the different items, so should be your like 3rd/4th item in this kind of a matchup, so you can actually deal the damage inside the bubble, but still favoring Arc Warden because he naturally builds into the items that counter high armor hero like a Terrorblade and have illusion clear with the Mjolnir.
Alright, I don't know if I'm being stupid. What is that ban from Khan? The second to last ban.
That'll be Undying.
That's Undying?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think that's his typical portrait. He's looking...
I was so confused.
He's looking a little
Pretty
bit more
face.
emotional than usual. Yeah. He's angry.
Oh, okay, it is Undying.
Like,
My eyes are just terrible.
I thought production
Wow.
was just trolling and put Kyle's face on it, but it's
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
Undying.
It's like the nose proportions and then the cheekbone.
I could not recognize Broodmother the other day. I legit could not see what
I
hero
couldn't
it
see
is.
Slardar. Slardar was a difficult one.
Okay, wow.
It's okay, sacrifices must be made for this glorious pantheon that we've constructed here.
Again, Khan. Bans, basically, Timbersaw is one of those heroes that they can never really kill in the game, and it will buy so much time to allow the greediness from this Arc Warden. Again, Ember can be greedy as well if he knows that there's this one hero in the game that's soaking up so much space, so really great ban from the Timbersaw.
That I would like to see here, maybe switch things around and get Wyvern. Put your last hero as position 5 against a TB, against a Legion Commander. It could be extremely effective. I think they're just going to go with their old school stuff.
This is beautiful
Bango.
Hellraisers. This is what I like to see. This is the Hellraisers classic from back in the day. 3 months ago.
They have no spells that can stun Pangolier during the roll, which I really like, unless Legion buys Ether.
Yeah.
That's a big brain play right there.
Well, actually, Keen Optic may give you enough range. I'm not sure, but...
Get a cheeky telescope and then off we go, boys.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Khan, I'm very scared that the Terrorblade was a very expected pick for them, and they haven't covered it with enough team fight so that when they approach an objective, I'm really scared that this Rolling Thunder, Hookshot, Ember Spirit jumping in, Egg, is so overwhelming that Khan, their approach to objectives isn't really clean. It's Terrorblade hitting, Legion, Earth Spirit both sit behind in the backline. They wait to reinitiate. And that's not what you want to see against this Hellraiser lineup. It's not good under complete team aggression. So
just trying to think of a hero that, you know, checks the boxes, that is good against the Pangler, possibly stop his ulti during the roll.
I mean, you can
something
still go for
that's
the
good
puck
in the
play.
laning stage. Yeah, okay. I mean, they had very limited options. Something that can close the gap. They picked it too fast. I could not finish my sentence, but that's pretty much the only hero that I see that is viable here. And I don't think it's the best one. You know, it sounds good, but that's the best option that they had, considering what was banned out. There was Storm Spirit, Void Spirit banned out. They picked the Ember for themselves.
Yeah, I think Khan, they have a pretty hard game ahead of them, where if they can get to a very nice BKB timing on Terrorblade and utilize every BKB usage for a Roshan, for a tower, maybe they can get some type of grip on the game. But I just see Hellraiser, they're so scary.
Yeah, this lineup looks, you know, easy Dota. You know what they're going to do with the lineup. Seems pretty easy to execute. I like these kind of lineups. Looking at Khan's draft, doesn't seem that easy, you know. If TB gets pressured in the lane, it could just, and they lose one more lane, it could just be a disaster for them.
Yeah, pretty much. They could be feeding profusely pretty soon.
So then it seems like a good opportunity to maybe take advantage of these odds if you're an underdog, but I don't know, 2.46148. I also am with you guys. It seems like this Terrorblade is going to be overwhelmed because it's not even like there's a early game advantage that their draft has. Early, mid, and late all seem locked up by Hellraisers. So
these illusions are going to be gone very soon. You know, you're playing into Ember Spirit, Arc Warden, Swashbuckle, Disarm, Pangolier, Ulti. I don't think they're going to get much use of those illusions from TB. I'm going with the Hellraisers for sure.
Yeah, same, I agree. Great analysis there, Lacoste. Thank you.
Well, as eliminations,
to add that.
Of course, as is to be expected. Let's see which team will be able to survive here in this divine bracket as we find out who will be eliminated in this game number 3.
Yeah, let's find out coming into this one. And what do you reckon? So it seems the panel very much enjoying what Hellraiser's coming out with this time, feeling that it's a pretty solid draft, has sort of all areas of the game covered. Do you agree, or do you see something from Khan that could come in really strong this match?
I would say I agree in the sense that I think it's Hellraiser's favorite. I would say it's like 60-40.
Yeah.
I have seen this Legion Commander Arc Warden matchup go both ways. If Legion can get off to a good start, you can just blink dual Arc Warden every single time and you'll kill him. If Arc Warden gets off to a good start and he can play on the back, you can protect everybody from duel. Same thing with TB versus Arc Warden. Like, if you can get TB to an item advantage, he gets the MKB. If you can jump the Arc Warden, he can absolutely shred him. You give TB his timing. So I really think it, you know, as with a lot of Dota, it depends a lot on the laning stage. Who wins the laning stage, who gets the advantage, and playing with the gold lead, I think, in this game, because it's 60-40, you're just going to win the game, no matter what team you are.
But it definitely overall seems like a very different feel to the draft from Khan in particular in comparing to what they had in Game 2 and what worked for them so well. Do you think that's sort of a problem? Like, when you look back at what won them the Game 2, do you feel that the side might have been better vested going for something more similar?
You know, it's one game. I think it looked really great. I think they played it really well. But with a lead, I think that these heroes can look a lot like the heroes in the previous game. Like, I totally agree, the Khan lineup is a lot harder to execute, but it's only a lot harder to execute on even gold. If you have an Orchid on Queen of Pain, if you have items on Earth Spirit, so you can roll in, you can get more than one silence off, you can get, you know, multiple rolls onto multiple different people. Like, these heroes are great team fighters. They just look like shit in team fights if they're behind. But if they're ahead, they're good at team fighting.
And have we got some lanes here where we're going to see Khan have a good shot at getting ahead in the laning stage?
I think it's possible. I 100% do think it's possible. Queen of Pain should do perfectly fine in the mid lane. On the bot lane, you have Legion Commander who can purge the Arc Warden queue. So I do think it's closer than what the draft panel was saying, in my opinion, but it's still, I would say, 60-40. I think it's a lot easier for Hellraisers to execute. You just go even in the lanes and then get to the mid game, and you probably win.
And at this level of play, when you're seeing Quap versus Ember in the mid, are you not taking the Shadow Strike because you are going to assume that he is going to be able to dodge it every time with the Sleight of Fist, or do you still play for it, and is that actually harder than it seems to dodge reliably, so you still go for some daggers?
I think you still level dagger.
Yeah? You don't think he's just going to dodge him?
You can bait the Sleight of Fist, and then also sometimes it hits as well, depending on what creeps you hit. In
Yeah,
your
you
little
have to
pattern.
sort of slide through
the
where it's coming.
Exactly,
Otherwise, it will chase
exactly,
you. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So it's a bit weird, but I would love to. And the only reason I'm saying that he should go for the Q is because I feel like he needs to win this lane. Like they need to win the lanes on Khan to have this game look great for them.
I mean, as you say, if he can play with sort of the baiting of the council casting, but starting the lane anyway with the scream. So just to secure that first range creep. And we'll see how he plays onwards from level 2. And if he gets the chance to harass Ego that much in the lane.
Unfortunately, he doesn't take off that level 1 Ember shield. That would be very convenient if it worked like that. He used the swashbuckle already.
Yeah, he did, and this is under a TB with Meta, so a lot of damage coming out onto Funnick. He's going to try and juke through the trees, but one more hit. South will save him. Suzuya's still going to continue to hunt. They just need to find vision of him, and Suzuya will. As Funnick is running, comes in with another swashbuckle. It's close, but Suzuya will win the trade. And now King Ah, he's been slowed. He's going to go down as well there. Another Fairy Fire keeps Suzuya alive, and can't start things off with 2 kills on the top lane.
And multiple salve and Fairy Fire baits happening there. Very nice. I think if you're the TV, you're super stoked with that. Get that early kill. You don't expect to get a kill with the level 1 meta. It's usually just to kind of zone off the creep wave and get some last hits. But picking up a kill with that, that's the dream.
They're getting the 2 of them. I mean, they've got to be careful up there. I mean, obviously now the meta's going to come to an end, so it should be a much less danger against this duo of Khan. Bottom lane, Cheshire Cat should be fine here, able to get out of range of the Spark Wraith. Mid lane, how we're seeing things go down. Looks like he's managing to connect with daggers. Maya at the moment has got a dagger upon him. Sorry, not Maya. Because the Ember Maya able to hit the daggers. But may, I mean, if anything be the case, do you still put a second point in it in this lane, or do you keep it at the 1?
The dagger?
Yeah.
Oh, he got the second point.
Oh, he has got the second point.
Yep,
Okay, so he's gone to
totally skipped lane.
2-0-1. Okay. I mean, I guess he knows there's not going to be anyone rotating, right? He's not going to have to jump away. This is the slight Flame Guard build. There's nothing to catch him.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to feed in this lane unless he does something incredibly pathetic.
Yeah, Phoenix is very unlikely to rotate too, so it's not like there's much threat happening from the supports.
No, yeah, you're just playing to as you say, well, at least try and win the lane. So far, though, Ember doing more than okay, 13-1 against the 9-2, so these early levels not doing too much for the Quap in favor against the Ember.
I think if this was pre-nerf Queen of Pain, she'd probably destroy this matchup, but mana cost increases, damage decreases, it does hurt. It definitely hurts. And Miposhka, I love how aggressive he plays on this 5 Clockwork. Like, he makes this look so damn good. I mean, he does a lot of damage at level 1. Like, I understand why this hero's played as a 5 now. How do you trade with him? You just do this over and over.
I mean, again, he's perfect trap onto Cheshire Cat. Gilga in with the save, though, and that'll do it. Gets Khan back to safety. Gilga, we've seen his Earth Spirit before and already starting to show signs of greatness once again in this lane as he's able to counter the setup there from Miposhka.
Gilgar is such a good player, man. He's been impressive consistently in all of these games that we've seen.
Top. Suzuya. Boxer there from Funnick. I'll do it. As Hellraiser's able to get themselves a kill here between the 2 of them up top.
Yeah, going for the more aggro build on Enchantress, skipping the heal, so if he gets caught, he's just dead. But this does let him harass a lot more and protect his TB with that constant damage.
4-minute rune will be up on top. Mario's going to be able to secure that. There's the extra value of another dagger out onto the Ember. So more time where he's going to be pushed away from the lane.
Super nice to get this illusion rune against the Ember because you know that if he ever tries to chains you and a gank comes out, you just press the illusion. Not that he has the chains right now, but if he did want to go for that, you would have the counter.
Top lane. Gonna make another move onto Suzuya. This time Naive has Meta back up, but hard for him to really punch into it. Between the disarms and the fire spirits, actually very hard for the TB to fight back at all. He tries to turn, but another disarm instantly comes out from Funnick in the passive.
One of the few heroes that can just walk up to a meted TB and trade with them because he just prevents TB from doing literally any damage. Very convenient.
Runes coming out as well. We're going to see side of Hellraisers get themselves 3 of them.
Nice little stack camp there. Just opting to farm on the Ember Spirit, not really going for any kills. No points in Q, just the farming abilities.
See Gilga coming in, making sure that Miposhka can't get that. Can't get the pull down of the bottom lane, so continued farm will keep flowing into the Legion. Again, heads over, and we'll be able to disrupt this one here. Oh, that won't be able to get all of them, so still Kasani's able to get the side pull.
You know what I played a pub with Puppy, and he literally just farmed easy camps. I was so confused. His core didn't need help in lane, so he just actually farmed easy camps.
What was he playing?
Treant Protector.
Okay.
And that's exactly what Miposhka did. Obviously, he couldn't get the pull off, but it's so easy to kill, right? And it's like extra gold that's coming from nowhere, especially if it's like the enemy easy camp. That's always super nice if you can just take that farm away from them. And you don't see supports do that. Well, I mean, we just did, but recently, you've never seen supports doing that.
Gilga. He's in with the setup. There's the kill. Follow-up Sonic Wave from Mayo as Gilga seizes an opportunity. That ward down on the cliff, giving them all the information they need for Gilga to just lead in and kill off an Ember that was level 6, but not quite having the mana by the looks of it to jump back to the Remnant.
So giving Mio the good game, but this does make it hard for Cheshire Cat to continue lane down here. Of course, with Gilger showing up, it becomes a little bit easier, but we can see Arc Warden has a pretty significant level advantage down here, which is exactly what he would like. Get that level 6 as soon as possible. Get this one.
And do you think this is understandable as well? We are seeing top lane, the TB, he's already checked out of this lane. He doesn't want to come back here. He's sticking to the jungle now. Did he need to leave this early?
I honestly think if Enchantress didn't die a couple too many times, he could be up here and still be pressuring. But with the Pango 6, I mean, look at this. It's with the levels, it's just impossible to survive up here. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Phonic, we saw again game 1, this game 3, it's a similar sort of level of hero, right? This Pango with the Rolling Thunder has the potential to cause as much, if not even more chaos than what Phonic was doing in game 1 on the Sand King. Yeah. And he's off to an explosive start again. Like this Pango, he's top net worth. So you got to keep your eyes on Phonic. He's on track to have another game where he's just going to be messing with Khan throughout the mid-game fights.
Right, and he did great in the Omni-Knight game in terms of, like, his farm was good. He was doing great stuff in the laning phase, but you're an Omni.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell do you do after the laning stage is over? Like, this actually gives him the ability to make plays, which I think he's been doing a fantastic job at throughout the entire tournament. Like, Phonic has been playing on point, for sure.
Oh, we've got 8-minute Brilliant. Is it going to be up the top? Ends up being down the bottom. Miposhka will grab it. Naive able to get Miposhka for it. As Miposhka did try and come around for the Viz-Rune, but looks like he may have been a little too low HP. Top lane, Phonic trying to get the catch onto Mio. Another bounce here, and had they got the damage, he's slowed down by the proc. Phonic, he's done it. Just as the blink came off cooldown. Couldn't get out in time, Mio, and you got to watch out. Phonic's feeling himself here as well, tipping out onto the Quap. Phonic off to this fantastic start as the Pangolier.
I like the call for him to just cancel the ult as soon as he got on top of the Queen of Pain. If he bounces back, by the time the stun is over, Queen of Pain has blink up. So he just opts to go for the most damage possible before the blink is up.
We'll see down bottom, Kasani. Hunting with the Spark Wraiths. Cheshire Cat pretty tanky though, and it has the backup of Mio. As Mio comes in, jumps forward with the Sonic Wave onto Kasani. Kasani is going to go straight for the TP out, but they've got the nukes to take him out before he gets away. Duel over onto Miposhka. They'll get the 2 of them. Can't get the big kill on Kasani and secure dual damage for Cheshire Cat.
This game kind of seems like Phonic versus Mio at this point. You know, like they're both just running around, putting so much pressure on. They're the ones that are instigating all of the kills. I mean, it's the heroes. Like, it's what they're supposed to be doing. But Mio is definitely like keeping up with Phonic in terms of the pressure that he's applying. Like coming down, killing this Arc Warden. You could tell the Arc Warden was kind of feeling himself there. The fact that he had the levels, he's winning this lane, just able to completely zone out and destroy a Legion Commander. And then you have a Quap TP, and it's like, uh-oh, this is no longer a good play. Just rushing the drums on Cheshire Cat. Not even phase boots.
Dire are scanning.
I like it. Extra stats.
super efficient, arguably more efficient than Boots. A lot of people are even going drums over Boots, such as on Invoker in the last game that we saw.
See around the rune. Neo. He's got the blink away. That will get him out of there. Or will it? Funny. Did come in with a Rolling Thunder. Not able to chase down the Quap. Turns over towards Gilga, who's rolled over the cliff and in a nice little hiding spot here. Not aware of his position. So getting away there from Funny's attempt to initiate with the Rolling Thunder. Cheshire Cat TPing over to the mid to start the defense. Looks like they have ended up finding Miposhka as Miposhka caught out by Gilga as Gilga drops the Magnetize. Kills off the clock. Funnick over towards mid, still trying to go in onto Cheshire Cat. Extra TP's coming in, not soon enough though. The swashbuckle from Funnick seals the deal. Khan will fall. Gilga rolls away, but Hellraiser's now with the space to finish off this tier 1 tower mid by the looks of it. Very early on here, just coming up at the 11-minute mark unless Khan can pull something out.
Yeah, they still have that catapult alive is the most important thing, and now they protected the creep wave for the next one to arrive, so this is surely dead. Very nice move from Hellraisers here, getting that mid tower with the Arc Warden, which you wouldn't expect. Although you also wouldn't expect to roll.
He went for a long TP. He went for a long TP here, Kasani, but it was a bait. It was a bait. The ult comes out from King Art, 2 dying under the Supernova, and bait successful there with a long TP from the Arc Warden that Kasani will tell you was intentional.
Miposhka up there top, he's like, I did that on purpose. I made your TP long. That was intentional. Yeah, very nice. Good turnaround there from Phoenix, knowing that, like, okay, this is a bit of a risky TP here. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens.
I mean,
stupid core players.
I mean, because that's sort of the move that makes you think, well, maybe there was some sort of science to it, because in a lot of those cases, you'd be like, all right, screw that guy, he just got caught out with Bailey.
Yeah,
but they didn't. They turned and fought, and it paid off. That didn't though. Funnick sticking around in mid. Down bottom, getting caught out by the format push of Khan. As Naive gets the kill. And Khan will find this tier 1 tower. There's no Supernova. TPs are coming in. Actually, Meta's coming to an end. Maybe they can try and push them away. We'll see. King R looks towards Suzuya, but no, the tower still falls. Khan getting the objectives in return. And Mio heading in with the boost to speed, but still not wanting to dive any further as the ace comes to an end.
I'm a little surprised that Arc Warden doesn't have any points in his bubble. If you watch Arteezy play this hero, he'll go level 2 bubble. Just because it's been buffed so much. But against the TB, I think if you TB the clone in there, you can actually defend that bot tower by just bubbling the tower. TB doesn't want to walk in to that thing.
You're right. Early bubble does seem to be very strong.
It's super popular right now. Lots of people are going for it. Just opting to go for pure nukage, though. Like, he wants to fight. He's not interested in playing around the bubble.
And out they go again, Hellraisers. They have got the 6 on Miposhka, so they've got the catch at the hook shot. Always be there to follow up a chain setup from Ego. Ego. They're going to be able to find Gilga.
Amazing positioning from Gilger. That's, yeah, exactly. I would tip him too. Like, just sitting on the high ground like that, scouting that smoke, it looks so unimpressive because he's dead, but that is half of being a good support, is doing that.
Yeah.
That is legitimately, like, one of the biggest differentiators between good and bad supports.
Because it's essentially what a dead kill, right? You get that, but nothing's going to really come of it. You know, getting a support kill with the smoke is not going to increase your advantage.
No, it's nothing. You do that 3 times in a game.
Sure.
And that's all 3 of the smokes that would have killed TB. And then the game is over. The TB team wins because every smoke was interrupted. And that's one of the times. So Gilger just prevented one of the potential points in the game where they could have taken a huge lead on Hellraisers. Well, look, the gold league goes up when that happens. It's so funny.
Knives able to get a lot of space. I mean, this TB is farming in a way that's keeping him 2k ahead of the Kasani Arc Warden. And this is a Kasani Arc Warden that has got the Midas. So should be able to catch up in theory as TB himself, right? He's not running a Midas this game, the TB.
That's always nice when you can just pop drums and run away from the clockwork. It's all the move speed he needs. But yeah, I mean, this TB hero, he just jungles faster than anybody in the game. He jungles so quickly that you would honestly prefer to just leave the lane and jungle if you have a choice. because you jungle faster than you kill lane creeps. That's how fast he jungles, because he can kill multiple camps at once at like level 2.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, with this sort of high armor, the illusions are just insanely strong. Early on in the game, very durable against these neutral creeps that only offer up the physical punch. And Neo, how are we seeing on this Orchid? Very close to being done. So recipe already picked up, just waiting on that quarterstaff gold.
Yeah, that'll be effective this game. There's 4 heroes on Hellraisers that get destroyed by the Orchid. If you can get Arc Warden before his clone, that's amazing. If you can get Phoenix before his egg, Pango before his roll, Ember Spirit, this hero has to be disabled or he just runs away from you with the remnants. Trying to set up on him? Nah, he's not going to let it happen.
Yeah, it's hard before this blink's there. It's nearly done though. Cheshire Cat just 100 gold on the blink.
Yep.
They really need that. Other than that, it's kind of up to Gilga for finding the roll-ins, but even then there's going to be some short moment and chance for response, dodging.
Gilgar, he sees Miposhka. Rune up?
He's going to go for it. Just to make sure that if there was a 16-minute rune, Miposhka won't find it. Kicks Miposhka away. But Phoenix chasing in. And they'll find the one. Cheshire Cat also may be in a bit of trouble. He's got Mio by his side. That'll be enough to stop Phoenix chasing for more. Also, Suzuya heading across. They go in with the Orchid. They've got the duel as they're trying to walk in, but Miposhka comes in with a hook shot. He holds back Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat says you're going to die for that attempt. The Supernova's out. They're going to step over, look to take down the egg. Can they do so? They can. A double kill for Naive as he cleans up. Ego on the run. Naive, he's going to get him as well. Can't disjoint those right clicks with the Slight Fist. Not nowadays. You used to be able to. Not now, as Naive triple kill. I mean, what a beautiful time for him to just step outside of his half of the map. 6-0-1. He's massive. This is a massive Terrorblade for 17 minutes in. He's going to take a tower here as well. I mean, a TP's coming in from Funnick, but he is not going to be able to put a stop to this. This is a free tower for the Terrorblade as Naive's farm just continues to eclipse anything else in the game.
This just looks like one of those classic games where you're running a TB counter on one team, but the TB has just had free farm. He's had a couple of kills here and there, and he just outfarms anybody. Like, with an item advantage, nothing counters Terrorblade. That's one of the nice things about picking this hero right now, is that if you're good enough at it, you'll be fine.
And he's just back to hitting the jungle. I mean, he's happy to do this, as you say, as long as he's staying ahead. There's no rush for the TB to get involved. Down bottom, a bit of a smoke movement from Khan on its way towards Funnick. Cheshire Cat, he's got the blink now, so easy setups there. But they got enough burst, not to kill him through the duel, but they will get the kill nonetheless. So, there's that blink being shown. Hellraisers are going to have to be very careful how they push out these lanes and split up, as the catch and kill from these 3 heroes is definitely very potent. They're going to be constantly on the hunt whilst Khan just cleans up all the space that he's given.
You know, the interesting thing about going for this drums into pipe build on the Legion and not playing to win duels is that you're also not going to lose duels. Like, you're too tanky to lose duels, right? It's just going to time out. So it's not really as much of a risk as building to play those duels with damage.
Top lane Gilga leads in on a Miposhka, out with the TP. They've not got anything to stop it, but it doesn't matter. The damage is enough. They'll be able to burst down Miposhka just at the last moment before he gets away. Mio, he's hunting for more with his arcane. Ego hiding in the trees. Can he find the vision for the Orchid? Gilga's in. There's the silence. Gilga kicks forward, has the slow, rolls forward with the stun. They've got the lockdown. They've also got the duel as Khan making fast plays here with the 4 of them, and this is pretty much sort of the dream flow right for TB game. 4 heroes running around the map, causing chaos. TB enjoying the whole bottom half to himself. In the middle of the river though, Cheshire Cat will be found. Funnick gets the roll over onto Suzuya. They are starting to get split up here as they'll head towards Gilga. Roll away from the Earth Spirit. Gilga, he's just happy to be making space here. Miposhka totally off the mark there with that hook shot. He might not even find Gilga as he rolls away once more, further up the cliff to push him right up the map. They're spending a lot of time looking. He doesn't have a TP though, so he hasn't got any easy way out of here, but he doesn't care. They're not even going to be able to find him without it.
Yeah, he's in one of these nice little hidey holes. That was, I was about to question why he didn't go for a long roll there. Oh, they see him. They see him. They know he's there. The flare.
He doesn't know that they know he's there, but they know he's there.
Yeah, they should be able to kill him off, surely. Unless he can do something crazy. It's another roll. They're chasing the Flux, the Wraiths, they're all there. Finally, they get Gilga, but that was it took him a fair bit of time, right? Maybe close to a minute that he was sort of messing around in that area of the map. And all whilst this happens, Khan, they just have this TB Naive slowly pushing further and further ahead of the Arc Warden.
Yeah,
BKB done, MKB next on the list, and he's sort of still chilling. He put that Manta recipe earlier. He just hasn't needed to sort of split that SMY up into it. He can go for the bigger items.
Doesn't feel like he needs it.
Yeah, just a casual recipe. That's mid lane. The Supernova's going to be popped down. The duel won't be won initially. They get the kill after it comes to an end. The Supernova will be successful. Naive's been hooked on the front of it, but he's got the BKB. There just isn't any follow-up physical damage to threaten this TB once the BKB's out. And funny, he also instantly bought back after dying. Won't actually be able to get back in on the action, though, as Khan, they just step away.
Very nice for them. This Queen of Pain follow-up to the Legion is so convenient to have. Like, as long as you duel somebody, they're going to die. You have to pop a Quap ult for it. You have to wait for the Quap ult, of course. But every time you have that Quap ult up, duel is basically free, especially on somebody like a Pango. Very squishy.
Oh, okay. I mean, can they go for this? There's no meta.
Yeah, no Quap ults.
And with the disarm from Funnick, they do it pretty safely. Not necessarily very fast, though, and yeah, they're starting to back off. Yeah, I mean, that I don't know if that was ever going to happen there, that rush.
I think if
That
they
was
had...
a bit ambitious.
If they had like a Slardar or something like that, I think probably that exact play works because you're killing it so quickly that by the time they get there, it's going to die. You pick up the Aegis, but Arc Warden not particularly fast at killing Roche at this point in the game. Not the worst, but pretty terrible.
Oh, another catch. Have they got the damage? They do. This time, Cheshire Cat will be able to do so before the duel comes to an end, so gets the bonus damage. I mean, they are getting a lot of catches with this Blink Legion. Like, at least 4 or 5 so far, it feels like in the last, 5 minutes or so since he's picked up that Blink Dagger. He has been able to find the setups.
Okay, so now he is actually going for the Blade Mail build because he's had so many successful duels at this point. It's kind of like, am I gonna die in these duels if I don't go for these defensive items? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Build into the Blade Mail so that way you can actually be a threat to the Arc Warden. Even if he does put the bubble down, the Arc Warden will still kill himself on you. So, very, very nice against that hero.
And still Kasani, I mean, he has the Mjolnir done. Still sitting 3k behind this TB. As towers continue to get pressured by Khan, this top lane. Tier 1 getting very, very low here, but Hellraisers are all about to hold. See Naive, how's he doing on the gold front on top of the BKB? 3k into the MKB. And once he has that, there's going to be very little to hold him back. We see the Phoenix trying to get at least a Halberd online for the squad. I'm sure they've got some way of limiting the amount of damage Naive's going to be able to do in the team fights, because they do need it. This TB, if he goes unchecked, he will take down all of Hellraisers.
I wonder if he maybe will go for the Manta first, just because I don't feel like he needs the MKB yet against the Arc Warden, if that makes sense. Like, Arc Warden is already going to be dealt with by the other heroes currently, and then maybe play for the later timing where you need it against him. We'll see, though. I'm curious. Like, I feel like that's my gut read on this game, is that you don't need the MKB just quite yet.
But does he need the Manta?
That's a good point. I mean,
I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, does he need anything? Just his hero feels so strong with the way they're fighting. Mid lane, they've done it again. I mean, they are making so many plays with the Legion. The egg's out. Maposhka's going to try and keep it safe. It's not going to work out there as they still take it down. Gilga rolls back over to lock down Maposhka. I mean, they are just... I can't remember the last game where I've seen a team just get so many Blink duel opportunities, one after another. And the Hellraisers just can't stop getting caught out.
They found the real Arc Warden.
They're going to be able to get him. Kasani goes down. This was a buyback from Maposhka in an attempt to keep him safe. He can't save him. They jump forward once again. The damage and the reach is there for Naive. I mean, Hellraisers, they're just crumbling. Khan's just playing so fast and so well that Hellraisers look completely lost across the map. We're just seeing people get picked off again and again and again. Khan's going to head into the Roche pit. This Roche is going to give pretty much level 20 on Naive and the money to have his MKB done at 25 minutes.
Khan basically just hit this timing where they know that they can fight. They know that the Blink Duel is a threat to any sort of split pushing that's happening from Hellraisers.
Yeah.
And they have not hit a single jungle creep since then. The only person that's jungled ever is TB. Everybody else is constantly on the hunt. You see the Queen of Pain and the Legion Commander, and they're constantly playing together. This is by design. They did this on purpose.
Now, Funnick, he's tried to come in with the Roche, and they just already down. Funnick, he's just got to roll out of them. Mayo's trying to chase. Funnick should be out and away, or is he? They've found him. They've got the silence. The Cheshire Cat, he's in with the duel. Another Blink duel, and now starting to really build up that damage. Plus 90 on Cheshire Cat. It just goes to show how well things have been going for him on the Legion. And you know, that 90 damage isn't even the full story. Lots of these kills early on, he didn't even get the damage, but still got the kills. Just so much being done with this Blink Legion this game.
And you know, this is the problem. If you have a great draft, like hero-wise versus the enemy team, if there's infinite scaling, it doesn't matter. If you have some Legion popping off, she could be versus 5 Legion hard counters. You give her enough duels, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter if you have somebody that's going to carry like a
bottom. He's got the BKB, looking for a stun to target. That'll do.
Thank you for the clone. That was very generous. Forces his BKB, which puts it on a lower duration, which, you know, that's something. That's about all they can ask for with Funnick being dead right now.
And we see it. Actually, he ended up selling the Manta recipe at this point. Oh. I mean, he's like, dude, I'm having such a good game. Let's just kill people.
Yeah,
Daedalus.
The Daedalus.
He's going for the hard hits. I mean, this Terrorblade already, the BKB definitely seems like enough right now with the lead that he has. And the lack of items some of Hellraiser's cores are holding at this stage of the game. They're falling behind. You look at the Ember and the Pango. For all the sort of solid start they're having in the lanes, it's totally been lost right now. Ego, what was he? Was it 1, 5, and 3 or something? It's not a great KDA. Just hasn't had a good time. Yeah, you see that 1, 5, and 3 on the mid Ember. That's not what you want to see from your mid player.
No, you want him to be clearing these TB illusions at this point, but there's no way with just a Maelstrom, Yule Scepter. He can't be that guy. He wants to be that guy, but he can't be that guy.
We got Hellraisers. They're going to try this. They go in, and they've got him. They do straight up kill the TB there. There was nobody to help him on the front as he just popped. And now Cheshire Cat, he's going to die as well. A second one. And for all the great plays from Khan, that certainly the mistake. I guess they really underestimated the capability of their TB dying in literally less than a second as he hit that tower. But Hellraiser's made the jump, and the Terrorblade, for all his farm, just fell over.
I'm a little surprised that they gave the Aegis to the Queen of Pain. I wasn't paying attention during the Aegis pickup just because I assumed it's like, all right, you give this to your TB, right? Because he's going to be sieging. Like I suppose it's because the meta, you respawn, you don't have meta, but at the very least, you come back alive, you can BKB TP out, or you can just save the meta until after the Aegis respawn. But I think just underestimating the Pango there, that's what that was. The lockdown from him. It was too much.
Top lane as well. Now you go with the Yules is trickier to catch. I mean, and those sort of fights are big. You look at the farm on the Arc Ward, and Kasani, he's catching right back up. Gilgit able to put a stop to King Art's TP. And managed to make sure that more glory is found for Mio. Taking quite the hits here from the Tempest double, but Gilgit with a kick away and a rollout will keep the two of them safe. Only just though.
Close, yeah, seriously close. I mean, he has the Aegis, so honestly, at this point, he probably just wants to use it.
Yeah, I mean, so how, you know, with the farm that Khan have, do they make sure that doesn't happen again? Do you just not have the TB on the front hitting the tower, or you've got to try and go for a wraparound, being positioned in a way that you're able to instantly jump to his safety?
When he gets an eventual Scotty or Satanic, I think he has more effective HP to survive the exact same thing happening again.
Is that also a downside in his build? Like, after you've seen that, are you still happy that he's going for the Daedalus after the MKB, or do you think that could be a bit of a problem?
I think there's a potential world where he looks back at this replay, if they do end up losing, and he says, that should have been a Satanic. It just depends. Like, you need to get a jump. If you are not going for a Satanic, if you're not going for something to survive the exact same team fight, which I think Hellraisers could very easily execute again because they seem to have the skill to be able to do so, then you need somebody else to go in. You need to get the initiation on them, which looks like that's what they're doing.
They managed to get the catch it onto the Phoenix. Funnick popping the Rolling Thunder from the side. He's trying to help, but the Sonic Wave's already killed off the Phoenix. A buyback comes out from King R. Funnick getting low as he has to roll away from Naive and the Metamorphosis. Jumps aside from the Ember, but there's
That's a real
cat.
Arcwarden.
He finds the duel. It's onto Kasani. Kasani's dead, and he does not have to go for buyback. 1600 short. Silence out on him and Poshka. He's going for the TP out, but they've got the nukes to take him out before he gets away. As Khan back on track to winning fights. 2 dead and a big window here. A full minute. No Kasani Arcwarden to push back these lanes.
Man, Cheshire Cat is constantly getting the real Arcwarden in these fights. And
Yeah,
that
these
is
duels.
It's such a problem. It's such a problem for Hellraisers. You cannot let... If everybody dies in the game, in an Arcwarden game, it doesn't matter. As long as that hero survives, he can defend base and he can eventually carry you. The problem is when he dies. He's literally got a clone to work with. You just have something you can throw in, and it's not your hero, but it does everything that your hero does. So it's honestly, I want to say it's on the Arcwarden. You should never get caught out like that. That's kind of the whole point of the hero, is that he's an impossible to kill carry because he just has a second version of himself that it doesn't matter if it dies. Man, he can't keep dying like that. He is going to feel like a non-factor soon. He's kind of felt like a non-factor, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's just always been playing in the shadow of the Terrorblade this game.
Yeah.
Like, you just sort of look at the difference in impact that the Kasani's had in comparison to Naive, and it's just not been great for the Arc.
They do go for a smoke here. I'm not sure how they chain lockdown that.
Who are you going on?
That Pango, that fight with the Pango. I know I said they can easily do it. That was more so hyping up how Hellraisers has been fighting. I think they've been playing the fights really well, especially with Funnick. But it's actually not easy to chain lockdown somebody like that with the Pangolier. That's not an easy thing to do. I think they honestly need like a sheep stick on the Arcwarden, and then fights become a lot easier. Double sheep, that'll give you the disable you need. Hurricane Pike on TV now. That's going to help for sure. Solve the problem with the Clockwork Cogs. You can force out of the Pango ulti as well. Into the Arcwarden bubble.
Just a little scared to leave the base now, Hellraisers. I mean, we saw that the last fight they had that was a good. The whole was on the back of Khan pushing in a little recklessly. So maybe just holding on for that that sort of scenario to occur again, waiting for the TB to step up. And since then, you know, obviously he stepped up in damage with the Daedalus, but hasn't really changed in HP and armor, so just as squishy as before.
Does have that Titan Sliver. That'll help out. Titan Silver? Titan Sliver?
Sliver.
I never remember which one it is.
As a sliver, like a sliver is a small shard of like metal. You know, you have like a sliver.
I know what a sliver is.
Well, a lot of people don't.
Okay.
So a lot of people don't. And we like to be educational here.
I'm gonna call it my girlfriend. She called it Titan Slither for a long time.
Is it Titan what?
Slither.
Slither.
What do you think? It's a snake?
I mean, that's close enough. Slither.
I know. There's so many variations.
Oh, look who they found. Oh no.
Oh,
look
God.
who they. Oh, dude, they found him again.
Sonny, man.
Oh no.
Nothing else even matters.
Yeah, they just catch the Arc.
It's the Arcwarden, the Phoenix, whatever, man.
I mean, that ward just down there, giving them the clear vision for the jump.
Yeah.
But you just shouldn't be standing like that. I mean, how's he getting caught like that?
You know, if this is Arteezy, you just sit in base. It's boring as all hell. It's not like any other carry, but that's the way it is with Arcwarden.
Yeah, very painful deaths here from Kasani.
Yeah. Very good warding, though. Whoever placed that ward down, they're the MVP, actually. Like, these are very deep wards. Really understanding that, or showing that they understand this Arcwarden hero and how he wants to play. But,
I mean,
you just have to be disciplined.
And he bought back. So, I mean, that happens once more. It's game over.
It's literally over.
Obviously, the game at the moment does look very, very good for Khan anyway.
Yeah.
They're 22k ahead. They're likely to close this up, but at the moment, well, at least until the Arc have been picked off a couple of times, there's maybe a chance. But Kasani now falling quite far behind.
Yeah, look how far away he is. Only 800 gold.
You know, you'd think at this point it's like, okay, maybe he's going to pick up a Sheep, maybe he's going to pick up a Satanic, and then a fight changes. Like, he needs 5 to 10 minutes to get another item. We'll say 5 minutes. 10 minutes is very, you know, that's if things go very horribly.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, again, if the game goes for 10 minutes, maybe that's a good thing for them. I feel like at this point it might not last 10 minutes.
And he's trying to come in with the rat, Kasani.
Good split pushing. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. Great damage. Man, is he going to get it?
Oh, yeah, he's getting the tower.
Dude, very nice. Okay. We see you, Kasani. We see you.
He's going to have the double back up again pretty shortly. Someone's going to have to go back and deal with those creeps. They are starting to cut the wave bottom with Naive's illusions. And also...
He's in again.
Yeah, he's in. He's still got creeps with him. No one's gone back to address that split push or the creep wave.
They have to deal with
now Mayo's TPing back on the quad. But the range racks are gone. So Kasani able to get something out of this push.
Now the fear on Queen of Pain, that helps out a lot. Just blink into these fights, disrupt, let Cheshire Cat jump on the real Arc Warden. Yeah, that's a...
Yeah, they got to watch out for this split.
They do.
That'll be how Hellraisers do it if they get back in on this.
Yeah, 100%.
Dire are scanning.
They've got to get the top lane going too. It's nice to have both of these side lanes to work with if you're Arc Warden, and it looks like Funaki is trying to make that an option by cutting up this top wave here. Great split pushing by Hellraisers. I mean, this is very nice, disciplined split pushing. You don't want to be in this position, but being able to do this, being skilled enough to do this is what keeps you in games. This is what lets you come back. In fact, I always say that the reason that low-rated games are often just such huge stomps, minus the high ground throwing, is because high-rated players do this. They do the wave cutting. They do the burrowing into trees and going for ganks where, like, you shouldn't be there because you shouldn't be able to get there, other than going through tree lines.
Did that.
Obviously, at this level, everybody's quite good at this.
Oh, he's there again, dude. He's there again.
Yeah.
You got to get back. You got to get this bottom lane sorted out.
Yeah, you have to constantly cut this. I think TB's been pops out the ult to deal with the illusion. I mean, it's worth it. You get a lot of gold for it. It's not like they're fighting anytime soon. They have to push out the lane anyway. We are at the 37-minute mark, so we're going to get those items coming out. That's definitely a game changer for the Arc Warden. If he can get...
what do you want? Leveler?
Leveler would be great for what he's doing right now. But
yeah.
What's the cooldown reduction? I never remember the neutral items.
Spell Prism?
Spell Prism. Very image guy. I know the image quite vividly. But
yeah, Spell Prism would definitely help him kind of get that boost to the farmer. Like, yeah, you help him finish off his 6 items in terms of the spamming of the double, the Midas.
Yeah, I think just sending the clone to split push like this, it'll be a lot easier.
At a higher frequency, yeah.
They have no creep wave to work with. Okay, now they finally have one.
Okay, Phonic. He's going to start things on to Naive. Naive forced aside, but Mio's actually just straight into the high ground. He blinks straight in. He is dead, but he has the Aegis. Cheshire Cat's able to walk in for the dual opportunity onto the Phoenix. They'll get him. That's King Art down. No buyback. Naive takes a second as he turns over towards Ego. Ego also does have that direct. That's Kasani. He's dead. He's just dead to the TV. It's over. It is over, ladies and gentlemen. As the tier 4s will fall. GG is called, and Hellraisers leave the game as Khan take the series victory here. 2-1 in this best of 3. Khan moving on.
What was that picture did you see the little chat that Ego put? It was like a dude holding like finger guns to the...
Oh, it was a little bit of ASCII?
Yeah.
Ah, oh, very creative.
You call it ASCII, not
was it ASCII? ASCII.
Yeah.
Okay, ASCII?
Dude.
Did you say ASCII or ASCII?
ASCII.
It's ASCII.
It's ASCII.
Okay. And it's an acronym, right? You know, I didn't want to... I'll be honest, I just didn't know how to pronounce it, so I went with the safe bet.
True.
ASCII.
I'm just sitting here thinking maybe you're saying that your whole life, and it's just so many syllables.
I mean, it's not the most frequent of words that enter my vocabulary.
That's true. Anyway.
There you go, Khan. And, yeah, especially in those 2 games, I mean, who sort of stands out to you? Naive, solid carry performances, right? The Void, the Terrorblade was excellently done. And definitely the varied style of play, right? Game 2, crushing it with the team fight. Game 3, showing they can really play this sort of 4 protect 1 style of, 4 heroes swarming the map. And I said at the start, maybe look for Funnick to pop off, but it was actually the offlane on the other side, Cheshire Cat and his Jules. Like, this Legion, it just kept catching them out.
Yeah, they did the snowballing thing very well. They picked heroes that are slightly stronger at like group fighting for like a 5-minute window early, and then they used that to snowball the entire game, and they never let off the pressure, which was very beautiful.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Khan, the series is theirs, as Hellraisers just can't get it working in Game 2 and Game 3. Their series will fall as they are the ones to lose this. The series 2-1 to Khan.
Indeed, and with that, it means also that our draft panel was slightly wrong before we analyzed this series and this game. A message from T-Governor, who wants to apologize sincerely for being bad at analyzing drafts, as he was bad at analyzing this draft from Hellraisers versus Khan here in the third game. Khan took it. I mean, it started out thinking, okay, you know what, Terrorblade versus Arc Warden. Arc Warden countered Terrorblade. It didn't really seem to matter, though, Lizard.
So I have 2 points. First point, something that BSJ noticed during the game, that Arc Warden is a bronze tier Arc Warden player. It's not really a hero that you master in a couple of games. Second point is, Arc Warden versus TB usually, should be Arc Warden favored, but that LC carried this game hard. It was literally on the LC to win the game, and he certainly did. Those duels, there were plenty. And always on the right targets. And we don't really see it that often, especially in a game in which he's countered by a single magnetic field.
Drafting analysis is under the assumption that everyone's going to play their heroes to the equal skill level. And straight up, like,
not the case.
Terrorblade, he owned. Like, straight up just crushed it as Terrorblade. You wouldn't expect anything different. But Arc Warden, like, he just got caught out randomly so many times. You just don't do that if you've played the hero 200 times. You just don't, right? And it's nothing to take away from Khan. Like, they picked their lineup and they executed perfectly. I think they, like you said, highlight performance from Legion. It's not that Terrorblade played poorly or anything. It's just he kind of did what's expected. He played very solid. He played his role. And other than maybe the one death bottom at the tier 2, I'd say his game was completely clean. And I don't know, Hellraisers, man. I don't know if they lost their mojo after Game 2. I'm not really sure, but I would hate to think you were in such a crucial Game 3 and you picked a lineup that I think you haven't played like, I feel like they go, okay, we need to counter this Terrorblade. And instead of going with the comfort zone pick, they go with the perfect pick.
Yeah.
And this is the opposite side of this equation that we talked about in the rest of the Divine League. And it's almost worse. So
It's exactly what you said as well when we were talking about all of this. I brought the point that sometimes it's not the best pick, but is the comfort pick. The problem is when that pick is the best pick, but the hero is difficult to play. Like, if this was a Spectre or a Sven,
we'll make it work.
He'll make it work as a carry. It's not that hard. But Arc Warden, however, can be a little bit tricky to play. Like,
it's about as niche as it gets.
Yeah,
right?
you actually have to practice that hero quite a lot because there's so many things. From the item build, from the way you're farming, from your farming patterns overall, to the positioning, which is probably the hardest thing.
Yeah, the positioning is what I noticed mostly
Exactly.
in his lack of experience with the hero.
That's also the most important thing when it comes to Arc Warden. You're squishy throughout the game, even with the BKB. Unless you're going for BKB Satanic Skadi, you're squishy at every single point of the game. And if something like a duel happens, you will fall. Especially when when Terrorblade gets an MKB or any other hero that can hit you.
The reason why Terrorblade's countered by Arc Warden is because Arc Warden forces you to buy an MKB, and that's an item Terrorblade usually doesn't want to buy. So effectively, he sets himself back almost 5,000 gold. But when the Terrorblade's ahead by 5,000 gold,
then yeah, free MKB.
The matchup ain't that bad. Yeah. All things considered, kudos to Khan. I enjoyed watching them play, and I like to see them come back after that first game because they did look honestly like the inferior team, and then the second and third game they looked the complete opposite.
Yeah, they beat the exceptionally mediocre.
That means they
what does that make them now? Are they taking the crown? No, Khan.
Oh, Khan.
Are they exceptionally
What's like the rung up from that?
You might want to wait a little bit before deciding what you're going to call them, because we first have a winner's interview with none other than Gilgear.
Ooh.
Hello. Are you there, Gilgear?
Gilgear.
Gilgear.
Here you are.
Hello? Yay! Hey,
Hello.
congratulations, Gilgear, on
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. It's great. And I am very happy to see you guys play the way you did. My first question is regarding Cheshire Cat in Game 2. He was Magnus. It was a very tense situation around the Roche pit. He hit the RP on nothing. Can you talk me through what happened during that time? And because you won the fight that came after that as well, so it was pretty spectacular. It almost seemed like a intentional missed RP.
No, it's actually quite funny because like I remember Mio calling like RP the guy. I don't remember who it was, but Mio calling RP the guy. Cheshire Cat like blinks in. He RPs, like turns around, and then he says, "Fuck! I forgot to press the stop button." This is how it was.
Mistakes were made.
Like,
but
okay, let's just reorder, regroup, and stuff like this, and we just continue staying to the Russian pit.
Yeah, it worked out.
Congratulations on the win. I just have two quick questions. First one is about Mio, actually. Is he a newer player? Because I remember there was an old school player with the same nickname. So, is he newer to the scene with the same nickname, or has he been around for a longer time?
I mean, honestly, not gonna lie, before we called him in a team, I thought it's a guy called with the nickname Timel Dora. You probably heard of him. Long time ago, 2016 or something. But I actually hadn't asked him that. So my guess is that he is actually an old player. But I'm not sure.
All right, thank you very much. One more question. Which stack is harder to carry, Khan or Bulldog Party Pubs that you play with?
I mean, you gotta give it out, shout out to 200 kilogram beast. It's quite hard to carry, I'm not gonna lie. But you gotta remember that the games you play with Bulldog are fun. They're not for competitive. They're actually competitive because they're hard, but they're also fun. They're fun to watch, they're fun to play, so I don't mind.
Of course.
But Khan is actually harder to carry.
As a support in the competitive scene, what do you learn from playing Party Queue, fun games? Do you personally experiment more? Do you play your comfort zone heroes and try different things? Do you try heroes you don't normally play? As somebody who's been trying to take Dota seriously for a while but never really got into Party Queue, I'm wondering what it does for you.
I mean, I'm trying my best. I'm the type of person that actually seeks for the heroes that are actually good. I don't see any point of playing the heroes that are weak right now. I'm trying the new stuff sometimes, but usually I just play the heroes that are strong. And when I Party Queue, I just want to, I don't know, have fun maybe and get to know a person, how the person thinks. If it's a core, I don't know how the core thinks. And if I know how the core thinks, I can implement it on enemy core so I can counterplay it, this complicated stuff.
So are you talking about the person itself or talking about the core knowing how to play the hero they're playing? Or thinking about what they're playing on the hero?
Or the hero they're playing, yes. Not person itself. Because when I play with Bulldog, there is no point in countering Bulldog.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You guys have been in tiebreakers to even stay alive in the Divine League. And then yesterday you played in lower bracket, went to the full 3 games. Today the same thing. Do you guys feel like this extra pressure of being on the brink of elimination is helping you?
I mean, I don't think it's helping, but it's kind of hard, no doubt. But the thing is about all this tournament, the Divine one, particular one, I have the mindset, and I think we all have this mindset as a team, that all the teams are actually equal to each other. So basically, it's someone's a little bit stronger, someone a little bit weaker, but no matter what, everyone can beat everyone. So I don't think that the pressure actually pushes us to the win. I just think that we can win, so we win. This is it. Simple logic.
Okay.
With my bad English.
Just think you can win.
Just think you win. Yeah, it's working out. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you guys also grow throughout the tournament. So can't wait to see you play again. Thank you, Gilger, for taking the time to talk to us again. And we hope to talk to you again soon in the future.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
And with that, indeed, Khan moves forward in the bracket. That is, it was a joy to watch. Do you want to finish your thought about how Hellraisers was exceptionally mediocre, and now that Khan beat them quite handily, might I add?
I respect Khan a lot more. I up until this point, they haven't really proved much to me, and I think their attitude coming in was a big part of it. Just thinking, hey, anybody can beat anybody. I'd like to think if I was competing, I'd try to have that mentality. I think I can sometimes think too black and white. Hellraisers up until this point hadn't proved me wrong. Kind of wish they, because I don't like Khan or anything, but kind of was hoping for their sake that it wouldn't prove me wrong in this direction. You know, I was hoping maybe it'd be upwards, but I don't know. I think in this type of series, it required Khan to really take it up a notch.
Okay. Everybody can beat everybody. This is something that I hope that Ninjas in Pyjamas will know as well, because Ninjas in Pyjamas so far have been on the receiving end of FlyToMoon's aggression, and our next series is for the third time in this tournament. It is Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on FlyToMoon. The previous two encounters were both 2-0s, quick 2-0s in favor of FlyToMoon. Can Ninjas in Pyjamas turn the tides? We're going to find out after the break.
Not only time can heal the wounds of a fallen gladiator. Buyback, boys. Farm buyback.
Blade Mail.
You're such an idiot, Slacks, goddammit. That comes from Cap. Oh, look, it has 23 likes. That's about 4 times his normal Twitter engagement. That's great. Oh, good job tagging me, buddy.
Next one. I mean, is there anyone on Earth who is like, wow, oh my God, Capital is going to be on this event, can't wait? He's not wrong. Honestly, I can't even respond to that because he's not wrong. But I've got a good job, so I don't really care that much.
Titty streamer that occasionally plays with Purge is what I've been called. A titty streamer? Well, I'm sure you'd be quite familiar with those, wouldn't you? I'll tell you what, while you're downstairs eating your Tostino's pizza rolls alone in your boxers watching the Just Chatting section, how about you head on over to Dota and watch some gameplay, because maybe if you weren't staring at my bouncing man boobs, you might learn how to not only spell, but make something of yourself, okay? So run on back to your pubs, continue to play your Pudge, missing every hooks, and we'll see your titties flopping myself.
BSJ's tie is seriously, it's bad. It's like Tommy Bahama was like, yeah, we have ties, and proceeds to cut up one of their ugly ass shirts. But what I have to say to that is, yes, I understand sometimes my wardrobe game has not been on point, and that is something I've tried to learn from. I learn from my mistakes and better myself. Sadly, your parents never learned from theirs.
There's a manic glimmer in Kyle's eyes that I find a bit disturbing. All I'm saying is I have no trouble imagining him picking up a hitchhiker, gutting them in his basement, and letting their body decompose slowly in a vat of acid. I would never do that. Never. I do think it's a little messed up though that's where you went. You know, I'm just trying to have some fun, and you're just, I don't know, maybe you've been watching too much Mindhunter. Either way, go yourself. So that's it.
I don't know what interviews you've been watching, but Slacks excels at making people he's interviewing really uncomfortable. You should see what I do with his mom.
Is he being serious right now? I am not a Bulldog fanboy, but I am intelligent to acknowledge his skill and performance. How many times has BSJ made it into a TI or major? Probably as many times as he has
Kyle is the best Dota player on the panel. That's why he gets hated on. Similar to Taylor Swift. I also have long, flowing, glorious hair. Also like Taylor Swift, and unlike certain members of our panel.
Capitalist, what sounds more like crapitalist? People really need to get more creative now. There's so many ways that you could come at me. I mean, I just look douchey, I look like a frat bro, you know, like I look like that guy who's gonna encourage you to like drink too much, I'm bald right now, like there's so many things you go for, and you went for the really terrible pun. Could have done better. Wish you had done better. This video is suffering because of how bad your tweet is, but
Sir Action Slacks here looks like John Candy. How is that an insult? John Candy, one of the greatest comedy actors of all time? You know what you look like? Nothing to me. You look like a cockroach. You don't mean anything to me. I'm never going to see you. And that's the difference. While you stare at me on your cameras, I'll never know your pathetic little face. I can only dream of it. And that dream's a f***ing nightmare. Thanks for your comments.
Quality is not a last hit. It's a habit, especially if you're solo against a try.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
The upper bracket of Divine for Omega League. That's where we're at right now, and we are going to see Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on FlyToMoon in the round 2 of the upper bracket, and we are slowly drifting. Well, maybe we're drifting fairly fast because we're drifting into the draft right now. It has begun. We are going to the Pantheon. It was great having Tsunami and Jenkins on the panel.
Thank you so much. This has been
good.
Goodbye.
Luckily for this one, we will be welcoming in some top-tier analysts for this draft in the Pantheon. And let's see who we have sitting here in a nice and cozy place. Oh, would you look at that. Tsunami and Jenkins, welcome to the draft panel.
Suckers. I'm still here.
Got you. You thought you had escaped us. We're still here.
All right, talk to me, because we have already got a couple of picks. But before we talk about these picks, I first want to hear you guys' thoughts about... Well, about learning from mistakes, because we've talked to Ninjas in Pyjamas multiple times, and we know that they've struggled with this matchup in particular, and they say they figured out some things. They say they've been learning and that they're now good, and I really, really like to talk to Saberlight after series. He is such a great guy to interview, but I'm worried that we are not going to have that for the third game or third series in a row with these two.
You know, I feel like with the players that you have on NIP, they probably had higher expectations of themselves. Obviously, nothing against FlyToMoon. I think these are fantastic, fantastic players as well, fantastic team. Mm-hmm. But with that being said, the 4 games that they played against FlyToMoon looked completely FlyToMoon favored.
Yes, like, it wasn't even close.
They had their number. So it's good to hear that NIPS figured something out, because you know, and that does happen in Dota. You'll just, okay, we were picking this hero, it was pretty terrible. We weren't fighting with our mid. We weren't farming enough on our 4, giving them enough like farm priority, you know, like we see with Liquid doing. One paradigm shift like that is enough to completely change the game.
Yeah, and talk is cheap. As much as I did enjoy seeing NIP have a slight return to form versus Cyber Legacy, who I would have considered to be a pretty close match, and it just ended up being very, very NIP favored. I didn't really see enough significant development in NIP's playstyle or draft that was like, oh, they're coming with a new approach against new opponents. It seemed more of the same. It seemed Charlie Sven, which we are again seeing here in this draft. So as much as I would hope that they have learned something, it's not going to come in the form of heroes, I don't think. It'll have to come in the form of playstyle.
I do like the Slardar with the Sven, though. You know, one thing that I think Puppy said in his interview, or at the very least people were referencing, oh, this was what was implied by what Puppy was saying, was that when they picked the Omni Knight, it wasn't just to counter the Magnets. There were other reasons to it. There were other nuances to the draft that made the Omni Knight work, which is why we have seen it not work despite being against Magnus or Void in other series. So with that being said, I feel like this Sven hero, it's very common that you see with these successful teams with Sven, they do pick it with the Slardar because you have that crazy amplification, the follow-up stun as well. It's gives you enough to burst a lot of carries with just the amplification and Sven stun. So I do like that, and I feel like when they say we've learned some things, it's probably these sort of hero combinations and how to truly counter, the timings to counter, things like that.
Yeah, the games that they won yesterday against Cyber Legacy were all on the back of that Charlie Sven. Before that, we had seen some success on the Charlie Faces Void, and it feels like when they lose on a hero, they kind of lose faith in the hero and look for a different one. So we had them have some success on the Faces Void, then they lost one, and then they tried out all these different heroes until they found Sven. And it's worked.
Yeah,
so far.
We learned something. Sven is good. All right, good. Nice one, NIP. Good
Many
stuff.
teams have come to that conclusion, but FlyToMoon always goes to the beat of their own drum, pulling out a Dark Willow here. It's I've yet to really find that Sven has, I don't know, as much as the Aghanims is helping him out, he's still just as susceptible to kiting as ever before. I'm always skeptical that if Sven's the primary initiator or even the secondary initiator, unless if you can insta-burst someone, it's difficult to really finish off a fight. And so Dark Willow with a Terrorize is actually what I'm most concerned about for a Sven. Forget the rest of her kiting abilities. It's mainly the fear that I find is going to cause a lot of issues for the Sven.
This is why I like the Slardar, though. I feel like a lot of the problems that you just mentioned are solved, at least to some degree, by a Slardar that has a decent amount of farm. If they can get a BKB on the Sven and the Slardar, I don't see with this current draft what FlyToMoon can do. And then they pick up the Morphling. So I played with this in pubs recently, actually. A lot of people are currently picking this as a carry matchup against the Sven because in the late game, you just get an Aghanim Scepter. It's like Morphling versus a Rubik, Morphling versus a Gyro, whatever. You get the Aghanim Scepter, and you just are a better Sven. You don't have the Sven ult, but you have this crazy stat morph that puts you to just about the same damage that a Sven has. So you get the same level of jumping in, instantly killing people with the cleave, because these are all normal abilities on Sven, and then the follow-up of becoming a Morphling and bursting somebody down with Ethereal Blade. So I do really like this as a Sven counter, actually.
And the Oracle, of course, there as the very first pick for Ninja Pyjamas has been very successful for a lot of teams. But I guess already with now the Grimstroke Doom, you already have to save 2 people, and he can only do that for the 1.
That's true. That's true. Some sort of other peel or save might be pretty nice in this draft. Some Centaur, but I mean they already have a Slardar, so I doubt that's going to happen. So we need a 4 position.
So yeah, because what are we lacking? What does this 4 position need to do? Because the way you guys are talking about the draft so far, you feel like it is in favor of FlyToMoon.
Well, I would wager that Oracle only needs to worry about saving 1 person. That's kind of the advantage of picking these other tanky cores. A Viper really isn't justified yet. There's nothing worth breaking. I don't think they needed to be worried about a Spectre being picked up by FlyToMoon. And so I think they just want these self-sufficient cores that makes that Oracle only have to worry about concerning himself for 1 hero. And so
the Sven.
Right, exactly.
That's a really good point.
And so then maybe some tanky 4 position is Earth Spirit available?
I was literally thinking of Earth Spirit as well, but the only problem that I'm thinking, imagining myself in the game is if you have an Earth Spirit Slardar lane,
that's true,
against a Morphling
and a Willow, maybe?
I'm not sure how that goes. I want a hero to respond to the Morphling's existence. Somebody needs to burst Morph. Who bursts Morph right now? Nobody. It's Sven late game, but late game, Morphling has items. He's going to prevent the burst. So I think you need some sort of Rubik. Is Rubik banned?
Rubik is not banned.
I would say Rubik is a solid answer. I know it's not the best thing, but you can get the lift off. And if he isn't stat morphing, you can actually kill him with the follow-up.
There's some nice things to steal.
Yeah, good stuff to steal. All Dark Willow spells, Doom, Morphling. It's a soft counter to the Morphling because you steal Strength Morph.
We've also seen some Lina supports. I don't know if you count that as a good, or is it a little bit of a trap?
If you want to go if you want to go that route of burst, I would say Lion is a better option.
It's better option. Even as a 4.
As a 4.
Yep.
Is there any chance they turn the Oracle into a 4 so you have that kind of burst damage in the lane with the Purifying Flames paired up with the Slardar and then get a different 5 position?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We've seen a few teams do that. It's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the Morph. It's really good level 1s through 3 where that's where Morphling struggles too. So that would definitely hinder his existence a little bit. But the problem there is that then you have an Oracle 4. This hero's not particularly good with farm. Can't really get farm. It's like having a Bane 4 almost.
Yeah, and then so they pick up a Nature's Prophet on FlyToMoon. Still flex potential between the Prophet and the Doom to go mid, or even the Morphling. I think it's pretty much guaranteed that the Viper's going to go in the mid lane. So out of those mid lane matchups, I would imagine that they probably want to send the Prophet versus the Viper.
I think so. I think that's like the only thing they can really do. Otherwise, the Viper is going to crush the mid lane.
Yeah.
I don't think Morph versus Viper. That could be possibly Morph favored. Morph is a weird hero, but I would say Viper will probably destroy him so much in the first 1 to 3 levels.
Right.
I'm thinking if you want to go crazy and flex the Slardar to be a 4, Batrider seems pretty free in this game. But it would require you to have a Slardar 4, which it will give you the amplification that you want. I mean, it's not like he's not going to have the levels to do that as a 4. You don't need farm.
And then Batrider would just take the initiation responsibilities.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's like a pretty free bat game. Destroys Doom. Good against Morphling in lane.
Ooh. Okay. It will be a Slardar 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Viper 3?
Very interesting.
Viper 3. We've seen that before, but what do we think about that Shadow Fiend then?
A lot of armor reduction. They were going to make this Sven very, very tanky. So this is a different approach because I was saying that NIP's Charlie Sven games seem kind of cookie cutter, but I don't remember them going for a minus armor strat in this capacity. At most, they may have paired it with Avenge, which is pretty predictable these days, but a Shadow Fiend Slardar is thinking outside of the box now.
Well, EGB is still heavily in favor of FlyToMoon. How about you, Jenkins?
I like this NIP draft. I like that we all assumed it was a Viper mid and that we were wrong. Yeah. This shows to me that that's not something that I felt during NIP's drafts before. And I'm just kind of excited to see them do something that we all weren't expecting. Like they were right. They learned something clearly. Yeah. We'll see if it actually pays off.
Yeah, this laning phase, I think I've kind of been bored with the laning phases, especially today. I've been mostly predictable, but Shadow Fiend, Willow, 4 Slardar. This is stuff that is off the beaten path, so I'm curious to see how these matchups will go. Mainly the mid lane. I'm very curious to see how this Shadow Fiend will fare against what I'm assuming is still going to be the Prophet, but I don't know. I mean, you can raise down the...
Now it's weird, yeah. What do you put mid?
Could be the Doom. I mean, yeah, it was a good Shadow Fiend pick.
I think SF does fine in any matchup that you put mid.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are going to find out who they are going to put mid against that Shadow Fiend because it is time for the first game, or the 5th game, however you want to see it, between FlyToMoon and Ninjas in Pyjamas. So let's head over to a commentary team of ODPixel and Lizard.
FlyToMoon. Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let the battle begin!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 1 of NIP versus FlyToMoon. I'm ODPixel, joined by Lizard. We've just seen the lineups and some interesting stuff to talk about, Lizard. We saw the ending of it all. This Viper comes out, and then bam, we have the Morph and then the Prophet. You know, they're like, well, we're going to have this good match against the Viper. But then, aha! It's SF in the mid lane and Viper going elsewhere.
And it's the first time that I see NIP do something like this. So I'm actually very satisfied to see this Viper, which most likely will be played on offlane. You can see him running there already. I think this is definitely the right approach from them. When we were watching those 4th picks in, I was all in the FlyToMoon's boat. I thought they had this for sure. But right now, with the SF being picked up as well for mid, they don't have a good matchup versus him.
No, they don't. No, they don't indeed. But we'll see how that mid lane does go down. It is going to be the Doom going mid. So Iceberg is still going to take the Doom mid in that matchup. I mean, I guess you have regen, you got a lot of HP, but still, at the end of the day, you're a melee hero against an SF, right? It can't be easy. It's got to be pretty tough.
I actually haven't seen this matchup.
Yeah.
It's not really that often that you see Doom go mid overall. It's a new thing in this meta, right? But like you said, you are Thing versus SF. He's going to connect a couple of those raises, and the game can be very difficult for a melee hero there.
Yeah, I guess you just got to be careful as a Doom. Make sure you get enough sustain out.
I guess he's still going to start with raises first. Yeah, you see, like this is all you have to do. Start with raises first, so you get those first couple of waves. After that, the game should be exceptionally easy for the SF.
Oh, let's have a look. So the side lane setup, always want to fly down bottom, supporting VTune's Morphling. Going to have to be going up against Era and Saberlight. So, of course, the support Slardar. See what Era's able to do with this.
Yeah, I'm predicting some tweets coming from Saberlight if this game goes well. I predict some very toxic tweets coming from him.
He's playing the hero. And you're right. I mean, if you are missing out on Saberlight's Twitter, it's a lot of fun to follow.
I like
He's always coming in with the smack talk.
Yeah, I like the guy quite a lot. I actually miss drama in Dota. You know, your Salt, your PPD, your Seb. I want to see more of that. Saberlight is definitely carrying the torch.
See top lane. I'm going to bring Roger pretty low here, as Roger, he's just straight up dead. First blood for NIP, as Roger cannot run away down bottom. A second one, and they do lose Misha in return. And now with the setup on a V-Tune, they might just be able to find him, and they do. NIP clean up both kills as well on the bottom lane at the same time.
It looks like every single lane for FlyToMoon will be really good. Like on the bottom lane, it's Slardar and Viper. All he needs is those stacks on you, and you're gonna die as Morphling unless you have that waveform to go away, which he didn't have in that situation. Really, really good start so far from NIP.
See now, I mean, now that the level 2's there for Era, he can just trade so reliably with these heroes still stuck at level 1, just running down V-Tune. He's trying to build up the strength. V-Tune, he's just getting absolutely beat on apart from these two heroes. Era and Saberlight take him out. Charlie, he's going to start sending the tips over. NIP ready to really hit V-Tune hard in the laning stage, both inside of the game and out of it.
Yeah, the lane equilibrium was not in their favor. The Viper and Slardar realized that, and then they just zoned them out of experience. Hell, they even killed the Morphling, but the most important thing is they're keeping them on those level 1s. They can do whatever they want to in this lane.
Yeah.
This is a disaster already.
Well, where does the Morph go? He's going top. He's going top. He's out of there. He's out at the bottom lane, heading to the top. Let's see if things are any better for him up there. I mean, this is a lane as well where, how we're seeing the farm. Looks like this lane, Sven, also struggling. You don't have a lot of CS. Has got the wave coming in on that top lane. Mid lane, I mean, it's going pretty much as... Well, I mean, I suppose getting more CS than you may expect against the SF on the early levels, but you've got to imagine from this point onwards, it's going to be very hard for Iceberg to get much out of the lane creeps, as long as Supreme's able to hold them in a good position.
Yeah, level 2 raises are all that it takes, pretty much. One good thing for FlyToMoon is that you can always TP with the Nature's Prophet. So if you do get these musical chairs when it comes to the laning stage, he will be switching without losing gold.
See, stamps on Roger, but Charlie not having the stun at the ready. Can't commit for that, and still, there's been a lot of time that Charlie's running at heroes. Wanting to sort of slow things down for the creeps.
Charlie is at least getting some last hits, but you see what they're doing. They're tri-laning top now. I think this is the right approach from FlyToMoon. They need to resurrect this laning stage somehow, because
you've got to help the Morph.
Yep.
If Morph's off to a bad start this game, what have you got? You know, you need to make sure that V-Tune gets something, and we're 4 minutes in, he's only got 4 CS.
CS a minute.
Roger. Trying to get something done there with the Ink Swell combo of the two of them.
The problem is this lane isn't easy. Like, they can stay as a dual lane on top lane, because you have that Oracle. Oracle just destroys Dark Willow and the Inkswell from Always Wanna Fly, so that lane should be also easy for NIP.
Again, another attempt with the stun. This time, Era, he's going to head up top to try and join in. Crush comes in, catches the two of them into the bash. Roger falling low. Gets nuked out by the follow-up Purifying Flames of Misha. So more kills for NIP on this top lane. Still able to try and break into the tri-lane and now match it themselves with Era staying up it. Leading with the stun on to always want to fly. They're going to look for the opportunity to run down another one with the Crush into the bash. That'll do it. Continued kills for NIP here in these side lanes.
You can stay as a dual lane and trade last hits, or you can bring in Era and then get kills as well. So pretty good rotation coming from the Slardar. Only problem might be that Furion is free farming.
Oh, is this going to be another one? They've got the Crush into the root, into Charlie coming around with the stun. It's going to be another kill for NIP in this top lane. Now 7-1, 2k lead. The kills just continuing to fly out.
Now VTune is like, at least they're not hitting me, at least I'm getting some farm. He's really underfarmed. He has only 14 CS, but when you look at Charlie, he's not that far ahead as well.
Sure, but he's getting kills and assists, right? Sven already 1-0-3, he's getting involved in action.
And when you think about how these two cores work, obviously Sven, once he gets a couple of levels, he can even jungle, and his farming speed will accelerate so hard.
Right, we go again. This lane very hard to really get stuck into as FlyToMoon now with Era just sitting around, seeing the support Slardar certainly work out to great effect in this first 6 minutes. 2-0-4 on Era.
And that's all you want as a support Slardar. It's really important that you have a good start of the game, that you have these tranquils at least, because you can't really farm as Slardar. Unless you're really given a lane, you can't find your items. So it's pretty solid that he's getting kills now.
See top lane. Trying to make moves in onto Misha. The Nature's Wrath comes crushing around as well. It's not enough to kill off Misha. Now Era turns in onto VTune. VTune has got to be careful. The SF did come in, but Iceberg was able to follow the movement. Came in with the Doom. Stun, holds back Iceberg, but they have the damage to fly out with the last hit from Roger to kill off Supreme. Diving in, Iceberg, he's going to be able to run down Charlie. They get the stun onto Misha, and Iceberg with this movement up to top helps the team clean up. There's both squads head up there, but Iceberg, as I say, just putting a stop straight away to Supreme's movement with that Doom, and then just running down the rest of the lane. All things considered, this laning setup in the mid lane, it's been totally fine for Iceberg. He's kept up in farm, and he's having that much more of an impact with that first move.
Yeah, that's a Doom you always want in your pubs, but you never get. And he found a really good creep early on. You can see that he has stuck with it. It's the Wolf. I believe that's one of the main reasons why he was able to keep up the farm with Supreme. Look, he's on top of the network charts right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is solid. I mean, as I said, did you expect this going into lane against the SF? I feel like we've seen heroes like Dooms go in, but this is great stuff from Iceberg. He is far ahead. Played the matchup very nicely in a matchup where you definitely have the opportunity of slipping up on the early levels to the raises, but Iceberg didn't. He's kept it solid. He's 2-0-1 as the mid Doom.
And I would guess that Iceberg has a bunch of game on SF, but not as many on Doom. Retune.
Top, this is the problem against the support Slardar. You just can never TP. Your only option is to run. So the combination of the Slardar and the Viper, it doesn't matter how long it takes to kill him, they still kill him. He cannot get out of that.
Eventually they'll take you down.
Yeah.
I think they realized on the bottom lane that the lane is unplayable the moment the equilibrium got out of hand. Like, the moment the creeps got close to the tier 1 Dire Tower, you can't lane as Morphling anymore because they just run you down. And that's what we're seeing constantly now.
We're seeing the River General in trouble here as the root's going to come out. Supreme and Era charging straight towards him. The Sprout will put things to a stop, though. Not got enough resources to cut through the tree line.
Very nice Sprout. I wonder if NIP will do what Viking GG usually do versus Nature's Prophet. It's every single member has a Quelling Blade. I would like to see that from NIP as well, because it truly does help. There you go, Viper with the Quelling Blade.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
It's the Prophet counter. Definitely pays off. 8-4. Net worth even. Iceberg leading the way, but the three cores of NIP very close behind and even. Iceberg looking for a Doom opportunity, might just find it. Does he want to drop it? He does. They're going to go straight for Charlie. And with the Ink Swell stun, there's TP's coming in, but this damage, as you say, with the Alpha Wolf, more than enough. They should have a shot at getting the deny. In fact, they might not need to, as we'll see Misha attempt to kill the Sven alive, and he'll be able to do so. So the Doom is countered. The Sven will live, and NIP, they'll be the ones to get the kill. There's always one of Fly's left behind, and ends up going down.
Going in for a kill such as that one on a Sven definitely is good for them, because you understand that he's farming the Ancients, right? But you haven't killed the tier 1 on the mid lane or the tier 1 on the bottom lane, which those two things are so crucial for you, because they're outpost for Oracle to TP to. He TPs, he saves the Sven.
Always going to be in with the counter plays, Misha, unless they're able to kill that Sven a little quicker under the duration of the Doom. 10-minute bounty runes come up. Charlie clearing the Ancients, and we'll be able to find that bounty rune, no problem here. Zera toying around with Roger, but not going to head any closer. Iceberg also in the area.
If you look at the two dire wards, you can see that they're all about protecting that triangle. That's literally where the Sven will be AFK for the majority of the mid-game.
Be a little careful. Has got a lot of backup coming in for this defense. As FlyToMoon really don't want to let this tier 1 tower go. It'll work for now as NIP start to back off. Vera is caught in the high ground. Soulbind comes out. Roger comes in with a Shadow Realm hit, finishes off the Slardar's life. As Zera falls, FlyToMoon hold the defense. Iceberg, we have to get the D ward. No Doom for 40 seconds though, so no real means to dive any further in onto the Supreme SF.
Yeah, that Soulbind was there just to slow them down a little bit. When you really think about it, they don't have too many combos right now with the Soulbind, at least. It's just the Doom, that's it. So, you wait a little bit. I'm actually wondering what Iceberg will buy next. He has 1400 gold. Is it going to be a BKB or a Blink Dagger? Because that will decide the way he plays the rest of this game completely.
Yeah, we'll see what he considers. Starting to really build up the gold. We'll see the build from Saberlight. Will be there going for the offlane utility Viper build, trying to get the Greaves on for the team.
I think it's pretty solid. I think Viper overall is a really good offlaner if you give him a good support. And Slardar is exactly what he needs. That front liner that protects him and also gives him these stuns that he desperately needs to stop TPs or so.
12 minutes in. Nice room for Supreme. Going for the stat build. SF treads into S and Y.
That's normal when you have a Slardar on your team as well, right? You're activated. You have a lot of utility from the Viper, so you don't have to build anything like that. I was wondering if he might go for something like yours because you're lacking a little bit of lockdown, but this is pretty good.
There we go, bottom lane. The hold starting to come in from FlyToMoon. As they'll gather around the tier 1, Charlie. And Saberlight actually hanging around the mid. Actually, Saberlight cancelling his TP, wants to stay down here with the rest of the team. And FlyToMoon are prepared to hold if NIP try to force this. We'll see if NIP can find any way of getting in. Roger starting things off with the Cursed Crown on Era, but Saberlight's at his side. Still FlyToMoon just happy to make space for V-Tune, really. Trying to slow down NIP as much as possible. Era tries to get a catch on to Always Want to Fly, but again, just able to hide deep in the trees, stopping NIP from getting any closer to him.
Yeah, one big thing that FlyToMoon have got going for them right now is General. He can split push mid and at the same time TP bottom to be in that fight.
Yeah, with all this focus down bottom, you do definitely feel FlyToMoon getting more out of the map. You're right, you know, both General and V-Tune getting space as opposed to NIP, where it is just Charlie getting space when NIP have 4 heroes down bottom that are being dealt with a 3-man defense of FlyToMoon. The numbers are just working out better for FlyToMoon in these scenarios.
Yeah, Charlie is being given a lot of space, however, and he has that Midas. Tom lane.
Oh, they get the Soulbind here on the 2 of them. They're just diving in. Iceberg, he's not even going to need to drop down the Doom. As they take out Misha, Era popping the South, but the bug is out upon him. Should be able to kill it off before the damage is done, and will do so. He'll live. But it's a kill, you know. Again, FlyToMoon just getting the job done with just the 3 heroes. Saberlight step forward. They'll just collapse on him immediately. General TP's over. That's another unnecessary death down here. You do have Supreme coming in with the ultimate, pushing them back with the Requiem. Era, he's still hanging around, but he's so low. Era's got to be careful.
Buyback.
He's going to see if they can turn this. They get the control here onto the two of them with the fear, but they'll still lose Iceberg. He goes down. General and Roger out with the TPs. They're away. So the buyback does secure them the chance turning onto the Grim and the Doom.
I think the only reason why he bought back is because if he didn't, FlyToMoon would continue fighting and they would have a numerical advantage. Because Ardar was so low, they might even win that fight. So it's important that he bought back, but he is putting himself in a really bad position in which he will lack farm.
Oh yeah, he's been knocked right down in farm now, Sableye with that buyback.
If you're thinking you're an offlane Viper, and as an offlane Viper, you still need to snowball a little bit. That's the nature of the hero. You need to get those small little items that help you sustain yourself and your team in the mid game.
Yeah, and these sort of moves, it's just not... It's slowing down NIP's game. They're not continuing to create an advantage. And they'll look towards always want to fly bottom. Not going to be able to dive in, and now Iceberg, he's into turn. They've found Saberlight. Soulbind's out, locking down the two of them. Saberlight just brought back. He's out of the game again. He's dead for a minute. And that dieback at this moment in the game, I mean, that just is so painful for the Viper.
It's really painful. And when you die instantly after, you're dead for an additional amount of time.
A minute at this stage.
It's really bad for Saberlight. This isn't looking good, but the problem is you're not a mid Viper, right? So you have to be creating space, as your SF and Sven are both farming. So you're pretty much put in this worst position on the map, which is easily collapsible one, and that's what happened. Bottom lane tier 1, will NIP defend it or not? Because this usually isn't really a big deal, but in a game such as this one, it's a crucial objective for NIP. It opens up the Ancients, the whole triangle where Sven wants to be, and it shrinks the map if it dies.
Alright, we'll be able to hold for now. We've got Iceberg, BKB finished, and I'm gonna hit a good timing with this in terms of having the BKB and the level 2 Doom up again in 10 seconds here, as he just needs to clear one more wave to get that level done. So you can definitely expect FlyToMoon to be very eager to strike with the Soulbind double Doom then.
I like the BKB as well. Like, he could have went for the blink, but he realized in these last couple of fights, I don't really need it. I get on top of my...
Yeah, he's fast enough anyway, right?
He's fast.
He's got the Inkswell.
He got the Inkswell, and especially the Faded Brooch. I value this item a lot on any hero, but on Doom it's so good because of the Scorched Earth and the talents.
Oh, and look at this. They've headed into Roshan with the wall coverage. NIP didn't get any information regarding this. And they do it quickly. They have the Medallion. They've got V-Tune on the Morph. They've got it, yeah. That aura as well. They take this down in seconds. This is going to be a free Roche for FlyToMoon. Very, very nicely done there, as NIP just not able to do anything in return because of it. As I say, the farm is still building up on their own course. Charlie, level 15, Midas SMY, on track to go for the Satanic after, so still hitting very good timings on the Sven. But is it going to be enough? Because as the game continues, just overall, FlyToMoon as a team, they're building up the greater lead and value.
Okay, so I like this build with SMY and Satanic. Obviously, the status resistance will be huge on him. Will he dish out enough damage in these teamfights, though? That's the question.
Well, this is a nice win as well for Iceberg, but they spotted him. Sentries are down. Iceberg in response will put the BKB. V-Tune, he's going to start going straight towards Saberlight. Saberlight, he's going to be dead before he has any impact in the fight. Misha being focused by Iceberg. He's had to use the Phosphorus on himself. Charlie is going to try and fight. He's popped the God Strength. He's trying to go for Iceberg. Will get the kill, but Charlie, he's dying. V-Tune turns back into the Viper, builds up the poison stacks as Charlie, he's falling low, gets burst down by the strike of V-Tune. They've lost 3 on NIP. They're probably going to lose Supreme as well here as he's caught in the bramble. The raise is not enough to bring down Roger as he's out. A triple kill for V-Tune. As I mean, at this stage, it's starting to look a little worrisome for NIP. FlyToMoon up 5k. You just had a situation where they get Roche, they get the Aegis, they just come out of the pit, and V-Tune, he's just picked up a triple kill on the Morph. And they're not even done yet, FlyToMoon. They're looking over towards mid. Error being played around with by Roger and General. He'll only get away here. He's going to be saved by Misha at least, but still things are starting to get shaken up big time for NIP.
I think it's important at least that you're saving Era. That whole situation, by the way, was horrible for NIP. I don't disagree with it, but maybe if Slardar gets this dagger fast enough, you will have some sort of a play on the side of NIP. Because if you think about the item build that they're going for, not one of these heroes can start a fight. You don't have Axe on Sven, you don't have SF with some Blink Yules or whatever combo. Your Slardar still doesn't have that Blink. I think that's crucial. Give Era enough space to finish it. After that, you can fight.
There we go, top lane. V2, he's just getting away with a free tower here. Has the Manta done on top of the Aegis, so he knows that he's ready to play against any attempt to jump in. Roger, he's just going to be able to get the wraparound. Eric, he poked forwards with no backup. That's just a free kill behind the tower. The rest of NIP, they're heading over. They're going to try and fight 4 versus 5. The Soulbind is out on the 2 of them. The Fear is going to start pushing back both the SF and the Sven. V2 turns over towards Misha. Misha has to false promise himself, but there's so much damage coming out. This Oracle is surely still going to fall at the end of it all. Iceberg pops the BKB, drops the Doom down onto the SF. They're just getting split up all over the place. NIP, they just don't know what to do here. They're having to run. The Sprouts out onto Charlie. Saberlight falls. Roger again with further Yule's control onto Charlie. He's popped the God Strength, but he has no strength at all as this Sven falls flat to the ground.
Ooh,
they're just getting rolled now by FlyToMoon. 10k lead, FlyToMoon with all 3 cores at the top. Saberlight just still entirely out of the game as this Viper.
Completely rolled, just like you said, and that Slardar even bought back. Like, we just mentioned how important it is for him to find that first item that he needs, but he even buybacks in that last fight. And why do you even fight there if you're NIP? Give away the tier 2, run away, farm somewhere else, fight a different day. No, not exactly there. You're still playing into an Aegis. What's the point?
Just the execution from FlyToMoon in these team fights here, it's terrifying. They're just making it seemingly impossible for NIP to do anything when it comes to the 5-on-5s.
All the items that they have definitely does make that a little bit easier for them. Especially this one that Morphling is carrying, that's the Aegis. And once he gets the Skadi, the game for Sven becomes increasingly difficult.
I mean, what's the play for NIP? I mean, when you don't have the God Strength, at least you can't do anything at all. I mean, even with it, they're struggling to get Charlie in position to actually punch in. Heading over, looking to Iceberg. Iceberg's got BKB ready to pop, and there's just Soulbound and Feared again. The Fear's going to push back the 3 of them. Iceberg just charges the Nature's Wrath. It's huge.
What are they doing?
Double kill for Iceberg. I mean, it sort of just seems like NIP's phoned it in at this stage. They've just lost.
This is GG.
It's over. It's over. It doesn't matter. You've got to end this game. Whatever was going on here was nowhere near good enough from NIP. FlyToMoon they just broke them. They just absolutely crushed them in that last 5 minutes of play, and it just looked like NIP lost the plot.
They definitely did. It looked that way, and I completely. When I saw them try to go for that Doom, you realize that he has a BKB, right? You're still trying to go for him, and all your stuns are kind of telegraphed. You can't kill him. These players, they know they can't kill him, but they still try. That's a move of desperation right there.
Yeah,
nothing more. They are broken. Their soul was broken in this game.
Yeah, they've got to pick it up. I mean, this is, again, we've seen multiple series in this tournament where NIP it seems like FlyToMoon's their kryptonite. FlyToMoon just seem to have their number every single time. And again, in this game, FlyToMoon just playing excellently across the board, making those quick moves. That read to be able to get the Roche, really nice itemization across the board. We're seeing like the Yule Scepters coming out in general. That in itself was
Solar
just,
Crest as well.
Yeah, excellent build from General. They just outclassed them.
Yeah, the laning, the worst thing is NIP had the best possible laning stage, besides maybe mid lane in which Doom did well.
Yeah, like the Morph got destroyed. He was what, 3 CS at 4 minutes in, and then at the end of the game, V-Tune's like, who cares about the laning stage?
Yeah,
you know, V-Tune was popping off by the end of it.
Yeah, he didn't have anything in the laning stage. Like the bottom lane, he dies twice in a row. He has to run top. I think the biggest issue for NIP is they experimented with this Viper offlane, but they didn't really figure out all the pieces, like how does this Viper offlane work?
Sure.
And where can you position him throughout the game, not only in the laning stage?
Yeah, and had an incredible fall off, unfortunately, for Saberlight on that Viper offlane in the rest of it. But a pretty abrupt end, 22 minutes in, Tier 2 still up. They called it. I mean, understandably so, the game very much felt like it was over as FlyToMoon just dominating NIP in this game 1.
They really, really did. And I mean, I'm with you guys. 5 minutes in, I thought this game was going to be the other way around. Ninjas in Pyjamas, you know, they fell to FlyToMoon 4 times in quick succession before this. And I figured they're coming into this with a new plan. And the first 5 minutes, I thought, wow, this is a great plan. This plan is working, Jenkins. It was not, though.
It looked good. I mean, I kudos to NIP for trying it. They haven't had that many days to figure out, like Lizard was saying. It's hard to figure out how to integrate a hero that no other teams are really experimenting with. It's mostly pub players that are doing this Viper offlane thing. Oh man, it was going really well. But I think the most important thing for me today is that Iceberg showed up. Good Iceberg showed up. Because honestly, there's Iceberg when he's having these shit days, and sometimes it's just crappy games. And then he shows up in the next game and he looks like a complete god. He looked like a god in this game. That rotation towards top, dooming the SF, who was snowballing, having a really good game, and then punishing the Sven and the Oracle because they were in this defensive tri-lane forced by the Morphling rotating. That was an amazing rotation. Just completely preying on the fact that initially the Morphling he died after TPing. So he had to walk top, this defensive tri-lane occurred, and then Iceberg's like, that's the lane I'm going to. You guys are going to be under-leveled. Take your tower at 6 minutes into the game. Just beautiful. Just amazing Dota.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Because Iceberg, especially on heroes that aren't necessarily like be-all, end-all playmakers, because Doom needs a +1 in 99% of situations. And Iceberg's the kind of player who doesn't want to have the +1. But I think FlyToMoon has been enabling him on this more utility style of mid lane where he can shine on a hero like Doom. And so having the supporting staff around it, even without it being like the core supporting staff, because VTune had an atrocious early game. Having to walk of shame your way into a defensive tri-lane is no Morphling player wants to have to endure that. But yeah, this is the rotation that basically started setting everything in stone. And after that, yeah, it just seemed like FlyToMoon NIP were lost. Like they were saying during the cast, every single team fight, they were getting scattered. It was not necessarily like a giant net worth advantage or anything. It was just coordination.
It was also like FlyToMoon was very aware that they were going to make this a quick game. Because we saw the Yules builds on both Prophet and Willow, which is traditionally not the greatest item against the Sven that is going to build an Axe. But they realized, you know what, if we kite him before he gets one, then the game is never going to get to the point where that's a problem.
Yeah, that was a really interesting build from General. I gotta say, the Willow, it's like, okay, well, even when the Sven gets the Ags, you can aggressively use the Yules on Willow.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much on Nature's Prophet, but I think you mentioned it, Tsunami, that you can just kite the Sven during his ultimate with multiple Yules. It doesn't matter how much status resist he builds, which we saw. He went for this on Junior, he was going for the Satanic, right? He was going for this status resist build. You just Yules, you just kite him. What are you going to BKB because you're getting Yules by 2 people? Like,
yeah.
It's a conundrum. It's a real problem.
That was the old strat against like Lycan. Whenever Lycan was dominant, it was like, no spells are going to work, but if I just continuously Yules him, then he's not going to be able to deal any damage.
And how was Roger able to get so much money? And like, he got the same amount as Saberlight on his Viper.
To be fair, Saberlight had a rough game.
He did.
That was a rough one. I actually played Viper in a pub recently. I think I was against Charlie. And it went about the same way. Dumpster the laning phase, and then just relentless feeding from then on. You're just so slow.
Yeah.
The hero's great at laning, but you're so slow that it doesn't matter how defensive you build. If they go on you, you're out of position, you're just dead. And I gotta say,
you buy back.
Then you buy back.
And you do it again.
Die again.
Die back.
I think he probably, looking back at that game, I would love to ask him, just out of curiosity, but I bet he'll look at that game and be like, I went the wrong build on Viper. He did not max his passive. He went max Q and then max W. That is very greedy. You're so squishy when you're supposed to be the frontlining guy. and it doesn't really scale by that much damage, the W. It's actually quite effective as a level 1 point. So that was like the epitome of greed, basically, which the game was going very well for them, so I understand why he started going for that build, but I bet he regretted it.
Even in the draft, we were mentioning how Oracle would have theoretically only had to worry about saving the Sven, because he had a Slardar on his team, he had a Viper on his team. These are typically inherently very tanky heroes, but Era on the Slardar was very, very shut down. He would basically just corrosive haze for vision, so that Charlie would be like, I need to know to not go over here, because that's where their heroes are. It rarely ever was used offensively, and the Viper, like you said, without having the passive, just looked like paper against this team. So it was a fun experiment, but now they are 5-0 against
But
But
is there a but?
I think there's a but.
Okay.
I think there's a but. I believe the laning phase in the early game going very well for NIP. The fact that they surprised us with this draft, I think this bodes well for them. Now, I'm worried about psychologically, can they handle playing against these guys a 5th game in a row and getting completely shit-stomped after losing the lane? I'm worried about that. But if they can shake that off, if they can do the game 2, that game didn't happen, we're just playing a best of 2 now, we have to win both games. Like I think they're good, you know?
I will say that when we saw them play against each other on Sunday, because it's not that long ago, it was Sunday, 2 days ago, they were also about 20-minute games each.
That's not good.
And this was 22 minutes.
That's not good, Cheever.
That's
really not good.
I actually think it was more even in the group stages. Like, I don't know why. You know, Dota is like everybody has their own ideas about Dota, and that's what makes it great, because some ideas work, and it's not only one idea that works, it's like multiples. But that also leaves a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors scenario to sometimes happen, where in this case it looks like, you know, we just have the rock on the side of FlyToMoon and the scissors on the side of Ninja Pyjamas, and they can't figure out paper.
And if we look at trends also, you were saying that NIP tends to throw out their carry pick whenever he loses. And so Sven was their secret sauce in their Cyber Legacy series, and now you got to throw that out.
Do they go back to the Void?
Great question.
I think they could. The Void, you know, lends itself to a completely different play style than the Sven. The Sven is about taking these kind of long engagements with the God Strength, with the Aghanims, and, you know, bursting people down. It's a very specific thing that you're doing with that Sven, minus armor strats and such. With the Void, it's like these crazy team fight ultimates, cataclysms from Invoker stuff. It's a totally different thing. So if they want to shake it up, I feel like that's definitely a really great place to go if they think, okay, maybe FlyToMoon won't be able to deal with that. Because I don't think they've done that in any game versus FlyToMoon. I recall in the series that the first series, it was all about the Morphling Lifestealer. And the second series, it was all about the TB Drow, that sort of thing, the range carries, not this Void team fighting thing. We've never seen this between these two teams. We don't know who does this better.
What's the paper?
Maybe that's the paper.
Maybe that's the paper. Put Saberlight on a hero that can actually do something other than a Viper, because that was not in his wheelhouse, it seemed.
Yeah. And when we saw them yesterday, I mean, we saw Ninja Pyjamas do great yesterday. We talked to Saberlight, it's like, wow, these games felt so easy. This is what we wanted to play like.
I'd said it, talk was cheap, and I mean, I will say that the redeeming factor, like Jenkins said, is that they were expanding their horizons in terms of the draft. Like, we had no idea that they had this flex potential to turn the Viper into an offlane. Even though it wasn't successful, the fact that they're experimenting with it is inspiring.
Yeah.
But
I like that. Great.
You know, you kind of got to win afterwards.
Inspiring. I hope they don't get turned away from the Sven, though, because I don't think that he was the problem here. They knew how to deal with it, but I kind of feel like it could still have worked.
You know, I don't know about that. It's not a FlyToMoon or NIP thing, but do you guys feel like people are getting better at dealing with the Sven in general?
Absolutely.
I think people are just learning, going for these like disjoints.
But what about yesterday?
Rules to kite. Well, they're playing against, was it Cyber Legacy? Cyber
Legacy is the top of their group, undefeated.
Yeah, but we've been seeing these divine teams play the immortal teams, and there is a clear dichotomy.
You know what?
Right.
It actually, like, I didn't think the difference would be that big.
Yeah.
And this is crazy because we've seen these two that both came from the immortal bracket, and now there's one wiping the floor with the other, and you still have to accept that the person, or the team rather, that is being wiped here, in this case Ninja Pyjamas, is still so much better than the top.
This is true.
Of the rest. It's like, it's crazy. Dota 2.
To be fair, FlyToMoon at the start, they were not in good form.
No.
They were looking for their for their mojo.
They had the same group stage score as NIP.
Yeah,
NIP,
that's why they played tiebreak.
Right, exactly. So like NIP was able to beat Liquid, and then FlyToMoon beat NIP.
Right, and I think NIP was also doing the same thing, where they were also kind of copying strats and figuring out their thing. It's just that FlyToMoon have really figured it out. They're kind of like Amazon stocks post-COVID, and we'll say NIP is like Bitcoin post-January 2019.
Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I don't know if there's like a Bezos equivalent on FlyToMoon, but I'm investing. I'm investing right now.
Yeah.
They're droning in, and
but their stocks are high right now. Maybe they're going to go down.
For a crash.
What do you think? You think it's gonna? You think it's gonna get Bezos level?
If they were still in Immortal, then I would say yes. But right now they're kind of punching in the Divine bracket. I think they can be a big fish in a small pond over here.
Okay.
I think Ninjas in Pyjamas mentally is not going to get into the right spot anymore in this series. I think they're going to drop down. This is upper bracket, by the way. There's going to be a low bracket for whoever loses the series. So the pressure is not that much on just yet. I think, like, how do you come back from a game like that? You think you have this great plan and it starts great, and then everything falls apart. You're going to start doubting yourself. They're going to try to doubt themselves. Well, they're going to out-mind game themselves in the next game. I don't know if you, like, at that point, what works, you know? You can't really think to go back to your base strat because the base strats didn't work either. I don't know. It's difficult.
This is where you like need a Seb equivalent on your team. If you don't have a guy that is able to mentally rally everybody together, it doesn't just magically happen. All of the teams that I've been on that have been remotely capable of beating actual teams have always had one guy like that.
Was it you?
It was not me. That's not
really. I can picture you just saying slay, slay, slay.
Here's a problem. This has actually got me kicked off a lot of teams. Replaced with Monkeys Forever. Thanks for that, Monkeys Forever, for always being where I replace them, by the way. And the team disbands right after usually. But
not bitter.
What?
Not bitter.
Absolutely not. Not after all these years.
Go on.
I would always make jokes. I'd be like, make self-deprecating. People do not like that.
Really?
Because it's demotivating. It's like,
oh, you gotta have the confidence.
You gotta have the confidence, yeah. So if I were to go back, I would definitely change. But that's like,
So you're basically talking yourself down. It's like, oh, this lane sucks. I'm stuck in here. What do you mean?
No, I wouldn't say to like an annoying degree, but I'd just be like, I don't know. It's hard to like. I would have to know the context, but just making jokes, trying to make light of it. And I think within a competitive environment, there's a threshold you can cross for that. And the same thing goes for like these motivational speeches. Like sometimes you need to be stern. Sometimes you need to say like, listen. You need to play more of this hero. Like you need to get better. You're playing like shit. Like you can do so much better. Like these things, there's so many elements to it. I mean, just social psychology.
But people are also triggered / motivated by different things, right? Some people might be motivated very, very hard when you're saying, great job, let's do that again. Right. And some people is like, oh my God, you're absolute dog trash. Please get better. Some people get, motivated by that.
Right, you got your Kuros, you got your Sebs, you got your Puppies, like all of these people, No-Tail, like all of these people are such different leaders, PPD. Do
you have a favorite leader that you know? Like what type of leader, what type of captain would you want to be? Or, wait, you're never the captain, right?
No, way too incompetent. Way too incompetent.
Just checking.
Yeah.
What
There's
type
that
of
self-deprecation coming into play again.
There you go.
Here
we go.
What type of captain would you want to play under?
Probably, I would say somebody who's motivating. I tend to, I've been complaining. I'm like minus 700 MMR in a week. It's like, but then when I first got here, I was super motivated, super happy. Plus 500.
Do you like it when players are vocal? Because I will make a dumb play that someone is confident about, way over making a smart play that everyone's like, you can go for it, I guess. And so I whenever someone's taking point, I'm a big fan of being micromanaged.
Sure. So that's like I think that's actually where we would have differing play styles and like prefer different captains. I actually prefer the idea of being really trusting each other. Yeah, having the natural synergy and being instinctively just good. Like everybody knows their role.
Yeah,
and it just kind of works. And instead of micromanaging and being a really good strategist and captain, instead you're trying to find the right combination of players. You're trying to find the right combination of instincts so that it can be. My argument is that it's faster.
Yeah,
but it might be unachievable aside from literally the top teams where you're basically having the stars align.
But it also makes sense because if you have a team where you're basically on the same page from minute 0, right? Then you don't need to talk, so you can leave the talk over to other things, and you're just
exactly.
Yeah, you're basically you're gonna be faster every time. If you know that you have to go, or if I say Jenkins go, there's split second difference. Oh, we're going into the draft. Look at that.
A couple of
Let's go to the draft.
We're going to the draft. But yeah, you're always going to be faster when you're playing with that instinct style. But
yeah, I think so.
I mean, Tsunami and myself, we're maybe not as good as you, so
Also
we might need more micromanaging.
Yeah.
So I'm on the same boat.
Also, I like not having the blood on my hands. If there's a bad play,
you play the blame game.
Exactly. So if someone told me to make a bad play, then it's like, I mean, I did what you told me to. As long as I have detection, as long as I put down the wards, the rest of it was your call, man.
Yeah, we played some party queue. I can confirm this. I can confirm that he's telling the truth right now, guys.
The important thing is that I'm obedient. All right.
All right. Let's see whose blood gonna be on whose hands in this game number 2. Is Legends in Pyjamas gonna be able to finally break through their kryptonite? We're gonna find out also if they're gonna try to change things up, or if they're going back to the Sven, or maybe to the Void. Right. They're starting off with the Clockwork right here, and they're gonna go up against an Oracle Tiny on the side of FlyToMoon. So there's already, like, if they would go for a Void, like, would you ever pick Void into an Oracle? Because you already have your save from the Chrono, right?
The new Void is, I say the new Void. I mean, the way that people play Void. Yeah, it's very different from the, you pick one save and you keep the guy alive, but no, they're going to go with the Nature's Prophet, which definitely doesn't care even remotely about an Oracle, because he just plays to push the map, plays to take fights that are 4v5 because he splits the map up first. I love this as an answer to, like, crazy team fight. It's just, you're never going to fight us 5 because I have Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they'll be giving it to Saberlight, because, again, I want to see him on more of a playmaking hero as opposed to the Viper, because I think that was their ultimate downfall.
It's the weird thing, because I don't know if Saberlight plays too much Nature's Prophet.
Right.
I don't know if Charlie does either. I feel like Charlie is on these harder carries.
No, yeah, I definitely hope it's not a Charlie Prophet. But
so, I don't know, maybe a mid Prophet, pause 5 Prophet. That's something that
that fell off, but I don't know why. I mean, the Treants got nerfed, but I didn't feel like it was significant enough.
They give less gold now.
Yeah.
So that's not bad.
Well, we got a couple of cores already banned. One of them is Sven, so we'll see what Ninja Pyjamas is going to be left with at the end.
Batrider ban makes me think that it probably is a core Nature's Prophet. Just such a good counter to that hero. You at any point, basically, Batrider has the tools to kill you in the game, and you can't really do much about it. You can't TP away because he'll just lasso you. He can find you in the trees no matter where the heck you go.
And the BO3 build is so common that he's nearly as mobile on the map as you are.
Yeah, exactly. Then again, you do have a Clockwork, so maybe you just don't want to. You want a hero that Clock can actually gank if you're playing pause 4 Clock, and Bat can just get out of the cogs. That is always a pretty annoying thing for Clockwork when you show up to a lane and it's like a Mirana. Oh, I'm gonna go mid. It's a Queen of Pain. Oh, I'm gonna go to the safe lane. It's a Batrider. It's like, you know, that's a horrible draft, but you gotta get what I'm saying. Heroes you just can't kill.
Especially not if you let General play the Batrider.
Yeah, seriously.
Don't want to go up against that. He's a beast.
I'm kind of glad that it's not going to be super teamfight oriented, as we were kind of insinuating with something like a Faceless Void pick, because I think when it comes to 5-on-5 engagements, FlyToMoon look really coordinated, like scary coordinated, and it's not just against NIP, it's just in general. They seem very much on the same page, especially with Iceberg coming into more comfort with utility cores. So I think if it was just head-to-head, teamfight v teamfight, FlyToMoon just look better.
Yeah, I agree. I think the very first game where they had the Lifestealer and they were constantly in and out with the Infest, like Infest bombing multiple different heroes, saving people with the Infest. They were saving the Lifestealer. Every teammate was saving the Lifestealer at some point. Like their synergy seems kind of insane, and it's impressive because Roger's new to the team, right? He's their new position 4, so really fitting in quite well, it looks like.
Yep, and every game so far that they've played against NIP, it has been fighting from minute 15 onwards, so I don't know.
Winning from minute 22 before.
Yeah, I mean, it really is.
You got
it's
7 minutes.
They start winning. Like, but what do you do when you're NIP? Do you want to try to survive that phase, or do you want to fight into that? Because fighting into that seems very scary. But surviving, they've tried that before as well, and it didn't really work either way.
It looks like they're doubling down on surviving.
All right, we'll see. Terrorblade coming out there.
Man, even just with a Tiny, I'm already scared for this Terrorblade. There's just the magic burst potential without any save for NIP or any heals in the lane. Even tossbacks, like Terrorblade's a very slow hero in general. I don't know why they went for it here.
Yeah, farm Tiny. If he has decent items, can make a TV look really bad. Honestly.
Yeah, and Roger's more than capable of getting that kind of farm.
Yeah, he has in the previous games. If it is a Roger, they could also just do Iceberg Tiny. That's kind of his bread and butter.
Yep. Sand King coming out. You like General and Sand King? We've seen a lot more +3 Sand Kings or maybe position 4s that are really farmed, aka Taiga. Do we like the Sand King now? Because I remember like a week during these 4 weeks here together, there was 1 week where everybody hated on Sand King.
Okay. That was some specific people. Okay. I don't think that was either of us.
No, it wasn't.
I actually like the Sand King.
I was on the fence until Veil became immensely popular. Now I'm a big Sand King believer.
I liked it before. I like the...
Oh, hipster. Sand King hipster
I like
right here.
Before it was cool.
Listen, I was spamming this hero, okay, when it got
yeah?
changed. I like the fact that you have a choice now. You have 2 builds. You can go for the max Burrow build and then go points in Caustic, and you can be this killer. You can be really active, or you can go for the max Sandstorm build, and you can defend lanes and make it impossible to push towers, which is exactly what NIP wants to do with these heroes. They want to push towers, so I think the Sandstorm build would be really good. And then it just completely decimates illusion heroes. It's magic damage versus these high armor agi guys. Like you just crush. You crush the illusions with either build.
The Terrorblade Enchantress lane. We saw that earlier today, didn't we? That crushed, actually.
Yeah.
This was the Terrorblade that actually won against the Arc Warden. But can NIP do it?
That seemed like a game in a vacuum, though. That, like we had mentioned on the earlier panel, that Arc Warden didn't necessarily seem particularly seasoned on the hero. And so...
A very nice way. You're so polite.
Very diplomatic.
Edge case scenario there that the Terrorblade came out on top. The lane did look good, though. It's just against all this sustained magic damage. There's so much magic damage that this Terrorblade needs to be worried about.
And then you have the counter of the Morphling, too, versus the Terrorblade. You just steal meta, and you're a better version of TV. That's the classic counter. And FlyToMoon has proven numerous times that they really understand how to play around and with this Morphling hero. So I am definitely concerned for NIP in that sense, but we have seen Terrorblades. This is the type of hero. If he has 1 item on you, it doesn't matter who the hell you are or how much you counter him. He's going to destroy you.
But does it not seem a little bit like FlyToMoon is also gearing up towards a longer game? Or am I just being fooled by Morphling?
V-Tune on Morphling always seems immensely flexible. Like we saw in that last game that he got completely obliterated in the laning phase and still became a force to be reckoned with like 15 minutes later. And so he's very good at reading the game on Morphling, knowing when to participate in fights, when it's going to be a farming contest between him and the enemy hard carry. So while I see where you're coming from, I think that FlyToMoon will kind of play it by ear, or specifically V-Tune will play it by ear, depending on how Iceberg in general are doing.
Fair. Alright, last ban. They already removed the Grimstroke. They are expecting that Tiny and the Sand King to be cores, so they're looking into Roger's heroes. Or maybe even into Always Wanna Fly hero, depending on who's going to play that Oracle, of course. But anything in particular that you feel like FlyToMoon is lacking?
I would love to see the Puck, honestly. I feel like Puck would dumpster the TB in the game, and you have this liquid combo that they're doing. Okay, they go for the Zeus, so
More magic.
Hard counter the Terrorblade.
And still some flex potential between Iceberg and I guess maybe 4-position Zeus, if that's viable still. I know his mana regen got nerfed significantly.
That was a sick combo, actually.
Yeah.
Zeus Sand King. That was about literally. I'm gonna say it's literally the only lane that Zeus 4 was viable in because you deward the sentries.
Exactly.
And Sand King, Sand King doesn't lose lanes. Period. If he gets the sentry. If he gets the sentry. So Zeus Sand King. I think this is probably going to be General playing the Zeus just because I know he really loves the hero.
Oh, but you do think it's going to be a side lane Zeus, though, not as Iceberg Zeus.
Because the thing is, they did ban out Storm, so they were leaving that option open also for a mid lane. Ooh, Visage last.
Visage.
Well, we'll see. I'm super on the fence about where the Zeus is going to go, actually, because I love the Zeus Sand King lane in this game. I think it'll give Sand King such a good game.
And I think him going Sandstorm build is also like perfect in this situation as well, because you talked about the 2 different builds.
Defend towers.
Exactly. And so if you're able to keep this Prophet and this Terrorblade, and even the Visage now, who's also notorious tower pusher, and buy enough time for this Morphling to come online, then NIP have their work cut out for them. But I do like the Visage pick quite a bit. as we do see the odds definitely, unsurprisingly, favoring FlyToMoon. I mean, 5-0. 5-0. I'm actually impressed that they're this close.
These
odds.
are close. These are close.
Is the draft close? Because you guys are both seeming to lean towards FlyToMoon.
I think NIP has to play this incredibly well in the first 15 minutes to win with their push strat. They do have an immense amount of push.
They played very well in the first 15 minutes of previous game.
That's
the
true.
The first 17 minutes they have to play well.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem kind of tunnel vision-y, because normally whenever we see a Terrorblade, people are like, oh yeah, Zeus would be a great hero in this situation because of all the magic damage. And then you kind of go all in on that strategy if you do go for the Zeus as opposed to going to more mixed damage. So that would be the downfall of FlyToMoon, but I'm still leaning that way.
All right, well, let's find out if Ninjas in Pyjamas is finally able to transform into paper, which is a rock, paper, scissors reference, by the way. Let's head into the second game of the series with ODPixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, second game ready to go of NIP and FlyToMoon. Of course, that last game, a bit of a rough one for NIP. We're seeing them coming with the Terrorblade this time. They've certainly got the magical burst though on FlyToMoon. Lots of ways to really make sure this Terrorblades game is not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, I'm going to agree completely with what Panel said. They need to have a good starting 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But in this kind of a game, even that doesn't really put them so far ahead that they're going to win. Because they have absolutely no catch for this Morphling. You have Clockwork, right? And that's pretty much it. After that, this Morphling, it looks like a very, very easy game for him.
Yeah, and we saw last game, right, how much the Morph could do. And a Morph as well that was slowed down at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Very little CS in the first few minutes, and it just didn't matter. I mean, where does sort of the strengths lie elsewhere in NIP's lineup? But like, what are they going to be able to do that could necessarily counter what FlyToMoon's tried to bring to this game?
So there are obviously some negatives to their draft, but obviously because of that there are some positives as well. This Visage perhaps is a pretty good pick for them.
Is it a good Visage game, would you say?
It's a really good Visage game, especially if Iceberg is playing mid on Zeus.
And
This is a lane Visage is going mid. This is a lane that you're fine with. You buy sticks, after that Hood, perhaps a pipe for your team. It's a pretty good Visage game. And you also have heroes that can play fast with you. You have Nature Prophet, you have Enchantress and Clock. You can definitely pressure towers early on, which is what every Visage player wants to do.
Yeah, I imagine what in terms of the lane matchup itself, you shouldn't die
right
to the Zeus, and then when you hit the 6, you got a chance of killing him.
You definitely shouldn't die. Unless you get severely outplayed by the Zeus, you shouldn't die. You're both trading, last hits there. Overall, Visage isn't a strong laner versus anything, but Zeus doesn't pressure you, and that's what's important. You can always self-sustain yourself with a stick, a couple of tangos, and that's it. So it should be a solid lane.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. One thing that, I mean, how does sort of Visage do in a game where there's a Morph about? Because is Morph not one of the heroes that can kill the familiars very easily with his high damage, high attack speed?
No. It doesn't really matter for the familiars because of your armor, right? Because of your layers of armor. The thing is, however, you don't pressure the Morphling himself very much either. If you get that Aghanims or Hex, perhaps, which I believe NIP has to get on at least on one hero this game. Your Visage needs a Hex later on, or the Nature's Prophet. One of these two, definitely. After that, Morphling can suffer a little bit, but usually what happens in teamfights, they kind of ignore each other, because you don't want to pop that T-Blade on a Visage, and the Visage doesn't really want to be very aggressive on the Morphling either.
Is this the way to play the Visage nowadays? Supreme queuing up the Midas on the Visage?
That's actually very interesting. I think level 15 talent on Visage is huge. He's very level dependent, and I think that's one of the reasons why people are going for this Midas build.
Let's see how these side lanes do. So top lane, General and Roger up against Misha and Charlie. There's Terrorblade, Ench against the SK Tiny. Bottom lane, V2. This time round, probably going to have a bit of a better start than he did in game 1 when it came to CSing as well. This lane, V2 is going to farm right down here.
Yeah, this lane is way, way easier. Yeah. As long as always wanna fly stays safe and doesn't feed way too much on this bottom lane, VTune isn't going to do the same. Like he's completely fine. He has waveform, you can't kill him in the Sprout, you can't kill him in the Cogs. You can farm under the tower. It's a pretty easy lane for him. The top lane, however, I would say is a nerd kind of a lane, in which you really have to think about what you're doing here. You have to think about the sentries, creep skips, and perhaps even... Are you gonna get him?
No, he's chilling. I mean, Joe, he just walked straight into the midst of the two of them. I mean, he knew what he was doing. He was getting the XP for level 2, so either way, even if they did try and chase him, he would have had the availability to drop a skill point into whichever ability would have saved him.
A pretty solid play from him overall. On the mid lane as well, you can see Zeus is winning, but he's not denying a lot. And that's all you care about on the Visage
Just
lane.
getting the levels.
Yeah, you just want to get that level 6 as soon as possible. After that, the lane is completely yours and Zeus can't really threaten you any longer.
And as things progress on this top lane, I imagine this is a lane where Charlie is going to have to be careful, right? The tiny and sanking, once they have like this level 3, it's a lot of magical damage that's going to have to be dealt with. And already seizing an opportunity to toss back Misha into the avalanche. He's got the Fairy Fire and the heals. Is it enough to keep him safe? A couple more hits to do it. They can't quite get it. Attendants do keep Misha alive.
That's still level 2 though. If they waited a little bit and tried to go for this when they're both level 3, this enchantment, yeah, they're getting the kill. Not only on her, they can get the kill easily on the Terrorblade as well. And you asked about Charlie and how that lane is for him. It's not even about the lane. Throughout the game, he has to be very careful how he positions himself, because you'll have General and Tiny jumping on top.
I mean, that's the thing. It definitely looks like a game in which, you know, unless the TB is sort of an item ahead. Oh, Saberlight will manage to get away. They'll turn onto V-Tune. He did waveform in aggressively for this. The Battery Assault bringing him down low. Always Want to Fly trying to come into tank some of the Battery Assault, and it'll do it. Always Want to Fly. Will he go down for this attempt? He won't. He's got the Fairy Fire. He's going to live there. Lovely moves here from the Oracle, as if he didn't come across that Battery Assault, it would have killed V-Tune.
Yeah, that was really well played from him. They go on
lane.
Charlie.
They're in on him. The heals from Misha helping out though. Attendance again, saving the two of them, but still you're definitely starting to feel the pressure that FlyToMoon can use on this top lane.
Yeah, on top lane, FlyToMoon are pressuring on the bottom lane.
Oh, error. Okay, didn't stop Iceberg from getting the rune bottled, and you also gave him first blood. That Supreme ain't gonna be too happy.
Oh, he's not happy at all. He might even die here. Iceberg. Oh,
damn. Oh, yeah, Supreme is not happy right now.
Oh, Era.
He is not happy with Era.
Not only did he not deny him the bot, maybe he can get the kill here?
Okay. Yes, he should. There's no further regen, so redeemed. Redeemed. Era gets a good burst to XP. Supreme's still going to be a little salty that he didn't get anything out of it, but at least something for the team as a whole.
Oh man, if he didn't get that kill, he's sweating right now. I'm going to tell you that. That's hard. That's hard, because your Visage was level 4. Zeus hit that kill on Clockwork, got level 5, then killed the Visage mid and got level 6. That's huge, because suddenly you have kill potential on this Visage.
Top lane. Oh! Yep. And if he didn't get that kill on Era to get the kill on Supreme, he wouldn't have had 6, which just got him a kill on Charlie.
Exactly.
It's the domino effect.
Zeus is such a snowballing hero. If he gets these levels early enough, suddenly you'll see a Veil or whatever he wants to buy coming in a little bit earlier. This suddenly shifted the state of the game completely. Suddenly NIP, they're feeling the pressure across the map.
Yeah.
But you know what, last game they won the lanes hard and then they lost, so maybe this is the play.
I mean, it's still early days. It's still close, 3 for 2, less than 1k in it. But they've got to keep their cool after that's a sort of knock-on effect after that mid play. Iceberg again, able to get the rune bottled up. Still holding the lead in that mid lane. Top lane, Charlie still able to find farm. 25 last hits on the TB.
He's only level 4, he doesn't really want to abandon the lane, but then again Roger is rotating so much that he's not pressured, and because of that, this top lane so far is going at least fine for the CS of TB. Actually, Supreme going for a really interesting build. He maxed out the Grave Chill. Didn't really get a lot into the armor. Now this build...
Okay, what does this sort of do for you?
So this isn't really a weird build like half a year ago or a year ago, because it gives you the ability to kill with your birds. But right now, mostly what you're going for is either Soul Assumption or armor. Because the burst damage from Soul Assumption, if anyone on your team has Veil, is incredible. Even if you get armor, you just don't die to a Zeus.
Like top lane, Iceberg, Charlie's not got any help, he's alone. Iceberg having an absolute smasher of a game. At 7 minutes in, this Zeus starting to take over big time. And it's a scary game for Zeus to take over. You're playing a safe lane TB, this Terrorblade is going to get severely bullied by a well-leveled Zeus.
They need to find a way to deal with him. And they do have some heroes that do well, right? You have Clockwork with the hookshot, with the cogs, plus the Nature's Prophet can TP behind him. You must do that before he gets that one evasive item like a 4-stack, because after that things get much harder. Yeah, so far for FlyToMoon, lanes are going extremely well. Visage is on top of the net worth after Zeus, but after that he's followed by Sand King and V-Tune's Morph.
Yeah, it's again, Iceberg, he's finding every rune, he's able to just constantly stay on the map. It's being reflected in his net worth. 1,000 ahead of anyone else right now at just this early 8-minute mark. You're going to see some very fast items coming out in Zeus this game.
And you can see Roger understand that he has Zeus on his side, right? So he's just scouting behind, putting these wards. This is basically to see when Terrorblade goes into the jungle, and then the two of them can pretty much kill him alone.
Level 5 with the Toss Avalanche and a Thunder God's Wrath, that'll kill Charlie. Right now. As mid lane, they're getting aggressive onto the Zeus. They've caught him. Iceberg will fall. A very needed movement there from NIP.
That's exactly what they needed, right? The Prophet plus the Clockwork initiation together with the Visage. You definitely do kill him before he gets that first evasive item.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And you can start pressuring these towers, which really is what their lineup is supposed to be doing at this point. Always want to fly.
See, they're going to try and hold on to the mid lane here, but NIP, they're able to get in onto the Oracle. Always want to fly, goes down to the Soul Assumption, gets the round to the two of them. Meanwhile, though, Roger's able to take down Charlie, comes in with a combo. Charlie goes down, and the tip-in's out. You saw earlier when Iceberg went down, Charlie was quick to send him a tip. So a lot of focus and emotion, as it seems, in particular, between Charlie and the lineup of FlyToMoon. You can expect these tips to continue flowing this game.
Yeah, Charlie is a little bit of an interesting fellow.
Well, what's he like in the pubs? I feel like Charlie's the one that seems to have a bit of a history with some of these players when it comes to the games.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of games with him recently.
Okay.
But before,
so he might be a changed man.
Yeah, he might be a changed man, but back in the day, I remember there was some toxicity involved, a little bit.
Just a little?
Just a little bit.
Okay, okay.
Overall, though, you can see that these two wards from Tiny are so good. Roger planted one on the top lane here. He sees Charlie. The other one is at the triangle over here, and he's just scouting constantly. He has this another smoke. Oh.
Where? Can he finish the... Roger? He's going to get the toss back. It's not enough to save him. I mean, V-Tune's by his side. And will still commit onto the Tiny. It's Supreme. He really wants that kill. My goodness, he wants it, and he doesn't. Oh, he does get it with the help of the Nature's Wrath. Costs him his life, though, and one of his familiars, maybe even two. Yep, both familiars. That is a hashtag not worth there from Supreme.
That's a big hashtag not worth, because I think Clock might have even killed him alone. The only way he survives is if you get close enough for the toss, right? He gets close enough, Clock gets tossed out.
Oh, I see what you mean. If he didn't give a toss target.
Yeah, a toss target, because he still had quite a bit of
He would have been able to
battery
stay on
assault.
top of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. What we're seeing from Iceberg. Do you like this as well? I mean, this game, just a quick 4-star, suddenly impossible for...
Yeah, no doubt.
Very hard for them to make any players. The counters of the cogs counter to the Grave Chill, counter to the Sprout. Yeah. It's all around just a fantastic 4-star.
It's actually a fantastic item versus Visage as well.
Yeah. Damn, easy kills. Iceberg, he just keeps reeling them in. Top lane, General and Roger. They'll find another.
Man, this lineup of NIP, they can't stand alone on the map. If they stay anywhere, Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, even Visage, they just fall so easily. You have so much burst on FlyToMoon.
Yeah, NIP, they can't afford to keep slipping up like this. I mean, we've literally seen this story many times before. FlyToMoon versus NIP. FlyToMoon just cannot help destroying them every single time they've gone up against them in this tournament. And here in this game too, it's looking again to be a solid start for FlyToMoon. Supreme goes for an attempt on to Always Want to Fly. He'll be able to save himself with a false promise. And Supreme is going to try and go for Iceberg. Won't be able to do so.
He just had to stop him from all these aggressive movements, from all the thunder arcs and whatnot. So he turns a little bit, but he knows he does not have a chance of killing that Zeus. This lineup of NIP was supposed to be doing really well right now, and that's the problem. That's the biggest issue for them.
Era. He's going in for this. He's got backup. Saberlight and Misha come in. It should be a dead Roger. He's trapped underneath the tower. They get the kill. Roger's punished, but space is there. FlyToMoon, they might not be able to finish the top tier 1 tower. It does end up getting denied, but they get the mid one instead. V-Tune getting a lot of space on this Morphling already, sailing up towards the top of the board. We saw what he did in a game where he had to make a comeback. This time, he's been ahead for the entirety of it.
Yeah, that's a lot of space being made. Not only was the top tower denied, they also take the mid-tier one. That's 2 towers out of the game, which shrinks the map so much for this Terrorblade that's supposed to be farming safely on his side of the map. Suddenly you will have Sand King with, let's say, a dagger, same goes for Tiny. It becomes very difficult for Charlie to play and farm. There we go, the Blink Dagger on General completed.
They get the jump on Charlie, he's just dead. Oh, okay. He's going for the illusions. General, he has been dusted. Always Want to Fly. He's going to try and keep him safe. Era, he's actually gone for the kills on the side, so a little split up. They do still get General, but they'll lose Era for it. V-Tune only held in place for the moment being. The Familiars do finish off Always Want to Fly, so NIP, they've found a couple. Can they get anything more from this, though? V-Tune and Iceberg. Little speedy Supreme. Not quite going to have the catch on V-Tune as he's away with the waveform, but NIP, that is 2 for 1. And now in position to push in onto mid with Charlie in the meta. They should be able to take this tier 1 down.
That's really well played. That's really, really well played from NIP, even though they're a little bit behind. 4K behind at 14 minutes in isn't really little. That's a big thing. But they also recognized exactly how FlyToMoon will play. They want to invade your jungle, they want to pressure the Stevie, so why not just wait for them on the high ground? Which is what they did, and they repelled this first aggressive movement from FlyToMoon. It's really important.
Yeah, they just need a bit more of that NIP here to swing this around. General. It's looking for that bounty room, won't be able to get it. Era is able to pick it up in time. Iceberg's coming across with the follow-up burst, but Era is able to make it out. Quick shot over to more towards the mid lane will save him.
And that was pretty good for Era. He got the bounty, he also got out.
I'll take your tribute.
Roger, however, Charlie.
Oh, have they got the burst? Get the Sunder off this time round. No Thunder God's Wrath was available to back him up. And Roger might just die to this as the illusion is chasing him. And he's going to get popped. Era hitting the shot with a rocket flare. Over towards the river as well. They've caught Always Want to Fly. He's false promised himself, but they have the damage and the control with the Treant Micro to take down another. It's NIP starting to get some kills going their way now.
Okay, so I have to say FlyToMoon, they're making some very basic mistakes. You're ahead. All your main initiator have daggers, your Tiny and your Sand King. That doesn't necessarily mean that you get to play alone afterwards, right? Like, if you continue playing alone, you're giving them an opportunity of coming back, which NIP is gladly taking. They kill off the Tiny. Iceberg.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Misha might be dead.
Yeah, Roger. The combo. These heroes will continue to burst anyone that comes out alone until BKB's glimmers are online.
If you're an IP, you're fine with that. It's your position 5 that died. At the same time, you pressured the bottom lane. You opened up the map for Charlie. It's not the biggest thing if an Enchantress dies, as long as you're making them use spells and resources.
Radiant are scanning.
And we have at least the hood done here for Saberlights, who shouldn't get popped as easily by the blink combo they're going for. NIP, they're going to try and hit FlyToMoon with the smoke, coming in with the wrap around. They're going to find Iceberg. Oh, that's a dream way to start. That's the catch they want to find here, pushing him back with the cogs into the familiar stuns.
Really, really good play.
Yeah.
He had haste there, but he used force too soon. Era hooked him after the force staff, and then he had no way out. But man, NIP, they're playing really, really well when it comes to these rotations. They're doing everything on point. They're realizing where FlyToMoon wants to play, and they're punishing them with these smoke rotations.
Now VTune, he's got the meta form, but can't really chase into this here. Saberlight's coming over. General and VTune still aggressively stepping up into the high ground. General, he even wants to go. He's going to go in with the Burrow Strike. Roger's in as well with the Avalanche Toss. Era's pretty tanky though. Era will finally pop as VTune looks to turn on towards Saberlight. This Morphling hitting pretty darn hard. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out, but they've lost Roger. Now turning with a familiar stun control onto VTune. VTune's saved just in time by the false promise. Always want to fly, will fall. VTune still taking heavy damage. Is he going to be able to outdo the damage coming out? He will. He's starting to shift. He's trying to live, but he cannot survive.
Tell me, Owen, did you ever play a party with your, like, let's say, ERL friends that don't really play Dota a lot in some 2K, 1K games?
All the time.
And then you go into your normal ranked games, and you feel like, I can't play like this anymore. I can't play as freely. I feel like FlyToMoon, they expected the same NIP from the first game, and this NIP is completely different. This is like your real ranked. The first game NIP was your 1K, 2K friends. So FlyToMoon definitely needs to step it up when it comes to their aggressive playstyle and how they rotate across the map, because they're getting punished time after time.
Oh yeah, they're losing a lot of the lead that they had. The moment's passed. This Supreme Visage will take a hold of the top spot with the Midas going, and Charlie's terribly not too far behind either.
You can see that the itemization is really crucial on both sides. This is a game in which you really have to think about what you're buying. Because of that, General has a Vanguard already. He's most likely going for that Crimson Guard that negates the damage from Saberlight, Supreme and Charlie, but mostly Supreme. Era has a Hood. You can see Hood as well, I believe, on Saberlight because of that magic damage that's coming from FlyToMoon. But damn, Supreme went for a BKB, so that's actually very interesting.
I see Saberlight nearly having that, full pipe for the team. It's going to make all the difference against this lineup from FlyToMoon. Very reliant on the magic damage, at least at this point of the game, until VTune becomes that real late game right clicker. It's going to take some time though. VTune.
I think they try to catch him off guard if he is not really shifting strength at all. If he's low enough, you can kill him with perhaps Nature's Prophet ulti plus the hook shot. That's what they tried there, but it just looked silly.
Arcane power.
Gotcha.
We're coming out on the top lane, FlyToMoon. The three of them. Ready to push, Roger. Ready to seize the opportunity to jump. We're seeing the Aghanims halfway done right now on Iceberg.
This next set of items is very crucial for both sides. You need to wait for them. Aghanims on Zeus, Crimson Guard on Sand King. On the other hand, you have the pipe coming from Saberlight. You have the BKB as well from the Visage that's already done. After that, we'll see just which set of items makes the team stronger in the next couple of team fights. I couldn't really call which team is going to take it. It really comes down to execution.
Oh, they may just find a big one here. It's just going to be always one of Fly tanking it, as Iceberg's already starting to head away. TPs are coming over. Maybe thinking if they can turn, we'll be able to save always one of Fly. In fact, him saving himself. Force was used here from Iceberg to give him that extra a bit of safety. And still, they're looking to go in. General caught out on the front lines. He's pretty tanky as this Sand King. Going with the burst strike may not be quite tanky enough though. The soul assumption and the impetus finish him off. They couldn't get a fight going there. FlyToMoon. General dying without any backup. They go down with the TPs. Are they out in time? They're not. Always want to fly. Left behind. The rest will escape. But again, NIP sweeping across, picking up kills, and taking away these towers without any chance for FlyToMoon to get together a defense.
Yeah, NIP definitely playing the way they should be. Maybe this is even Rosh. You have a bit more than a quarter of meta on. Yeah, they're going straight into it. Why not? Visage is extremely good at taking the Roshan.
Let's see what they can do around here. Can anybody go for a steal? V2's heading in. I don't know if he wants to try for this. This is a little too risky. Yeah, he's not going to. Surely not. Okay, Roger is. Roger's going to try and start things. I mean, he will die immediately for that attempt. And yeah, V2, he's not going in. He's not going in. They can't stop this. They can't try for a steal. This Roche, we NIPs, he's just grabbed by Charlie. And it definitely feels like if NIP just want to group up as 5 and go down a lane, it's getting to that point where they can push around this Terrorblade. And FlyToMoon, their lineup very good at sort of finding pickoffs, jumping and popping someone. Against a full 5-man and this pipe done by Saberlight, their team fight just isn't as threatening.
Now, because of the way you itemize on the side of NIP, even though it takes like 30 seconds to kill that Sand King, there's no damage coming from FlyToMoon. You have the BKB, you have the pipes, the hoods, the glimmer capes, and most of your damage on FlyToMoon, it really is magical right now. So you can't kill anyone. I like the itemization from the Sand King with the Crimson Guard pretty much being built up right now.
Oh, here we go. General wants a free one.
Okay.
Oh, no. Didn't do the maths.
Come get healed.
We've got Thunder God's Wrath soon. It's not going to matter now. The heals too are kicking in.
If it's a different game, if it's a game in which he has perhaps a Veil, that's a kill. That's definitely a kill. But in a game in which he's forced to itemize so defensively, he can't even get the position 5 Enchantress down.
Always want to fly. It's going to be fine. Just stays out of vision. Down bottom, they'll find error. Managed to get the jump on him. We are starting to see NIP split back up a little bit, and that is when they're vulnerable to these moves from FlyToMoon.
But look at where Terrorblade is. Era isn't there coincidentally. He's there because that's the only route they can take to get to Charlie. And because of his death, Charlie is fine here, and he can continue on farming.
Got the full Ags on Iceberg now, so again, significant burst. Ags done on Supreme as well.
Yeah, that Aghanim on Supreme is really big because the amount of control that you get from 3 birds, actually 6 if you have your ulti up, is huge. And if a Morphling doesn't have a BKB, 1 Visage is enough to control him for a very significant time.
Yeah, especially against these heroes like Roger in general. It's Tiny and Sand King. They're always going to be in the front on top of you. You're going to be able to catch multiple in the familiar drops. Era is going to go straight for the hook shot in. Onto the Tiny. Toss backs there. Saberlight comes in with a TP on the back line. Look at the walls. Always want to fly. An early false promise comes out to Roger. Always want to fly will fall. Roger, he's going to be abandoned. They're going to leave him. They're just going to let NIP take this one as well as Roger. He's going to have blink in 8 seconds. That's not going to be anywhere near soon enough. Sprouts out. NIP continuing to pick up kills as they wish.
NIP just hit this timing and you can't fight if you're FlyToMoon. Even that fight over there looked pretty good. You had Oracle in position to save Tiny. You had your Nimbus in a really good spot. But it just doesn't matter. You don't have the damage to take them down. How's Morphling doing? Has Skadi and Manta. Man, this just doesn't feel like it will change a lot.
Yeah, still yet to really see him get to the chance to show what he's capable of in the fights. And for the most part, avoiding them this game. V2. As a DD is sitting for NIP, so should be able to head back, grab this on Charlie. Meta will come to an end though, so it's to be a farming DD, maybe just working on their next big items before they start to push again NIP. I mean, with the farm that Charlie and Supreme have, maybe not really feeling too much pressure themselves. There is a Zeus mid on the other side, maybe not too worried about Iceberg as things get later on.
They're just taking one objective after another. See the way they're rotating across the map as well. They're just setting up the two possible smoke rotations, green and brown, that's Clockwork and Enchantress, while Visage is pressuring the tier 2. But meanwhile, FlyToMoon, they're not really interested in fighting, are they? They're just farming on VTune in general. The rest of them are hiding behind towers.
And we see what Iceberg next up. He's going for the Octarine.
He's got what he needs.
Yeah,
it's
like you're going to have the
yeah.
high ground, you're going to have the D push, right? You're going to have the defense.
It's not that big of a defense versus Visage. Zeus, that is, because of the burst. They do the heavy lifting.
Oh, quick one hit. Arrow jumps out. They're going to use the Thunder God's Wrath. Maybe see if there's the chance to jump in and catch anyone else. Just give them the vision on Supreme, but Supreme, he's out. Pots the BKB, TP's away immediately after he gets scouted by that Zeus ult.
Yeah, that was a really good smoke as well. Something that we came to expect from these teams because Aegis was running out. And Aegis is out right now. They are 4. Why not smoke again?
There we have it. Deep smoke from FlyToMoon on the attempt to catch more here. Do they want to go deep past the tier 2? This is pretty deep.
It's so dangerous.
It might catch FlyToMoon off to guard. They're going to start poking at Charlie. VTune turning into the TB. That's a dead always want to fly. VTune, he's going to start backing away. This was very, very deep poke here from FlyToMoon. I think they'll do good if they don't lose anyone else other than the Oracle. And they'll get out. Some very aggressive moves there.
Yeah, that was very aggressive. It was so aggressive because Clockwork was also respawning. And he joined the fight.
Well, Saberlight's trying to catch. He's found VTune in the Sprout, but VTune's still able to waveform him away. So VTune will make it out of there. NIP have, with that move though, reached the tier 2 again in the mid lane.
Is that the Hex I saw on Visage? Does Supreme have a Hex completed or not yet? Only 3,000 gold. Okay, so he's getting there slowly, but eventually he will get it, and Morphling will not have a free game like now. Solar Crest, next one for Saberlight. I just love how much utility they have on the NIP. Everyone is contributing a little bit. They're not really going for those selfish items that we see from some players. No. One gets a pipe, then you have Vlad from Saberlight, Visage with the drums as well, with the Hex next. Really solid stuff from them.
Yeah, and you really do feel it. Anytime they're in this 5-man group up, it just seems impossible for FlyToMoon to fight into them. The only kills that FlyToMoon has found over the past 10 minutes has been that of people being left alone, being separated from the main movement of NIP. The team as a whole, very hard for FlyToMoon to really dive into.
Also notice that 4 players of NIP have a Hood of Defiance. And the one that doesn't, the Terrorblade, he has just a Cloak. So all of them are itemizing versus the massive magical damage output that's coming from FlyToMoon.
Yeah, and it's working. They can't kill them very quickly at all.
Okay, Supreme doesn't have it, but he has a Shawl. It's something.
See top lane. Not much you can do against the Sand King. So we're seeing NIP do a good job of starting to control this game. I mean, when are they going to try and push for more? When do they need to start looking for the high ground?
I think you're looking at 1 or 2 pickoffs, or you're thinking about this next Roshan. And to control the Roshan successfully, you need to take this cliff area where they are heading right now. You see where they're camping. When you're sitting here, you can creep skip mid lane and top lane and pretty much constantly shove in 2 lanes. So this is strategically a really, really good position for NIP.
Now BKB done now for the morph, so we'll see V-Tune have a better shot in the team fights. For the most part, he's just having to be very careful away forming a waste. We'll use the Thunder Gods ref to try and scout them out. This will probably give the info to NIP that FlyToMoon are looking to do something. Or down. Look for the jump in onto Era. Era. He will fall. So a quick jump to start things. NIP thinking about trying to chase back. Won't do so. There is the completion of the Hex for Supreme. So he's got a lot of control.
He's dealing no damage. Like, once that Crimson Guard is popped on Sand King, his birds are irrelevant. All you can do with them is pretty much stun. So, FlyToMoon get away without losing anyone. But Morphling is keeping up. His farm is solid considering how the game went. He didn't join any of the fights. He was AFK for the majority.
I mean, he's 2-1 of 3. Well, he's only been involved in 5 of the 15 this game, V2. Very much just focused on farming in the safe places.
It is the right choice, because usually when you think about this carry-to-carry matchup, Morphling is the stronger one. However, there's a lot of supporting cast on the side of NIP.
NIP out with the smoke, ready to try and make a catch with this Hex. Just always want to fly. Ooh, it's going to get going on here. Error goes for it. The Force will save the Oracle, though. That will put an end to that smoke move from NIP. Not able to get anyone by surprise. Saberlight TPing over, but not quite in range to start anything else off.
That was a very nice Nimbus play from Iceberg as well, separating the aggression, so it was only Clockwork on the high ground. The rest of them had to deal with Nimbus first, and only then they could follow up.
Got the Hex out. Supreme also committing the BKB to try and finish off Roger, but Roger's forced over the cliff. He's fine. General will get turned towards Cayman in the midst of it all, but they have the dust out. Roger falls. Then for a minute, V-Tune as well, having to back up. They're trying to see if they can catch anything more here, NIP, as they chase across. Did pop the meta for this one. At the least, may be able to have a shot at trying to push high ground with this meta onto the side. A safety toss back from Roger. Keeps always want to fly it out of harm's way.
One of the difficulties that you find... Yeah, this Terrorblade hits hard. He has that crit completed as well.
Yeah, also the full BKB as well now for Charlie, so very little for him to be concerned of in the fights when that BKB is up.
So they're going straight into the pit, but this meta is about to run out.
Yeah, FlyToMoon's heading over. There's going to be the buyback. They're going to make sure that they contest NIP here, as NIP are going to stay in the pit. They're really trying to finish it. Can they do so in time? Error comes out, and that's going to create distraction. They can't get to the pit in time. NIP will have the space required to get the Roshan Aegis onto Charlie. So being able to find the kill onto Roger, seeing if they can chase for more. They get the stun out. Onto always want to fly. General jumps back in. They turn on to Saberlight. V-Tune, he's able to find one. Looks over towards Misha. Misha trying to get back towards the safety of the rest of the team. Turns into the TB there, V-Tune, and using the reflection to try and slow them down. But Charlie pushes on, takes down always want to fly.
That's a buyback from General. They lose 2. That's Aegis, and she's picked up by NIP. At least they take Saberlight out of the equation, but man, if you're NIP, you're happy with how the things are going.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid now for NIP.
You just got Rosh without meta.
Yeah.
You didn't even use any big spells there. You didn't even use BKB. Like, afterwards you did in fight, but you're extremely satisfied if you're NIP.
Yeah, you're definitely getting in the position where you've got all the tools to push. Maybe being down Saberlight for a minute will again at least cause them to wait until he's back in. I guess no need to really try and push it whilst you haven't got the Prophet alive.
It was a really nice defense of the Rosh pit as well, right? Era went outside.
Yeah, great hook shot from Era. It stopped any steal, any counterplay. They just couldn't get near the pit because of Era heading straight up like that.
Hex also on the Tiny. Roger is your main target that you're worried of, and he was smart about it. He used the spider legs. He tried to get over the cliff and then blink in, but instantly hexed by Supreme. He's sick of his shenanigans and trying to steal that rush. So I'm impressed by the way NIP is playing the second game, because we have seen many series between these two teams, and so far this looks like the best performance NIP have had.
No, they've definitely got something good going here. I mean, the the last pick has definitely been played to full potential. I mean, Supreme on the Visage came through last in the draft, 11-2-8. He's had a very, very good game. Despite having that rough start.
The start was... Oof.
This was a rough mid matchup in the sense that things fell apart because of those early movements that really gave the boost to Iceberg.
One thing is, though, this, like the panel mentioned, like we mentioned during the early stages of the game, is a really good Visage game. You don't have any hero that really deals with him easily. And I love this. He's actually going for Refresher. This is something that I haven't seen since Virtus.pro Lil days. If you remember when he played position 4 on Virtus.pro, he used to go for Blink Refresher on Visage. He would blink on top of you, summon the birds, stun you with them, use all his spells, then refresh, summon more birds. You would be stunned for like 10 seconds just off of that. It's an unconventional build, but I like it.
Yeah, definitely a high skill cap build as well. You got to have the execution down to a T if you're trying to go for that max duration lockdown between the birds.
Yeah, you can mess it up definitely, but he has 2 hexes as well to work with, right? He has.
Sure. So if it's ever like, oh, there's a bit of a window where you're getting away before the stun's dropping, bam, you got a hex to cover yourself. Yeah. And without a doubt, seeing Charlie. So Arcane Room ready to go. So that next meta will be with a reduced cooldown to benefit him for the second play off the back of it. Gonna go for the smoke here, FlyToMoon.
And the double damage. So they're smoked up
DD.
with Arcane DD.
Damn, that's gonna feel pretty good. How can they stop him? Let's see what they got. There's NIP approaching the high ground. What have FlyToMoon got to push them back? Iceberg is gonna do his best, sitting back, spamming out the lightning. Will certainly clear out the way pretty reliably. Still, Charlie getting a lot of damage done to the tier 3, even through the repair kit. They get it. The tower will go down. Hexons always want to fly. They'll buy back immediately. Charlie, he's just tearing apart the base. They're onto the Rex they go. There's just no presence, no front line from FlyToMoon that can jump in and stop this Terrorblade.
You just sigh Gaben, please. When you see Charlie with Arcane Rune and double damage, you know the odds are not in your favor. They tried to put up a defense. They had the repair kit over there as well. They had the glyph, but it's just not enough. The Terrorblade is a beast. He has a Daedalus completed.
Yeah, and I mean, where's the next bit of power spike for FlyToMoon? We're seeing them struggle to defend. Does anything get better for them as the moments pass?
I actually don't see...
Oh, Iceberg. He's going to need some serious assistance. He's going to get it. General comes in with the Burrow Strike on 2. The 4-star onto Iceberg, taking him down to the low ground. Roger also able to break it away. General's out as well with the Burrow Strike. The Nature's Wrath come bouncing around. Always want to fly. Tries to help him out. Can't do so. There's no false promise. Already been used. That's General down for 100 seconds. A long time without the Sand King.
Supreme just ravaged them with his birds. Not only did he catch General with 2 stuns, the 1 remaining stun that he had with the bird stunned 3 remaining heroes. That was extremely well played by Supreme. And you asked about the next big power spike for FlyToMoon. I really don't see it. VTune has to do some godliness.
Oh, he's going in. He's going in, VTune. He's trying to fight them. He's kind of doing it here. Supreme's getting low, but Supreme will live. VTune, he's hookshotted, and he is dead, though. Went in, no gold for buyback. That may just be them throwing in the towel here in game 2. As you've lost your morph, 75, VTune just not able to really get much done at all this game as he was playing from behind. This Terrorblade just out-carrying him in every sense. As the second round will go down, the game won't come to an end yet. But it definitely feels like we're on the final chapter.
Roger didn't have buyback, so they tried to go back for him. Maybe they'll go for bottom Raxes. Let's see. It definitely does look that way. They know it.
Roger.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just stepping forward underneath the birds. He's dead. Or is. Always want to fly. With the plot twist as he comes in with the false promise. There's a lot of damage coming out to Roger. Can they get him back to safety? The birds continue to beat him down and will kill him off. Roger is gone. 10 seconds until General's up.
Yeah, 30 seconds without the Morphling. Megas are there. It's only now a question of NIP. Do they want to finish it or wait for the meta? It looks like they want to finish it.
We'll see. It's going to be the last attempt here for FlyToMoon in game 2. When the morph's up, General, it's going to go in. It's a big FB, and the Thunder Ghost Wrath bursting them down low, but Charlie's able to pop the BKB, turn with the Sunder, back up to full HP. Always when a fly goes down. GG well played is called, and NIP will be able to punch back here very nicely in game 2 after falling flat on their faces in game 1, coming back in and showing that they're not to be shaken up. And they can still do it here today as they'll take this game 2 against FlyToMoon.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied with the boys. I think they outplayed themselves. This is better than anything I have seen from NIP in this tournament. Looked really solid. Okay, mid lane, that kill on Era and then that kill on Visage.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky start.
It was a little bit shaky. But when they have a shaky start, look what they do. They give us a best game of their lives.
I mean,
so far.
Supreme Visage, this Visage, it seems to be an incredibly strong pick for them. They knew that this was going to be a game where Supreme was able to perform, and he certainly did a pretty flawless Visage game after that laning stage.
They didn't have a lot of counters. They tried to itemize against him, but because of that itemization, they lacked damage that was necessary to take down the TB and the rest. FlyToMoon, however, they were a little bit too cocky. They were a little bit too aggressive in that mid-game, diving without any reason behind those tier 2s, trying to always go for that one extra kill, and they got punished for it.
They did. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The series heating up now as we've seen NIP hit back hard against FlyToMoon. Can they do it, though? Can they take that game 3 and get their first winner in a series against FlyToMoon? Or are FlyToMoon going to be coming back with something very, very tough in game 3? We'll find out very shortly. But as for now, the series stands 1-1 with NIP taking game 2.
It took them 6 games, but they got a win out. Tsunami, Jenkins, are you okay with me throwing Zol on the bus?
Yes.
Okay, resounding yes. I'm going to tell you a little story. So, you know, this office, this studio, has a great coffee machine. It's very important in any office, actually. This coffee machine does hot chocolate. And when we think it's the last game of the night, that's hot chocolate game. Now, at some point, we saw Iceberg on his Zeus, and he was rushing it. He got fed first blood and the rune by Era, and he killed the Visage, and we thought, okay, this game is probably going to be pretty fast. So about 7 to 9 minutes into the game, we decided, you know what, it's hot chocolate game. And rather than one person going downstairs to pick one up for all 3 of us, we all went down. And when we came back, we didn't really know what happened. So, I mean, we luckily there is Twitch with 5 minutes delay. You know, we could see a little bit of what we missed.
What happened? It was just you that saw it.
I was there. I saw a vision. I was given it. And I was narrated by Twitch out what happened. They got over aggressive. They were invading in the NIP jungle. They were looking for the Terrorblade, and it just was not this clean sort of initiation that we saw out of FlyToMoon out of the past 5 games, which let that be a lesson to everyone. No one beats NIP 6 games in a row. So it did seem like overconfidence. I had mentioned in the draft that going for a Zeus kind of puts you in tunnel vision of a strategy to beat a Terrorblade, which is all in on magic damage, which is why I was hoping that they would make the Zeus a lower farm priority and not turn it into a mid. I think that if they had made the tiny mid and gotten something like a Daedalus Ags, then they would have had a better time dealing with the Terrorblade. But instead, the Visage by Supreme just proved to be too much of a mid-game like intimidation factor. The Oracle kept getting jumped. Really like solid clockwork game also for sure. So NIP overall, just like I don't think it was necessarily anything that was big on the draft. I just think that FlyToMoon were not playing the more organized way that they had set the standard in this matchup.
I actually feel like the draft was favored for FlyToMoon.
Yeah.
At least that's how I felt looking at the draft. But looking back, you know, I would still say that NIP basically just played out of their mind and they abused the bad positioning from FlyToMoon. Clockwork always getting on top of those initiations, like you said. Saberlight TPing in on Nature's Prophet, catching the backlines every single time on the retreat. Like, there was a lot of really great stuff from NIP. And so I saw that Crimson Guard come out on Sand King, and I was thinking, like, man, that's it. Like, I think that item nullifies Visage.
Yeah.
TB
not good against Crimson. Nature is not good against Crimson. All these small damage sources that are physical. But then the enchant came out, and it's like, oh wait, they have a purge. Every single time Supreme went on somebody with the Visage Birds, the Crimson came out, and then the enchant came out. And so it didn't matter. Like, the Sand King fed in every single fight. He probably spent like 10 minutes dead that game. It was rough, but NIP, they were together. They basically just fought nonstop since the hot chocolate break, which was great.
The hot chocolate fiasco.
Great to watch. Chocolate Gate. Oh,
It was some really good hot chocolate. I was refreshed.
It is. It looked so dominant, though. At that point, with the moment that we left the game, it looked so dominant for FlyToMoon. And it was looking like it was going to be a shorter game even than the games we saw before this between these two teams. But I don't know. I think Ninjas in Pyjamas was fairly confident the whole time because they went for the Supreme Midas on the Visage, which you need to get for the levels. But he was confident that he was going to get use of that properly.
When I think of this Midas Visage, I can imagine certain pro players saying something along the lines, something very absolute, like, this is necessary on Visage. Like, I could see people having that opinion. That's how good I think it potentially is, because I know that, actually, I'm referring to Sammy Boy. This guy plays so much Visage. This was his thing back. It was the only thing he would win with and destroy EG with and things like that. Like, it was his claim to fame, right? And he always said to me, like, Visage sucks. This hero sucks until you get level 12. Then the birds, they actually become a threat. You become a real hero at level 12. And what better way to get level 12 than pick up a Midas? It's not like he really abuses the attack speed too much, but when you're playing a hero that essentially doesn't exist until level 12, then why not rush it?
It was the same argument for whenever Phoenix Midas was very common. It was like the level 6 egg just isn't good. And
now it is, which
they did change it, and that's why it fell off. But there was that period of time where you're like, oh, I mean, why are you building an attack speed item on a hero that never attacks? And it's just because the experience is that valuable.
Yeah, no. So I think that makes a lot of sense. My gut feeling watching that game is that we're going to see a lot more Visages pick up Midas when it's played in a non-off lane position.
Yeah.
General's been playing it in the off lane, going for like the drum sort of build. But no, I really love the Midas on core position Visage, especially if you have heroes that are going to be able to run around and do things with you and kind of make up for the fact that maybe you're lacking tankiness or whatever it is that the Midas you'd get, spend that gold on something else, basically.
So we saw a very successful Iceberg Zeus mid, right? But I remember after the draft, there was a little bit of talk where that Zeus was going to go. And it ended up being mid. Do you think it would have been a very different game if Iceberg was playing the Tiny instead and we saw the Sand King Zeus offlane?
I think that Visage would have probably had a better start if it was against the Tiny. So that would have been the equation, is that Terrorblade would have had a worse game, especially moving later on, but the Visage would have had a better game. And so more burst damage coming out of the Visage and earlier Aghanim Scepter coming out of the Visage. So it's difficult to really be able to equate the two, but based off of the way that I've seen FlyToMoon beat NIP, I think that they would have been better off with Iceberg being on a more active hero rather than sitting back, waiting to farm the Aghanim Scepter on the Zeus, looking for Nimbus opportunities with the Roger and General. So retrospectively, I do consider the Tiny to have been better for that game, but it exists in a vacuum.
Yeah, the problem is then you have like a Zeus playing in a lane against an Enchantress, and if you do get a creep and you put it on the Zeus, he's gonna feed every time. If you get even if you just slow a Zeus and TB hitting with meta, like he has,
there's no way out.
TB like 5 hits him or something like that.
I think less.
With like a level 2 meta, it's so. My take on that game is I feel like the Zeus hasn't been working. Period. I don't think I've seen a Zeus that has looked fantastic in a long time, other than in pubs. I feel like in competitive, people are getting really good at dealing with it, like itemizing against it, like always building the pipe.
Glimmer Capes.
Glimmer Capes are super popular. It's like that's the best position 5 item in the game right now. Period. And as well as like people are just going on him, like clockwork hooking onto him, jumping backlines. Like people are just good at playing around the Zeus hero, punishing it.
And also, it seems that Terrorblade is somehow being way better of a carry than I expected. He beat an Arc Warden earlier today. He's beating a Morphling now. Somehow this carry with so many vulnerabilities, especially in a draft like this with that much magic damage, is looking unbeatable, which is not at all what I expected.
I consider Terrorblade to be in the same sort of category as like an anti-mage, where no matter what the game is and what you're up against, 99% of the time you can win the game. Like there's some timing that you can get. There's some heroes you can draft around it where the TB can farm and get like a 2-item advantage, and then I don't give a shit what you think counters this hero, what you're going to pick against it. Pick 5 Zeuses or whatever. TB will get a BKB, he'll get a Blink. Aghanim Scepter, he'll fear you. Like there's options as long as he has the item lead, and he farms faster than any other carry in the game. So it's not like that's not an option for you. And then with Anti-Mage, it's like you farm faster until your timing. Like once you have the Battle Fury, it's more about hitting like the earlier time, but TB will always win the late, basically.
Well, I'm very happy to be proven wrong regarding the mental state of NIP. I thought after losing 5 times in the same similar like fashion to FlyToMoon, I didn't think they were going to be able to stage a comeback in this 6th game that we just saw between the two. But I'm very happy to be proven wrong because that showed a lot, like that showed the NIP that we wanted to see, right? And this gives me hope for the 3rd game of the series to be hopefully a back and forth scenario, because even though this 2nd game was definitely longer than most of the previous games, it still was first half of the game, first 10 minutes of the game, it was a FlyToMoon show, and after that it was a Ninjas in Pyjamas show. I want to see back and forth. I want to see both of them going toe to toe because I think they can.
I like that you said that it was the NIP show because whenever I see them win, it usually is the Charlie show. And so this was the most team-oriented win I've seen from them.
Mostly Supreme, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
I was expecting, I was like, okay, the way they're going to win this is like Charlie's going to get so much space. He's going to get huge. You look at the gold graph and you're expecting to see like Charlie way at the, it's like, okay, NIP's winning. How are they winning? They have a TB. Charlie's going to be way at the top. It was Supreme. He had like a 2K gold lead.
On a Visage.
On a Visage against a Morphling.
He was higher than and the Morph and the Terrorblade.
Which he had a Midas, but still, it's a Visage.
It's a Visage, but it was working. Supreme Visage, man. He just looked so good on that hero.
Yeah, and their supports also, like you said, the Enchantress consistently being able to take off that Crimson Guard. It was what I had praised FlyToMoon in Game 1, that they looked coordinated as a 5-man unit, and NIP were able to replicate that.
What would you like to see in the next game then? Final game. It is still, again, nobody's going to get eliminated. It's upper bracket. Is there anything in particular? Do you want to see Charlie on the Void, on the Terrorblade, on the Sven?
I want Iceberg on a playmaker hero.
Okay.
I don't think the Zeus has been a playmaker. I don't think the Doom was a playmaker. As much as I enjoy him stepping out of what is probably his comfort zone, it's still more engaging to watch him go balls to the wall on some sort of hero that doesn't need a +1. And the Zeus and the Doom always needed a +1.
Yeah. They've lost both of the Zeus games that they've picked it in. It just doesn't seem to fit with how they play as a team. He seems to like it in pubs. I know that he spams it a lot. He's one of the people spamming him and Thompson. But it's not working for them. So I think they definitely have a better chance without the Zeus, having him on a playmaker. That's why I would have liked the Tiny. But we're seeing NIP with an actual win against FlyToMoon. We're seeing NIP with possibly momentum, possibly very positive psychology after that, feeling like they figured something out in the draft. They figured something out that they can do. Like I'm scared for FlyToMoon.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they looked solid. And maybe they finally have FlyToMoon figured out, but how much of this was dependent on the draft then? If you guys go back to that. Because, yes, Ninjas in Pyjamas played great, but it wasn't necessarily that FlyToMoon played bad. They just, they kind of fell off. Especially, I guess, in a Zeus, in a pub game, it would work because you can continue to snowball. And in this case, it's a professional match, so the enemy team is going to at least stop the bleeding, which kind of stops your snowball, and then you're going to fall off hard.
Yeah, both the draft and the gameplay from FlyToMoon I would just considered cocky. You've won against them 5 times.
Yeah.
Iceberg wants to play a hero that's fun. Obviously, the Zeus is very entertaining. You get first blood, you kill mid, and then you hit level 6 that early on. That's immensely
3 kills
so satisfying.
Yeah, but what do you do with it is my question. I feel like as a team, think about the first game. Who was the one that was instigating all of the tower pushes, playing in the front lines? It was Iceberg, right?
It was Iceberg on a Doom, yeah.
There's a reason that V-Tune is able to get so farmed consistently in these games. It's Iceberg, man. He's a maniac. You have to use that. You have to enable him, at least for this particular team.
He's of course, former boxer, showman. I think a lot of people will still remember the Kiev Major where FlyToMoon with it was an Iceberg squad, not the exact same one as now, but they came 3rd, I think, in total. And when players walk onto the stage, they're gamers. They're a little social awkward. They'll wave, but they'll go to the computer. You know, that's their goal. Iceberg. He made it a show. He made sure that everybody knew that he was walking on that stage. He soaked up all the applause because everybody, of course, there were a lot of FlyToMoon fans.
That's why I remember the Dendi OpenAI showdown where he actually did walk out in a robe, and you could tell that Dendi was not really comfortable being that like egotistical about it, like doing the fake punches coming out in the
Iceberg
robe.
would be.
Iceberg would have owned that.
Oh, he would have, and he has. You know, we've seen him do that on stage. We've seen him do that in games as well. He does need those front line heroes. Zeus is just not one of those. Well, not in professional Dota. Let that be a lesson to you. But yeah, curious to see how that third game is going to play out.
It's just that it changes their whole strat is the problem. Like maybe with a different offlaner it will work. Maybe with a different carry it will work. But with this team, it seems like it doesn't work. I feel like that's something that they'll probably talk about after analyzing that game. It's just I don't think it's a bad hero. Maybe it just doesn't fit them, even though he's good at it.
And then for NIP, like I said, don't make it the Charlie show. Supreme is more than capable. Saberlight's more than capable. Their supports are more than capable. They just need an opportunity to shine rather than putting all their focus on enabling Charlie.
Yeah. We're heading into the draft for the third game. I feel like that's also a little bit of the what you're describing, a little bit of the shift that we've seen over the last 4 weeks, that we have indeed teams they're less focused on the 4 Protect 1 show.
Yeah.
Especially in the Immortal League, we don't really have that anymore, and that was the biggest lesson I think that you would take away. Like if you watch all the games and compare it to the Divine League, that would be one of the biggest takeaways. Don't focus everything on your hard carry, and I think Ninjas in Pyjamas, they learned as well. Let's see what they can do for this third and final game. Now, the winner of this will move forward to the upper bracket finals. That's right. That means guaranteed top 3 of the Divine League. You'll face up against either Na'Vi or 5-Man. That's a match for tomorrow, but one of those teams will also be in the upper bracket finals with you. Well, the loser drops to Khan, and I kind of feel like Khan has been on a tear, so they are
more than exceptionally mediocre at this point.
More than exceptionally mediocre.
Exceptionally adequate, I think they may be moving up to.
Looks like it. I don't think. Would you say adequate is better than mediocre? Adequate's like up to the task.
Yeah, I think so. Adequate is...
Mediocre is like the more denigrating version of like, it gets the job done. Whereas adequate's like, yeah, it gets the job done, you know?
Okay, fair. Yep, fair. Okay, I'll take it. I do think they... Yeah, adequate. We'll go for adequate.
There's the draft.
There is the draft. We have got on the side of FlyToMoon the opening of the Grimstroke Tiny, so a little bit of flexibility with that Tiny again, but I guess for all of us we kind of hope that it will be the Iceberg Tiny. And then again the Clockwork Nature's Prophet on the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Same
I mean,
opener.
it worked. Yeah, it worked previously. Why not? Last time actually when FlyToMoon had Grimstroke, they also had that Doom, so we'll probably get a... Oh, never mind, that's already first phase banned.
Yeah, banned out.
Banned.
Some sort of combo that works with it. Usually you want a couple of heroes. Tiny's good. Tiny's a start. You know, you can double toss a hero to run in, but usually it's nice to have a few heroes to play with.
And as much as I've been criticizing Charlie for always picking Sven, NIP are letting VTune's Morphling continue to exist. They are not afraid of it, which after seeing Game 2, it didn't seem like Morphling was going to make or break anything. It just seemed like VTune's hero, whatever he was going to play, was going to get farmed and eventually participate. It seemed more like it was hinging on Iceberg to make or break that game. And so, not too concerned about the carry matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sometimes it's just nice to know that something is coming out after seeing it in so many games at this point, that that's probably going to be what they're going to pick. It's like, you know, the type of game that you're playing then, and so this same opener, the same sort of draft will work. I was thinking maybe they'll go with like the Faceless Void team fight thing. They'll try to switch it up and catch FlyToMoon off guard. But actually they are. Okay, cool.
There you go.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Back to the Faceless Void. That's where it all started.
Yeah.
For Ninjas in Pyjamas.
They're bookending this. They started out losing to FlyToMoon constantly with the Faceless Void. Now they will win 6 games in a row versus FlyToMoon.
I like it. I mean, we haven't seen this in a long time for them. So
True.
It's, if you're FlyToMoon, have you prepared for this? I mean, if you've prepared for it, are you used to playing against it? Obviously not against NIP. So, yeah, I like this.
I mainly like it because it's not NIP going back to the exact same strategy, because I do think that FlyToMoon would adapt to the Visage Supreme. And
I think so
Terrorblade
too.
Charlie.
I think that works once.
Yeah.
I think that works once, and then not again. I feel like FlyToMoon is considering. This is gonna sound crazy, but I feel like they're considering Invoker just because it's not banned, and NIP is instantly going to pick it if it goes through. It's like, do we deny the Supreme Invoker right now? How much does Iceberg want to play Invoker? We have seen him play Quasbox Invoker to great success before, so I think that's why it's reasonable that they're considering it in this position. But then it does open up the hero to being countered in the mid lane.
Yeah.
The alternative is if
they actually
they pick it themselves.
That's that's so funny because they have to do it, otherwise they're just going to get supremed. Like, they banned this in the last game, there wasn't a Void. That's how it was a terrible Invoker game, and they're still that afraid of the Supreme Invoker.
When it's good, it's good. You gotta just ban it.
So they need something to combo with the Void. It doesn't have to be the Invoker now. It doesn't have to be the mid laner now because it's not as obvious as, like, another pick in the mid lane that's going to be good with Void is not going to be as obvious as the Invoker. So they can wait and last pick their mid.
You can get like a 4-position snap, maybe, or 5 snap and turn Clockwork into a 4.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. There's Snapfire. Phoenix is banned. What else is there? I'm gonna open up Dota buff.
What do you guys feel that both teams really like the side that they've been playing on the whole series? Like, they haven't swapped.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Radiant
point.
for FlyToMoon, all 3 games. Dire Ninja Pyjamas, all 3 games.
I'm sure T-Gov would extol the virtues of this.
He really would.
He loves all this second pick, first pick, Radiant.
He does
Dire
like
business.
that. To be honest, I've never been a follower.
It's because it very much comes down to preference. Some teams will love it. Some teams it's not at the point in the game where they're like, there's a huge Radiant advantage if you have this and this hero.
People love it when you're like absolute about things. Like, second pick is so much better.
Yeah.
But I do think it depends on the team. Like, I was playing in some qualifiers. We actually ended up qualifying, open qualifiers. Our team name was We Dislike Bears because we don't like bears. And
Ursa and Lone Druid and Brewmaster, or
we banned all of those.
Okay.
Or the Grizzlies.
We liked second
real
pick.
bears.
We liked second pick because the only good player on our team was our mid laner.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So I just last picked him something and he carried us.
Seems intentional.
It actually worked.
There you
It's like,
go.
man, is this how captains do it? Holy shit, it's easy.
I must say, though, I am liking this draft for Ninjas in Pyjamas because when you're talking about Supreme, if the first hero that pops into my mind for Supreme is the Queen of Pain. And if he's comfortable on the Queen of Pain, I don't know if there's a whole lot that FlyToMoon can do against this. And I personally have... I mean, we've seen Veno be successful. We've seen Invoker be successful. But I'm just not convinced when I see their draft. It just looks so much easier for Ninjas in Pyjamas at the moment.
Maybe I'm like super biased because I'm a Veno spammer, but I'm now not a Veno spammer. Everybody's banning it, actually. It's a problem. But I really do like the Veno versus the Faceless Void matchup. I don't know what Void can do. You need a really incredibly strong support to beat a Veno, and then there's still a Tiny. So if you're picking any of these strong laning supports like a Lich or something like that, the Tiny will deal with that. So I really like that matchup. I'm sure Charlie is very comfortable playing against this because this is the probably the most common pub matchup in the safe lane, off lane. Like I would bet my I'm not going to go there, but I would bet.
Let's go.
What would you bet?
Let's go
I would
there.
bet.
Which one, the left or the right one?
Oh, you knew where I was going with that. I was going to say my third.
Oh, okay.
I would bet that this is the most common matchup in the current patch. In 7.7.
Ooh.
Oh, what the hell is that here?
Out of left field comes the Chaos Knight.
Okay.
Excuse me?
What do we like that? What are we thinking about that? Because I have no idea because this is not a hero.
No, it's not really a hero. And whatever was his original claim to fame is that he was very reliable in lane just because you had the lifesteal on a cooldown. Now that it's RNG, you can't even guarantee that you'll be able to do that well against this Prophet, which I'm assuming is going to be a Saberlight Prophet again, seeing as how they picked the Queen of Pain for Supreme, most likely. But I don't really see what he excels at. And even in this draft, like I don't see any synergies other than, I don't know, 2 Chaos Bolts.
I actually like it. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Really liked it for a second or so.
I was going to say, against the Nature's Prophet, I like the CK because it's a kill hero. But against Underlord, illusions don't exist. That's a problem. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
This solves the hero. It's good that this is a flexible hero on the Nature's Prophet. And looking at the odds.
Give me the odds.
Well, they're still
5-2 to 2.38.
They're still pretty decently into FlyToMoon, which with this draft, I take it. As in, I'd bet for Ninja Pyjamas.
Yeah,
I like their draft. Like they just seem, it seems like a more comfortable draft, less finicky.
There's something that they have in mind with this CK, and I'm trying to look at the heroes that NIP have because I definitely don't see any synergies with CK and FlyToMoon's heroes. Like
They got the double stun.
Sure. Yeah, so it was a single target spell on a carry.
I do think you can burst Void and Queen of Pain with CK. I think these heroes don't like being charged by 3 illusions into Chaos Knight and stunned. I think they can die. Okay. But with that being said, you're playing into an Underlord who's going to instantly kill all of you. Not instantly. I'm exaggerating.
And a Quap that'll
very quickly kill the illusion.
Eventually get 25 with the Fear, which is also a huge pain in the ass whenever you're trying to organize all your units. And again, in the lane, I don't really see how CK does well. He has pretty higher than average regen, base regen, right?
I have no idea.
I think he does. And then his armor is average. It was really the lifesteal that made him a good laner, and that's so unreliable now that
I think what makes CK a good laner these days, if he's in a good lane, is kill threat. He's like a kill hero. But against Underlord, it's hard. You can snowball on him.
Can you dodge the lane? Is this like?
You could do that actually. You could dodge the lane.
Veno CK lane top. Tiny Grim bottom.
It'd be Veno. It'd be Grimstroke CK against Void.
You need the Veno to be a core.
You need Veno to be a core, but you probably want the Veno versus the Void is the problem.
Yeah. I don't know what their plan is.
Well, we're going to find out what their plan is. That is what's happening right now. The third game to this series. Which of these 2 teams will be guaranteed top 3 in the Divine bracket? Let's find out together with Odie Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, the deciding game now between NIP and FlyToMoon. And we're getting a new hero. The Chaos Knight appears. Lizard, what do you sort of reckon of this carry at the moment?
It's interesting. I see the picks of Chaos Knight steadily rising in pubs as well, specifically in the CIS pubs, among CIS players, I should say.
Okay.
I think it's quite decent. Like, you have that BKB piercing reality rift later on. The laning stage itself is pretty sick with the Grimstroke. You have reality rift, you have stun, you have ink swell. It should. I'm not just quite sure how well it will be versus the Underlord, because that's a hard matchup. But overall, they also have the Venomancer on top lane versus Void, and that's not something that Void really likes to play into at all. Plus, the Queen of Pain on NIP on the mid lane. Yeah, that should be a solid lane for them, at least. For NIP, Queen of Pain lane should do quite all right.
So with the CK, what sort of build do you go? Do you go Midas, or do you go sort of like this drums, armlet, or like what's sort of the build nowadays on the
That's the real question, isn't it?
Yeah, well, do you think people still testing around with it?
I have seen a lot of different teams. Well, not a lot of different teams. Let's put it this way. I have seen CK in 3 total games, and in each game it was a completely different build.
Okay.
If the game is right for you, this hero just rocks. Because if there's nothing to deal with your illusions, it doesn't really matter how well you itemize, because you just hit that peak. Are you going for a BKB? Are you going for a heart? Are you going for armlet and whatnot? Like, as long as you tank up well enough. In this kind of a game, though, you're playing versus a Void and you're playing versus Underlord. So there are some problems that I see coming for VTune's Chaos Knight.
We'll see how Iceberg can do. I do remember we did see Iceberg the other day on the Invoker have an incredible game. So definitely eyes on him to see if he's able to hit that sort of top tier performance that we've come to expect from his Invoker. The top lane, as you say, pressure definitely going to be there on Charlie's Void early on. I mean, which carry's going to have a rougher time in the lane? Charlie on the Void or VTune on the CK, do you think?
I think it comes down to Misha and how he plays this lane as an HH Prophet, because you can really pressure the Venomancer and the Tiny until they hit level 2 or 3. Specifically Tiny, he has no armor. You come here with the Blightstone and you just zone him constantly. But if you get caught out of position with that one Gale, you can easily die.
Oh, Roger. Actually getting blocked here by the Treants of Misha, and he's going to go down. First blood for NIP there. Nice play from Misha, just blocking off that little route of escape through the trees. So Roger, he couldn't get away.
That's really it. That's exactly how you have to play that lane, to punish the Tiny and the Venomancer so they don't scale that well early on. What's happening over here? Chaos Knight was so far behind.
Just had a creep wave's got, I think, dragged right back or something. It's right back beyond the tower. And this, I mean, well, yeah, for Charlie, do you like this approach against the Veno lane, the double rings of regen on the safe laner? This is the way to go against the Venomancer?
Yeah, it's something different. It's I think it's a way to just be able to play versus general. That poison sting also got nerfed a little bit, so if you have that double ring of regen, you will be able to sustain yourself without constantly ferrying in the tangos. One good thing that they have as well on that top lane for NIP is you are playing with the Nature's Prophet, so that's your free courier, right? He can always TP back and bring you your stuff.
And we're seeing so far Charlie 12 for 3, VTune 10 for 5 down bottom, and in the mid lane, Iceberg certainly off to a very nice start in the first few waves here. 11 and 7 against the 8 for 2, getting some good denies in against the Quap. Going for this Exhort build, of course, and just having that favourable right click, especially with the help of the Forge Spirit.
This is full comfort zone as well for Iceberg. You mentioned that he played this Invoker recently, that you watched that game, but overall he's been playing Invoker for the majority of his career, and for as long as I can remember, his Invoker was very solid.
Well, Supreme. Gonna take quite the hits here. No Sunstrike availability though, and Supreme set up with the Ready Mango as well. See top lane, General's farm. As Roger actually able to get Charlie's courier there, not too hot on the micro there, Charlie. Lets the courier take the wrong route round, and Roger able to easily take it.
Yep, I love how Panel discussed this bottom lane, like the killer lane. It really is, when you see Grimstroke and CK, the way you play that lane is you get kills on whoever is there, but Underlord and Clockwork, they're really difficult to go on. You have Bit of Malice, perhaps, on one of these levels, then you have the Cogs, the Battery Assault. They're both naturally very tanky.
We'll see 4-minute rune Iceberg. I'm going to get lucky with the RNG this time. It's going to fall the bottom side. Era's going to be able to grab that.
This time he takes the rune and he doesn't die, so it's a much better start for NIP already.
Let me try and do something here. Mid only level 1 on the clock, so only a Cogs to offer up. Supreme actually getting gone on by Iceberg.
Yeah, Supreme is way too low. Oh.
They're going to Cogs Iceberg in. Have they got the damage? He's got the Fairy Fire, and that Shadow Stroke won't kill him. The dagger, not enough damage. Iceberg, oh, Supreme, okay, he goes for it. Oh no, oh no,
Rocket.
no, no, no. Oh, that's a tip. Oh, that's a big old tip right there. Oh, you hate to see it. But you also kind of love it as well because, that was, you gotta love the fails. That was a bit of an epic one.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that in one of the. Yeah, we'll see that in one of those highlight reels of the tournament.
Oh no. Oh, VTune, has he got this?
He's got it.
Oh no, he hasn't. Wasn't able to get there in time around the Cogs.
Yeah, he was a little bit slow there. He could have ran instantly to it. He took the longer way around so he doesn't get cogged back, but he could have went a bit closer.
Toss back. Oh, he's got. Oh, if he dies here, it's gonna hurt. Oh no!
Oh, what's happening?
Oh no, we're getting some fails all over the place. Fails on mid, fails up top. Charlie dying after using his TP. He's gonna have to walk back to the lane. Did he just not expect to have? Did he just forget about Avalanche?
I guess this feels like a fails of the week highlight reel. From NIP.
Gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, that Void is gonna have to run back straight to the lane.
And he was having a good time as well in the lane. Like, Charlie was farming well. Wasn't getting bullied back too hard, but that opportunity there from Roger in general to get the kill. And again, just not only the kill, but during a TP attempt.
Is that a Midas completed? Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. He's back. He's back, boys and girls. Supreme's back.
What do you think?
He's got a Midas?
No, it's not a Midas. It's Power
My
Threads.
goodness, it's 6 minutes in?
No, I saw VTune with just the haste, right? And the gloves of haste. So I was thinking maybe he's got Midas ferried in, but no, it's just the Power Threads.
We're getting some tips back as well here between the mid laners. It's all kicking off. Bottom lane. See if they can get always one on fly back to safety. He's got the Fairy Fire. It's going to be fine.
Didn't you notice that something very similar happened in that first game? Era tries to gank mid, he dies, his mid dies, and then Visage gets a kill on Zeus. This game around, Pain.
Oh!
Ooh, whoa.
Oh, that's a tip! Oh, that's a double tip! Oh, these getting the Sunstruck. Charlie! Is Charlie's TP still on cooldown, or will it be back by now? On the
it has to be back. Unless he tried to TP again. We should probably check. Maybe
he's got it. He's got it.
All right.
If he didn't, he would be pretty mad. The Iceberg there with the snipe.
Iceberg in the last game with the Zeus got the same kill on Charlie, and now he gets with the Sunstrike. The games are repeating. The game is repeating itself pretty much.
There was an Iceberg. Other than that death, having a good time. Era's going to try and come over towards the mid lane. It's hard now. I mean, level 7 on the Invoker. Not an easy hero to dive in on.
You have a ward as well right there, so
yes.
You see Era, Iceberg. I think Era knows that Iceberg. There we
with
go.
the 3 of them. Have they got detection? They have. Dust is there. It's going to get out to the side. Iceberg will live, able to walk away. Mass TP's coming in. V-Tune's going to turn, pull in the Prophet underneath the tower, take out Misha. Backup comes in for FlyToMoon, and they'll hold off against them. 8-minute rune, it's going to be down bottom. NIP will at least be able to hold that here for Supreme.
Even though that play didn't work out for NIP, I love it, because Era, look, you don't have a sentry there, but you understand there's a ward. Because of the way Iceberg is moving, he's going down the ramp, up the ramp. But Era just stays there.
Oh, we're going to see the Sunstrike.
Oh!
That was it. Very nicely done.
He gave Invoker false sense of security for Nature's Prophet to TP back and get the disable.
Nearly happened there again. This time Roger not able to quite get the combo going. Still, Charlie's just bullied straight away from this lane. We've seen a sort of a switch up. Saberlight's going to come up here as the Underlord, and Charlie looks like he's just going to look towards the jungle right now.
I don't think there's a single hero on NIP that can lane versus General right now. But if you're Underlord, at least you can outpush the lanes constantly with Firestorm. So it's not a good situation to be in, but it's the best that you've got, and at least you'll defend the tower. Yeah, Midas almost completed on V-Tune, 1400 gold with power treads. He's farming extremely well, and he wasn't pressured at all on that bottom lane.
No. Yeah, you're definitely starting to see the effects there of the pressure that Charlie was getting in comparison to that V-Tune was. It's Charlie just a little bit behind.
They might try
CK right now.
This is a good combo.
And Roger's trying to come in from behind. We'll get the toss over on Saberlight. Saberlight, he's not going to be able to save Misha, as Misha is going to go down. Okay, able to get the deny at least. Denies there, General goes for the TP out and is away before Supreme can finish him. Supreme, he's actually out of mana, he's going to get silenced there. Saberlight needs to take him away. Roger, I think he's trying to... Oh, the toss!
Nice toss!
Oh, he's going to do it! He's going to do it! He's outside of the range of the ult, but it doesn't matter. Supreme will still live with the stick. It was a good attempt from the Tiny.
It was a good attempt if the CK wasn't there on time. If he tosses the Quap on the CK, then it's a kill because you have the follow-up Reality Rift and Stun. Sadly, that didn't happen. Also, I think Supreme...
Oh, he might still find the Quap. He did! He found it! Roger went into the jungle and he caught Supreme trying to walk back to base.
Oh, Roger.
Oh, the tips. That's the tip.
Ah, man. It's the way he plays Tiny. He's constantly aggressive. Like, you have to go base. If you're low, just go base versus Roger. He's gonna find you.
They've got the setup. Cold snap into... Oh,
another one.
And then there's the tip. General's throwing one in.
Roger's
coming out.
Yeah, Roger is coming for you. If you're 50% HP, you just better run base. Get to the fountain.
They're playing very fast here, FlyToMoon, with these tiny combos. And we'll see it again there. Oh! Gotta be careful out on the map when Roger's on the hunt. Toss, Avalanche, and a Sunstrike at this stage of the game is going to pretty much 100-0 most of the heroes on NIP.
They still haven't used the single chrono, right?
No.
They don't really have a lot of damage. When you think about it, it's not like you have Invoker or a Jakiro. Quap is fine, but it's not really that awesome.
No, I mean, it's definitely going to fall off in potency the later you leave it. So if you do want to try and Get some kills with the Chrono. You imagine he's out on the hunt now, but still, you know, Charlie, he just wants to get his Midas done. Before anything else happens.
And they're not letting him have that.
No.
He goes down bottom and it's a Venomancer pushing in. Now there's another smoke coming from Hellraisers. Roger is just leading the charge. He has 700 gold plus Tranquils. 11 minutes in, 12 minutes in. Feels good.
Oh, Saberlight. He is a beefier one, but honestly, with the combo and the three of them up here, they still probably can kill him. Yeah, Saberlight's going to try and get out of it. And they may just let him. Do they feel that they can burst him before it? Nah, they're just going to let him go.
And he gets a courier.
All right, easy courier. Sends a tip straight back the way there, a V2 for his courier out.
Are you enjoying the tipping game? It's on point,
nice.
isn't it? Yeah.
I like it as well because you can't tell if they're having fun or if they're genuinely trying to get at each other.
If they genuinely hate each other,
I feel that it's the latter. All right, bit of revenge on a Roger. Roger just managed to toss Era out of this. Avalanche onto the two of them, but the big Nature's Wrath comes in from Misha. They get Roger out of the area. Actually bringing the full 5-man of NIP to this top lane.
The damage that the position 5 Nature's Prophet can do with his ultimate just feels unfair. Like, he just killed a Tiny that was on a quarter of his HP with one ulti.
Yeah, it's big damage. If you get those bounces right. And Misha showing that he knows how to. See on the Midas timing. So Midas done now for Iceberg in the mid lane. Charlie just about to finish his up as well. So
13
Midas is going.
13 minutes in with 2 rings, raid band. It's not the best timing, don't get me wrong, but it could be worse. So he can still recover.
Still just a 2k lead here for FlyToMoon. Still holding the top spot. All 3 of their cores in the lead. And we're seeing Roger 1000 onto the Blink Dagger. Very important timing for him. Into the jungle. Era steps. Always want to fly. And Iceberg are waiting for him. Era, can he hook shot out to save himself? He can't. Cold Snap just keeps him locked down. And again, we're seeing General just get a lot of space. We're seeing General get space in the lanes. Iceberg's getting the kills. V2, he's got the Midas. So all 3 cores just finding some good action across the map. Whereas over on NIP, again, sort of similar to game 1, we're starting to see Saberlight. He's starting to fall behind again.
Yeah, he's playing the sacrificial goat, right? He goes to the lane and they instantly try to rotate on that lane to take the tower. On top lane, he tried to defend it multiple times. He did manage to get out a couple of times with his ulti, but still, that's a lot of time for an Underlord to go back to base, then run to the lane. His movement speed is abysmal. Right, so it looks like Armlet into BKB on the CK. After the Midas has been completed. Perhaps an Echo.
Oh, Roger. I managed to find him again. But, not quite enough damage this time with the combo Era. Living with that cloak, a little bit of protection against the Avalanche toss. It's enough. Gets away. Roger won't. On lane, General, it's going to start poking Amisha. They do hit a good stroke here. Amisha obviously always with the opportunity to TP out.
He could just TP out at any given point, but Sunstrike? Oh, misses. Was close. Misha doesn't really have a teleport scroll, so maybe he doesn't want to waste his spells. We'll see if he sticks around.
That's what they got coming over here. And Misha just going for the solar crest. As this 5. Do you like this, the no boots profit when you're playing the 5?
Yeah, that's the way to go. You don't really need boots at all. You just go for utility items and you TP across the map where you're needed.
Oh, big pressure on the mid tower. It's going to be the Rift coming in. Saberlight getting in position to get the D push going. Fortification popped here by FlyToMoon as they'll continue on. And with this Alacrity's siege creep, they probably are still going to get this tower. And it falls, unable to find the deny there, NIP.
The thing is, if you're playing this Underlord, you really want to keep your towers alive for as long as possible with Firestorm, with a bit of Malice. But so far, the only tower that only tier 1 left remaining is the bottom one. And when the game is like this, Underlord doesn't really have a lot of space to farm. You can't really push, you can't really defend. Roger.
They're finding Roger a lot of times. Maybe Roger's finding them, because this time Iceberg's in with the backup. Indeed, Roger this time receiving the help he needs. Oh, Chrono. Oh, he walked into it. An interesting approach as General, he's still alive. The Chrono, it didn't catch anyone. General said, you know what? I'll help you out a bit, buddy. I'll walk into it so it doesn't look too bad. Because General didn't even die anyway, so he didn't even care.
What a true lad.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
You missed your Chronos? Don't worry, mate. I got you. Here you go. Yeah, okay, Chrono down. And nothing to be found from it.
That's the first Chrono as well, right?
That's the first one we've seen.
Well, it did catch a target at least. It didn't really work out.
Technically, yeah.
But there's a big item on NIP right now. It's the Queen of Pain's Orchid completed. And there's no saving items on the side of FlyToMoon yet, so this is the time for Supreme to strike and make a move, and that's why they smoke.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
See, Misha, yeah, nearly got the Solar Crest, so... I mean, that in itself will certainly do something to enable the Void a little bit. But 6k down, starting to fall behind NIP there. They've got to find some moves.
I love the positioning from General. He's literally saying, if you want to get a kill, you need to go through me.
I mean, that's the thing. They just used a Chrono on him. They still couldn't kill him. See this fight for the wall control. Hits out. V-Tune and Roger, they're going to try and step in. Era's going to come in with a hook shot. Sonic Wave will push back and take out the CK. Supreme able to take one, turns over towards Roger. NIP, they'll find 2 kills here. Punishing FlyToMoon, maybe even more, as Misha TPs across. Always want to fly able to TP out in time. General still has the 4-staff available. Also a haste rune down here, so he is going to be out of there.
Yeah, there's no hook shots on the clockwork. They can't really chase him here. They can't get him.
But 2 kills?
Yeah, a little bit greedy from the CK. He didn't have his ulti there. He uses Reality Rift to go on the Queen of Pain, which I can't really blame him. Queen of Pain used Blink, was out of position. He Reality Rift to try and get that kill. But instant reaction from the Underlords from the clockwork.
Just a little bit more of that in IP.